As MJ clutches her bag, her eyes wide with shock. My boy, Norman's voice seems to whisper from every speaker. The hunt has begun, and the spider is the one trapped in the web. Suddenly, MJ breaks into a run, her backpack bouncing as she pushes through the crowd in a blind panic. MJ, Peter screams, his hand outstretched as he tries to catch her. The reality of their situation has finally shattered the fragile peace they were trying to build. He catches up to her in the shadow of a street market, his hands on her shoulders as he tries to ground her. They let him out. MJ, they let him out, he's out. MJ shrieks, her voice cracking with the sheer impossibility of the situation. She is a girl who has been thrown off a bridge by this man, and she knows his mercy is non-existent. Peter pulls her into a dark alleyway, away from the prying eyes of the street and the glowing screens. Just calm down. Please. He begs, but his own voice is shaking. He knows that Osborne knows exactly who he is and, more importantly, where they live. He looks her in the eye, his expression hardening into something older than his years. I know, he says simply. He is a teenager with the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he realizes that the time for running is almost over. MJ clutches his arms, her eyes searching his for a solution that isn't there. How is he not in jail? He wants to kill us. She cries. She is looking for logic in a situation governed by madness and genetic enhancement. She is looking for safety in a city that has none left for them. Peter looks away, his gaze fixed on the brick wall of the alley as he realizes the true nature of Norman's vendetta. No. He wants to kill me, he clarifies. He is the focus of the storm, and everyone he loves is just collateral damage in Osborne's grand design. He explains that Norman is crazy, a fact that MJ already knows too well. I got bit by a spider with his name on it, and ever since he starts tracing the lineage of his own burden. He believes that every tragedy in his life leads back to the man on the television screen. He looks back at the street, at the flickering images of Osborne still dominating the airwaves. What is he doing on television? MJ asks, her mind unable to grasp the audacity of the monster. Peter knows exactly what he's doing. He's taking over the world, one lie at a time. On the screen, Norman continues his carefully scripted confession, claiming that the goblin is a creature Fury created. That is not me, he states with a straight face. He is blaming his own inner darkness on Shield, painting himself as a victim of a perverted experiment meant to punish God. MJ watches with a mix of disgust and disbelief, her hand to her mouth. Oh my God, what is he doing, she asks. Peter explains that Osborne is publicly burying Nick Fury, using his own escape to dismantle the only organization that could contain him. She asks if any of it is true, if Fury really did this to him. No, but see, it's working already, Peter notes. He sees the public's reaction, the way the narrative is shifting in Norman's favor. The monster is being recast as a hero, and the truth is being left in the wreckage of the Triskelion. Peter turns and starts walking toward the exit of the alley, his mind already racing ahead to the next move. Come on, we have to tell someone. MJ insists, but Peter knows that there is no one left to tell. He has to get MJ and Aunt May to safety before the goblin comes for them. MJ stops, leaning against the cold brick wall as the tears finally begin to fall. Stop, she whispers. She is a teenager who has seen too much, and the sheer weight of their lives is finally crushing her. She can't keep running from ghosts that have become real. Peter pulls her into a tight embrace, burying his face in her hair as he tries to offer a comfort he doesn't feel. It's okay. I'm sorry, he whispers. They are just two kids in a big city, and the monsters are winning. For a moment, the world of superheroes and villains fades away, leaving only the quiet sound of her sobbing. He pulls back, his hands on her face as he forces her to look at him. I need you to hold it together. I need you to be stronger, he tells her. He is asking for the impossible, but he knows it's the only way they survive the night. He needs to know if she can do this, if she can be the anchor he needs. MJ wipes her eyes, her expression a mix of exhaustion and resolve. Yeah, okay? Yeah, she stammers. She is finding her strength in the middle of the storm, a quiet courage that matches Peter's own. They are a team, and they won't let Osborne take anything else from them. They arrive at the house, their footsteps heavy as they approach the porch light. Crap. There's someone over, Peter notes, his heart sinking as he sees a red sports car in the driveway. He was hoping for a quiet exit, but the world won't let them go that easily. MJ's panic returns in an instant, her eyes searching the shadows for a green monster. Is it him? What if it's him? She whispers. Peter assures her that Osborne is still on TV, but he knows that doesn't mean they're safe. He tells her they have to go in, but they have to be cool. A car pulls up to the curb, its headlights cutting through the darkness as a woman screams MJ's name from the window. MJ, get in the car. Her mother yells, her voice filled with a desperate maternal fear. The chaos of the Triskelion has reached every corner of the city, and the parents are coming for their children. Peter and MJ share a final, desperate look as the car idling at the curb waits for her. She's right. Go, Peter says, his voice a flat, dead sound. He knows he can't protect her if she stays, and he can't fight if he's worried about her. They trade a final, I love you, before the world pulls them apart. MJ looks back from the car window, her face a mask of heartbreak as she watches Peter standing alone on the sidewalk. She is leaving her heart behind in the middle of a war zone. She wonders if she will ever see the boy she loves again, or if this is their final goodbye. Peter steps into the darkened house, the silence of the hallway a sharp contrast to the screaming city outside. He can hear voices from the living room, a conversation that sounds far too normal for a night like this. He is a boy coming home to a life that no longer exists. He enters the living room to find Aunt May sitting on the couch with a well-dressed man. Sweetie, you're home. Great, she says, her voice lacking its usual warmth. She tells him she has someone she wants to introduce him to, a doctor who has been waiting to meet him. The man stands up, extending a hand as he introduces himself as Dr. Miles Warren. Peter looks at him with a mix of confusion and suspicion, his mind already occupied by the monster on the screen. Can I talk to you for a minute? It's really important, he tells his aunt, ignoring the doctor entirely. Aunt May's expression is cold, her eyes fixed on her nephew with a disappointment that cuts deeper than any physical blow. That was this close to rude, she snaps. She mentions that Norman Osborn is on TV making a real circus of things, unaware that the main attraction is currently standing in her living room. Peter pulls her aside, his voice a frantic whisper as he asks if she knows what Osborn is doing. Does he know who you really are? She asks, the truth of Peter's secret finally coming home to roost. The answer is yes, and the implications are terrifying for everyone involved. He tells her they have to leave, that they have to get somewhere safe, anywhere but here. Oh, I don't know, he stammers when she asks what channel he was on. He is a kid trying to save his world from a man who has already destroyed everything else. Aunt May looks around the room, her gaze lingering on the photos of her family as she realizes the safety of their home is a lie. Where, she asks. Anywhere but here, Peter replies. He doesn't have a plan, only a desperate need to protect the only person he has left. Dr. Warren interrupts them, his expression one of polite concern as he prepares to leave. I'm so sorry, I have to go. One of my old patients is having a bit of an episode, he says. He suggests they do this another night, his eyes lingering on Peter for a second too long. Peter watches him leave, his suspicion growing even as he tries to focus on his aunt. You're not mad. Not at all, he says to May, his words a desperate attempt to fix a relationship that has been broken by secrets. She looks at him with a weary sadness that he doesn't know how to fix. The doctor says his final goodbyes, promising to call soon as he steps out into the night. Peter and May stand in the hallway, the silence between them filled with the unspoken truths of the last few years. The world is changing, and they are being left behind. May sighs, a sound of profound relief as the doctor's car pulls away. Well, that was lucky, she says. If by lucky you mean there's a mutated insane person stalking our lives, Peter counters. He tells her to pack her things, but he announces that he is staying behind to deal with the problem. Aunt May's response is immediate and unwavering. No, you come with me, she commands. She is a woman who has already lost a husband to the shadows of this city, and she won't lose her nephew to a monster in a green suit. Peter looks her in the eye, his expression one of grim determination as he explains the reality of their situation. It only stops if I'm there to stop it, he says. He tells her that the authorities are useless against a man like Osborne. He has to do this, no matter the cost. May looks down, her shoulders sagging under the weight of his words. RRR? I'm supposed to protect you, she whispers. She is a guardian who has failed to protect her charge from the very thing she feared the most. She is a mother in every way that matters, and her heart is breaking. Peter reaches out, his hand resting on her shoulder as he offers a comfort he doesn't feel. And now, I'm protecting you, he tells her. He is no longer the boy who needed her to mend his clothes. He is the man who will stand between her and the abyss. Aunt May says nothing, her head bowed in a silent acceptance of the role he has chosen. She knows she can't stop him, and she knows she can't follow him. She is a witness to the final transformation of her nephew into the hero he was always meant to be. Outside, Peter helps her into the car, his movements quick and efficient. This is so insane, he mutters to himself. He tells her to go to a hotel, to order room service and watch pay-per-view, and to try not to think about the monster on the screen. He is trying to give her a normal life in the middle of a nightmare. He leans into the car window, his expression softening for a moment as he looks at her. And if you feel your heart, you know, he starts, a final reminder of her health in the middle of the chaos. She tells him she has her meds, her eyes fixed on his with a silent plea to come home. The car pulls away, its taillights fading into the darkness as Peter waves goodbye from the sidewalk. He is alone now, the only thing between the city and the monsters. The silence of the street is a heavy, expectant thing, waiting for the first blow to fall. He stands in front of his house, his silhouette a lone sentinel against the night sky. He is a boy who has lost his childhood, a hero who has lost his peace. He is waiting for the monster to come home, and he is ready for the final confrontation. Gaze is fixed on the horizon, his expression one of cold, focused anger. Osborne, he whispers. The name is a curse, a promise, and a final reckoning. The hunt is over. Now the battle begins. Spiderman swings through the city, a red and blue blur against the twilight sky. He is a creature of the rooftops now, moving with a grace that defies the chaos below. He is heading toward the one place where he knows the monster will return. Home. He perches on the edge of a skyscraper, his eyes scanning the streets for any sign of his creator. On the small chance he is that? No, he tells himself. He is struggling to find the logic in Norman's plan, to understand the mind of a man who has lost everything and still wants more. He swings down toward Norman's penthouse, his movements cautious as he approaches the broken window. He's not on TV anymore. I lost my window there, he notes. He is a detective in a costume, piecing together the movements of a ghost who has finally come back to haunt him. He steps into the apartment, the room a mess of broken furniture and shattered glass. I know he's not. He's not that crazy. He whispers, his words a desperate attempt to find a rationality in the madness. But as he looks around, he realizes that the goblin has already been here. In the kitchen, a bowl of cereal sits unfinished on the counter, a bizarrely domestic scene in the middle of a war zone. It's a sign of a life interrupted, a reminder that even monsters have to eat. Peter looks at the bowl, a chill running down his spine as he realizes someone is still in the apartment. He turns, his senses screaming a warning as he hears a movement from the hallway. He is a predator on alert, his muscles coiled for a strike. He is waiting for the goblin to emerge from the shadows, ready for the final battle to begin. But the figure that emerges from the darkness isn't the monster he was expecting. A man in a bathrobe walks into the room, his head bowed as he dries his hair with a towel. He looks remarkably ordinary, a man coming home from a long day at the office. Peter watches him with a mix of confusion and suspicion, his body poised for a fight he no longer understands. He whispers as the man stops and looks up. The ordinary man is not Norman Osborn, but someone else entirely, and he doesn't look happy to see a superhero in his kitchen. The man looks at Spider-Man with a cold, detached expression, his eyes showing a disturbing lack of surprise. Hey? You're not Osborn, Peter notes, his voice a mix of relief and mounting dread. He realizes that he has walked into a trap, one that he didn't even know existed. Suddenly, the man begins to glow with a blinding blue light, his skin crackling with electrical energy. It's Max Dillon, and he's not interested in another audition. Fair out, it's naked electric guy? Peter quips, his humor a shield against the mounting fear. Dillon isn't amused, and he's ready to end the show before it even begins. A massive surge of electricity erupts from Dillon's body, plunging the room into a blinding blue light. It's electro, %. He roars, his voice distorted by the power he wields. He is a being of pure energy, and the penthouse is about to become his playground. Spider-Man leaps out of the way just as a bolt of lightning shatters the counter behind him. Whatever. I don't even want to know what part of his body that electricity is shooting out of, he shouts back. He is a master of the mid-air dodge, his agility the only thing keeping him alive in the face of Dillon's raw power. High above the city, the SHIELD helicarrier and its fleet of gunships circle the wreckage of the Triskelion, their searchlights cutting through the smoke. Mr. President, we had Osborn's location. An officer reports into her comms. They are struggling to find a target in a city that is rapidly becoming a war zone. Inside the command center, the air is filled with the sound of shouting and the beeping of alarms. What if Osborn is right? Right about what? One agent asks, the seeds of doubt Norman planted starting to sprout among the ranks. They are an organization under fire, both from their enemies and their own conscience. Captain Danvers looks at the screen, her face a mask of cold determination as she tries to contain the fallout. I'm on the phone with the president of the . She starts before being interrupted by another report. Someone has spotted Dillon, and they're heading south toward the bridge. She stares at the monitor, her eyes narrowing as she realizes the gravity of the situation. Well, we've got something. She notes. They have a target, but they don't have a plan to stop a man who can turn their own technology against them. The hunt is on, and the city is the prize. Back in the penthouse, the battle between Spider-Man and Electro is tearing the apartment apart. You little son of a... Dillon growls as another bolt of lightning shatters the wall behind Peter. He is a creature of pure, unbridled rage, and he's determined to incinerate the spider once and for all. Peter swings through the room, dodging a hail of electrical blasts with a grace that defies the chaos. Hey, I was just here to see if Osborn wanted to subscribe to the Daily Bugle, no need Towag. He quips, his voice a sharp contrast to the roar of the current. He is a hero who never stops talking, even when the world is ending. He kicks a chair at Dillon, the wood shattering into splinters as it hits the energy field. Eat me, the electrical villain roars, his power levels reaching a fever pitch. He is a monster with a message, and he's determined to deliver it with a lethal dose of current. Suddenly, Dillon blasts off through the broken window, his body a streak of blue light against the dark city. He's running away? You're running away? Peter asks in disbelief. He realized that the battle has moved from the penthouse to the streets, and the stakes have just gone up. Peter swings after him, his webline a lifeline in the middle of a high-speed chase. Hey, you forgot your dignity, he shouts after the glowing figure. He is a master of the chase, his agility and speed the only things keeping him within striking distance of the fleeing villain. Dillon blasts through a line of cars, the electrical current jumping from vehicle to vehicle and sending a shower of sparks into the air. Can't even take a moment to Peter starts as he dodges a flying car door. The city is a battlefield, and the civilians are caught in the crossfire. He catches up to Dillon near a neon-lit embassy, the electrical blasts illuminating the street with a sickly blue light. Backslash, oh, come on. Will you just @% and off? Backslash, the villain screams back. He is a monster at the end of his rope, and he's ready to burn down the entire city to get away. A massive bolt of lightning strikes a street lamp, sending a shower of glass onto the sidewalk below. Backslash, hey, 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 what's with the potty mouth? Peter asks, his humor a weapon in its own right. He is trying to keep Dylan focused on him, away from the innocent bystanders who are scrambling for safety. Dylan pauses for a moment, his hands glowing with a terrifying intensity as he prepares for one final strike. Backslash, you can run around the city naked and try to electrocute me all you want, but please. Backslash, Peter starts, his voice filled with a weary, heroic defiance. He is a teenager with a death wish, and he's not backing down. He lunges forward, his fist connecting with Dylan's chest in a shower of blue sparks. Try to do it with some class, Backslash, he commands. He is a hero who believes in the rules of engagement, even when his enemy is a being of pure energy. The blow sends a shockwave through the street, shattering windows for blocks. Dylan roars in pain, his energy field flickering as he struggles to maintain his form. Backslash, there. Die. Backslash, he shrieks, unleashing a massive surge of electricity that knocks Peter backward. He is a monster with a single goal, and he's determined to achieve it no matter the cost. Peter hits a brick wall with a sickening thud, his costume torn and his body smoking from the electrical discharge. Backslash, damn. Backslash, he gasps as he tries to find his footing. He is a hero at the edge of his endurance, his strength failing even as his spirit remains unbroken. He looks up just in time to see another blast of lightning heading his way, the current arching across the street with a lethal precision. He is a target in a shooting gallery, and the shooter has infinite ammo. He realizes that the only way to win this fight is to change the game entirely. Dylan stops for a second, his glowing eyes searching the smoke for any sign of his opponent. Backslash, aw, crap, where did he asks. He has lost the spider in the chaos, and the realization that he might be outsmarted is starting to set in. The hunter is about to become the prey once again. Suddenly, a web line snaps around Dylan's wrist, the reinforced fiber conducting a massive surge of current back toward the villain. A sharp crack echoes through the street as the energy feeds back into his own body. It's a move of pure, desperate genius, and it works better than Peter could have hoped. The feedback sends Dylan spinning through the air, his energy field exploding in a blinding flash of white light. Backslash, og. Backslash, he screams as he hits the ground with a bone-jarring impact. The electrical threat has been grounded, but at a terrible cost to the hero who made it happen. Peter crashes through the window of a nearby clothing store, his body a red and blue blur among the mannequins. Backslash, oof, backslash, he gasps as he hits the floor. He is a hero in a sale rack, his costume a mess of tears and burns. He is a boy who just wants a nap, but the world won't let him sleep. He pulls himself out of a pile of clothes, his movements slow and painful as he checks for broken bones. He looks around the store, the silence of the shop a sharp contrast to the battle outside. He is a hero in the middle of a mundane world, and the juxtaposition is a reminder of everything he is fighting for. Outside, Dylan slowly pulls himself off the ground, his body still crackling with electrical discharge. Come on out here, you little brat. Backslash, he roars. He wants to finish his life without bumping into Spider-Man every 5 minutes. He is a monster with a grudge, and he's ready for one final round. But the battle is about to be interrupted by a new force of nature, one that doesn't care about superheroes or villains. SHIELD tactical units, flying on individual jetpacks, circle above the street like metal vultures. Backslash, a target identified? Target confirmed, backslash, their comms chatter. The order is given with a chilling finality. Backslash, fire? Backslash, a hail of high-powered energy bolts rains down on the street, illuminating the night with a terrifying brilliance. The authorities have arrived, and they're not taking prisoners. The street erupts in a series of explosions as the SHIELD weapons hit their targets with lethal precision. Backslash, ag. Backslash, Dylan screams as he is hit by a concentrated blast. The power of the state is being unleashed on a single man, and the result is a one-sided slaughter. Dylan collapses back into the ruins of a store, his energy field flickering and dying as the current is drained from his body. He is a monster at the end of his rope, his power levels reaching a critical low. The nightmare of Electro is coming to an end, one bolt at a time. Inside the store, Peter watches the carnage through the broken glass, his hands over his ears to block out the deafening roar of the weapons. Shields holding? Barely. An agent reports from above. They are trying to contain the feedback, but the raw power being unleashed is more than their technology can handle. Another blast hits a nearby car, the fuel tank exploding in a massive fireball that consumes the street. The city is a graveyard of metal and glass. Peter realizes that he is caught in the middle of a fire-free zone, and his survival is no longer a certainty. The SHIELD units continue their assault, the sky filled with the streaks of energy as they pour everything they have into the target. HRRRGGHH? Dylan screams one last time, his voice a sound of pure, unadulterated agony. The world is ending for Max Dylan, and it's ending in a storm of blue light. Peter pulls back from the window, his expression one of pure disbelief as he watches the destruction. Whoa, he gasps. He is a witness to the final, violent reckoning of a man who once dreamed of being a god. He is a hero who has seen too much, and he realizes that the world he once knew is gone forever. A final, concentrated bolt of energy hits the wreckage of the store, the force of the impact sending a shower of dust and debris into the air. A sickening spack echoes through the street as the last of Dylan's energy is extinguished. The battle is over, and the silence that follows is more terrifying than the noise. Spiderman swings out from his hiding place, his movements slow and deliberate as he looks at the devastation. He sees the smoking remains of the pier, a tire rolling across the asphalt in a bizarrely normal postscript to the battle. He is a survivor in a world of ghosts. The SHIELD agents hover above, their weapons still leveled at the wreckage. You got it? Take the shot. Their commander orders. They are looking for any sign of life, any reason to continue the assault. They have become the monsters they were sent to hunt. Peter dodges a stray blast, his body spinning through the air as the energy bolts singe his costume. Let me get out of the way before you og. Thank you. He shouts back, his sarcasm a final act of defiance. He is a hero who is being hunted by the very people he once tried to help. He swings through a series of explosions, his body silhouetted against the fire and smoke of the harbor. Hey, I have a question. He says, his voice a whisper against the roar of the engines. He wants to know if they ever get the urge to just give up, to let the madness consume them entirely. A massive fireball erupts behind him as the final depot is consumed by the flames. Peter looks back at the destruction, his expression a mix of heartbreak and resolve. He is a boy who has lost his home, his safety, and his trust in the world. He is a hero who has nowhere left to go. Suddenly, a webline snaps taut as the SHIELD agents unleash a final, concentrated barrage on the remaining wreckage. You're not going too, Orig. One pilot screams as his engine is hit by the feedback. The sky is filled with falling metal, a rain of fire that threatens to consume everyone in its path. Peter swings through the chaos, his body a red and blue streak against the white-hot light of the explosions. Whoa. He gasps as he dodges another falling aircraft. He is a hero at the center of a technological collapse, his agility the only thing keeping him from becoming another casualty of the war. The entire street is consumed by a blinding white light as the final SHIELD weapon detonates. I'll kill you all? A voice screams through the static, a final hateful promise from a man who has lost his humanity. The world is ending, and it's ending in a flash of pure, unadulterated hate. Peter stands in the middle of the street as the energy bolts continue to rain down, his body wreathed in the flickering light of the explosions. GGKK? He gasps as the shockwaves hit him with the force of a physical blow. He is a hero who has reached his limit, his body broken and his spirit at the breaking point. He looks down at the fallen Electro, his eyes wide with a mix of pity and fear. Well, that could have gone worse. I don't know how. He mutters. He is interrupted by the sound of boots on the asphalt, the heavy footsteps of the men who have come to finish the job. Get on your knees. They command. Peter looks up at the bright light of a helicopter spotlight, his face a mask of weary defiance. Oh, come on. He sighs. He is a teenager who just wants to go home, but the world won't let him leave the battlefield. He is a hero who has run out of jokes. The SHIELD agent levels his rifle at Peter's chest, his finger on the trigger. You have till the count of 3. He bellows. There is no mercy in his voice, only the cold, hard logic of a man following orders. The hero has become the target, and the clock is ticking. Peter raises his hands, his head bowed in a final, desperate plea for sanity. No, 1, no, 2. The agent counts down. I want to talk to Nick Fury. I want to talk to Peter starts, but his words are lost in the roar of the engines. The world is closing in, and the exit is being sealed shut. The commander's eyes are visible through her visor, her expression one of grim, unquestioning duty. Take him down, she orders. The final decree has been given, and the hero has nowhere left to swing. The reckoning has arrived, and it's not the one Peter Parker ever expected. The energy bolts rain down on Peter, his body jerking with every impact as the street erupts in fire and smoke. You people are in a lot of he starts, but the words are cut short by a direct hit. He is a hero being dismantled by the very justice he once believed in. A sharp ag echoes through the street as a bolt tears through Peter's shoulder, the heat so intense it cauterizes the wound instantly. He is a boy in pain, his strength failing as the world turns into a blur of light and noise. The spider is falling, and there's no webline left to catch him. He collapses onto the ruined street, his body a broken mess of red and blue fabric. He is a hero who has given everything, and the world has responded with fire. The silence of the city returns, a heavy, suffocating thing that heralds the end of an era. The SHIELD units circle above, their searchlights focusing on the fallen hero. Target down. Well, all right, the commander reports with a chilling lack of emotion. They have won the battle, but they have lost the war for the soul of the city. The nightmare is over, or so they think. A close-up shows Peter's face, his eyes closed and his features pale against the cold concrete. He is a boy who was once Spider-Man, now just another casualty in a war he didn't start. He is a ghost of the hero he was, a reminder of the cost of power and responsibility. He groans, a low NNN, escaping his lips as he begins to regain consciousness. The darkness is fading, replaced by a cold, clinical light that smells of ozone and antiseptic. He is a survivor who has woken up in a world he no longer recognizes. He pulls himself up, his eyes widening in shock as he realizes where he is. He is sitting in a sterile, high-security cell, the very kind he once helped put monsters into. He is a prisoner of SHIELD, the organization he once called an ally. He looks around the room, his gaze lingering on the cold, concrete walls and the single security camera in the corner. Hello, he asks, his voice echoing in the silent room. He is alone in the dark, a hero in a cage, and the story of Peter Parker has just taken its most terrifying turn yet. To be continued. The cover of Ultimate Spider-Man, issue 115 looms, featuring Spider-Man and Kitty Pryde standing back-to-back amidst a fiery explosion, prepared for the battle of their lives. The story so far: Peter Parker and Mary Jane are back together, but his life remains a chaotic mess of secret identities and government conspiracies. Captured by SHIELD after a skirmish at Norman Osborn's apartment, Peter sits alone in a high-tech cell, wondering if he'll ever see the light of day again. Night has fallen over a quiet suburban street, where the flickering lights of television sets are the only sign of life. Inside, Kitty Pryde and her friend Kenny are buried in textbooks. You really have no idea how unbelievably boring and useless it is, Kitty sighs, staring at her trigonometry homework. Kenny looks up with a grin. But hey, Kitty, you got to kick Magneto's touches instead. That did take a dent out of the semester. Kitty smiles softly, closing her book. Hey Kenny, thanks for helping me with this. It was cool for you to be a friend to me. Her expression falters as the weight of her reality sinks in. I can't believe how I'm the circus freak now. I really was protected at Xavier's school. Kenny leans back, trying to be the voice of reason. Our school can handle you going there. Spider-Man goes to our school, the Green Goblin attacked, they'll get used to you. Kitty looks unconvinced. I think all that's the reason everyone is doubly scared of me. Suddenly, her eyes dart to the television screen, her hand flying to her mouth in shock. Oh my God, she whispers. The news anchor's voice cuts through the room. Hero Spider-Man has been taken into custody. Exclusive footage shows him being led away by agents of SHIELD. Kenny's jaw drops as they watch the blurry footage of the masked hero in handcuffs. Whoa, they arrested him. Kitty stands up, her mind racing. I gotta go take care of this. Kenny looks confused. Like now, can I kick you out without being rude? What are you going to do? Kitty doesn't answer, her face set in a mask of grim determination as she realizes Peter is in serious trouble. In the cold, sterile environment of the Triskelion, SHIELD's headquarters, Peter sits on the edge of his cot. Hello, he calls out to the silent cameras. The door slides open with a mechanical hiss, and a sharp-featured woman in a suit steps in, flanked by armed guards. Mr. Parker, it's a pleasure to meet you without the mask. Peter stands up, his voice rising in anger. Where's Nick Fury? I want to talk to Nick Fury. The woman remains unfazed. Nick Fury's not here, as you may have heard. Peter snaps back, I didn't do anything, but she simply replies, we'll see. Peter clutches his head in frustration. Can a day go by without someone else knowing my real name? One day, just one day. A metallic noise echoes through the room. You should keep your mask on then, she says. Peter gestures wildly. Hey, the web fluid is expensive. He glares at her, the tension in the room thick enough to cut. Who are you? She stares him down. Captain Carol Danvers, acting director of SHIELD. Peter is stunned. You're in charge of SHIELD. Peter crosses his arms, leaning back against the wall. Hey, good for you, can I go now? No, why? Danvers adjusts her sunglasses. I'm playing a game. It's not a game I invented, but it's a game that has to be played. Peter smirks, trying to hide his fear with humor. Is it hungry, hungry hippos? Danvers blinks, her expression stone cold. What? Peter continues his analogy. Hungry, hungry hippos. 4 plastic hippos all trying to gobble up this little white ball, because I kind of feel like the little white ball. A faint, dangerous smile touches her lips. You are funny. She holds up a pair of power-dampening cuffs. Peter drops the act. Yeah, I'm cracking myself up. Seriously, what's the game? Meanwhile, in a luxury Manhattan condo, the news continues to blast the image of Spider-Man's arrest across the screen. Norman Osborn sits on his sofa, laughing hysterically. They arrested him, they arrested him. His lawyer, Joseph Sinnott, watches him with concern. Norman. Sinnott tries to bring him back to reality. Norman, I'm your lawyer. Listen to me. Give yourself up to the authorities. Norman just scoffs. I have not been charged with a crime. I was unlawfully held against my will. I was not charged. Sinnott stands firm. Norman, you're an enemy of the state. There is nothing keeping you out of prison but your own. Norman stands up and heads for the fridge. The FBI and the White House hate Nick Fury. I am burying Nick Fury for them. I will be rewarded for this. He looks back over his shoulder, a predatory glint in his eye. They may hate him, but they hate you too. Oh, and I need my money. Sinnott's face turns pale. I'm not helping you, Norman. Out of the sheer self-preservation of it, I am not helping you anymore. Norman steps into his lawyer's personal space, his voice dropping to a low growl. So you don't have my money. The shadow of Norman Osborn looms large over the trembling lawyer. Norman, Sinnott pleads, his voice cracking. Norman's anger boils over. You stole my money, then you better give me your money. You're making this very difficult. Eyes begin to burn with a hellish orange fire. Difficult, what's difficult, is how they are going to identify you. Back at the Triskelion, the interrogation continues. What was your deal with Nick Fury, anyhow? Carol asks as she tests the equipment. Peter looks down, remembering his old mentor. Height was complicated, but on its best day, he was letting me go on with my life and graduate high school. Danvers stares at him. I'm trying to figure out what I'm going to do with you after Osborne is taken care of. She leans in. Is that what you want to do when you grow up? Peter looks at her with a mixture of confusion and defiance. Do with me. He sighs, the weight of the night showing on his face. At this point, I'd settle for just growing up. Danvers reads through his file on her tablet. Yeah, so you go to high school, you have a girlfriend, parents are dead, clones, you have clones. She looks up from the screen. That must be weird, huh? Peter is done with the questions. What am I here? Where is here? It's the Triskelion, you're in New York, you're safe. Peter scoffs. Yeah, safe. Peter begins to pace the cell, his voice rising in panic. Well, he's crazy. You can examine it up and down all you want. He throws his hands up. Sociological, economic, even political level, any way you look at it, he is just plain all out of his gourd. And this crazy gets focused on me sometimes. Or his son, or Nick Fury, or the President of the United States, even. He stares at the wall, recounting the horrors. And then, he injected himself with goblin goo and made himself even crazier. He injected his own son, that's how crazy. Danvers watches him through the security glass, her face unreadable. You went to school with Harry Osborne? Friends, Peter replies. Yes. She shifts her focus. That's how you know Norman. Why did you go to Osborne's apartment tonight? Peter looks exhausted. Why? I was trying to do what I could to help you, because I can. And if I didn't at least try, I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. The room is suddenly interrupted by a series of high-pitched electronic chirps from Danvers' communicator. She steps away, answering the call. Excuse me, this is Danvers. Agent Wu's voice crackles over the line. This is Agent Wu reporting from the Upper West Side. We got a high-rise penthouse burning. Belonged to Joseph Sinnott, attorney at law. Danvers listens intently. Really, I called the war room. They are already working on it. She stands in the wreckage of the interrogation room. If he used his powers, the eye in the sky will be able to track the power signature trail. She snaps the communicator shut with a sharp click. She turns back to Peter. Okay, kiddo, game over, we need to. Before she can finish, a shadow leaps from the ceiling. It's Kitty Pryde, and she's not here for a visit. Kitty phases through the guards and the desk, landing a kick right on Danvers. Excuse me, those aren't yours. Automatic gunfire erupts as the SHIELD agents scramble to react, bullets passing harmlessly through the phasing mutant. Kitty grabs Peter, pulling him through the wall as beams of energy sizzle past them. Kitty, I can't believe you. What's up? She quips. They plummet towards the ground outside. Let's go, Kitty shouts over the rushing air. Carol Danvers pulls herself up, rubbing her jaw. Ow. Outside on the docks, Kitty is throwing agents into the water. Stop hitting people, Peter yells. I'm getting you out of here. Peter looks back in horror as more reinforcements arrive. Let's just go. Ms. Pryde, do I have to call your mother? Kitty stands her ground as more SHIELD agents surround them. I'm taking him and I'm leaving. You can't just hold people. Carol Danvers steps forward, her arms crossed. I'd call Xavier, but you're not there anymore, correct? She holds up a small, high-tech device. See this? This will paralyze your powers for a couple of days, even your phasing through things powers. Peter and Kitty scream in unison. You arrested him for no reason. He's not the bad guy. Yeah. Danvers sighs, looking exhausted. I didn't arrest him. I was holding him in protective custody. There's a maniac on the loose. But the truth is I was using him as bait. Peter stares at her, disgusted. Bait, Danvers continues. I misread it and now he's out there killing lawyers. He got him. An agent whispers into Danvers' ear. Where? Trump Tower. Trump Tower? What's he doing in Trump Tower? Danvers immediately begins barking orders. Alpha Team, Hulkbuster Unit 2, suit up and get in the air. She shoves weapons into Peter and Kitty's hands. Here, let's go. Peter looks confused. What? We're on the team of what? You're on the team. Danvers addresses the room. Who here has goblin fighting experience? Peter slowly raises his hand, looking down at the massive gun he's holding. Yeah, but... Danvers ignores him, Who here has superpowers? We're moving out and you're coming. Peter protests, I don't need a gun. She leans in close. It's not a gun, it's a neuroneutralizer. Point, shoot, he stops goblining. Your SHIELD agents today, grow a pair. Peter and Kitty look at each other, the weight of their new weapons heavy. Well, I guess we better do something cool. Moments later, Spider-Man is swinging through the Manhattan skyline. A fleet of SHIELD flyers following closely behind him as they race toward Trump Tower. Inside another luxury apartment, a terrified man trembles. I want my money, Ernie. Norman Osborn's voice is a cold, menacing whisper. Ernie's family cowers on the couch. Norman, please. I know what I paid you when you were my accountant. You and my lawyer took my money. Norman looms over Ernie. Seriously, do I actually have to hurt your family in front of you to get my money? Ernie stammers, and Norman I don't have your, but he's cut off by a terrifying sound. Norman lets out a demonic roar, his body twisting and turning into the monstrous green goblin. So that would be a yes. Suddenly, the window shatters as energy beams from the SHIELD team blast into the room, knocking the goblin back. Spider-Man swings in, landing a powerful kick right on the goblin's jaw. Oh my God, Norman Osborn, Norman, is that you? The room is a chaos of explosions and crumbling masonry. Kitty phases Ernie's family through the wreckage. Hi, come with me, please. Peter stands over the fallen monster. How have you been, buddy? You look, well, green and goblin-y. The goblin glares at him, his eyes burning with renewed fury. Outside, the SHIELD agents hover in their jetpacks. He's not down. He should be down. Well, shoulda coulda. The goblin lunges forward with a roar. Peter dodges, mocking him. Hi, Yug. That's hardly a it's clobbering time level of catchphrase. Spider-Man fires his web shooters. Come on, Normie. He lands another solid punch. This is also Octavius of you, showing up in people's homes and trashing all their stuff. Danvers barks over the comms. I want shooters at 6, 9, and 11. If you get a shot, take it. The goblin rips the webbing from his face, screaming in rage. Parker. Peter doesn't miss a beat. You got to get some of your own moves, some signature Normie moves. Peter webs the goblin's head and swings around him. I have this new thing where I web your head, then punch you while you're distracted, so. He lands a kick, but suddenly his spider sense begins to blare. The goblin catches his fist. Parker, this is not how you and I will. What? I can't hear you with my fist in your face. Peter struggles against the monster's grip. To tell you the truth, Normie, I kinda missed you a little. The goblin's massive hand closes around Peter's leg. Where else can I oops? With a guttural roar, the goblin swings Spider-Man around like a rag doll, preparing to throw him into the night. Peter is tossed through the skyscraper's window, the glass shattering into a million pieces. Crap. Back inside, the goblin is engulfed in a series of bright, blinding explosions as the SHIELD team opens fire. Kitty Pryde watches in horror as her friend is thrown from the building. The goblin, seeing his opening, leaps out after Peter, disappearing into the darkness below. High above the streets of New York, Spider-Man and the Green Goblin fall together, a deadly dance amidst the swirling glass and city lights. Peter tumbles through the air, the wind whistling past him. This sucks. SHIELD flyers swoop down after them. Osborn is overboard. Go. The goblin roars, his eyes glowing with malice as he closes the distance between them. Think of gravity, Peter thinks to himself. Peter's mind is racing as the ground rushes up to meet them. I so wish I could turn off my spider sense sometimes. I know I'm in danger. Thank you. He tries to fire his web shooters, but only a pathetic hiss comes out. Nothing to grab onto, nothing to stop the fall. Think. Kitty Pryde watches from the broken window, her heart sinking. He's out of webs. Peter screams as he continues his freefall. No webs. Carol Danvers used up all my webs. Kitty dives out of the building, her body phasing through the air. Physics. Think of physics. Think of something other than gravity and splat. She looks down at the crowded streets below. Oh my God, the people on the street. Down below, tourists are gawking at the bright neon lights of Times Square, unaware of the death falling from above. Kitty screams at the top of her lungs. Hey, people, move. She focuses every ounce of her will, reaching out for Peter. Move, move. The crowds finally look up, seeing the blur of color plummeting toward them. A ball of fire and shadow streaks through the sky, destined for the pavement. Kitty's hand stretches out, her fingertips almost touching Peter's suit. The buildings blur into streaks of light, as the ground becomes the only thing in their world. The goblin prepares for impact, his body tense and ready for the carnage. Kitty's hand finally closes around Peter's wrist. A flash of light erupts as they make contact. The ground is inches away, the textures of the asphalt visible. They disappear into the darkness of the pavement, phasing through the very earth. A final trail of smoke is all that remains where the hero and the monster were seconds before. A massive explosion rocks the intersection of Times Square as cars are tossed like toys, and a giant wave of water erupts from a broken main. In the murky darkness of the sewers, Peter gasps for air. What's that smell? Kitty is sitting nearby, coughing. That would be us. We're in the sewer underneath the street. Peter asks, are we dead? I smell dead. Kitty brushes sewage off her suit. I phased you through the street at the last second. Peter looks at her with genuine gratitude. You did that for me. You came to rescue me. Peter stands up, his eyes narrowing. Let's just go up there and beat the holy green snot out of Osborn. Kitty grabs his arm. Hold on. They emerge back onto the street to find a scene of total devastation. Smoke and fire fill the air as emergency crews arrive. SHIELD agents immediately surround them with their weapons drawn. We want Osborn. Dude, I'm phasing right now, Kitty shouts. Danvers marches up to them. Where is he? Peter retorts. That's a very good question. Where is he? An agent stammers. He crashed, Agent Danvers, and he flew over there. He bounced. Danvers is furious. Find him. Peter stands on a piece of wreckage, looking around. Where is he? 1 minute he's there and the next he is. He checks his spider sense, but it's silent. No spider sense, no danger. Can these SHIELD agents be that lame? Danvers is on the radio again. Eye in the sky, this is Director Danvers. We lost Osborn. Do you have an energy signature trail? Director Danvers, we have nothing. Peter turns on Danvers, his anger boiling over. You had it. And then you put me in jail and dangled me like a carrot, and still I helped you. And then the second I turned my head, you lost the bad guy. Danvers barks back, we're looking at you on satellite now. I'm not looking for me, Peter screams. Kitty pulls him away. You know what, let's go. Peter looks at Danvers one last time. If I see him, I promise, I'll call him. Danvers looks stunned. Where are you going? He's out there. Peter replies flatly, we're going home, we have school in 4 hours. They walk away, Danvers mutters under her breath. There's more carrots where that came from. High above the city, Peter swings through the night with Kitty in his arms. Man, this is much more fun with the webs. And boy, do we smell, Kitty adds. Peter looks down at the flickering lights of Manhattan. A little of both. They land on a rooftop, the cool night air a welcome relief. Well, Indiana Jones, you certainly haven't forgotten how to show a lady a good time. Peter smirks, cute. Kitty looks at him seriously. But you came to my rescue. Peter tries to shrug it off. Yeah, seriously, don't make a thing of it. What was I supposed to do? You looked so lame on TV. They sit together on the ledge, the silence of the night broken only by the distant sound of sirens. I really am. I know. You did not deserve that. I know. Kitty looks away. I know. Peter takes a deep breath. You know, I'm so sorry we ended the way we did. Kitty sighs. Let's not pull at that string. The entire sweater of my life will unravel. I'm thinking about dating Kenny. Peter blinks in surprise. Kenny from school. Kitty continues. She'd rather you get pounced on in your sleep by Osborn. Peter replies. I'll sleep at home. You want a sleepover? Yeah, no. Kitty smirks. MJ isn't that cool. No one is. Peter looks out at the city. Where's MJ? Aunt May, we should get them somewhere safe. They are somewhere safe. Where? I don't know. Peter's expression turns grim. Osborn, I am so sick of this guy. I hate that this always involves me, and yet it always does. He looks back at Kitty. No, Kenny Rogers, good chicken. Hop on. Spider-Man swings off into the night once more. I know, that's not how you are. Seriously, is he a good dude? Because I'm not in the mood for any more drama. Kitty answers from behind him. He's got sidekickitis a little. He lets his friends boss him around sometimes. He hasn't come into his own. Not saying he won't, he just hasn't yet. They land near Peter's house. Man, Norman's really not coming after us. Should we go back down there? Nah, let the cops do what they do. Kitty looks at Peter. What does Osborne want? Peter sighs. Honestly, I do not know. In the quiet neighborhood of Forest Hills, Queens, the streets are deceptively calm. Spider-Man crouches on a rooftop, observing his own house. Quiet, too quiet. He slips through his bedroom window, the room dark and silent. Peter stands in the middle of the room, his mind still reeling from the night's events. He looks out the window, his eyes widening as he sees a brightly colored van parked on the street. No way. Man, my life is surreal tonight. He heads down to the kitchen, grabbing some snacks and a six-pack of soda. He walks out the front door, still in his Spider-Man pants but with a plain shirt on. He walks up to the van and knocks on the side door. The door slides open to reveal two SHIELD agents surrounded by monitors. Hi, I thought you might want some snacks. One of the agents looks up, surprised. Thanks, you'll be out here all night. The agent nods. Yeah, we're big fans of yours, actually. The other agent mutters, that's really unprofessional. Peter leans against the van. How'd you get to be agents of SHIELD? The agent pulls out a bag of chips. Just signed up. Does it pay well? No, but you get to see cool things and the pension's hot. He points to a control panel. Hell yeah, look at this. What is it? I have no idea. What? Peter asks. The agent laughs, reaching for a switch. I'm jockin' with ya, stand back. With a soft hum, the van's colorful exterior flickers and transforms into a high-tech surveillance vehicle. Okay, that is cool. The agent smiles. It flies too, seriously, but we're not allowed to launch it without authorization. Sucks, gives away the cover. The agent gestures to the house. Sure, well, if you need to use the can or anything, feel free. Awesome, thanks man, but we're good. Peter heads back inside, the door clicking shut behind him. He walks to the kitchen, the answering machine blinking. Peter, it's Aunt May, I'm okay. Call my cell and tell me what I should do. This is just all so odd. The next message plays. Oh my God, Peter, it's MJ. You are all over the TV. What is going on? We're in Jersey. We're okay. Call me. I am freaking out. Peter stares into the darkness of his home, his heart heavy. Osborne is so crazy. Watch out. He could do anything. He walks into the living room and freezes. Norman Osborn is sitting on the couch, wrapped in a white bed sheet. Peter. Peter drops his bowl of cereal, his eyes wide with shock. Get out of here. Norman looks up, his face gaunt and pale. That was a cute display back there in the city. You were trying to get me to attack you, right? Peter points toward the door. There are agents of SHIELD right outside this house. Norman remains calm. And as long as I don't use my powers, they'll stay there. But if you want me to kill them, run outside in your PJ pants and go get them. Peter glares at him, his fists clenched. What do you want? Norman adjusts the sheet. Sorry, I borrowed one of your aunt's bed sheets. Nothing you had in the house fit me. Peter repeats his question, his voice cold. What do you want? Norman leans forward. I want the life that I had. Back. I want my money, I want my son. And I'll gladly destroy Nick Fury and anyone else I can to do it. Peter smirks. Well, Mr. Bad Timing, as usual, Nick Fury ain't around anymore. Hence the fact that he hasn't disintegrated you. Norman looks at him intently. Yes, I have noticed that. Where is he? Peter takes a step forward. What do you want from me? Norman's voice is soft, almost paternal. Boy, you are the only proof left on the entire planet Earth that I am a genius. You're my legacy. You're my proof that I belong in the world. Peter is repulsed. I was an accident. Norman shakes his head. So was penicillin. Peter snaps back. You created you. That's what you created. What you did to Harry. Norman stares into the distance. Yes, but I'm a monster. Yeah, you are a hero. You're my greatest work. You're what I'll be remembered for. He looks at Peter with a twisted logic. If you, the hero of New York, step forward and tell the world that I created you, all else is forgiven. Peter screams in his face. You're a murderer. Norman remains unfazed. After World War II, this country gladly took in Nazi scientists who did things 50,000 times worse than anything I could ever imagine. Peter looks at him with absolute disgust. Including destroying your own son, I was trying to protect him. Peter points a finger at him. Listen, Slappy, I'm not going to help you. You're so crazy that crazy isn't even a sufficient word to describe it. I think we need to invent a new word, just for you. Norman stands up. You have so much to lose. Peter scoffs. See, that's the kind of talk that bums everyone out about you, Sunshine. And you're so threatening in a toga. Norman glares at him. I'm not threatening you, and I'm not scared of you. Suddenly, a loud knock echoes through the house. Knock, knock. Both Peter and Norman freeze, looking toward the front door. A small envelope has been slid under the door, resting on the welcome mat. Peter looks back at Norman, his heart pounding in his chest. He cautiously approaches the door, keeping his eyes on the villain. He picks up the envelope. What is it? Norman asks from the shadows. Peter opens it and reads the single line of text. It says turn on CNN. Peter grabs the remote, the flickering blue light of the television illuminating the room. I wanted Toto speak to all of you. This was my idea. On the screen, Harry Osborn stands before a crowd of reporters. It's important for the people of this city to know the truth. My father is a liar. My father is a sick, sick man, deluded. Norman stares at the screen in disbelief. I have to take these medicines now just to keep from changing. Changing into what? A reporter asks. Harry's voice breaks as he continues. He made me into a monster. He hurt me. He killed my mommy. He's a monster. The orange fire returns to Norman Osborn's eyes, hotter and more dangerous than ever before. Carol Danvers watches the broadcast, her plan falling apart before her eyes. To be continued. In the quiet suburban landscape of Forest Hills, Queens, the morning light filters into a room that looks more like a disaster zone than a teenager's sanctuary. Peter Parker hunches on the floor, his body aching from a battle that feels like it happened a lifetime ago. He clutches his head, the ringing in his ears finally subsiding as he groans. Oh man, ow, what happened? He asks the empty air. On the television screen, a news broadcast shows Harry Osborn standing before a sea of reporters, his voice steady but filled with pain. My father is a liar, deluded, but he killed my mommy. The memory flashes back, vivid and terrifying, as Norman Osborn, transformed into a monstrous beast, looms over his son with murder in his glowing eyes. The beast strikes with a thunderous force, the impact sending Harry flying backward as a remote control clatters to the floor. Outside the Osborn home, the creature bellows a primal cry that shakes the very foundation of the building. Hurrah! It roars into the night. Tires screech against the pavement as a van peels away, leaving a trail of smoke and desperation in its wake under the flickering streetlights. Back in the present, Peter stands in the doorway of his home, his silhouette framed by the morning light as the reality of the situation settles in. Oh yeah, he whispers to himself. Spiderman takes to the sky, his webbing snapping taut as he swings through the city, driven by a desperate need to find his friend before it's too late. High above the Atlantic, the massive SHIELD helicarrier cuts through the clouds, a floating fortress preparing for a war it didn't choose. A transport ship approaches the carrier's deck, its thrusters glowing bright against the darkening sky as seagulls scatter below. On the busy flight deck, Captain Danvers walks alongside Harry, her face grim despite the success of the broadcast. That was perfect, Harry, she says with a sharp nod. Harry looks around the fortified vessel, feeling like a prisoner in a suit of armor. Is there anything else I can do? He asks, his voice barely audible over the wind. Danvers stops and looks him in the eye, her expression softening for just a moment. I know Nick Fury used you as bait before. I was there. And it always skeeved me, using a child against his father, she admits. She points toward the edge of the carrier as the rain begins to fall. Harry, you have to go, she orders firmly. She lifts a massive high-tech rifle, her eyes scanning the horizon for the threat she knows is coming. Because this is where we have the best guns. Fire at will, she screams. The monster appears from the clouds, descending upon the carrier like a vengeful god as explosions rock the deck around him. SHIELD soldiers open fire, their energy weapons lighting up the rain-slicked runway in a frantic attempt to repel the intruder. A massive blast catches the beast in the chest, but the Green Goblin barely flinches, his momentum carrying him forward through the fire. From the bridge, technicians watch in horror as a fiery streak descends from the sky, threatening to tear the helicarrier apart. Chaos erupts on the deck. "Hold, hold," a commander shouts as Harry is shoved toward safety. "Did you get him?" someone cries out over the din of battle. Soldiers are tossed aside like ragdolls as the goblin lands, his presence turning the deck into a slaughterhouse. "Ugh!" a fallen guard screams as the air is filled with heat. A soldier grabs Harry by the shoulder, dragging him toward the interior. "Hey, get him below deck," he barks as the ship groans under the assault. The goblin crouches amidst the wreckage of fighter jets, the lightning illuminating his hideous green hide. "May I have a word with my son?" he hisses, his voice a distorted nightmare. The order is given without hesitation. Fire at will. The air is instantly filled with the thunder of high-caliber rounds. A massive fireball erupts as the goblin leaps into the air, the explosion consuming the deck in a blinding orange glare. Inside her helmet, Captain Danvers gasps as she realizes the tactical error they've made. "Oh my God, Harry," she whispers as the ship shakes. From the smoke and flame, another shadow emerges. Not Norman, but something equally large and powerful, its skin the color of rusted iron. Two monsters now face off on the rain-lashed deck, father and son transformed into beasts that no longer resemble anything human. The Green Goblin strikes first, his claws digging into the stone-like flesh of his son. "Very disappointed in you, boy. That goes without saying," he bellows as they collide. The SHIELD troops stand frozen, their weapons lowered in shock as the two titans tear into each other. "Damn it! Fire at look!" a soldier shouts, pointing at the carnage. Norman's face is a mask of pure hatred as he leans into his son's face, his eyes burning with an unholy fire that reflects the lightning above. Suddenly, a streak of red and blue cuts through the rain. Spiderman drops from the sky, delivering a powerful kick to the goblin's jaw that rings out with a sickening crack. The wall crawler wraps his arms around the beast's neck, straining every muscle to hold him back. "I'm not letting go, Norman," Peter screams. "Just go night-night because I'm going to let." The goblin ignites, his entire body becoming a living furnace that chars Spider-Man's costume instantly. "Ugh, RRR," both of them howl in a shared agony. Peter is tossed away like a burnt leaf, his mask shredded and his skin searing. "Ugh, didn't know you could do that," he gasps as he hits the deck. Harry charges back into the fray, his massive fist connecting with his father's chest. "SD2 up," he screams, a plea for the nightmare to end. The deck buckles under the weight of their struggle, a deep crack forming in the reinforced metal as the two monsters grapple for dominance. The goblin retaliates with a blow that sends Harry staggering back, the sound of the impact echoing like a cannon shot across the carrier. Captain Danvers watches the destruction of her ship, her teeth clenched in a desperate fury. "Damn it all to hell. Fire," she commands, her voice cracking. The carrier's secondary batteries open up, the heavy energy beams slicing through the air and catching the monsters in a crossfire of pure heat. The Green Goblin is lifted off his feet by the sheer force of the barrage, his roar of defiance turning into a scream of pain. "H-hag," he cries as the fire consumes him. A massive explosion engulfs the center of the deck, a wall of flame that seems to swallow everything in its path, leaving only scorched metal behind. Peter crawls through the settling smoke, his costume in tatters as he reaches for the fallen figure of his friend. "Harry, are you okay?" he asks breathlessly. The orange beast that was Harry Osborn begins to revert, his voice trembling as the fire dies out. Harry, Pete? Not really," he stammers. The SHIELD soldiers keep their weapons trained on the center of the inferno, the smoke swirling around them like ghosts of the fallen. "Hold," a voice barks. From the heart of the fire, a silhouette walks forward, Norman Osborn, wreathed in flames but still standing, a demon that refuses to die. Peter watches with a sinking heart, the realization of what's about to happen dawning on him. "Oh man," he whispers, his eyes wide with dread. The commander doesn't hesitate, the muzzle of her weapon glowing white-hot. "Damn it, fire!" she screams for the final time. A concentrated beam of energy erupts from the soldier's rifle, striking the goblin dead-on and lighting up the night with a terrifying brilliance. The deck of the helicarrier becomes a chaotic blur of fire and retreating soldiers. "Aye, retreat, retreat!" a voice screams as the platform begins to tilt. From high above, the sheer scale of the destruction is visible, the massive ship bleeding fire into the dark ocean below as the battle reaches its climax. Spider-Man stands over the carnage, his webs firing in a desperate attempt to contain the madness. "Man, you really have a way with people, don't ya?" He scoffs at the burning remains of the goblin. He fires a thick web directly into the face of the screaming monster, the sticky strands sizzling as they make contact with the living fire. "H-haya!" the goblin shrieks. The wall crawler swings around the perimeter, his dialogue a frantic defense against the insanity surrounding him. "You are all kinds of crazy. You're crazy plus, you're 21st century crazy, you're new, improved crazy," he yells. He lands a kick squarely on Norman's chest, his voice dripping with a bitter sarcasm. "You're award-worthy crazy. In fact, see Mir and get your crazy award," he mocks. Norman lunges for him, his claws slashing through the air, but the hero is too fast, a blur of movement against the backdrop of the burning ship. "H-hurrah!" the villain bellows. Spider-Man brings his fist down on the goblin's head with a sound that echoes over the fire. "But don't use this acceptance speech time to get political. That would just be tacky," he quips as the beast stumbles. A soldier takes aim from the shadows, the recoil of the massive rifle sending a shockwave through the air as another blast hits the target. The goblin is thrown backward by the force of the hit, his body tumbling across the rain-slicked metal as he lets out a final, agonizing cry of "Og." High above the chaos, Peter watches in horror as the back of the carrier deck begins to disintegrate, the metal groaning as it gives way. "Nano, nano, nano," he pleads as he sees someone falling. Norman reaches out, his face a twisted mask of rage as he stares down at his son. "Die in pain," he snarls, the flames around him intensifying as he lunges one last time. The energy beams continue to rain down, multiple hits racking the goblin's body and throwing him off balance as he tries to finish his grim work. "Stop!" Peter screams. The monster that was Harry Osborn reaches up, his large, clawed hands grasping for his father's throat. "You have to stop," he gurgles, the fire within him flickering out. The goblin strikes down, his fist connecting with a sound like breaking stone as the soldiers continue their relentless barrage. "Stop!" the boy cries out again. Norman stands over him, his mouth open in a soundless scream of triumph as the fire within him burns white-hot. "SS Sag!" he roars into the rain. He looms over the dying boy, his voice a gravelly whisper that carries through the storm. "I'm your father, Harold," he hisses. "Ag!" Harry cries out in response. The green goblin stands tall amidst the wreckage, the SHIELD bullets sparking off his skin as he bellows at the heavens. "And this is how you thank me for giving you everything I am?" he demands. He brings his massive fist down with enough force to shatter the steel deck beneath them. "This is how you honor me," he screams, the impact throwing sparks into the air. The beast reaches down, his claws sinking into the flesh of his own flesh and blood. "This!" he snarls, his face mere inches from his son's as the boy's eyes drift shut. A sickening crunch echoes through the silence between explosions as the goblin crushes the life out of his own son, his fingers digging deep into the boy's chest. Norman stands back, his chest heaving as the fire finally begins to fade from his eyes, leaving him staring at the work of his own hands with a hollow, empty gaze. From high above, the scene is one of pure tragedy. A father standing over the broken body of his son, surrounded by the ruins of a war that had no winners. The SHIELD commander steps forward, her weapon still leveled at the monster's head. "You killed your own son," she says, her voice trembling with a mix of disgust and horror. Harry Osborn lies still on the cold metal deck, His eyes closed and the blood pooling around him, the life finally drained from his young body. The soldiers lower their weapons, the silence of the aftermath settling over them like a heavy shroud as they look upon the broken family. Norman Osborn's face begins to shift, the monstrous features melting away to reveal the broken man underneath as he utters a single, choked sound. He begins. The mask of the goblin is gone, leaving only the hollow, tear-streaked face of a father who has realized the magnitude of his crime. He turns to the commander, his voice a broken whisper that carries no weight. "Kill me, please kill me," he begs, his eyes wide and vacant. Without a second thought, the commander tightens her finger on the trigger. "Gladly," she replies as a single shot rings out through the night. Peter Parker watches from a distance, his heart shattering as he sees the end of the Osborn legacy play out on the rain-slicked deck. The silhouettes of the SHIELD team stand dark against the flames, the smoke from their weapons mingling with the thick, black plumes from the burning carrier. Peter drops to his knees beside Harry, cradling the boy's head in his hands as the reality of the loss begins to drown him in grief. A soldier approaches the grieving hero, his head bowed in a rare moment of military empathy. "I'm truly sorry," he says quietly. Peter snaps, standing up and grabbing the soldier by his tactical vest, his voice filled with a desperate rage. "Hey, I didn't do this. My friend is dead, I didn't do this," he screams into the soldier's face. He shoves the man back, his eyes burning behind his mask. You have a cure for Oz now. I know you do. Why didn't you just cure him?" Peter demands as the man looks away. They tried. It didn't work. I promise you they tried," the soldier insists. Spiderman points a finger at the soldier, his voice cold and final. "You stay away from me, you get me? You're not Fury and I don't know you. From here on out, you stay the hell away from me," he vows. He turns his back on the SHIELD team, walking away through the ruins of the deck, his head bowed as the smoke from the carrier rises into the morning sky. The soldier watches him go, his expression hidden behind his visor, his only response a soft, weary sigh. "Yeah," he whispers to the empty air. Days later, the halls of Midtown High are thick with the usual teenage chatter, but the atmosphere in the classroom is heavy with a silence that nobody wants to break. Peter Parker stands at the front of the room, his eyes fixed on the floor as he waits for a moment of attention. Can I say something to the class?" he asks tentatively. The teacher looks up from her desk, her expression unreadable as she gives a curt nod. "Make it quick, Mr. Parker," she says over her glasses. Peter clears his throat, the words feeling like stones in his mouth. I was told this morning that Harry Osborn died, and I know we've, kinda stopped talking about him because he disappeared or left school under such bizarre circumstances. And that's okay," he says, looking at the skeptical faces of his classmates. A girl in the front row shakes her head slowly. "No, I mean, it was bizarre. And, he's really gone now and I was wondering, maybe could we talk about him a little? Now, because he's gone and he was our friend. We've all of us have known him since kindergarten," Peter continues, his voice gaining strength. He looks back at the teacher, his eyes pleading for a moment of shared humanity in a place that feels increasingly cold. "Can we do that? Just for a little?" he asks. The teacher sighs and leans back. Sure, she agrees softly. Across the room, girls bury their faces in their hands, the reality of Harry's death finally breaking through the carefully constructed walls of their high school lives. Peter takes a deep breath, his mind drifting back to simpler times as he speaks to his captive audience. "Okay, well, I guess I can start. Not too long ago, I could not walk the halls of this school without someone. Flash, trying to give me an atomic super wedgie. And the only one in the world, really, who stood up for me was Harry," he recalls. He watches the tears fall from his friends' faces as he drives home the point of his speech. "And it might not seem like that big a deal to you, but I thought about what kind of guy does that, who stands up for someone who can't defend himself?" he asks the room. Peter stands tall, his gaze fixed on a point in the distance that only he can see. And that's a hero, right? I mean, that's exactly what a hero is. And, we lost one today." That's all I'm thinking about now, he concludes, the silence that follows louder than any applause. Later that night, in his cluttered attic room, Peter stares at an Einstein textbook with a frustration that borders on madness. Ag, I read this part already. Focus. Come on, you can read this. Stop daydreaming, he tells himself. He leans over the book, his eyes scanning the same lines over and over again, the knowledge refusing to sink in. It's Einstein. You love Einstein. You want to be Einstein. You want to be the only person outside of the Baxter building who has read this. Come on, okay. His internal monologue continues. He slumps back in his chair, the weight of his secret life pressing down on him like a physical burden. Man, Einstein would have loved to meet me. He would have loved everything about me and my spider powers. He'd be doing, you're still not reading. Why can't you focus? He asks the ceiling. The memory of the helicarrier deck flashes back, Harry's broken body, the blood, the fire, a nightmare that won't let go of his subconscious. He sits alone in the dark, the blue light from his computer screen reflecting off the tools of a hero who feels more like a failure every single day. Across town, Kenny Kong McFarlane is pushing himself to his physical limit in his messy bedroom, the sweat dripping off his bald head. Ag, come on, 13, he grunts. Between breaths, his mind is filled with a disbelief that feels like a dream. I can't believe I'm dating Kitty Pryde. I can't believe a cute, mutant, totally awesome, cool chick would date me. Well, she's not dating me, but we're almost there. We're at that place, he tells himself with a grin. He pauses mid-push-up, his expression turning serious as he confronts his own history of failures. And this is that place where I always screw up and end up being friends instead of what I really want, he thinks bitterly. He grinds out another rep, his determination hardening with every movement. Well, no more. Not this time. This time you're going to be a man. This time you're going to kiss her when you want to kiss her. You're going to tell her how you feel, he vows to his reflection. Kong stares at the floor, his internal monologue reaching a fever pitch of self-improvement. You're going to not be the fat ass everyone thinks you are, and you're going to have Kitty Pryde as your cool mutant girlfriend, and you're going to marry her. And that's... He begins to envision his future. He collapses onto his stomach, the exertion finally catching up with him. Ow, I wish Peter Parker would just confide in me that he's really Spider-Man so we could talk about her. He used to date her. He knows her, he could help me, he thinks with a sigh. He shakes his head, realizing the danger of that line of thought. But if he knew I figured out he was Spider-Man, he would spaz, so I'm going to have to just respect his boundaries, he reminds himself. He lies still on the carpet, a single question lingering in his mind like an unanswered prayer. I wonder if they did it, he asks the quiet room. He remains there, catching his breath as the fan hums in the background, a young man dreaming of a life that feels just out of reach. Meanwhile, at Corn Dog on a Stick, Mary Jane Watson is living a nightmare of a different kind, her eyes vacant as she stares at the grease-stained counter. Ag, I hate this job, I hate it. I'm Spider-Man's girlfriend, and now I'm wearing this stupid hat for exactly 25 cents over minimum wage. I've been thrown off a bridge, I've swung through the city on webs. She complains internally. She watches her manager scold another employee through the serving window, his voice a droning annoyance. And now I have to listen to, if you have time to lean, you have time to clean. If that manager says that to me one more time, you know what? I do have time to lean and I don't want to clean, she thinks, her grip tightening on the sponge. She scrubs the counter with a vengeance, her frustration boiling over in a silent tirade against the fast food industry. This place is already clean. You know why the place is clean, Mr. Manager Pimple Puss, because no one eats this stuff. There's a Panda buffet and a McDonald's right over there. No one comes here. Why would anyone eat this when that is right over there? She argues with the empty lobby. A customer finally approaches the counter, pulling Mary Jane back from her mental ledge. Oh great, here we go. Hi, may I take your order? She asks with a forced smile. Can I get a lemonade? A voice from under a pink hoodie asks. Mary Jane freezes as she recognizes the face peering out from the shadows of the sweatshirt. Liz, she asks, her voice barely a whisper. Liz Allen looks up, her face pale and her eyes shadowed with a worry that has nothing to do with school. Hey MJ, are you all right? Do I look bad? You don't look like you. I'm having girl problems, she says, her voice trembling slightly. MJ turns to get the drink, her own problems suddenly feeling much smaller than the ones Liz is carrying. Oh, sure, she says, her eyes filled with concern as Liz reaches for her wallet. Here, how much? Liz asks. MJ slides the cup across the counter, waving away the money with a gentle hand. Please, it's water and sugar. Thanks, MJ, Liz says, her gaze lingering on the floor for a beat too long. Liz turns to walk away, her shoulders hunched as she disappears back into the crowd of the mall. You sure you're okay? MJ calls out after her. Yeah, I'll see you in school, Liz replies without looking back. Mary Jane watches her friend go, a sense of impending doom settling in the pit of her stomach as she leans against the grease-slicked counter. Her manager appears in the doorway, his face twisted into the familiar expression of a minor tyrant about to exert his power. MJ, if you have time to lean. Ag, she screams internally, burying her face in her hands as the cycle of her mundane life continues. In the crowded food court, Liz Allen sits alone, the noise of the mall swirling around her like a chaotic storm. Ag, what is wrong with me? This isn't me. What if I have cancer? Maybe I have a tumor, she thinks, her hands shaking as they grip the table. She watches a couple walk by, their easy laughter feeling like a personal affront to her own internal chaos. One minute I'm fine, the next I'm about to die. I wish it was my period. At least that I could maybe I should go to the hospital. Yes, go to the hospital. Didn't the guy who invented the Muppets die because he didn't? She spirals into a pit of medical anxiety. She looks up at the green plastic helicopter ride behind her, her eyes wide with a fear that is rapidly becoming a physical sensation of heat. Liz takes a deep breath, trying to steady the racing of her heart as the feeling of being unwell begins to recede. Okay, I'm okay now. Maybe I have food poisoning. I'm okay, she tells herself, her voice a desperate anchor in a sea of panic. She stands up and walks toward the exit, her hand pressed against her chest as a small child screams in the distance. Yeah, I'm all right, she whispers to no one in particular. She takes a final sip of her lemonade, the sour taste doing little to settle the strange energy buzzing beneath her skin. Woof, mall food, she mutters as she exits the building into the cool evening air. In a trendy outdoor cafe in Manhattan, Johnny Storm is enduring a first date that is quickly becoming a public relations disaster. Ag, come on, stop it. Who are you texting? We're on a first date, you don't know me, we should be talking, he says, his frustration evident in every word. Date doesn't even look up from her phone, the blue glow reflecting off her perfectly manicured face. We should be getting to know each other, but I'm getting the feeling there really is nothing about you to know. This is it, a celly-boutard texting. Why did you even ask me out? Or why did you have your publicist ask me out? Johnny demands as the waiter moves around them. Johnny leans forward, his voice rising in an attempt to capture her attention. You're sitting across the table from an honest-to-God superhero. I'm the Human Torch. I've been to other dimensions, I've fought Doctor Doom, I've had a beer with Thor. Who are you texting that could possibly be more interesting than me? He asks with a desperate arrogance. He gestures toward himself, his ego bruised by the silence of the girl across from him. And I'm good-looking and I can light my body on fire. Oh, okay, they're here, she says, finally looking away from the screen. Who? Johnny asks, his eyes following her gaze. A swarm of paparazzi descends on the table, their flashbulbs illuminating the night in a blinding staccato of light. Johnny, say flame on, come on, say it, they shout, crowding the hero as he sits in stunned silence. Johnny stares into the sea of cameras, his expression a mask of pure annoyance as he realizes his quiet night out has become another tabloid headline. Johnny, kiss her, canoodle, the voices scream as the flashes continue to pop around his face. Back at school, the cafeteria is a den of whispers and pointed looks, and Kitty Pryde has finally reached her breaking point. Ag, stop staring at me. For like 10 minutes, okay, I'm a mutant. I go to school with you normal humans and I'm a mutant. Okay, she screams, her voice echoing through the crowded room. She stands up from her table, her tray of half-eaten food clattering as she challenges the silence of her peers. Okay, you want something to stare at? Here you go, she dares them, her eyes flashing with a mix of defiance and hurt. She throws her arms out wide, her silhouette framed by the harsh fluorescent lights of the school cafeteria as she prepares to show them exactly what she is. Suddenly, she phases through the floor, her body becoming intangible as the students around her gasp in a mix of wonder and terror. She drops through the ceiling of the gymnasium, her body solidifying in midair as she tumbles onto the polished wooden floor under the basketball hoop. Kitty sits in the middle of the empty gym, her chest heaving as she tries to find some semblance of peace in the quiet. "Yeah, you showed them, Kitty," she whispers to the empty bleachers. Outside the school, the end-of-day rush is in full swing, but for Peter Parker and his friends, the air is thick with a shared grief. "I'm sad about Harry. Me too. I feel like we should do something." "Like what?" "There's no Osborns left. No dad, no mom, no Harry, they're all gone, I know." Still, they converse as they walk through the parking lot. A sleek blue convertible pulls up alongside the sidewalk, the driver leaning out with a cocky grin that feels entirely out of place. Peter and MJ turn, their eyes widening as they recognize the famous face behind the sunglasses. MJ's face breaks into a surprised smile as she waves toward the car. "Is that?" she asks. "Yeah," Peter replies, his expression a mix of annoyance and resignation. Johnny Storm steps out of the car, looking every bit the celebrity hero as he greets them. "Johnny, get out of here. But you can't be here. You're a famous superhero for, like, a minute. But I used to go to school here. Then you lit yourself on fire and scared the crap out of everyone, and that was that," Peter reminds him sharply. Johnny leans against the car, his voice dropping into a tone of genuine boredom. "Come on. I'm so bored I have no friends," he admits with a shrug that says more than he intends. Peter looks him in the eye, the weight of his own secret identity making his words sharp and final. "We're your friends, but I can't be seen hanging around with you, and Spider-Man and be seen hanging around with you too. Everyone knows Spider-Man goes to school here," he points out. Johnny scoffs, his attention already shifting to the other students nearby. "Oh, like everyone's paying attention to you. Just bad people with octopus arms and hey, what are you guys doing this weekend?" he asks, trying to change the subject as they walk away. The conversation continues as they move through the parking lot, the yellow school bus a bright contrast to their somber mood. "Working, homework, come on. Let's do something. You can't be seen here. Why does everyone have baby dolls? Homework." The voices overlap in a chaotic jumble of teen life and secret burdens. Johnny stops and pushes his sunglasses up, his eyes scanning the crowd for a specific face. "Homework? Too bad I'm missing all that. I actually was here to see if I could talk to Liz." "What? Blonde hair, I liked her. You freaked her out." But he argues as they continue to walk. MJ turns toward him, her expression hardening as she defends her friend. "She's got issues. With mutants, I'm not a mutant. Might as well be, flame boy." They trade barbs as they move toward the parked cars. Johnny leans against the car again, his arrogance returning in full force. "I like her. You don't even know her. There's something about her I like. Probably the fact that she doesn't like you. I do find that very attractive. You can't be here." They continue their back and forth as Peter walks away. Johnny looks around the parking lot, his voice rising in an attempt to be heard over the noise of departing students. "Is Liz even here? Can anyone hear me, or am I having an internal monologue? There's a million reasons for me to be here. Oh hey, I could be her friend." "Hey, yo, ex-girl," he shouts, spotting a familiar figure in the distance. Across the lot, Kenny Kong McFarlane stands with Kitty Pryde, his varsity jacket open and a defensive stance in his shoulders as they turn to see the newcomer. Johnny waves enthusiastically, his presence drawing more eyes to the group than they would like. "Hey, it's me. Come here, come on," he calls out as he stands on the hood of his car. Kitty looks at Kong, her expression a mix of disbelief and annoyance. "Hold on, I'll be right back. Johnny Storm?" she asks, her voice rising in surprise. The group converges, a collection of heroes and their friends meeting in the most public of places. "Hey, what are you doing here? I used to go to school here." "What are you doing here?" "I do go to school here." "What? What happened at Xavier's?" The questions fly as they gather around the car. Johnny gives a half-hearted shrug, his smile failing to reach his eyes for a brief moment. I got booted. No way, that's so cool. Oh wait, and you two used to? Someone begins to mention as the atmosphere turns tense. The silence that follows is thick with unspoken history, the group standing in a tight circle as they wait for someone to speak first. Johnny looks at Kitty, his expression softening as he tries to find the right words. And now you're, and she's, he begins, his voice trailing off as he looks at the others. They stand together, a disparate group of teens bound by secrets that most of their classmates will never understand. The late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the parking lot. Johnny Storm adjusts his cap, a single thought escaping his lips as he takes in the scene. Oh, he says simply, his gaze lingering on Kitty. He looks at the group, his hands out in a gesture of peace and genuine interest. What are you doing this weekend? It's Friday. What are you all doing tonight? I'm raising his robot baby. I said I'd take it. Hey, so, what's it like being a mutant in the Homo sapien world? The conversation picks back up in a frantic, youthful burst. Kitty turns away, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger. I'm trying to keep a low profile, so Kitty. I think you have another visitor, someone says, pointing toward the sky. Kitty looks up, her eyes wide with a new dread. Oh, sweet Magneto. No, she whispers as she sees what's descending toward them. A massive slide of ice cuts through the air, curving over the school buses and landing perfectly in the middle of the parking lot, a dazzling display of mutant power that can't be ignored. The group watches from below as the slide settles, the frozen surface reflecting the sun in a brilliant, blinding light. Is that? Yep, they confirm as the figure on top begins to descend. Iceman slides gracefully down the ice, landing with a confident flourish right in the middle of the gawking students. Kitty? Hey, it's Iceman from the X-Men, Human Torch. Oh, hey man, this isn't happening. Oh my god, get out of here, Bobby, they shout over the noise of the crowd. Bobby Drake stands his ground, his icy form melting away to reveal the teen underneath. What? You do not just come around here and make a whole thing. I wanted to know. But I know, Kitty screams, her voice filled with a desperate need for secrecy. Bobby reaches out a hand, his expression one of genuine remorse. I wanted to say I'm sorry for how it all went down before you left. How did it all go down before who left? Johnny asks, his curiosity piqued as he watches the drama unfold. Peter leans into MJ, his voice a low mutter of disbelief. This is a nightmare. No one is looking at you. Trust me, she whispers back with a forced optimism. The argument escalates, the personal history between the two mutants spilling out in front of their friends. We used to hook up. No, we had a thing. No, we were friends and then I started seeing, you threw her in my face like the complete tool you are. I was your friend and you were really a jerko supremo. Kitty yells, her finger pointed directly at his chest. Bobby looks down, his shoulders slumped as he accepts the verbal lashing. I know, I'm sorry. I came here to say that I miss you and I'm sorry, he says quietly, his voice cracking with emotion. Kitty looks at him, her anger still burning but the hurt in her eyes beginning to show. You miss me? We were friends, you're gone, I miss you. I'd like to hang with you sometimes. This was really uncool. I called you, you didn't call back. Which, in our society, means what? She demands, her voice softening just a fraction. Bobby turns to leave, his head bowed in defeat. Fine, I'll go. Everyone at the school misses you. I thought you'd like to know that, he says over his shoulder as he walks away through the crowded lot. Students whisper as he passes, his identity no longer a secret to anyone in the parking lot. Hey, aren't you really? You don't know me. No, you're Dudo, sorry, he deflects as Peter watches with a wary eye. SSHH, Peter hisses at a nearby student. Johnny Storm watches the interaction with a mix of amusement and tactical analysis. Do I know you? Man, this is a crazy school. Oh, hey, he calls out as he sees someone else in the crowd. Liz Allen walks through the parking lot, her pink hoodie pulled tight as she tries to ignore the spectacle surrounding her friends. Johnny jogs after her, his voice reaching through the noise to find her. Hey, Liz, it's me, Johnny, he calls out as she heads toward the school building. She stops on the steps, her face pale and her eyes filled with a weariness that makes her look years older. Hi. Hey, listen, I know I freaked you out last time we hung out. I know, but can I talk to you? I don't think I feel well. Oh, they exchange words as she leans against the stone wall. They sit together on the cold steps, the distance between them feeling much larger than just a few inches of stone. Johnny begins, his usual confidence failing him. He looks at her, his brow furrowed in genuine concern. What's going on? I don't know, I'm okay now. Oh, woof, okay. Yeah, I'm okay. They struggle to find a common ground amidst the chaos of their lives. The school buses begin to pull away, the ice slides slowly melting in the afternoon sun as the parking lot empties out. How are you? I'm fine. I just feel bad about what happened last time we all went out, Johnny says, his voice sincere. He looks at her with a hopeful smile, his hand reaching out but stopping short of touching her arm. Yeah, and I was wondering if we could try again. No powers, no fantastic anything. We'll all go out. The group, he proposes. Liz looks away, her expression unreadable as she considers the offer. I don't know, I'll beg. I will, Johnny says with a playful grin that finally coaxes a small, tired smile from her. Her blue eyes meet his for just a moment, a glimmer of the old Liz shining through the shadows of her recent worry. Back in the parking lot, the group is still together. The presence of 2 police officers in the background, a reminder of the public nature of their gathering. Kong stands with Peter and MJ, his expression one of quiet concern as they watch the others. Don't sweat about it, Kenny. She likes you, MJ says, her hand resting on his shoulder with a gentle reassurance. Kong looks at Peter, the unspoken secret between them hanging in the air like a physical presence that both of them are careful not to acknowledge. Kitty walks toward them, her expression a mask of frustration as she gestures toward the retreating Iceman. Come on, all the stuff we've been through, the stuff we've seen. You don't want to be friends anymore? Okay. Okay? I said okay. She yells as she pushes past them toward the sidewalk. Bobby calls out from the edge of the lot, his voice filled with a desperate need for closure. But just so we're clear, you're saying to me, I'm sorry I was a jerk. Yes, and I'm sorry I disrespected you and took advantage of your feelings. Yes, and that I'm cuter than Rogue any day of the week. You are, it was never about that. They trade final barbs across the distance. Kong watches the interaction with a look of pure confusion, his mouth open as he tries to make sense of the high-stakes drama of the mutant world. Kitty stops and turns back toward Bobby, her expression finally softening into a genuine smile. Well, okay then. Okay? Yes, she says, the tension between them finally breaking like ice on a warm day. Bobby reaches into his pocket and pulls out a small piece of paper, holding it out to her with a nervous grin. Here, what is this? It's from Logan. Logan wrote me a note? Kitty asks as she takes it from his hand. From high above, the group is just a collection of small figures in a vast parking lot, their lives interconnected in ways that most people can't even begin to imagine. Kitty stands alone for a moment, the note in her hands and a single tear tracing a path down her cheek, as she reads the words from a man who was like a father to her. Bobby steps closer, his voice a low whisper in the growing shadows. What does it say? It's personal, she replies, her hand trembling slightly as she tucks the note into her pocket. The group begins to move toward the street, the tension of the day finally beginning to lift as they plan their night. You okay? Yeah, hey, the beach. Tonight, let's go, all of us, the whole group. Liz, you're coming? They call out to each other as they walk. MJ and Kitty embrace, a moment of shared solidarity between 2 girls who have both been defined by the heroes in their lives. I am. Well, then I'm calling in sick. Please, can we leave here? You come too, Kenny. The conversation trails off as they head toward the cars. Peter and Mary Jane walk hand in hand, their fingers interlaced in a simple gesture of love that is their only defense against the chaos of their world. Kong looks down at their joined hands, his expression one of quiet longing as he imagines a future where he could have the same with Kitty. It'll be fun, MJ says with a smile. He looks up at her, a glimmer of hope returning to his eyes. Yeah, okay. Hey, it's a whole thing all of a sudden, he mutters as they reach the convertible. Hours later, the sun has set over the Atlantic, leaving the beach a vast expanse of dark sand and white surf under a clear, star-filled sky. The group sits in a circle around a small bonfire, the flickering light casting long, dancing shadows across their faces as they talk and laugh. Any of you guys ever see the movie Billy Madison? What? No, the one with Adam Sandler. About the boy who dances? I've seen it. I had a dream last night where I was attacked in that movie. The conversation flows easily. The fire crackles as they share their dreams and fears, the weight of their secret lives momentarily forgotten in the warmth of the flames. Stuck in it. I was in it and I couldn't get out. That's a terrible movie. I didn't say it was a good dream. Hey, any of you guys hear anything about Nick Fury? Hey, guys, don't. A voice warns as the subject turns serious. The group falls silent as they consider the question, the proximity of the civilians making them cautious. What? Not in front of the civilians. Don't talk about that stuff in front of them. They can't hear us. Please, you should just tell them who you really are, a voice argues in the shadows. The debate continues, a reflection of the constant struggle to balance their hero lives with their need for normalcy. You're right, I should. No, wait, you're wrong, you shouldn't. You should. I really shouldn't. I hate Nick Fury. I have mixed feelings. That eye patch freaks me out, they admit to each other as they stare into the fire. Johnny Storm leans back on his elbows, his expression a mix of amusement and tactical detachment. Well, he can't help that. He's missing an eye. A what? I always thought there was a Quato behind that patch. You remember from Total Recall? The guy pulled up his shirt and he had a little Quato. I always thought he was going to lift that eye patch up and this little Quato Nick Fury would say, "Hey, how yaddin'?" He jokes, drawing a round of laughter from the group. The laughter dies down as the reality of their situation returns, the shadow of the man they're discussing looming over them even in his absence. He's a bad guy. Good riddance and so long. He's not a bad guy. Trust me, when they write the big book on him, it ain't gonna be pretty. Well, he's gone now so. Hey! A voice calls out from the water. The girls stand in the surf, their silhouettes dark against the moonlit ocean as they beckon the boys to join them. You guys common, in? Nah, there's girls here. The conversation turns back to the simple pleasures of the night. Kong looks at his friends, a wide grin spreading across his face as he prepares to make his move. Oh yeah, he says, his voice filled with a sudden, infectious energy. With a shout of joy, the entire group charges toward the ocean, their silhouettes leaping into the surf in a moment of pure, unadulterated freedom. The night deepens, they gather back around the fire, the warmth of the flames drying their damp clothes and their damp spirits. Hey, Mr. Parker. Hey, we're having a normal semi-romantic night out. We deserve one. Hey, look at that. I do like it, they whisper to each other as the stars wheel overhead. Peter and MJ sit close together, their heads bowed in a shared moment of peace that feels like a precious gift in a world that is constantly trying to tear them apart. They share a quiet kiss by the fire, the orange glow reflecting off their skin as they lose themselves in each other for just a few precious seconds. Kitty looks at Johnny, her expression one of quiet curiosity and a budding interest that she's not yet ready to name. Hey, before she begins, her voice trailing off as she looks away. Across the fire, a shadow moves, a small sound breaking the silence of the night as someone winces in pain. Ow, a voice says, barely audible over the crackle of the wood. Liz Allen hunches over, her hands pressed against her head as a sudden, intense pain racks her body. Whoa, Ayeg, Liz, her friends cry out as they rush to her side. She collapses onto her knees, a guttural scream of agony erupting from her throat as a brilliant light begins to emanate from her skin. Aye, she howls into the night sky. Peter and the others fall back in terror as Liz is consumed by a sudden, intense fire that doesn't come from the bonfire, but from within her own body. Oh my God, Ahi, I didn't do any, she screams as the flames intensify. The fire court is lit up with a blinding orange glare as Liz's transformation reaches its peak, the heat from her body melting the sand beneath her feet. Ag! She cries out in a final, agonizing burst of energy. The group stands frozen in a circle of horror, their faces illuminated by the terrifying brilliance of their friend's transformation. Oh my God, Liz! They scream together, their voices lost in the roar of the fire. In an instant, the girl they knew is gone, replaced by a being of pure, incandescent flame that stands tall amidst the wreckage of their peaceful night out. a new power born of fear and pain that will change their world forever. A scream rips through the night as Liz Allen's body erupts into a pillar of golden fire. "Ag!" she bellows, her form becoming a silhouette against the blinding heat. She collapses, the ground beneath her scorching as her friends scramble back in terror. "Oh my God, Liz!" they cry out, helpless against the inferno that was once their classmate. Kenny watches in shock, his eyes wide as he realizes the magnitude of what's happening. "Johnny, go!" he yells, urging the only one who might understand this heat to take action. But Liz doesn't wait for help. She rockets upward, a streak of fire painting a chaotic arc across the dark skyline of the bridge. The sound of her agony fades into the distance, leaving only the smell of ozone and burnt air. Back on the ground, the group is left in a daze of confusion and fear. "What the hell?" one shouts, while another asks the question they all fear. "She's a mutant." High above the water, Johnny Storm pursues the living flare, his own flames trailing behind him. "Liz, it's okay," he shouts, trying to bridge the gap between them. "Just go limp, I've got." Liz lurches away, her instinct for self-preservation turning violent. "Don't touch me," she screams, a burst of energy pushing the Human Torch back. From the shoreline, Bobby Drake and the others can only watch the light show in the heavens. Whoa," Bobby exclaims, the reflection of the fire dancing in his eyes. "Bobby, I know it's crazy," MJ whispers beside him. Liz's control slips completely, and the fire that propelled her suddenly vanishes. "No, no you og," she cries as gravity finally reclaims its prize. She hits the dark water with a massive splash, the steam rising into the cold night air. A muffled og is all that remains of the fiery spectacle. The group watches the ripples settle, the silence heavier than the noise that preceded it. "Bobby!" MJ yells, grabbing his arm. Oh, she panics before Bobby sets his jaw and says, "I'm on it." Bobby slides across a bridge of ice, catching up to the dazed girl as she gasps for air in the surf. "Okay, hey, here's how it's gonna go," he calls out, trying to sound more confident than he feels. "You're going to relax and try and get a hold of yourself." Liz flails, her body still steaming as the ice path circles around her like a frozen lasso. "I can't," she sobs, the terror of the transformation still gripping her soul. "Sure you can, just take a," Bobby starts to reply. With a quick maneuver, Bobby scoops her out of the water, a ramp of ice carrying them back toward the beach. "Whoops, there you go," he chirps, trying to lighten the mood as they slide toward their waiting friends. They land softly on the sand, the ice shattering behind them as the others rush forward with a blanket. "Hey, he did it," someone notes with relief. "Whoa, what is going on?" others ask, their voices overlapping in the dark. Bobby stands back, letting the girls cover Liz as she shivers violently. "I'm fine, by the way." "Puh," he mutters to himself, the adrenaline finally starting to fade. Johnny Storm touches down nearby, his flames extinguishing as he looks at the group. "Man, oh man," he sighs, the weight of the night clearly taking its toll on him. The friends huddle together, the reality of what they just saw finally sinking in. "Okay, so what just happened?" one asks. I don't know," Liz cries from beneath the blanket. "We should go to the hospital," another suggests, but Liz immediately shoots it down. "No." The tension escalates as the group tries to process the impossible. "No, Liz, you just lit on fire," someone points out. "She's never done that before," another asks, looking for any rational explanation. Liz looks up, her face pale and her eyes filled with tears. No, right," she stammers. Everyone just calm down. Everything is okay." Someone tries to intervene, but the response is sharp. "Everything is not okay." The word they've all been dancing around is finally spoken aloud. "Are you a mutant?" a voice asks. Liz stares back, the silence between them ringing like a bell. "No," she insists, her voice breaking. Kitty Pryde watches her from the shadows, her expression unreadable but knowing. "You might be," she says softly, her voice carrying the weight of experience. "I'm not," Liz repeats, looking down at the sand. The group starts digging into the past, looking for signs they might have missed. "Didn't you say once your uncle was a mutant?" one of the boys asks, his brow furrowed as he tries to connect the dots. Liz's patience snaps, her fear turning into a defensive rage. "Shut up," she screams, a flicker of light returning to her eyes as she points a finger into the dark. A small flame dances at the tip of her finger, a tiny reminder of the power she claims to lack. Her friends stare at it, the small light casting long, dancing shadows across their faces. She watches the flame with a mixture of fascination and horror, her own body betraying her. It's a small revelation, but its consequences are world-shaking for a teenage girl. The flame flickers and dies, leaving them in the dim glow of the distant city lights. Liz pulls her hand back, the reality of her situation becoming more certain with every passing second. Suddenly, a rhythmic chirping breaks the silence from a nearby pile of discarded clothes. Culi, 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 culi sounds from a pocket, a mechanical intrusion into their emotional turmoil. Johnny Storm's face goes pale as he recognizes the signal. "Oh no," he mutters. "Oh no what?" one of the others asks. I have to go," he says, reaching down to grab his pager. The group is stunned by his sudden departure. "You have to go now?" a girl asks, incredulous. We're in the middle of something," another points out. "Is there trouble at the Baxter?" a boy asks, his voice rising in concern. Johnny begins to ignite again, his body becoming a human torch once more. "I'm sorry, but if this pager thing goes off, that means that something bigger than any of this is going on, and I have to report in." He looks at Liz one last time, his eyes full of a regret he doesn't have time to explain. "I'm sorry," he repeats, the fire engulfing him completely. Liz watches him, her expression hardening into one of resentment. She's being left behind by the one person who should have had the answers. With a roar of thrust, Johnny Storm takes to the sky, leaving a burning trail through the stars. He's gone in an instant, a comet heading toward a crisis they can't even imagine. The silence returns, colder and more oppressive than before. "He left," one boy exclaims. "Should I follow him? Maybe we should. He lights her on fire and he left," another retorts, the anger clear in his voice. The group starts arguing, their fear manifesting as frustration. "He didn't light her on fire," someone defends him. He kinda did," another counters. "Her powers activated, it happens all the time," a third voice adds, only to be met with, "All the time does it." Liz clutches the blanket tighter, the weight of the world on her shoulders. "What is happening to me?" she asks, her voice small and broken. I think Kitty's right. I think you might be a mutant," Peter says softly, stepping closer. Liz buries her face in her hands, the truth becoming a physical weight she can't carry. "Oh my God, what is wrong with you people?" she cries out, the denial still fighting for a foothold. Kenny watches her with a look of pity and confusion. "A mutant denial *, he mutters. "Yeah, Liz, that's just think about Peter tries to comfort her, but the words fall flat. She looks up, her eyes red and her spirit near its breaking point. I'm not going to live like this," she whispers, the fear of the future outweighing the reality of the present. Then, without warning, the fire returns, more intense than before. It's not a flare this time, but a controlled, blazing aura that wraps around her like a suit of armor. The group falls back, shielded from the heat. "Oh man," one of them gasps. "See, there's nothing to," Peter starts to say, but he's cut off by the sheer power of the display. Liz rises into the air, her hair becoming a halo of living flame. She looks down at them, her eyes glowing with a power she still doesn't understand. MJ and Peter look up, their faces illuminated by her light. "Liz, it's okay," MJ calls out. "It's something special that..." But Liz is already gone, a streak of fire heading toward the city. She's moving with a purpose now, even if she doesn't know what that purpose is yet. Bobby looks at the others, then back at the trail of fire. "Oh man, someone has to go save her," someone shouts. Bobby doesn't hesitate. "No prob," he says, creating a fresh ice slide under his feet. He takes off after her, leaving the rest of the group on the sand. "You too," Kenny says, looking at Peter. "Me too what?" Peter asks. "Go help her," Kenny orders. Peter looks at him, his secret identity hanging by a thread. What are you talking about?" he asks, trying to maintain his cover even in the face of disaster. Kenny steps into Peter's space, his expression dead serious. "Okay, fine. Normally, it's all fine and good, you want to pretend we all don't know who you really are. But now she needs your help, man. You're like expertise. Peter's heart hammers in his chest as his secret is laid bare. Kenny, he breathes, the name a plea for silence that goes unheeded. Kenny isn't backing down, the lives of his friends are more important than any secret. We've been in class together, all of us, since second grade, our whole lives, and she asterisk needs your help. I don't care how, you have to go do it. He throws his arms wide, the challenge hanging in the air like a dare. If you want me to say something in code like, you should tell Spider-Man to go help her, then fine. Boy, I wish someone would go tell asterisk Spider-Man asterisk to help out his lifelong friend who's going through some majorness that only asterisk he could help her deal with. Peter looks at MJ, the unspoken agreement between them finally breaking under the pressure of the moment. She gives him a slight nod, her eyes full of understanding and fear. He turns and runs into the darkness, his civilian clothes becoming a hindrance as he prepares to transition into the hero he was always meant to be. He's a blur of movement against the moonlit beach, the sand kicked up by his heels as he heads toward the distant lights of the city. Back on the beach, the reality of the reveal hits the others. Hey, I didn't tell him, MJ says defensively to Kenny. I didn't. Kenny just smiles, a rare moment of clarity for the high school tough guy. She didn't tell me, he says softly, the secret out in the open at last. In the concrete canyons of New York, Liz Allen is a living firework, screaming as she careens between the skyscrapers. Og, NMN na, she cries, her body a chaotic engine of heat and light. Bobby Drake is right behind her, his ice bridge weaving through the structures like a frozen snake. Just try to stay calm, he yells over the wind. I don't know what's asterisk happening to me. I don't know how to asterisk do asterisk this. Liz responds in a panic. Bobby tries to give her a crash course in flight. I've so been there, point your head. What? She screams back. Whoa, point your head in the direction you want to fly. Liz tries to follow his instructions, her body lurching awkwardly through the air. There you go, it'll keep you flying straight, Bobby encourages her. You tend to lean your body the way your head is pointing. Despite the terror, curiosity flares within her. How do you asterisk know that? She asks as they streak past an office building. I go to school for it, Bobby shouts back with a grin. They're moving in sync now, two elemental forces racing through the urban night. Okay, I want to stop, Liz says, her voice shaky. Then stop, Bobby replies simply. I don't know how. Bobby continues the lesson, his voice a steady anchor in her storm. Just tell yourself to stop, like how you stop walking or running, just stop. Slow down and stop. But the fear returns, threatening to undo all their progress. I can't. I want to get down. I'm gonna fall, Liz screams, her flames flickering as her confidence wavers. Bobby acts quickly, a blast of ice creating a cushion for her descent. Hey, it's okay. Here, he says, guiding her toward the roof of a nearby building. They land with a thud and a hiss of steam, the fire finally going out as Liz hits the roof. Og, put me down, she grumbles. You're welcome, Bobby retorts. You're freezing. Sorry. Liz huddles in the cold, the fire gone and her vulnerability exposed. Stop looking at me, she snaps at Bobby. I can't help it. My entire life has been about looking at girls naked, he jokes, trying to break the tension. I asterisk mean it. Bobby produces a cloak from nowhere, wrapping it around her. Okay, here. Oh my God, I have no clothes, Liz realizes, her face flushing with shame. Well, that's your first superhero lesson, Bobby begins. Suddenly, a familiar red and blue figure swings into view. Don't leave home naked, Spider-Man quips, his presence adding a new layer of absurdity to the night. Liz's fear flares up again, a burst of fire erupting from her dazed form. Ag, she screams, the heat shattering the nearby skylight. Spider-Man backflips away from the blast, his reflexes saving him from a nasty burn. Whoa, hey, he shouts as the flames scorch the rooftop. Og, Liz cries, covering her face. The fire dies down as quickly as it started, leaving them in the smoke-filled air. Oh my God, sorry, Liz gasps. Spidey peeks out from behind a chimney, his mask slightly singed. Oh, well, as long as you're sorry. The three of them stand on the roof, a bizarre tableau of heroes and victims. "You scared the asterisk bejesus out of me," Spidey complains. "Dude, how did you find us?" Bobby asks. "Are you serious?" the wallcrawler replies, gesturing to the burning trail in the sky. Liz looks at the legendary hero, her eyes wide with shock. What are you doing here?" she asks, the world becoming more surreal with every second. "In New York, I live here," Spidey replies casually. "You're on fire, by the way." "I can't believe this night I'm having. Spider-Man X-Men?" Liz mutters, her mind reeling. "And you're on fire," he repeats. "She's a mutant, just had her first big day," Bobby adds. "You don't know that." "True." Spidey steps forward, his voice becoming more earnest. "But you should come to the X school and get tested out and see what's what. Or we could take you on over to the Fantastic Fours and have Reed Richards look at you. Make sure everything is okay." The options are overwhelming for a girl who just wanted to go to the beach. "Okay?" Spidey asks. "Well, make sure you're, No, I don't asterisk no, I don't know. My life is completely, this changes everything asterisk. I can't go back to school." "Why not?" both heroes ask in unison. "Hey, listen, I have a normal life when I'm not doing this," Spidey says, trying to be relatable. "You do?" Bobby asks, sounding surprised. Liz isn't buying it. "No, you don't," she says flatly. "Well, no, I don't, but I do have a life," Spidey clarifies, scratching the back of his mask. He looks at her, the weight of his own dual life clear in his posture. "You can have the life you had, you just have to learn how to do what you do and decide what you want to do with it." "What I want to do?" Liz asks. "Yeah, it's what I'm going to do with asterisk this." Spidey nods, his lenses narrowing as he focuses on her. "Yeah, see? This is the cool part. This is when you get to find out exactly what kind of person you are. You get to choose. You get to be something special. One of the good guys. Practice your powers, then go out there and fight bad guys. Help people that need help." Liz looks away, the burden of heroism already feeling too heavy. I don't know," she whispers, her fire flickering weakly around her. Spidey offers the alternative with a shrug. "Or, I don't know, rob banks and burn people." Liz's eyes snap back to him, the fear and confusion returning. "I don't want to come on. I just don't know if I want to, I don't know." Bobby chimes in, his ice form glowing in the dark. "Superhero is asterisk a pretty good gig," he says, trying to be helpful. But Liz's anger flares up again. "Superhero? Johnny Storm turned me into some asterisk freak, and now I have to go and be a—" "Honestly, I think something like this was going to happen to you either way," Bobby interrupts. "You might have touched asterisk me and turned into Ice Girl or something. You, maybe, launched your powers based on what was around you at the time. That happens." Liz stares at him, her mind racing. "That happens," she repeats, the words hollow and terrifying. Bobby continues, trying to shift the blame away from Johnny. "I'm saying it could be that this was in you. Johnny was just there. This maybe ain't Johnny's fault." Spidey brings them back to reality. "Seriously, let's go talk to Reed Richards." Liz's response is immediate and stubborn. "I'm not going over there," she says, her flames intensifying with her resolve. "Okay, you want we should go find your asterisk mom asterisk or something?" Spidey asks, searching for any way to help. The thought of her mother only adds to Liz's distress. "My mom? What's asterisk my mom asterisk going to do?" she asks, her voice rising in panic. "Well, you'll have to asterisk tell asterisk her," Bobby adds, his voice more gentle now. Liz buries her face in her hands, her hair a chaotic swirl of fire. "I don't know what to do." Bobby tries to crack another joke, but the mood is too heavy. "We could get some marshmallows." Liz shoots him a look that could melt steel, her fire burning white-hot for a moment. Bobby just stares back, unblinking. Spidey steps in, placing a comforting hand on her shoulder. "You'll be a superhero, and we'll help you, hey." Liz's control breaks, her grief and frustration pouring out. Why can't I just be?" The two heroes look up at her, their masks hiding the pity they both feel. "You can," Spidey says softly. "You so can." Liz sighs, the fire around her settling into a steady glow. "But," she starts to say, before Spidey adds, "Here comes the but. You have a gift, and with great power." Liz rolls her eyes, the cliché already losing its impact. Ooh, I knew you were going to say something like that. Spidey shrugs, his hands up in a gesture of helplessness. You do asterisk do, and you have power and with great power. Stop, Liz says firmly, her fire cooling for a moment as she focuses on him. Spidey starts again, but Liz is already over it. Stop, no, I'm not asterisk like asterisk you guys, she insists, her voice full of a stubborn denial. Spidey tilts his head, his lenses reflecting her fire. How do you know? I don't care about any asterisk of that. I don't erg, she screams as the heat surges again. Hey, before I got asterisk my asterisk powers, I wasn't like asterisk this at all, Spidey says, trying to bridge the gap between their experiences. Liz looks at him, a new thought occurring to her. You go to my school, right? You know asterisk me. Spidey freezes for a second, then nods slowly. I've seen you around. Liz's voice becomes more intense as she realizes the truth. You go to high school. You're Spider-Man and you go to high school. Yeah, I told you, your life's not over. It just has. Why on asterisk Earth would you still go to high school if you're Spider-Man? She asks, incredulous. I like school, he stammers while Bobby mutters. Nerd. Liz looks at the city lights, her decision already made. Well, I'm asterisk done with high school. Spidey tries to argue, but she's not listening anymore. No, I'm telling you you can go to school, and I'm telling you why would I go to high school? The moment of decision hangs in the air, the fire in Liz's eyes reflecting a newfound determination. If I can do this, she thinks, the power within her finally finding a direction. Spidey and Bobby look at each other, the weight of the night finally sinking in. That was a very strange conversation, even for me, Spidey mutters. I totally saw her naked, Bobby adds with a smirk. Okay, just give me a minute to enjoy this. I'm not like you, I don't, Liz says as she begins to float once more. Whoa, careful, Spidey warns. She begins to soar, her flames tracing a golden path through the urban sky. Use it for something, Spidey calls out after her, his eyes following her ascent. Spidey swings after her, the wind whipping past his mask. Hey, so we asterisk know each other, right? I mean, you really know who I am, he shouts over the roar of the city. Liz streaks past him, her body a blur of fire and motion. Ooh, boy, Spidey mutters as he struggles to keep up with her raw power. They race through the towers, a bizarre game of follow the leader. I'm not going to out you, just tell me you know me. Oh, come on, tell me who you are, Liz yells back. Can we please not go in this direction? I came here to be nice, Spidey pleads. They land on another roof, the conversation resuming with a new intensity. Not going to happen, Spidey says firmly. Bet I can singe that mask right off. Come on. Not funny. The argument continues, the two of them clashing over secrets and identities. Who do I know that could be Spider-Man? Stop deflecting. We have to go and... Are you a mutant? No, not that there's anything wrong with, so you don't know a damn thing about what it's like to really asterisk be a mutant. Well, I dated a mutant, so... Suddenly, a shadow falls over them, far larger than any skyscraper. A figure floats in the air, his presence commanding and ancient. Whoa, no way, what is that? No way, seriously, what is that? Liz gasps as asterisk Magneto asterisk descends upon them. The air hums with electromagnetic energy as the master of magnetism approaches. What did he say? Was he talking to me? Huh, are you talking to me? Spidey asks, his jokes failing in the face of such raw power. Ms. Allen, it is long past time for you to discover who asterisk you are and where you came from, Magneto says, his voice a deep, resonant rumble that vibrates in their very bones. Bobby acts first, his instincts taking over as he launches a blast of ice. Run, run, he screams to the others, trying to create an opening for their escape. Spidey and Liz scramble to obey, the rooftop erupting in a chaotic dance of ice and fire. Whoa, what's going on? Yikes, is that asterisk really him? Is that Magneto? Spidey gasps as they head for the edge. Bobby holds the line, his ice shield groaning under the pressure of Magneto's will. Get her out of here now, he yells, his teeth gritted in concentration. Spidey swings away, grabbing Liz as they dive into the city below. Liz, follow me. Does that dude know him? He asks, his mind racing through a dozen different scenarios. But Magneto isn't finished. He shatters the roof with a wave of his hand, the metal structure buckling like paper. He descends after them, his cape billowing in the wind like a shroud. Bobby is sent tumbling into the dark, his ice bridge shattered. Go home, young Mr. Drake. This concerns you not one bit, and I refuse to engage in a fight with an asterisk child so below my power set, Magneto says with cold disdain. Liz and Spidey continue their flight, the city becoming a blur of light and shadow. What does the asterisk want from me? Liz asks, her voice full of a new, deeper fear. I don't know, but rule of thumb, when a mutant terrorist comes knocking at your door, head for the hills, Spidey quips. Or you could wait 1 minute and find out what he wants, Magneto's voice booms from behind them. A sudden blast of energy hits Spidey, sending him spinning out of control. Wait, what? He gasps as a web line is cut by a flash of light. A metallic cage snaps shut around Spider-Man, pinning him to the side of a building. Spack goes the sound of the impact as the metal groans under Magneto's control. Let's go, the villain commands, his focus returning to Liz. He hovers before her, his eyes cold and ancient. Aren't you at all curious who your father is, young lady? Why you are the way you are? Yipes, Spidey mutters from his cage. Bobby Drake returns, a blast of ice hitting Magneto square in the back. I'm telling you, go. This guy is nothing but... You're not letting me talk, Magneto sighs, his patience finally at an end. With a flick of his wrist, Magneto sends a massive metal structure crashing into the roof. The sound of destruction fills the air as the heroes are scattered like leaves in a storm. The rooftop is a ruin of twisted metal and shattered glass. Spidey struggles against his cage, his strength no match for the magnetic forces holding him in place. Magneto turns his attention to Liz, his voice becoming more persuasive. This girl is what makes Asterisk me a mutant. Oh my God! Liz gasps as she watches the metal flow like water around him. These are the things that make us Asterisk special Asterisk. These are the things that protect us. Ow! Spidey grunts as his cage tightens around him. Runch goes the metal as it bites into his suit. Bobby Drake is pinned against a wall by a metal beam, his ice form cracked and broken. Ow! He screams as the pressure increases. K-Tang rings the metal as Magneto locks it into place. Magneto hovers over the ruins, his power absolute. As I was saying, my name is, he begins, his voice calm and measured in the wake of the violence. Liz looks at him, the fear in her eyes replaced by a terrible certainty. I know who you are. Then you know what I do and why I do it, Magneto responds, his gaze unwavering. The question she's been dreading finally comes out. Are you my father? She asks, her voice a mere whisper in the wind. Magneto's expression remains inscrutable. No, he says simply, his voice carrying no emotion. But he is waiting for you. I am here to bring you to him. Liz's heart hammers in her chest. Yeah, who is he? She asks, the mystery deepening with every passing second. Magneto's answer is a revelation that shakes her to her core. He is one of my brotherhood. Okay, who is he? She repeats, her flames flickering as her anxiety peaks. He asks that I bring you to him so that he can reveal himself to you in his own way. This is so a bunch of bull. He's trying to, Bobby shouts from the wall, only to be cut off by Magneto. Please be quiet, young man, or I will hurt you again. Magneto turns and flies off toward the horizon, expecting Liz to follow. How did you even find me? She calls out, the scale of the city making her feel small and vulnerable once more. Your mutation activated. Where I live, we have ways of tracking when a new mutant births onto the world. And then we found out it was asterisk you asterisk. We were all very excited, Magneto says as they fly over the rooftops. No, it happened 2 days ago. It happened 10 minutes ago, Liz protests. Maybe your powers revealed themselves minutes ago, but your mutant gene has been burning very brightly for days now. Who is my father? Come, child, Magneto says, his voice a siren call that's impossible to ignore. Liz streaks after him, her fire a golden ribbon against the night sky. She's heading toward a confrontation she's not prepared for, a meeting that will change her life forever. Back on the roof, Magneto's shadow remains. Children, he mutters, his gaze fixed on the fleeing girl. His plan is in motion, and there's nothing the heroes can do to stop it. Bobby Drake and Spider-Man are left in the wreckage, their power nullified by Magneto's will. Wait for, Spidey grunts, still pinned to the building. You got a phone? On me? No, Magneto. Wow, I hate that guy. Hey, freeze me out of this, or something. He magnetized us. Yeah, so? Wait for it. From the distance, a cry echoes through the night. Go, Liz, go. One of the boys yells from the street below, his voice a faint reminder of the world they've left behind. Liz is a living comet once more, her thoughts a chaotic jumble of fear and excitement. Oh my God, I'm a mutant, and I'm flying. I'm flying badly asterisk. Point your head, point your head. She lurches through the air, her flight path a series of jerky movements. Oh my God, what am I? Doggy paddling? I'm doggy paddling in the air. How am I flying? How am I on fire? Og, she screams as she nearly hits a building. Okay, I'm supposed to be a superhero now. A mutant superhero or what? Og, point your head. How hard is it to point your own head? She scans the streets below, looking for a familiar landmark. What is going on? First Spider-Man, then Magnet Guy. Okay, where's my street? Is that my street? With a sudden, violent impact, she hits the ground in front of her house. Thump goes the sound of her landing, followed by a sharp ow as she skids across the lawn. The fire dies out, leaving her naked and shivering in the night air. Mom, she screams, her voice full of a desperate, childlike need for comfort. She looks up at the darkened windows, her spirit broken by the night's events. Mom, she screams again, her voice echoing through the quiet suburb. The front door swings open, casting a warm light onto the porch. Oh my God, Liz, what happened? Her mother cries, her face pale with shock. Liz backs away, her hands up as if to ward off a blow. No, don't touch me. What happened to your clothes? Her mother asks, her voice rising in panic. Don't touch me, you might get hurt. Oh my God, get in the house, we'll call the police. No. The argument escalates, the fear between them a palpable force. Liz, oh my God, her mother sobs, reaching out for her daughter. I might light on fire again and burn the house down, Liz warns, her voice cold with certainty. What are you saying? What happened? Her mother asks, her hands over her mouth. Liz looks at her, the truth finally coming out in a rush of words. I'm a mutant, Mom. Oh my God, her mother whispers, the reality of the situation finally sinking in. The question she's been carrying since the rooftop finally bursts out. Who is my father? Liz asks, her eyes fixed on her mother's face. Her mother stares at her, the silence between them a heavy, crushing weight. You, she says simply, her voice full of a regret that can't be undone. Magneto hovers over them, his presence a dark reminder of the world they've entered. He's my father, Liz gasps, her mind reeling from the revelation. He's the one who kept your father asterisk from asterisk you, her mother explains, her voice full of a quiet, desperate anger. You said asterisk you didn't know who my father asterisk was, Liz shouts back. I said I didn't know where he was. Why'd you lie to me? Why didn't you tell me? The questions pour out of her, a lifetime of secrets finally coming to the surface. Why'd you lie to me? Why didn't you tell me? Because I wanted you to have a chance at something normal. Something. One of us should have a normal something. You're this beautiful girl. There was no, your father made asterisk his asterisk choices. If he asterisk wanted asterisk to be with us, he easily could have. Liz looks at her mother, the betrayal cutting deeper than any flame. Who is he, Mom? She asks, her voice small and broken. The truth is a final, crushing blow. Your Uncle Frank is your father. That's why you only see him every couple of years. That's why you haven't seen him for a while, her mother adds, her head bowed in shame. I will take you to him, Magneto says, reaching out a hand. Years ago I promised your father I would, and that's what I will do. He's with you asterisk, he's one of your brotherhood. Yes. So he's like a asterisk terrorist? Liz asks, her voice full of a new, deeper horror. Not to other mutants. Only to humans who would repress us and who try to stop that which will be, Magneto says, his voice full of a cold, fanatical certainty. What will be? Liz asks, her eyes wide with shock. Leave her alone, her mother screams, throwing herself between them. Magneto ignores her, his focus fixed on the girl. Our time as the dominant species of the planet will replace that of the Homo sapien. It's scientific fact. It is asterisk happening, and a war has begun over this. Your father has chosen a side in this war. As have I and you in time, asterisk will asterisk have to choose as well. Choose a side? Liz asks, her voice trembling. Run away, sweetie, asterisk run away, her mother begs, her face streaked with tears. Liz's anger flares up again, a wave of heat radiating from her form. You shut up, you liar, she screams at her mother, her fire white-hot with betrayal. I need to think about it, Liz says, her voice suddenly calm. Sadly, we don't have that luxury, Magneto replies. I have to choose right now. Why? Magneto looks at the horizon, his expression turning cold. Because there are other interested parties. Suddenly, a group of figures appears in the street, their costumes bright against the darkness. The X-Men have arrived, their presence a direct challenge to Magneto's authority. Liz, X-Men, Liz, these are the good mutants. You might want to get behind them like right now, Spidey says as he drops onto a nearby car. Get away from her, Eric. The two groups face off in the quiet suburban street, the tension between them a physical force. The girl is making a decision, just like you did. Just like you all did, Magneto says, his hands glowing with power. You don't have to decide anything asterisk, Cyclops adds. This guy's a gigantic liar, it's what he does. He'll do and say anything to get you involved with his movement. And no matter what lofty ideas he puts in front of it, his ideals are selfish and, well, just damn mean. Come stand behind us, we'll take care of this real quick, Storm and Jean Grey add, their voices a united front against the villain. You'll do nothing. Any fight we'd have here would harm innocent humans. We can't have that now, can we? It's against your religion, Magneto scoffs. Or, in other words, we'd beat the holy snot out of you. Again, exactly. The girl will choose for herself and you will honor her choice. Wolverine and Cyclops retort, their weapons ready. Liz looks at the heroes, her mind still reeling from the news about her father. Hey, has my father ever killed anyone? She asks, her voice small and sharp. That would be a yes, Wolverine says bluntly. I'm asking him. Magneto looks at her, his expression softening for a moment. Let him talk to you about it, he says softly, his hand still extended in a gesture of welcome. But Liz isn't backing down. You've killed people, right? She asks, her eyes fixed on his. The answer is a chilling admission of his worldview. I'm fighting a war, Magneto says, his voice as cold as ice. And now I'm fighting a war. Hey, if you're asking for confirmation if he really is all that bad a guy. He so is. Yeah, and if your father's hanging with him, he probably is too, Spidey adds, his voice full of a grim certainty. Liz turns back to her mother, the pain in her eyes a terrible sight. Why didn't you tell me the truth? She asks, her voice cracking. Her mother has no answer, only more tears. Liz turns away, the fire in her eyes returning with a new, colder intensity. Fine, you tell my father. She starts to say, her form becoming a pillar of living flame once more. The street is illuminated by her heat, the shadows of the heroes long and dancing against the houses. She made her choice, Magneto. Respect it, Jean Grey says firmly. Yikes, Spidey mutters as the air begins to hum with power. Magneto rises into the air, his cape billowing behind him. She'll come to me, just like you did, Scott, just like you did, James. I'm going to free you, all of you, and you will thank me. He's gone in a flash of light, leaving the suburb in a daze of smoke and shattered dreams. The neighbors peek out from their windows, their faces full of a terror they can't even name. The X-Men gather around Liz, their posture protective and wary. Wait, he's just leaving, just like that? Someone asks. Maybe, not likely, so what do we do? Cerebro can find her. She said she wants us to leave her alone. You know her, you know where she could have gone. The voices overlap as they plan their next move. Spider-Man looks at Liz, his mask hiding the grief he feels for his friend. The night is far from over, and the choices she makes now will echo for a lifetime. Later in the quiet backyard of the Watson house in Queens, MJ finds Liz huddled in the shadows. Oh man, are you okay? She asks, her voice full of concern. Liz looks up, her face pale and her eyes red from crying. No, MJ, no, I'm really not. Come inside and we'll get some. No, I'm too scared. I don't want to burn anything. MJ sits down beside her, the two of them alone in the dark. "What do you want to do?" she asks softly. "I just want to sit here," Liz replies, her voice a mere whisper. The silence between them is a heavy, comfortable weight. They've been through so much together, and this is just the latest in a long line of tragedies. Liz finally speaks the question that's been haunting her. "So who's your father?" "An evil mutant terrorist." "Oh man, the X-Men were on my lawn, MJ." "We should talk to Kitty Pryde," MJ suggests. "Why? Well, she's a mutant, we know. She was an X-Man, she's a jerk. She's not. You hate her. I don't, she's. Listen, she's someone we know who's like you." Liz sighs, the fire within her flickering weakly. You know what I mean." "What happened to Harry Osborn exactly?" Liz asks, her thoughts returning to the friend they lost. How would I know? He wasn't a mutant." Suddenly, a shadow falls over them from above. "His dad ruined him, and then killed him," a voice says, and they look up to see Spider-Man perched on a nearby fence. "How did you?" Liz gasps. "How did he? Why aren't you freaked out that Spider-Man is in your backyard? What am I supposed to say here?" Liz and MJ ask, their voices overlapping in the dark. "I'm thinking this is a big enough thing where I have to trust her," Spidey says, his voice serious. "I think so too, but it's your call. Who is he?" Liz asks, looking from MJ to the hero. The wall crawler reaches up and slowly pulls back his mask. "Who are you?" Liz asks, her eyes wide with shock. The face revealed is one they've known their entire lives. Peter Parker looks down at them, his expression full of a quiet, desperate honesty. Liz can only stare in disbelief. "Oh my God," she whispers, the world finally and completely shattering around her. Peter drops down beside them, his presence a steady anchor in the chaos. "What's going on with you and what happened to Harry are two completely different things. Oh my God. The reason I pulled the mask off is I wanted you to believe that I know a little something about what's going on here. Oh my God. And I can help you. Oh my God." "That's why you hate Kitty, she was and he was." Liz starts to connect the dots. "Liz, focus," MJ interrupts, trying to keep them on track. "You, the whole time with this." "Yeah. Wow, I did not see that at all, Liz says, her mind reeling from the revelation. "Well, we've known each other since we were babies, since second grade. And this, what's going on with you tonight? This is big asterisk. This is as big as it gets. I've been through this. This is scary. I didn't burn my clothes off, but it was still scary," Peter says, his voice full of empathy. "Wow, so you, Harry. I was the only one at school without asterisk powers," Liz realizes. "You can't tell anyone, Liz, ever. Oh, I know. Ever, as long as you live. Okay." She looks at him, the weight of the secret a new, heavier burden. "Okay, I promise. But okay, what do I do now? You come with me." The night sky is suddenly pierced by a familiar white light. Bobby Drake returns on an ice slide, a sleek black jet hovering above him. "You need to train. You need to be safe for a while. You don't need Magneto crawling up your nose again. I should just go to school with the X-Men. For a while. If you like it, stay. If not, you do what you gotta do." Exactly, and these are the guys to do it. They're the guys. The others think Magneto is going to go get your father and come look for you. If you don't want any part of that, let's go and get out of here, Peter adds, his voice full of urgency. Liz looks at the house, then back at the heroes. "So I leave home, I leave school. You gotta learn how to do what you do," she says, the fire within her finding a new, steadier resolve. "Well, I'm not going home ever again. My stupid mother, you know. You grow up without a father, you have, like, these fantasies and stuff in your head, and to find out this," she cries, the betrayal still raw and painful. "Oh, I know. Hey, imagine if your evil dad was, like, in your life the whole time. That sounds way worse," MJ adds, her voice full of a grim, shared experience. Liz looks at Bobby, her elemental counterpart. Okay, I'm going to need some clothes." "Oh yeah, and you'll get a uniform that won't burn off and everything," he replies with a reassuring grin. The group gathers for a final, awkward goodbye. "Can you believe this? Careful, sorry. Now I'm the only one at school without powers. I'll call you, you better. And you're amazing, you're an amazing friend. You ran to help me, I won't forget this." "Yeah, well, kinda. Well, just remember that with great power there must also come great responsibility," Peter says, his voice full of a hard-won wisdom. Liz looks at him, a flicker of her old fire returning for a second. Now you sound like a tool. She rises into the air, joining Bobby and the distant jet. Hey, let's not do this again real soon. I'll call. Wow, she shouts as they disappear into the night sky. Peter and MJ are left alone in the backyard, the silence of the suburb returning. Seriously, wow, MJ whispers. I know, Peter replies, his mask already back in place. The night's events have changed them all, but for a brief moment, they're just two teenagers in the dark. What now? You want to make out? Not with Mr. Stinky Costume. Hey, I was battling an evil mutant. Then go make out with asterisk him. Well, maybe I will, they joke as they walk back toward the house. But the truth of Liz Allen's origin lies far from the suburbs of Queens. Years ago, in the prehistoric jungles of the savage land ***, a secret was born that would echo through the decades. Magneto hovers over a waterfall, his presence a stark contrast to the primitive surroundings. Eric, can I talk to you? Eric is the name humans gave me. Magneto. Really? You're sticking with that? You want me to call you Magneto? You'll get used to it, his companion, the massive ** blob, asks. Okay, see. The last time I went for supplies, I got in touch with this chick I used to hook up with when I was working at the circus. And it's yours? Well, yeah, and this girl. Was she in the freak show with you? Magneto asks, his interest clearly piqued. When you were a circus freak called the Blob, he adds, his voice full of a cold, intellectual curiosity. The Blob's face falls, his past a source of shame he can't escape. What? No, it's just a girl I met, in the audience, a human. Well, yeah, anyways, I was just calling to say what's up, and well, she's had a kid. Yeah, I mean, I think so. You and a human girl? Really? Hey man, that happened all the time. That's show business. And you want to ask me what? Well, I want to bring them here. A human woman? Yeah, well, with my kid. You can't raise a human baby in this environment. This specifically isn't a place for humans, Magneto says firmly, the citadel looming behind them. Yeah, but it's my kid. No one's keeping you here, Franklin. Go back to your circus. Go back to little kids throwing food at you and laughing at you. To people gasping in horror at you because you don't look like them. You go ahead and leave this place where you're an equal for the first time in your life, where you're a member of the new great society. Go ahead. What if the baby's a mutant? Then we bring him here. Her. We'll bring her here if that's what she wants, the Blob insists, his massive bulk a testament to his power. Magneto steps closer, his gaze intense. Xavier's here now, the Citadel is almost up and running. This is our time, your asterisk time, we've all made sacrifices for this. Your child would die out here. What we're planning is so much more than anything a family could give you. But if something happens to me between now and then, the Blob trails off, the weight of the future on his shoulders. I will find the girl, mutant or not. I will find her and tell her who her father is and what he sacrificed. You have my word, Magneto promises, his face half hidden in the shadows. The Blob looks at the setting sun, a rare moment of peace for the man called Franklin. I have a daughter, he whispers, the secret finally out in the open, waiting for the day it will be reclaimed. The world of Spider-Man is a delicate balance of secret identities and teenage heartbreak. But for Peter Parker, the weight of the mask is about to get much heavier. He's back with Mary Jane, but his past with Kitty Pryde and a mysterious project at Roxxon are looming like shadows over Queens. Standing amidst a sea of fire and twisted metal, Omega Red prepares for his next move. He isn't just a mutant assassin, he's a grudge waiting to be settled, and he's coming for the man who humiliated him. Inside the familiar walls of Midtown High, students are presenting their latest assignment. A young man proudly gestures to his group. So, we took our baby assignment to the park every day, and we even got both of our families to get together for a dinner, Julio explains. The teacher, Mrs. Jones, marks her clipboard with a satisfied nod. Excellent job, Julio and Allison. That is an A. The photo album was a nice touch, she praises. Okay, next, Peter Parker and Kitty Pryde. Let's see what you got. Peter and Kitty sit in the middle of the room, looking like they've just walked out of a disaster movie. Between them sits a bundle that looks more like a crime scene than a project. Kitty is fuming, her arms crossed and her brow furrowed in pure frustration. She shoots Peter a look that says more than words ever could. This was supposed to be simple. The teacher doesn't miss the tension, her eyes narrowing behind her glasses. "Mr. Parker, Miss Pride, this is a big part of your grade. Let's go," she commands. Peter stands up slowly, clutching the bundle as if it might explode at any second. He stammers, unable to find a single word to justify the state of their robotic infant. The blanket falls away to reveal the horrific truth. The robotic baby isn't just broken. It's a charred, melted husk of plastic and wires that looks like it survived a furnace. The classroom erupts in a chorus of shock and laughter. "You killed it!" one student screams, while Flash Thompson lets out a loud oof from the back row. Peter rubs the back of his head, his face burning with embarrassment. "So, something happened," he starts, only for Kitty to cut him off. "He killed our baby, baby's dead, he killed it," she announces with dramatic finality. Mrs. Jones isn't buying the theatrics, her expression hardening into a mask of skepticism. "Well, I assume your parenting journal has a whopper of a story for me," she says dryly. Kitty doesn't miss a beat, piling on the blame. "Actually, he destroyed that too," she adds, leaving Peter without a shred of evidence for his grade. The teacher leans forward, her eyes locked on Peter. "Do tell," she whispers, daring him to come up with a lie better than the truth. Peter looks directly at her, his eyes pleading for understanding. "Well, up until yesterday, everything was fine, I swear," he begins, his voice dropping as he recalls the chaos. The scene shifts back 18 hours, to the busy hallways of Midtown High. "Fine, of course, being a relative term around here," Peter narrates as students rush past him. Mary Jane stands by her locker, her gaze fixed on the photos inside. The news of Liz Allen's sudden departure for Xavier's school has left a hollow space in their group. Suddenly, a tiny, colorful clown face made of ice cream appears on top of her books. It's a bright, ridiculous distraction from the gloom of the day. The surprise works, and MJ's face lights up with a soft, genuine smile. It's the kind of small moment that reminds her why she loves him. Peter steps into view, grinning at his own cleverness. "You dork," MJ laughs. "It worked. It did work," Peter replies. "Just want to cheer you up, MJ. It's ice cream, so eat fast." They walk together, the conversation turning back to Liz. "Have you heard from Liz?" MJ asks. "I don't think I'm going to," Peter admits. "They do have phones at Xavier's school. I know, but I think she's gone." Kitty watches from a distance before joining them. "It's weird, school with no Liz Allen. Well, we're eventually all going to different colleges and stuff. Yeah, but we know that. This was sudden." "Sudden it was," they muse as a trio. MJ's eyes widen in shock as the reality of Liz's situation truly sinks in. "She's an ex-man. Her," she exclaims, her voice echoing in the hall. Peter nods, looking between his current and former girlfriends. "Yes, and that's a good thing, right?" he asks, trying to find a positive angle. Kitty's frustration boils over. "Good. I got kicked out of there. She's in and I'm not," she shouts. "She doesn't even like mutants, and now she gets to go there, and I'm having macaroni and cheese for lunch again." She thrusts the heavy robotic baby into Peter's arms. "Here, I'm done with this. Here, it's your turn. Take our baby or I'm throwing him in the dumpster. It's a her," Kitty snaps. Kitty storms off. MJ and Peter are left with the child. "And you can watch your precious grade point average melt like I don't know. It's always hardest on the children. Badabum," Kitty calls back over her shoulder. Inside the classroom, the guidance counselor attempts to address the student body. "Now, I know this class has had its fair share of drama and tragedy over the last year. I'm speaking, of course, of Harry Osborn," she begins somberly. She continues, unaware of the tension she's causing. "And we're all still reeling from that lunatic who attacked the school, and all this Spider-Man nonsense. And Flash, which one of you is Flash Thompson?" Flash stands up, his hands on his head as if he's about to explode. "I'm not Spider-Man," he screams at the top of his lungs. The counselor tries to soothe him. I know, son, I was just saying, I know you've had some run-ins with the media and..." She trails off as Flash continues to fume. Flash bellows again, refusing to let the rumor live. I'm not Spider-Man, he yells, his voice cracking with desperation. She sighs and tries to get back to her point. Well, that, wasn't my point. It doesn't matter who is Spider-Man, my point is that we as a school. Peter watches the scene with a cynical grin. I think Mr. Lutz is Spider-Man, he thinks to himself, enjoying the absurdity of the situation. The counselor looks confused. The health teacher, why would you, she starts, her eyes darting toward the teacher in question. Flash points a finger at the counselor, his eyes wild. Because it ain't me, he screams, his point finally made with maximum volume. She ignores him and presses on. Well, if we can rewind for a second. My point is that this school and this class in particular has had some very dramatic events. And I know that a good friend of yours, Elizabeth Allen, has transferred because she discovered she is, in fact, a mutant, a Homo superior. The class looks on with a mix of fatigue and disinterest. Well, a mutant, and I'm sure some of you are trying to deal with this in your own way, but as a whole, as a class. She folds her hands patiently. I thought maybe we'd take this time to talk about whatever is on our minds. The room falls into a heavy, awkward silence. No one wants to be the first to open up, especially not about Liz Allen. The counselor waits, her eyes scanning the bored faces. Anyone? Anything at all? Yeah, she asks, hopeful for any response. A student in the front raises his hand high. We should get the day off. I agree completely. Not just us, you too. You should take a personal day, he suggests, while the counselor dismisses the idea instantly. She turns her attention to Kitty. Kitty Pryde, I know you have some experience in this. Being that you are, well, it's not a secret you were on the cover of Newsweek. You're rather, you're a. Kitty glares at her, the word mutant hanging in the air unspoken. Her expression is like stone, daring the counselor to finish the sentence. The counselor backtracks quickly, clearing her throat. Okay, well, if any of you have anything on your mind, my office is always open. Class ends, the students begin to chatter. Do you really think Lutz is Spider-Man? Yes, I do. Guy's got a belly. He can suck it in. It's the perfect disguise. Duh, they gossip. Outside the window, a pair of pigeons watch as the teenagers argue. Hey man, all I know is I'm not Spider-Man, because if I was, I wouldn't be sitting here all day. Yeah, you said that. Well, I wouldn't. Later that afternoon, Peter starts his shift at the Daily Bugle. I do data entry and low-level web design for their website. It's actually a pretty cool job. I get to keep up with the world, he narrates as he settles in. The office is a hive of chaos. Peter looks up from his screen as he hears a familiar bark. And I get to work with all these interesting people. Even Parker knows better and he's in preschool. Jameson bellows nearby. J. Jonah Jameson is in a heated argument with Betty Brandt. I'm a reporter too, Jonah. It's not your story, Miss Brandt. It's anyone's story until the story is cracked. No, Jonah, I had a lead. Then you give it to the reporter who is following the story. The newsroom is electric with the rumor. Nick Fury is missing, the top cop in the world, missing, MIA, it's been weeks. I get a nibble, I'm following it. Not my fault Leeds here is a drunk. Hey, another reporter pipes up. Betty is livid, her face inches from Jonah's. Hey, you want to look for Nick Fury in every bar in Midtown? That's fine, but I have a feeling he might be elsewhere. Just saying, not your story. You got me covering fashion shows at a college. Jameson roars back, pointing a finger at her. Because that is the level of reporter you have revealed yourself to be. How dare you? You were caught canoodling with Craven the Hunter just before his arrest. You were canoodling with your assignment? You're lucky you still work here. He doesn't stop there, leaning in with a nasty grin. You back off the Fury story, and you do your job. If not, I am sure there are plenty of openings in this city for a woman of your obvious credentials. And by that I mean there's always room at the entrance to the Lincoln Tunnel. Betty stares at him in stunned silence before turning on her heel and marching away. Peter watches from his desk, feeling the tension in the room spike to dangerous levels. Jameson scans the room, looking for his next target. Anybody else? He barks, daring any other reporter to challenge his authority. Betty stands near the elevators, slamming a hand against the wall. Damn it, she mutters, her professional pride stung by Jameson's cruel words. She nearly walks right into a large man in a janitor's uniform. Out of my way, she snaps, her patience completely evaporated. Across the room, Jonah is still yelling at Ben Urich. Thank you, Jonah. Don't thank me, Leeds. Find Fury, or you're next, he growls, unaware of the threat standing right behind him. Peter's head starts to throb as his spider sense goes off. Well, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. You go talk her down, Robbie. Even with all the usual drama, something was off. It's hard to describe, but something felt off, Peter thinks. The janitor isn't moving. He stands in the middle of the newsroom like a mountain, his presence casting a long, dark shadow over the desks. A massive hand, encased in a tactical glove, reaches out for the door of Jameson's private office. The time for waiting is over. Peter's eyes dart around as the danger becomes imminent. He needs to get out of sight and suit up before whoever this is starts tearing the bugle apart. The newsroom remains oblivious to the impending disaster. Reporters continue to type and phones continue to ring as Peter slips away from his cubicle. He ducks behind a stack of storage boxes, his senses screaming at him. He can feel the power radiating from the intruder, and it's unlike anything he's felt before. Inside his office, Jonah is still focused on his notes. There are 2 M's in Ben Grimm, he mutters, his pen hovering over a headline. Peter moves toward a private storage room, his movements a blur of speed as the staff's attention is focused elsewhere. The intruder steps into Jonah's office, the door swinging open with a slow, deliberate creak that freezes the air in the room. Peter watches through a gap in the partition as the janitor's disguise begins to fall away. He recognizes the build and the danger. The intruder holds a letter in his hand, looking down at Jonah with a terrifying, calm intensity. He's been waiting for this meeting for a long time. Jameson finally looks up, the color draining from his face. "Mr. Jameson," the man says, his voice like grinding stones. The janitor's suit shreds as Omega Red stands tall, his massive, pale arms rippling with muscle and his lethal tentacles coiled at his sides. "What an honor for you to meet me." "Really," he sneers. Jameson stares up at the mutant giant, his mouth hanging open in pure, unadulterated terror. And you are?" he stammers, his bravado gone. Omega Red leans in, his red eyes glowing with hatred. "I'm the man who just made you crap your Homo sapien pants," he growls, the threat palpable. Peter pulls on his mask in the shadows, Omega Red begins his monologue. "When you first wrote about me, it was in such a condescending manner, so disrespectful. Really, I was overwhelmed with a desire to come down here and burn you alive, but I didn't. I tried to stay focused." Jameson raises his hands as if to ward off a ghost. "But what happened since the article in question? What article? Who are you?" he pleads, truly unable to remember the man he insulted. Omega Red wraps a tentacle around Jonah's waist, hoisting him off the floor. "Are you really going to interrupt me? After the article where you expressed such mockery for me for having been beaten fairly in battle by that Spider-Man child, I found that my business was lacking. I wasn't getting the work-for-hire jobs I was once getting." He flings Jonah across the room like a toy. "I love being the hired attack dog of big corporations. I worked my whole life towards that goal, and I am good. But see, you wrote that article and my business has dried up." "Og," Jonah yells as he hits a desk. The villain stands over the fallen editor, his tentacles twitching with lethal intent. "I'm a joke. I'm blacklisted. That I know. It's not their fault. He was only doing his job. But even then I thought, I'll stay away. I won't pick a fight with the at-hash holes at the Daily Bugle." Omega Red leans closer, his voice dropping to a terrifying whisper. "Even when you write your vaguely anti-mutant tirades, even that, I stay away from. But then I see you've started running articles about the Roxxon Corporation. Isn't that right?" He continues, his logic twisted by resentment. "Well, being as I'm trying to get back into the good graces of the good people at the Roxxon Corporation, I thought, why don't I take it upon myself to come down here and strike the fear of God into you?" He looms over Jameson, a physical manifestation of the editor's worst nightmares. "Get you to back off of them. Get you to maybe find your way to write something not insulting about me. I get some juice back, and you get to keep both of your arms." Jonah can only look up in horror. "Who are you?" he whimpers. Omega Red's face darkens. It's upsetting me that you don't know. Omega Red is my professional name. Jameson is cornered, the office around him shattered and silent. He tries to speak, but the words fail him as a tentacle snakes toward his throat. The villain roars in frustration, his tentacles whipping through the air. You ruined my career, he screams, his voice echoing through the newsroom. Jonah raises his hands in a desperate plea. I'm not trying to be difficult, I really have no idea who you are, he manages to gasp. Omega Red grabs him by the throat, his grip tightening. It's upsetting that I've made so little an impression on you when you've had such a large impression on me. I guess I need to even that out a bit before we can begin negotiations. Guck, Batog. Jonah chokes as his feet leave the floor. Suddenly, the window shatters as Spider-Man swings into the office, glass raining down like lethal confetti. Hi, excuse me, so sorry to bother. Is this where you submit the personal ads? He quips, landing perfectly among the wreckage. Reporters are diving for cover, the sound of breaking glass and shouting filling the newsroom. Did you hear? One woman asks as she scrambles for safety under a desk. Spidey lands on a filing cabinet, his lenses fixed on Omega Red. How? I have one. SWM with spider powers looking for one damn day where he doesn't have to deal with some costumed Looney Tune. How did you find me? Robbie Robertson watches the showdown from behind a partition, his face set in a grim expression. Jonah? Should we? A staffer asks, but Robbie knows only one person can handle this. Spidey fires a web line with a sharp thwap, aiming for the villain's tentacles. Of all the goofball nonsense in your life that brought you to this place, dressed like that, with that hair, the one thing you're questioning is me. Outside the office door, the staff can only imagine the carnage within. So imagine you're at work in a building with, pretty decent security. Jonah? Really? Peter narrates as the fight begins in earnest. Omega Red is faster than he looks, swinging a massive tentacle that catches Spider-Man midair. And all of a sudden, whoa! Spidey yells as he's sent crashing through another glass partition. The hero slams through several desks, the sound of crash echoing as computers and papers explode around him. Ow! He groans, pushing himself up from the rubble. Omega Red smashes through the remaining wall, his red eyes fixed on the wall crawler. Gentlemen, he growls, looking like he's just getting started. The entire floor is a wreck, with smoke and dust obscuring the vision of the fleeing staff. Omega Red muses, scanning the debris for any sign of his target. Spidey is buried under a heavy wooden desk, his strength pushed to the limit as he tries to throw it off. Come on, he strains, the wood groaning under the pressure. The villain stands over the pile, his tentacles twitching. You didn't barge in here and just run away. I'm not completely stupid, he declares, his confidence growing. Spidey finds an opening, his hands snapping into the classic web-slinging pose. Thwip thwip echoes as he fires a flurry of webbing at the mutant's face. The distraction works, allowing Spidey to swing a heavy computer monitor into Omega Red's head. Scrosh! Oops, looks like you kind of are, he jokes as the screen shatters against the villain's skull. The fight spills across the newsroom, with Spider-Man landing a series of lightning-fast strikes. Wham! Arg! Omega Red grunts as the hero mocks him. Yeah, you said that before. They tumble through the coffee room, the sound of crash accompanying their path of destruction. Ugh, ow, Spidey exclaims as he's tossed through a table. From behind the safety of a fallen vending machine, J. Jonah Jameson hasn't forgotten his business sense. Daily Bugle exclusive, right in my lap, he whispers, clicking his digital camera. Spider-Man manages to wrap Omega Red in his own tentacles, pulling them tight as the mutant slams into a row of lockers with a deafening bang. He follows up with a heavy filing cabinet, slamming it into the mutant with a sharp bash. BBB, but I am gonna make this one, Spidey panting. He looks at the terrified staff members still huddled in the corner. Everyone, feel free to run like away. It doesn't make you any less of a, he suggests while dodging a retaliatory swing. Spidey's spider sense flares up again as Omega Red roars, the mutant's power beginning to spike in his rage. The villain explodes outward with a massive burst of energy, sending desks and chairs flying in every direction. Spidey is caught in the blast, his body slammed into the far wall with a bone-jarring impact. Jameson ducks as a shard of glass flies past his head. %, this is going to cost me, he mutters, his mind already calculating the repair costs for the office. Omega Red looms over the hero, his face a mask of primal fury. A child, that's what kills me, he roars. Oops, Spidey yells as he's grabbed and slammed back down. The villain wraps a tentacle around Peter's leg, swinging him around the room like a ragdoll. I don't know how you knew I was here. Ow, Peter grunts as his head clips a ceiling beam. Spidey fires more webbing, trying to anchor himself. I don't know how it's always you in my face. Og, he says as he's slammed into another partition. Omega Red delivers a finishing blow, slamming Spider-Man through the ceiling tiles. Smash! Ow! The hero groans as the plaster shatters around him. They end up face to face, the mutant's red eyes glowing inches from the white lenses of Spidey's mask. One, Omega Red growls, his voice full of pure venom. The battle finally ends with Omega Red slumped unconscious against a broken vending machine. Peter stands in the middle of the ruined newsroom, his chest heaving. Hugh, he exhales, looking at the destruction. He spots his robotic baby assignment lying among the rubble, its surface melted and blackened by Omega Red's energy blasts. It's beyond repair. Jameson emerges from his hiding spot, brushing dust off his suit. You're welcome, Spidey says. Actually, I was going to ask, who should I bill? Bill, for the mess. I saved your life, you trashed my home. You and your partner, Jameson yells. Peter can only stare at the man through his mask, completely stunned by the lack of gratitude. Aha, he says flatly, wondering why he even bothers. Jameson stares back, his expression unreadable. He has his story and his photos, and in his world, that's more valuable than a thank you. Back in the present day, Peter stands in the classroom, gesturing wildly at his melted baby. The cops came, the firemen came. They sent us home and the place. I mean here, he explains to the teacher. He holds up the front page of the Bugle as proof. It's the front page. Here's my employee ID, I was really there, he says, desperate for the teacher to believe him. Mrs. Jones doesn't move a muscle, her eyes fixed on him with a cold, unrelenting stare. To her, this is just another imaginative excuse for a late assignment. Peter waits for the verdict, his heart pounding. Surely surviving a supervillain attack counts as an excused absence from parenting duties. The teacher leans forward, her voice low and dangerous. B-, she asks, her tone suggesting that even that is more than he deserves. Peter's jaw drops in horror. B-, I can't have a B, my GPA is, he stammered, while Kitty celebrates in the background. Mrs. Jones leans in closer. You brought me a charred carcass. B- is your pity grade. Do you want the one you deserve? Sit down, Mr. Parker, she snaps, her eyes like steel. Peter slumps back into his seat, the weight of his failing grade heavier than any fight with Omega Red. Next issue, the worst day in Peter Parker's life, the text warns. The scene shifts to a dark, cavernous warehouse in the middle of the night. A single light illuminates the center of the room, casting long, shifting shadows against the walls. Peter Parker hangs upside down, wrapped in heavy steel chains and secured with massive padlocks. A figure stands over him, holding his red and blue mask. Geez, what are you? 10 years old? I can't believe it. I really can't believe it, the man exclaims. The chains rattle with a series of metallic clinks as Peter begins to stir. MNNFFF, he groans, the world swimming as he slowly regains his senses. Captor shines a flashlight directly into his face. A kid, he screams, the light blinding Peter as he tries to look around the dark room. The intensity of the situation hits Peter all at once. He's been unmasked, he's in chains, and he's at the mercy of a man who sounds like he's on the edge of a breakdown. Mayog. The man steps back into the light, revealing himself as Herman Schultz, the shocker. Tell me your name, kid, you know my name, I'm your funny ha-ha joke. You know who I am, he rants, his voice full of a decade of bitterness. He grabs Peter by his hair, pulling his head up. Tell me who you are, he bellows, his face inches from Peter's. Ow, Peter whimpers, the chains rattling as he's jerked around. Shocker fires a blast from his gauntlet into the floor next to Peter, the sound of FSSSHSSH filling the air. "Come on, kid, tell me a joke. Tell me how funny I am now," he sneers. The vibration from the blast rattles Peter's teeth. Mayog, he screams as the room shakes around him, the chains clinking against his bruised skin. 2 hours earlier, Peter was in a much better mood. He's laughing as he holds a video camera. "Ha ha 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 ha, that was hilarious," he exclaims, his eyes bright with amusement. Mary Jane Watson stands in front of a news camera, dressed in a professional suit. "Just hold the camera, Parker," she orders, her face a mask of focus as she prepares for her segment. They are on a busy street in Queens, with pedestrians walking past them. Okay. No sense of humor, please, and action. "This is very Jane Matson reporting from Queens," she starts, but quickly flubs the line. She covers her face in embarrassment. "I did it again. What is the matter with me?" MJ groans. Peter can't help but chuckle behind the lens, his teasing nature coming through. Peter steps out from behind the camera with a grin. "Hey, what? Did I laugh when the butt ripped off your costume during the rhino fight?" "Yes." "Well, that was funny. This is not. Please, can we just do this? I have to have the camera back to school in 2 hours," she pleads. She takes a deep breath and readies herself. Mary Jane Watson, what are we doing again? Man-on-the-street stuff about the fall of the Kingpin and its long-term effects on the boroughs. It's my assignment for the Friday video pod. Kingpin? Okay, very main Kratzen, when you're ready, and action. The red recording light blinks as she begins her report. "Hi, this is Mary Jane CR, she starts, her voice full of professional confidence before another small stumble. She stops herself, her eyes closing in frustration. The busy street noise and the pressure of the deadline are starting to get to her. Peter watches her through the viewfinder, his expression shifting from amusement to support. He knows how hard she works on these projects. She tries again, her voice louder this time. Watson, this is Mary Jane Watson. Damn it," she yells at the camera, her composure finally breaking. Peter lowers the camera with a playful grin. "Seriously, damn it. You do have a higher grade point average than me, and yet I know my entire name. Peter, then Parker, Peter, Parker," he teases, trying to break the tension. MJ gives him a look that could melt steel. She isn't in the mood for his jokes, especially when her grade is on the line. Suddenly, a loud screeching sound echoes from around the corner. "Okay, give it ASC cree boom." The sound of tires and a massive explosion drowns out their conversation. An armored truck is lifted into the air by a massive shimmering energy field. "Everyone down. Everyone just get down and stay calm." A voice roars from the middle of the intersection. Peter's face goes white. "I can't believe it. Here, film this. Who is that?" "It's the Shocker. He's the biggest loser in Loserville. I have to pound him once a week." "Shoot it. It'll be great for your GPA," he says, handing the camera to MJ as he ducks away. Shocker walks out of the debris, his gauntlets humming with power. "I'm walking out of here, so get out of my way," he shouts as he fires a blast into the ceiling of a nearby bank. A police car is tossed through the air like a toy as the energy waves hit it. "Glyog, GSSHHH?" An officer screams as he's sent flying from the impact. The villain stands in the street, his gauntlets aimed at anything that moves. "Now step the % off. Step the % off," he bellows, his voice full of desperate rage. Spiderman swings into view, his foot connecting with the villain's back. "Oh, Herman, now you're just embarrassing all of us." "Hey, I get it, I do. I wanted to be a drummer in a rock and roll band. I did. But then I tried it and realized I, in fact, sucked at it," he quips. The people on the street erupt into cheers. "Ha!" someone yells, while MJ keeps the camera rolling on the spectacular fight. Spidey lands on the ground, pinning Shocker with a series of web lines. "I hate to be the one that tells it to you, but I think you might have to take a luong look at yourself in a similar light. In fact, I want you to repeat after me. I truly suck at being a criminal. My shocking shockers are not all that shocking," he mockingly commands. Shocker looks up at him, a flicker of something dark and dangerous crossing his face. He's tired of being the joke of New York City. Without warning, Shocker fires a concentrated blast of energy directly at the hero's chest. Ag! Spidey yells as he's thrown through the air, the sheer force of the impact stunning him. MJ watches through the camera lens, her face pale with terror as she sees Spider-Man hit a wall and slump to the pavement. Shocker fires again, his gauntlets roaring with a blinding light. "How'd that feel?" he bellows as the hero is blasted again while trying to stand. "Ag!" Peter groans in pain. Spider-Man hits the ground hard, smoke rising from his suit. He's out cold, and the street falls into a terrified, silent state of shock. "How'd that feel?" Shocker screams again, his voice cracking. Mary Jane stares at her boyfriend, her voice a mere whisper. "No," she breathes, unable to move as Shocker stands over him. The villain turns to the crowd, his gauntlets still glowing with energy. "You guys like that? You think that was funny?" he asks as more explosions rock the street around him. "Crackum! Og!" the crowd screams. He roars at the unconscious hero, his voice full of a lifetime of resentment. "Ha ha funny, let's hear the ha ha," he screams as he stands over the fallen Spider-Man. In the chaos, MJ manages to keep the camera focused on Shocker as he grabs the hero by his suit and drags him toward a nearby van. He flings Spider-Man into the back and slams the door. "Jerks!" he shouts at the pursuing police as he fires another blast to keep them back. The van screeches away, leaving a trail of smoke and rubber. MJ reaches a hand out, powerless to stop the kidnapping of the person she loves. She stands alone in the middle of the ruined street, the sounds of sirens and shouting growing closer. Her heart is broken, and she has no idea where they've taken him. Back in the warehouse, the interrogation reaches its peak. Shocker paces around the chained hero, his voice thick with anger. "Do you have any idea how much money you've cost me? And you're just a kid? With these stupid jokes, I'll kill you, and no one will find you till I'm long gone. Why did you have to laugh at me? What was so funny? Ag, humiliating me over and over was a riot, was it? The police have secured the crime scene. People, we're looking for witnesses to the actual crime and abduction. Oh, I saw the whole thing. Do your own homework, Piggles. Please, we're just trying to," an officer shouts to the crowd. The witnesses are already spreading rumors. "What? I know a scam when I see one. They teamed up to rob Theo, like you know. You're out of your mind. Spider-Man was working with the other guy." They argue behind the police tape. MJ is tucked away in an alley, her phone pressed to her ear. Oh man, hey Kitty, it's MJ, she says, her voice shaking with fear. Kitty is at home, her room filled with the quiet atmosphere of study. "MJ Watson? Why are you calling me? You hate me," she replies, her tone flat and uninterested. MJ starts running toward the main road. God, there's been trouble. There's trouble and I don't know what to do," she explains, her words tumbling out in a rush. Kitty's expression shifts from annoyance to concern. She knows MJ wouldn't call unless something had gone catastrophically wrong with Peter. They meet in a dark alleyway near the scene of the kidnapping. "Show me," Kitty says simply, her eyes focused on the video camera MJ is holding. MJ plays back the footage, the grainy image showing the exact moment Spider-Man was taken by the Shocker. The light on the screen is the only thing illuminating their worried faces. MJ looks at Kitty for answers. "Wow, what should I do? If I showed the cops the video, with all the stuff on it before the crime, they'd figure out his secret," she worries. "Let's call Johnny Storm." "Why?" Kitty asks. Kitty explains her reasoning. "Because he might have, like, a computer database that tells us who this idiot is and where or how we could track him." "Oh yeah, Johnny, calm down, I can't. I should have thought to call Johnny," MJ mutters, her panic still rising. Kitty keeps trying her phone. "Damn, they're not answering. But if we go to the cops, it'll give Peter's identity away. Too many people know, Kitty. He's going to get hurt. But if we don't go," MJ says, her mind spinning with the risks. Kitty looks at her firmly. We have to go to the cops," she declares, knowing it's their only chance to save him. The local precinct is a hive of activity. "Stop it, I do miss the Kingpin, I do, you sound like a loon. Captain, with the Kingpin, we knew the rules. We might not have liked the rules, but we knew the rules. But now, who can you trust? Who can you trust?" the officers argue. Captain Quaid steps out of his office, his face etched with fatigue. "Captain, I'll be right back," he says, intending to get a coffee and clear his head. Suddenly, Kitty Pryde appears between the lockers. "Hi, geez, sorry, my name's Kitty Pryde," she says, startling the captain in the dimly lit hallway. Quaid's reflexes are sharp. He draws his gun in an instant. "At $. Whoa, okay, hold on. Stop doing whatever you're doing. You're Captain Quaid, right? Put your hands in the air," he bellows. He recognizes her after a moment. Kind of," he says, lowering his firearm as he remembers her from the Newsweek cover. Kitty tries to stay calm. "Yeah, he said you were a friend of the M's. He said I could talk to you." "Yeah, so what?" Quaid asks, his eyes narrowing behind his glasses. She gets right to the point. "Spider-Man, I know, the shocker, we're working on it. I've got footage of the crime, but it has to be dealt with subtly," Quaid explains, looking down at her. Outlook is grim. "I don't get it. Spider-Man has to keep his mask on. It's important. No kidding. Bad guy kidnaps the good guy. No demands made. It's been hours. Guy's probably dead," he states, holding the tape MJ gave them. Kitty glares at him, her eyes burning with a mix of fury and fear. She refuses to accept that Peter is anything but alive. Quaid realizes his mistake. "Sorry," he mutters, his voice softer as he sees the pain in her expression. Kitty points at the tape. "Can you find him with this? It'll help. Okay, you tell me where he is. I'll go in and get him." "No, we will handle it," Quaid says firmly. He gives her a final, stern look. "You're a kid." "No," he repeats, his tone brooking no argument. He takes the tape and heads back to his office. "Let me see the tape," he commands, his mind already formulating a rescue plan. In the warehouse, Shocker is pacing frantically. "The way I see it, kid, you owe me hundreds of thousands of dollars, not including the months I've lost in and out of the joint. Legal bills," he rants at the upside-down Peter. Peter manages to speak between gasps of pain. "Hey man, you rob banks, what did you think was going to happen? Ow, what did you think the outcome was going to be?" Shocker leans in, his face a mask of bitter rage. The outcome is I get what is coming to me," he says, a gauntlet pressed to Peter's face. Peter doesn't back down. "You got what was coming to you. That's my point. You don't know, I invented these." "Yeah, okay. You invented them, so do something worthwhile with them. Help society. Help people who need help." Shocker bellows at him. "Shut up. Help people. Who should I help? Whoever helped me. Help people." "Only a kid would think that dumb of a thought, I swear to God," he says, walking away in disgust. Peter looks at him with genuine sympathy. "I feel bad for you," he says softly, the chains clinking with his every breath. Shocker stops and turns back. "What did you say?" he asks, his voice low and dangerous as he walks back into the light. Peter continues, his voice steady. I used to goof on you. I thought you were just this idiot I got to pounce on once a week. I didn't realize you were in this much pain. I'm sorry," he explains. The villain reacts with a burst of pure energy. Percent you?" he screams, firing a blast that rocks the entire warehouse. Zizadic saw and ag fill the room. He bellows at the top of his lungs, his frustration overflowing. "You don't know, you have no idea," he screams as more energy blasts into the walls. The chains rattle as Peter is shaken by the blasts. "You do this to me, they will catch you. You know that, right? People saw you take me. People, the police, know who you are. You want to get caught, right? That's the thing." Shocker stares at him with a cold, hollow gaze. "Wow, you know everything. Maybe you want to get caught and you don't know it," he says with a bitter sneer. He continues his rant, his pride stung. "I want to get caught. I want to go to jail? Yeah, that's why I studied at MIT till my eyes bled. That's why I worked at Roxanne all those years and gave them all that I had. Because I was trying to go to jail." Peter is surprised. "You worked at Roxanne?" he asks, his curiosity getting the better of his fear. Shocker brags about his engineering past. "For years, that's where I invented these. And I invented rotating gyro splints that could take out a tank. I invented compound genocycles that could paralyze a man. Why? Why does Roxanne have you inventing weapons? They're a pharmaceutical company. What do they do over there? What?" I'm asking. "Seriously, What goes on over there? Shocker looks down, his voice losing its edge. You're too young to understand, he mutters, as if to himself. Peter looks at the man's tired face. What did they do to you? He asks softly, realizing there's a much deeper story here. Shocker turns back to him with renewed intensity. Let me be the one that tells you how it is. In the big boy world, when you grow up, in the adult world, rich people screw everyone, and not in a cliché way, in a truly mean, nasty, uncaring, inhuman way. He paces the room like a caged animal. They take those who are creative or imaginative, who have a vision for the future, and they steal from them and then they destroy them. Why? Because they hate those of us who are creative. They need us and they hate us. They hate us because we are that which they know they will never be. He continues, his voice thick with years of resentment. No matter how much money, or how many babes, or how many houses, they will never have that feeling, that rush, to have invented something from nothing. Shocker's voice breaks for a second. So yeah, a big company like Roxanne hires a guy like me to create for them, and then when they get my best work, do they reward me? No, they fire me. They put me out. They put me down. They ruin me. Peter looks at him with concern. But what are they doing? Why are they building, he asks, trying to uncover the company's true goals. Shocker raises his hands to the heavens. Kid, they rule the world. Who do you think rules the world? Kings? The president? Nick Fury, it's corporations. Faceless, power-wielding corporations. And Roxanne is one of them. And you know what? The sad truth of it all? If by some miracle of miracles you got rid of Roxanne, 2 more would grow in its place. Shocker turns back to Peter, his voice flat and cold. So there, they took mine. I'm going to take it back. But you're always standing in between me and that which I know I have earned. But you're not a faceless corporation, you're a dumb $% kid who is ruining my life. And now I'm going to do this. Shocker readies his gauntlets for a final, lethal blast. And now I have to do this. I have to stop you from stopping me. I have to stop you from laughing at me. I have to kill you for it. I have to do it. In a final burst of desperation, Peter summons every bit of strength he has. The sound of crack echoes through the warehouse as the steel chains begin to fail. The hero falls through the air as the chains snap with a loud series of clinks. He hits the ground in a crouch, ready to fight for his life. Og. Shocker stumbles back, his gauntlets glowing as he tries to regain his composure. He didn't expect the kid to have any fight left in him. The warehouse is filled with a blinding light as Shocker fires one final, desperate blast. The shadows dance across the walls as the hero lunges forward. Spider-Man's fist connects with Shocker's chest with a deafening smack. The impact sends the villain flying across the room, his gauntlets misfiring into the ceiling. Spidey stands over the fallen Shocker, his face a mask of determination. HHRA, he bellows, ready to deliver a finishing blow to the man who kidnapped him. Don't, a voice calls out. Mary Jane and Kitty stand in the doorway, watching the scene. Don't do that, MJ says softly, her voice the only thing keeping Peter from the edge. Peter looks at his friends, then back at the defeated villain. Come on, man, he sighs, the rage slowly leaving his body. He lowers his fist and steps back. I wasn't going to. You sure? Kitty asks, her hand resting on his shoulder as he catches his breath. Peter slumps to his knees, the exhaustion of the night finally catching up with him. Og, okay, my head is killing me. Put on your mask, I'm not alone. How did you find me? That would be Mary Jane, investigative reporter, he says with a weak smile. MJ helps him fix his mask, her hands shaking slightly. Ow, it kills me to say this, but she's an outstanding girlfriend, Peter jokes, leaning into her touch. They share a quiet moment in the shadows of the warehouse. So were you? Whoa, I gotcha, they whisper, the nightmare finally over. The warehouse doors burst open as SWAT teams flood the building. Freeze, police! They shout, their tactical lights cutting through the darkness. MJ leads Peter toward the exit, passing by Captain Quaid. Got a supervillain back there. Money's there. As promised, I'm taking him home, okay? That was the deal, she says firmly. Quaid watches them leave, his expression unreadable. Captain, that was the deal. But we can't stop them, so why would you try? Another officer asks. The police surround the unconscious Shocker. "We got the bad guy. Oh, it's this guy again," one officer notes, recognizing the villain from countless previous arrests. Outside, the city lights twinkle over the Hudson River. "What a joke," the narration muses as the scene fades to black. Next issue, the Symbiote War. High above the tranquility of a city park, the camera drifts down over the lush green trees as pigeons scatter into the sky. An elderly woman in a pink cardigan slowly makes her way toward a lone man sitting on a park bench, her shadow stretching across the path. She stops beside him, leaning heavily on her cane as she prepares to take a seat, while the man remains hunched over in silence. They sit together for a moment, two strangers sharing the same space, though the man seems worlds away in his own mind. Eddie Brock finally turns his head toward her, his voice a low, hollow rasp. "Hi, my name is Eddie Brock," she offers a polite smile. "Hello." Eddie looks back at the grass. "It's a nice day." She nods. "It is." Then Eddie whispers a chilling truth. "I'm hungry." He looks down at his hands, his eyes reflecting a deep, unbearable exhaustion. "Sorry, I've been sitting here all day, just trying to put together how I got here, how my life became what it's become." He shakes his head. "I was just a college student. A couple of months ago, I was living in a dorm, doing my homework, going to parties. Now I live nowhere. That is so strange to say out loud." He stares into the middle distance, the weight of his secret threatening to crush him. "What happened was, when I was a kid, my dad invented this thing, this medical miracle. It was supposed to be a cure for cancer, but it ended up being, I guess parasite is the best word." His voice trembles. "And it attached to me." Eddie closes his eyes tight, reliving the nightmare. "And all of a sudden I'm not me anymore. I'm this thing, this super-powered thing. And all of a sudden me and Spider-Man are throwing down. Yeah, I got into a big fight with Spider-Man. It was on the news." A spark of intensity flares in his gaze as he leans closer. "I actually know who he is. For real, I know his name. And I'll tell it to you, I'm not scared of him. I'm not pals with him. He tried to kill me. It's half his fault I'm like this now." He leans in even closer, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Peter Parker, that's his name, still in high school. His dad worked with my dad, and they made this parasite thing. Yeah, and we had a fight, big time." The scene shifts to a chaotic memory. Rain lashing down as police officers unleash a barrage of gunfire into the darkness. The monster within Eddie roars, bullets tearing through its black hide as a hooded figure watches from the shadows above. "I'm not sure exactly what happened," Eddie's narration continues. "When I'm him, I don't remember too well." The creature is suddenly enveloped in a blinding blue electrical discharge, its mouth open in a silent scream of agony. "I remember there was a flash of light that I remember." The blue light consumes the entire world, washing out every detail into a stark, empty void. Then total darkness. Maybe I died. The camera pulls back to Eddie's face in the present, his eyes hidden in deep shadow. "Maybe I'm dead. I remember the flash of light. Yeah, but then." Dark silhouettes of leaves frame a path illuminated by flickering streetlights. "I woke up, elsewhere." A lone jogger runs down the path, completely unaware of the predator lurking in the dense foliage. Eddie's face is a mask of pure primal need. Hungry. The jogger hears a sudden movement in the bushes, her pace slowing as fear begins to take hold. She turns, puffing out her chest in a desperate show of bravado. "Listen, you, I will mess you up so bad if you even try to." Eddie stares down at the ground, his humanity losing the battle against the hunger. Suddenly, black tentacles erupt from the shadows, ensnaring the woman and dragging her backward into the darkness as she cries out in terror. She's pulled into the brush, her eyes wide with shock. Nuo, help." Back in the park, Eddie talks to another woman, this one wearing a purple hat, her expression one of growing concern. "Maybe I'm dead, but I don't think so. It feels like a dream almost. Have you ever had a dream that was so real, you're not sure if it really happened?" The vision of Venom leaping across the city skyline returns, a nightmare made of muscle and hate. "My whole life feels like that now. I go in and out." The creature lands with bone-shattering force, its massive claw crushing the pavement as onlookers flee in terror. "And now it's like I have two brains in me. two brains thinking independently of each other. The black suit lashes out, its tendrils wrapping around innocent bystanders like a living web. One brain is just hungry, and the other brain. The creature's jagged jaws open wide, revealing the terrified face of a victim within. The other brain wants to know when someone is going to stop me. Eddie stumbles through an alleyway, clutching his chest, his eyes wide with delirium. When is someone going to put me out of my misery, right? But no one has. And here's the thing, all this pain and hunger, all this delirium after days or weeks, I don't know how long, all of a sudden, I felt okay. The memory shifts to a war zone in the middle of the city, where tanks and soldiers surround a massive metallic rhino battling Spider-Man. It was him, Parker. Eddie watches from a doorway, a strange calm washing over him. There he was, and all of a sudden, I felt great. Spider-Man dodges an attack as the rhino roars. I felt no see, I didn't feel anything, it wasn't me. He looks down as the black tendrils begin to creep over his fingers again. It was him. Above the tanks, Spider-Man leaps onto the rhino's head, swinging a piece of debris like a club. Where was I before we were rudely interrupted by you throwing me through a building? Oh yeah. In the shadows, Eddie's body is consumed by the black suit once more. This feeling, though, it was unreal. This was something new. See, before I ever wore the suit, Peter Parker, he wore it. He didn't wear it for long, but he wore it. The rhino is slammed into the ground with an earth-shaking boom. Did the suit, I don't know, connect to him? Does it want him more than it wants me? Eddie's face is half submerged in the black oily mass. It wanted something. Did it want to kill him or kiss him? Venom roars into the air while Spider-Man swings away from the battle. Oh, and you're welcome, Peter calls out over his shoulder. Eddie's internal voice remains cold. I don't know, but the army was there, the police, the news. I didn't know what to do. Days later, Eddie stands amidst the wreckage of a ruined building, a tiny figure in a sea of concrete. I wish I was smarter. I wish I knew more about what has happened to me. I went to a library, I tried to figure it out. He looks up at the stars, searching for answers that don't exist. But you have to have, like, 3 science-related doctorates to even wrap your head around the theory of what's happened to me. And even then, I'm a one-of-a-kind thing. There's no article explaining me. You can't Google me. Somewhere else, a security monitor shows grainy footage of Eddie in the ruins. Wha'd you think, Sable? A mercenary asks. A cool, feminine voice responds, I think we're getting our bonus checks. Silver Sable stands at the center of her command hub, her silver hair shimmering in the artificial light. Suit up, Wildpack. Let's go huntin'. One of her men looks confused. I don't get it, Sable. Where's the black suit? The money's for the suit, right? Sable smirks. Let's go ask him. Back at the ruins, Eddie is cornered. What I'm talking about now is control. Trying to control what has happened to me. Trying to control my environment. Silver Sable's lips curl into a cold smile as she speaks into her comms. Move in. A squad of elite mercenaries emerges from the shadows, their laser sights painting a grid over Eddie's chest. Control, Eddie thinks. The lead merc speaks up. Mr. Brock, can we have a word? Eddie doesn't answer with words. The monster erupts, its tongue lashing out as it screams, H. Hungry. The mercenaries open fire, their weapons spitting green energy bolts that hiss through the air. Well, technically that was a word, the leader quips. Wildpack, take 'em. Steak dinner for the takedown shot. Venom recoils as the energy blasts sear through his shoulder, the creature howling in pain. A female operative directs the squad with lethal efficiency. Spread out, hit him at 3, 6, and 9 o'clock, on my count. The creature heaves a massive slab of concrete over its head, its muscles bulging under the black suit. Hoorag! Debris rains down on the mercenaries as they scramble for cover. Incoming, one shouts. No duh, another snaps back. Sable watches the feed from a distance, her eyes cold. Don't get near him, try a whirlybird. The monster lunges forward, a mass of black sludge and raw fury charging through the night. The energy beams strike Venom again, the air crackling with the force of the high-tech weaponry. Og! One of the mercs cries out as the creature closes the distance. A mercenary is knocked off his feet, his weapon firing wildly as a tendril wraps around his leg. Son of a. Two operatives are hoisted into the air by the creature's tentacles. Sable, we're not doing so well. Come on, I don't want to fry your faces off. The creature's massive jaws loom over an operative, its teeth inches from his face. H.A. Charu. The mercenary is tossed aside like a rag doll as Venom roars his defiance into the starlit sky. Garrig. The screen flickers as electrical discharge arcs across the monster's body. Giarog. Venom stalks through the ruins, his voice a guttural growl. Huanragri, Silver Sable stands before him, her weapon raised. Eddie, behave. She doesn't flinch, her gaze steady behind her tactical visor. Or don't, I get paid either way. The creature lunges, its tongue trailing behind like a whip. Huangri. Sable fires, a brilliant flash of green energy illuminating her silver hair. The bolt strikes Venom center mass, the creature staggering back under the sheer force of the blast. Sable's face is illuminated by the discharge as she continues to unleash hell. Ag. The camera zooms into Venom's open maw, showing the rows of jagged teeth and the pink, pulsating throat. The blast knocks Venom off his feet, his massive body skidding through the dirt as Sable leaps over him. She slams onto the hood of a taxi, the glass shattering under her boots. Og. She rolls and fires again, the green energy lighting up the night once more. Nog. Venom leaps through the air, dodging her shots with surprising agility as she keeps her sights locked on him. Holy! A nearby observer shouts. The creature slams into another car, the metal crumpling like paper as Sable continues her relentless assault. Venom takes to the sky, a dark silhouette leaping high above the buildings. Sable stands on the wreckage, her weapon smoking as she watches him flee. And, you're welcome, she mutters to herself. Back in the present, Eddie is talking to a young woman on the bench. Before all this, I'd never been in a fight in my whole life. Not one. And now I'm being hunted by professional hunters and throwing down with little superheroes. I'm not a fighter. Flashback, a trail of black sludge marks Venom's path through a dark alleyway. I mean, that's probably why I'm not that good at it. The creature is hunched over by a dumpster, its body twitching and spasming as the suit begins to recede. Eddie Brock emerges from the black mass, naked and shivering, leaning against a brick wall for support. He crawls toward a pile of discarded newspapers and cardboard, his fingers clawing at the trash. He huddles under the paper, a broken man hiding from the world. But here's the thing. In the park, Eddie turns to an old man in a flat cap. That feeling the suit felt when Spider-Man was near it, that was the best I've felt, ever, for that one moment. A yellow school bus pulls up in front of a grand building. I don't know how much time passed, a day, a week, a month, but the next thing I knew, that feeling came back. Inside the crowded bus, Peter Parker is startled out of his thoughts as Eddie Brock suddenly looms over him. I knew he was near. Gah! Peter jumps. Well, good morning, Mr. Parker, Peter stammers. Where? Eddie watches the students file into the building, his eyes dark with predatory intent. Peter and his classmates walk up the stairs, the young hero clutching his head in pain. Inside the museum, a teacher addresses the group. Keep your hands to yourself, people. This stuff costs more than your parents will make in their entire lives, and it's not. MJ leans in. Are you okay? Peter grimaces. My head is killing me. It's just it feels like my what-if-reaclet danger sense thingy, but this is different. MJ asks, do you need a doctor? Peter shakes his head. I'll be right back. Close up on the teacher's lecture. This stuff costs more than your parents will make in their entire lives, and it's not. Outside, Eddie Brock charges up the steps, his face a mask of desperate determination. Eddie is stopped at the entrance by security. Out, one guard shouts. No, I have a friend, Eddie pleads. The other guard isn't having it. This is a respectable establishment. Out you go, pal, don't make a thing of it. In the restroom, Peter Parker leans against a sink, his face drenched in sweat. This is no good, for ow. Suddenly, the guards at the entrance are thrown back as black tentacles erupt from the lobby. Don't touch me, a distorted voice roars. Holy, og. Peter grips his head in agony, his spider sense screaming louder than ever before. Ow, ow, ow. Students turn toward the commotion, their faces pale with shock. What's going on over there? The teacher tries to usher them away. Kids, let's just mosey ourselves over to another room and let security handle it. Venom bursts through a massive glass window, shards raining down on the terrified crowd below. In a bathroom stall, Peter Parker frantically pulls off his civilian clothes, revealing the red and blue suit underneath. Wonderful. Venom stands in the middle of the museum, his roar echoing off the marble walls. Pee-pee pyarkier. People scramble for the exits as the monster looms over them. Everyone move now. Dude, what is that? Spider-Man swings into the hall, a web line striking Venom squarely in the forehead. Eddie? Oh my god, I thought you. The creature roars again, its massive fist swinging toward the wall where Spidey is perched. Pack here. Venom lunges, a blur of purple and black as Spider-Man flips through the air. I want, the creature screams. Spidey tries to keep it light, despite the danger. There isn't any chance we could postpone this reunion until next week, is there? Because I have a headache like you wouldn't. Venom roars again, his tongue lashing out as Spider-Man lands and fires a web trap. Arrarig, Peter sighs. Yeah, I didn't think so. The monster smashes through a statue, the stone fragments flying in every direction. I don't know how you got here or where you've been. Close up on Spider-Man's eye, filled with a mixture of concern and resolve. But I'll help you, I'm not going to let you. He fires another web at Venom's face. Just trash a whole museum so you can have another one of your pity parties. The web connects, but Venom simply rips it away, his claws ready to tear into the young hero. Spider-Man delivers a powerful kick to the creature's jaw, a sharp smack echoing through the hall. Peter fires more webs, trying to tie down the massive beast as it stumbles back. Eddie, I swear I'll do anything to help you. Spider-Man flips across the room, dodging tentacles that erupt from Venom's body. Oh man, I am going to pass out. A tentacle lashes out, a wet smack sounding as it pins Spider-Man against the wall. Outside, police units arrive on the scene, officers running up the stairs as smoke billows from the shattered windows. Inside, Venom looms over the fallen hero, his mouth open wide. Eddie, Peter shouts, trying to reach the man inside. A sudden burst of green energy illuminates the hall, throwing the creature back. Arrag. Silver Sable and her squad of mercenaries burst into the room, their weapons at the ready. Hit him, she orders. The air crackles with the sound of rapid-fire energy blasts striking the creature's black hide. Giarag. Silver Sable keeps her rifle leveled at the monster, her expression unreadable. Wait a minute. Back in the park, a man in a white tank top points a finger at Eddie. Uri were saying you're that monster from the museum? I saw that on the news. You're saying that was you. Eddie Brock looks away, his eyes hollow and defeated. Suddenly, the creature erupts from Eddie's body once more, its tentacles ensnaring the terrified man. Aag. Arag. The monster's jaws loom over the man's face, its tongue dripping with slime. Ennuo. The camera pulls back to show Eddie Brock sitting alone on the bench once more, a few black tendrils receding into his skin. Yeah, where was I? To be continued. Museum of Art, several weeks ago. Smoke and dust fill the air as people flee the grand entrance. Inside, the monstrosity known as Venom roars into the face of a cornered Spider-Man. Eddie, Peter cries out. A searing blast of green energy catches the beast from the side, the air crackling with raw power. Arrag. Silver Sable and her squad stand their ground, their laser sights locked onto the black monster. Hit him, she commands. The barrage continues, the creature's purple-black form pulsating under the intense energy fire. Giarag. Silver Sable adjusts her aim, her eyes narrow and cold behind the sights of her high-tech rifle. The memory shifts to another encounter, the metallic rhino being slammed into the ground by a web-slinging hero. Spider-Man flips through the air, looking back at the soldiers and the wreckage. You're welcome, by the way. On a rooftop, Peter Parker grips his head in pain, the weight of his double life pressing down on him. Oh man, ow. He leans against an air conditioning unit, gasping for breath. Okay, wow, that was odd. He swings through an alleyway, his small silhouette framed by the towering buildings and fire escapes. Below, Eddie Brock emerges from the shadows, his face a mask of fear and confusion as he looks up at the departing hero. He clutches his chest, the internal battle with the parasite leaving him shattered. Close up on Peter's eye, his spider sense still ringing with a warning he can't fully understand. You, sir, need to see a doctor. Midtown High School, Forest Hills, Queens. The next day, Peter Parker walks with Mary Jane as students mill around the campus. I'm okay now, MJ. The point of the story is I'm okay. She looks skeptical. Sure. He continues, I am. Look at me, I'm stunning. She sighs. You were hinting, but I'm wondering if I should even ask. He pauses. As soon as I get my costume back, I'm back in the game. I'm almost finished. I wasn't hinting. Peter asks, what? MJ points a finger as they walk. How exactly do you get a hole in the butt of your costume? Peter winces. Yeah, MJ shakes her head. Captain America, if memory serves, went through all of World War II, yet seemed to be able to keep his butt covered. Peter looks away. Hey, it happens. You fight a big metal rhino guy. MJ stops. It's online. Peter freezes. What is? She offers a look of pure pity. I'm sorry. Peter's eyes go wide with horror. My butt. MJ shushes him. SHH, it's on TMZ. No, amateur footage. No, my whole butt. MJ clarifies, side cheek. Peter slumps onto the school steps, his face buried in his hands. I'm sorry. As your friend, I felt it was wrong not to tell you. She places a hand on his shoulder. But now I want to get back to nagging you. Peter sighs. Please do. She leans in close, her tone becoming more serious. You know, you never really looked into your unique situation. Peter looks up. I mean medically. He nods. I know. Maybe you should. I think about it. They walk through the hallway, Peter's expression heavy with thought. I mean, on top of the fact that you got bit by a juiced-up spider. And who knows what the hell that did to you really? Peter interrupts. I said IMJ continues. You've been tossed around, zapped with electricity. You may need, like, a superhero physical. Peter groans. Ugh. They stop by the lockers. I know, I hate when I'm right too, but I'm fine now. It was just you know I'm right. I'm too busy for this, I have homework. Still right. I have to go to the Bugle after school. They walk away down the long corridor. Midterms, sure. Wow, I am so right. Later that night, Spider-Man swings high above the city, a backpack strapped over his shoulders. I'm fine. If I wasn't fine, could I do this? Why can't I just have a headache? Why does everything with me have to be a thing? He fires another web line, soaring between the skyscrapers. Why can't I just have? Suddenly, a streak of yellow fire passes just below him, a high-pitched engine whine cutting through the air. Spider-Man stops, his lenses narrowing as he peers into the darkness. Okay. He looks down over the edge of a building. Hello. An armored figure with green-tinted wings hovers in the night sky. Spider-Man calls out from his web. Hey, where'd you get the cool suit? I have to warn you about the full face-covering mask, though. It doesn't fill people with a sense of trust. People instantly think you're up to some kind of mischievous nonsense. Not me, of course, I always say. The armored figure ignites its thrusters, banking hard into a turn as Spider-Man swings after it. The stranger leaves a trail of exhaust behind, the city lights reflecting off the chrome armor. The chase takes them past the MetLife building, the armored figure climbing higher and higher into the atmosphere. The stranger turns back, watching the hero swing effortlessly between the rooftops. The armored faceplate catches the last glow of the sunset. So, anywho, Peter's voice trails off. The armored figure suddenly banks and dives toward him. I didn't quite catch your name. A green energy beam erupts from the stranger's gauntlet, a sharp grunt sounding through the comms. Grun. Spider-Man dodges the blast, perching on a web net. But if I had to guess, your last name is Fett. Whoops. The energy bolts track his movements, burning through his webbing. Okay, how did you get them to do that? And why are they? Yipes. The blasts curve through the air, locked onto the hero's heat signature. Following me. Spider-Man clings to the side of a building as the homing bolts close in. There's no chance that if these things touch me, they'll just make me minty fresh, is there? He leaps away just as the blasts impact the wall, a massive explosion lighting up the night. Peter fires 2 web lines, his backpack shifting as he maneuvers. Please work. The webs catch the projectiles, pinning them against a nearby brick wall where they detonate harmlessly. Spack. The armored figure streaks away into the distance. the city lights shimmering below. Spider-Man manages to land on the stranger's back, his hands gripping the metal plates as they soar through the sky. Thump. They tumble through the air, a blur of red, blue, and chrome. Hey, don't know if you read the papers, but I got spider powers and I can pretty much do this all day. For the record, Boba, I swung by and said hi. You attacked. The armored figure fires an energy blast backward, the red beam narrowly missing Peter's head. Whoa. Spider-Man fires a web at the stranger's chest, trying to stall the thrusters. I'm a multimedia megastar, you'd think you'd be thrilled to see me. But your silent, yet hostile, response again. A metallic blade slides out from the stranger's arm with a sharp sound. Makes me feel you're up to what we call the shinani. The armored figure slices through Peter's webline with one clean strike. Slice, Peter shouts, yow. The stranger dives toward the street level, a streak of yellow light following their path. They weave between the buildings, the full moon hanging large in the sky above the skyscraper canyons. The armored face looks back, the cold artificial eyes reflecting the city lights. They accelerate, a sonic boom echoing between the towers as they pull away. The armored figure lands gracefully on a rooftop, looking out over the sleeping city. The stranger approaches a sign atop the building, the word Roxanne glowing in the night. They fire a small laser at the lettering, cutting a precise hole in the sign. The figure slips through the opening, disappearing into the interior of the building. Spider-Man watches from a safe distance, his mask reflecting the Roxanne logo. What the hell is he doing? Figured pouncing on him wasn't doing me any good, so let's just see what he... Inside, the armored figure floats through a high-tech lab, their glowing thrusters illuminating the equipment. They use their energy beams to disable a series of security drones. The drones explode in a shower of sparks and metal fragments. Spider-Man peeks around a corner, his lenses wide. Okay, that's pretty cool. The armored figure stands in a massive, dark laboratory filled with dormant robotic arms and experimental technology. High above, a security camera swivels, its lens catching the movement below. The stranger approaches a console, their fingers dancing over a keypad. Beep, beep, beep. The keypad lights up, the display scanning through various authorization codes. A green screen flashes authorized, and a massive vault door begins to hiss open. The armored figure stands before the vault, steam rising from the floor as the seal is broken. F-tunk, piss. They reach inside, grabbing a small vial of dark, swirling liquid. A security guard approaches from a distant doorway, singing to himself. I can't stand the rain, on my window. The stranger looks at the vial, the biohazard warning clear on the storage rack behind them. They turn their head as they hear the guard's footsteps echoing through the lab. The guard stops, his flashlight beam hitting the intruders. Spider-Man peeks in from above. The guard's eyes go wide. Oh, at $%? Oh, at $%. The armored figure's eyes glow with a menacing hum. HHMMM. Spider-Man crashes through the glass ceiling, shards raining down on the laboratory floor. You know what? I'm so impressed with you tonight that I'm going to give you a name myself. The armored figure opens fire as Spidey dodges midair. Oh no, Peter shouts. No need to thank me. Let's see how about the wiggle, no, the black unicorn. Peter fires a webline, his thoughts racing. Don't even know what that means. He flips over another blast, the explosion rocking the lab. Whoa, hey, you dodged the webs, that's pretty good. The armored figure's clawed hand reaches for the fallen vial. Spack. The vial shatters on the floor, the dark liquid spilling out into the cracks in the tile. Crash. The stranger looks down at the mess, their shoulders slumped in a brief moment of frustration. The security guard shouts into his radio as Spider-Man and the armored figure resume their battle. Code Blue, 25th floor, Spidey calls out Beetle. Hey, I like that. Beetle, it just came to me. The hero lands and strikes a dramatic pose. Not like Paul McCartney, like a bug. The Beetle charges, his fist glowing with electrical energy. Peter's voice strains. I do, Ayog. Spider-Man is thrown back by a powerful shock, his suit crackling with energy. Ag. The Beetle ignites his thrusters and smashes through a window, leaving the lab behind. Smask. Spider-Man is enveloped in a strange golden light as he struggles to get to his feet. RRRRRGG? Holy, the guard whispers. The energy dissipates, leaving Peter hunched over on the floor. Wow, the guard exclaims. Peter looks up, his mask scorched and his head ringing, and, ow. He looks down at a piece of shattered glass on the floor, a tiny drop of the black liquid resting on it. What is that? Suddenly, a squad of armed guards bursts in, their weapons aimed at him. Freeze, mother. Spider-Man leaps through the broken window, swinging away into the night as bullets whistle past him. Daily Bugle, the next day, Peter sits at his desk, talking into a phone while Ben Urich works nearby. Technically, you started it. I started it. You got in his face, he was just flying by. On his way to a crime, hello? And by the way, all I did is I said hi. He zapped me. Did you find anything? Peter stares at his computer screen, a look of grim realization on his face. I found the picture of my side cheek poking out of my costume. MJ's voice comes through the receiver. Told you. He goes back to his search. Every time I Google Roxanne, Latveria comes up too, every time. MJ asks, Dr. Doom, Latveria? Yup. Are we at war with them? I don't know, it's a lot of reading. Maybe I should go check it out. A colleague shouts across the office. Parker, line 9. Peter looks back at the phone. Or we could go to the movies. Peter sighs. Hold on, I have another call. He switches lines. Peter Parr, a familiar, commanding voice interrupts him. Rooftop, now. Peter's eyes go wide, the pencil in his mouth nearly snapping. He kicks open the door to the rooftop, his expression a mix of anger and dread. Tell me you didn't just come here like this. Nick Fury stands on the helipad, his black trench coat billowing in the wind as a shield gunship hovers behind him. Kid, what? You think because you're the great Nick Fury, top cop of the world, you can just come here where I work? Yeah. Peter stares him down, refusing to be intimidated. K. Fury steps closer. Did the guy say anything? Who? The guy in the armor who beat the crap out of you last night? Peter bristles. It was more like a draw, Fury scoffs. Peter looks out over the city as the sun begins to set. Say anything? No, but I'll tell ya he had some pretty amazing toys. Meh, who was he? Don't know, what did he want? Don't know. Fury turns to him. Yeah, you do. Listen, truth I'm not exactly sure what this is, but I know it has to do with the country of Latveria. Fury nods. Dr. Doom Latveria. Fury's gaze is unwavering. Yes, but there are a couple million other people who live there, so it doesn't entirely mean it's him. But it is, until further notice, an international incident. So I need you to do me a favor and fight the urge to stick your spider nose into this anymore. I need you to back off. This is grown-up stuff. Peter narrows his eyes, a flicker of rebellion in his gaze. What does that mean? Fury leans in, his voice cold and final. It means, I need you to back off. Peter stands with his arms crossed, a dark silhouette against the laboratory lights. He turns back toward the door, his jaw set. Yeah, okay, fine. Can I go back to my life now, or do you have anything else cryptic to say? Fury watches him go. Thanks, kid. Peter snaps back. No, thank you. The rooftop door slams shut with a loud metallic ring. Clang. The pilot of the gunship looks over at Fury. General, do you think he'll behave? Fury stares at the door. Nope. So you want him to stick his nose in this and told him not to because you knew he would. Fury's expression doesn't change. Yep. Museum of Art, several weeks ago. Spider-Man is hunched over a shriveled, naked Eddie Brock as Silver Sable's team approaches. Eddie? Peter whispers. Brock can only offer a weak groan. Og. The mercenaries surround them, weapons aimed at the fallen man. Steady, Eddie. No more with the black and the tentacles. Sable warns. Eddie stammers. I og. A merc quips. Cool, it's a 2-for-1. Sable shakes her head. Nope, just the target. Chen, Quintino, bag and tag, let's get out of here. But cops will be here like now, we take what we came here for. But that's Spider-Man, Sable. The team hoists the unconscious Eddie Brock into a waiting van. And what do we do with him? He's gotta be worth something. Let's just skedaddle, people are taking pictures. Sable points a finger at the fallen hero. Exactly, this is less than ideal. Move. Peter can only offer a feeble don't. Spider-Man clutches his head as the world spins around him. Ow. Sable offers one final, cold look over her shoulder. Thanks for the assist, you really should see a doctor. Police arrive on the scene as the mercs speed away, leaving Spider-Man alone on the street. Police, freeze. Everyone back. Everyone get down. The nightmare is far from over. To be continued. 1 month ago, deep within a high-security facility, the glow of sterile lights cuts through the gloom, focusing on a figure slumped over a table. Eddie? Eddie, you need to wake up now, a voice echoes through the silence of the cell. In the shadows of the observation deck, Bolivar Trask peers through the glass with a cold, analytical gaze. What's wrong with him, Toombs? He asks. His associate, the elderly Adrian Toombs, sighs. He's unconscious, Mr. Trask. I was being facetious about poking him with a stick. It's best to let him awaken of his own accord. On the other side of the glass, the young man begins to stir, his movements heavy and disoriented. Ma, Eddie groans. Ah, there you go, Edward, Trask says, his voice amplified by the intercom. Eddie Brock pushes himself up, his eyes darting around the blue-tinted chamber as the reality of his confinement sinks in. Where am I? He stammers, his voice trembling with a mix of fear and confusion. Trask leans into the light, his face a mask of corporate indifference. You're safe, Edward. I've seen to that, he reassures him. Sorry for the prison-like conditions. I in no way mean to insult you, but all things considered. Eddie squints through the glass, his memory beginning to sharpen into a jagged edge. He stares at the man responsible for his capture. I know you, he whispers, his fear slowly giving way to a burgeoning anger. Trask offers a thin, mirthless smile. Yes, my press agent will be thrilled, he says. Bolivar Trask, president and CEO of Trask Enterprises, of which you are now a guest. I'd shake your hand, but I'd rather you not eat it accidentally. This is my associate, Dr. Adrian Toombs. Toombs steps forward, a hint of professional pride in his voice. I did my graduate work with your father's lab, he explains. I was there when he and Dr. Parker Trask cuts him off sharply. He doesn't need a resume. Trask leans in, dropping the pleasantries for the cold reality of business. Let's get down to business, shall we, Edward? We have gone to great lengths to get you here. To help you, we know you can't control yourself anymore. We know the suit, as we'll call it, has attached to you and is feeding on you, and we're going to help you get rid of it. Eddie looks down at his hands, almost expecting the black slime to emerge at any moment. Why? He asks. Trask turns slightly, looking at Toombs, who holds a clipboard. Dr. Toombs has the knowledge and understanding to start procedures. Trask looks Eddie straight in the eye, his true motivations surfacing. Well, how can I put this without sounding crass? That suit is worth billions of dollars. The mention of money strikes a nerve deep within Eddie, a reminder of the legacy he's carrying. It was my father's, he says defiantly. Ooh, actually, Trask begins, a smug look on his face. Trask stands tall, his authority absolute. It's mine, he corrects. Your father sold it to me before he died. You were old enough to know that, correct? Trask paces before the glass, his scientists watching like vultures. He technically worked for me. I have the contracts. Now, normally I would just lawyer up and take what is mine. Trask's voice drops to a warning tone. But the situation being what it is, no need to be dramatic. You know the parasite will kill you if we leave you in there alone. It needs to feed. He knows that. It's probably hungry now. Eddie's eyes widen as he feels a familiar, sickening surge within his veins. It needs to feed, and without access to anything or anybody else, it will turn on its host and consume all it can, Trask warns, his eyes fixed on Eddie's face. Suddenly, Eddie's form explodes in a burst of black ichor, his human features dissolving into a nightmare of teeth and white eyes. Arrarg! The monster screams, its massive claw reaching for the glass. The scientists in the observation room stumble back in terror, the raw power of the transformation shaking the very foundations of the chamber. Lord, nag! One cries out, shielding his eyes from the sight. Inside the cell, the creature known as Venom slams against the stasis field, arcs of electricity dancing across its oily skin as it screams in primal agony. Giarrog. Trask and Toombs watch, their faces illuminated by the strobing lights of the containment field. The beast's roar, Ari, vibrates through the reinforced glass, a sound of pure hunger. The transformation subsides, leaving the monster kneeling on the floor, its head in its hands as it fights for control. Noog! Arg! It growls, the black suit rippling like a living ocean. Trask adjusts his tie, his composure regained even as the echoes of the roar linger. "You're very lucky that held," he says to Toombs. Toombs nods shakily. "We both are." Trask turns back to the glass. "Eddie, you see what we mean." The monster looks up, a single strand of saliva dripping from its rows of needle-like teeth. The hunger is all-consuming now. "What do I do first?" it asks, the voice a hollow, terrifying rasp. Meanwhile, in the present day, chaos has gripped the streets outside the Empire State Museum of Art. Cars are piled up, and smoke fills the air as police sirens wail. "Everyone back! Everyone get down!" An officer shouts over the din of screeching tires. In the middle of the street, Spider-Man is pinned down, surrounded by police officers with their weapons drawn. Stay down, they yell. "Don't move a muscle or I will blow your head off." Spidey groans, his hands behind his head. "Guys, seriously, put the guns down and listen to me. Put the guys." Spider-Man looks up at the officers, his voice laced with exasperated urgency. A gaggle, an honest-to-God gaggle of armed mercenary, assassin-type guys and girls just kidnapped a monster and drove off not 2 seconds ago. So instead of trying to arrest me... The officer's finger twitches on the trigger, his face set in a mask of determination. "Why don't you please, at the very least, call in backup and try to pull over the van that is speeding away with the bad guy?" Spidey pleads. Spider-Man gestures wildly to the crowd as onlookers begin to gather. "Good guy here, bad guy there," he shouts. A woman in the crowd nods frantically. "He's right, they had guns and everything. It was quite terrifying. Spider-Man saved my baby." Spider-Man turns to the woman, a brief moment of relief crossing his face. "You know what? Thank you. No one ever says anything nice. I appreciate that." In the background, an officer speaks into his radio. "We got a possible 912 over at the Museum of Art. Suspects en route. A white van." Spidey watches the police scramble. He can't help but reflect on his situation. Truth be told, as big a victory as it was not to be shot at by police for once. And yes, I realize how sad it is that victory for me is not being shot at. Really, I was stalling. Later that night, in Peter Parker's basement, the tension has shifted from the streets to a more personal confrontation. Peter rummages through a box of old equipment while Mary Jane watches him, her arms crossed. "I was trying to get my mojo back," Peter explains. "With Eddie gone, I felt my powers coming back with every second." Mary Jane sighs, her worry for him evident. "What? Why would?" Peter shakes his head. "I don't know, MJ. That whole thing was Karazai. I know, I'm so sorry." MJ frowns. "Why are you sorry?" Peter pauses, holding up a broken piece of tech. "You almost got hurt. I feel guilty. I know that guy. You didn't do anything. A monster attacked the museum. But that was so crazy. Wasn't it crazy?" Peter looks at her. "It's going to make a great book one day." MJ blinks. "A book?" Peter continues his work, the memory of the encounter clearly bothering him. "No, well, yeah, in a creepy way. But the really weird thing was I haven't seen him in weeks. In fact, I thought he was dead. And when I got close to him today, I felt like my brain was going to crawl out of my face." Mary Jane makes a face of disgust. If you're going to do that, I'm so going to hurl. Look away." Peter doesn't look up. "I'm okay." Peter turns back to his boxes, his mind racing. "All this crazy stuff, this is a book for sure." MJ rolls her eyes. "You're writing a book now?" Peter scoffs. "One day, yeah, when I'm dead." MJ crosses her arms. No, you're not, and it's my book to write. If anyone is writing a book, this stuff's happening to me." Peter picks up a small sample slide, his face set in concentration. "I didn't look away," MJ says, peering over his shoulder. "Told you, I should have looked away." Peter leans over his microscope, his brow furrowed as he examines a sample. The light from the lens casts long shadows across the room, highlighting the intensity of his focus. Peter's voice is low as he speaks. "Eddie Brock, he was my childhood friend. That's who that monster was. It was accidentally made by our fathers, but it used my dad's DNA as a starting template." MJ leans in closer. So, it's like part you. Peter pulls back from the microscope, a look of confusion on his face. Huh, MJ asks, what is it? Peter shakes his head. I have no idea. Mary Jane takes a turn at the microscope, peering into the eyepiece while Peter watches her with a mixture of hope and dread. The basement is quiet, the only sound the faint hum of electronics. Through the lens, a world of red blood cells is revealed, but among them are strange, black, spiky structures that don't belong in any human body. Mary Jane pulls back, her face pale. What are those black things? She asks. Peter leans back against the workbench. That's the I have no idea part. They both stare at the microscope, the mystery of the black structures hanging heavy between them. The suit's influence is more than just external, it's a part of the biology now. MJ looks at Peter with concern. Maybe you should see a doctor, Peter scoffs. You think? Except the only person that was an expert at this thing was my dad, and he's no longer. A sharp ping cuts through his words. Peter turns to his computer screen, his expression becoming grim. What's with the MJ starts? Ping. Peter's fingers fly across the keyboard. I set up Google alarms to let me know if there was any sign of Eddie or the ping. Peter stands up, already pulling his civilian shirt off to reveal the costume underneath. You can do that? MJ asks. I think I gotta cut this date short, Peter says, his voice now focused and determined. Mary Jane sits alone in the basement, the silence returning as quickly as it had been broken. This was a date, she asks the empty room, her voice a mix of frustration and resignation. 20 minutes prior, at Trask Laboratories in Midtown Manhattan, the atmosphere is far from silent. In a massive, high-tech containment chamber, Venom is suspended in a glowing green stasis field. Is it enough to hold him? A voice asks. Absolutely, comes the reply. Bet not, someone counters. Bolivar Trask stands by, confident. It will hold, Miss Sable. Trask looks at the monster one last time before turning to leave. Well, I've seen the end of King Kong, so I'm going to leave and let you do what you have to do. One of the scientists nods. We'll get what we need as soon as possible. Trask waves a hand. Do that. I'll call with updates. The lead scientist, Toombs, begins coordinating his team. Okay, yes, let's do our extractions ASAP. Lenny, man the dialometer. Sandy, let's get going with the Vicalant monitor. Wildpack, take point on the room. Let's get this done with people. I am creeped out like there's no tomorrow. A mercenary replies, word. Silver Sable stands near Toombs, her eyes fixed on the creature in the tube. Seriously, do you even know what you're doing? She asks, her voice dripping with skepticism as Toombs makes notes on his clipboard. Inside the stasis field, Venom's eyes snap open, his mouth twisting into a silent scream. Bubbles rise through the green fluid as he begins to fight against the confinement. Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoes through the lab as a section of the wall is smashed inward. Smash! Debris flies everywhere as a new threat enters the arena. The Beetle, in his gleaming red and silver armor, flies into the room, unleashing a barrage of small, explosive spheres. Everybody down on the ground. This is why we're... An officer shouts before the room is engulfed in smoke and gunfire. Butta 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 butta. The Beetle ignores the guards, his focus entirely on the containment tube. Protect the specimen. Protect the... A scientist screams. Good God! Another cries as the Beetle sweeps through the air, his wings a blur of motion. Silver Sable doesn't hesitate, leveling her assault rifle at the intruder and opening fire. You! She screams, the muzzle flash illuminating her determined face as the room fills with the sound of butter. The Beetle hovers before the stasis tube, the sound of Sable's gunfire a constant rhythmic backdrop. Venom watches from within, his form shifting as if he senses his freedom is at hand. Butta 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 butta. Silver Sable's eyes widen as she realizes her fire is having little effect on the armored attacker. Smoke and sparks fill her vision, and the lab begins to feel like a death trap. The Beetle unleashes a powerful blast that sends the guards and scientists flying. Silver Sable is knocked off her feet, her rifle clattering to the floor. Thump! The sound of bodies hitting the ground is muffled by the smoke. From high above, the full scale of the destruction is visible. The lab is in ruins, with bodies scattered across the floor and the stasis tube at the center of it all. The beetle hovers like a vengeful god. The beetle lands before the stasis tube, his mechanical eyes fixed on the creature inside. Venom watches him back, a low growl beginning to vibrate through the glass. With a practiced movement, the beetle reaches out and presses a key sequence on the control panel. Glee glee, a series of electronic chirps signals the overrides taking effect. The green fluid begins to drain from the tank, and the stasis field flickers and dies. Venom sags against the glass, his massive form becoming more solid and terrifying with every second. A monitor on the nearby console flashes a final, ominous message: stasis field suspended. A discarded coffee cup sits on the desk, a silent witness to the lab's downfall. Venom steps out of the shattered tube, his form looming over the ruins of the lab. Smoke and steam rise from the floor as he looks around, his hunger radiating from him in waves. The beetle stands ready, his wings humming. The beetle raises a device, his voice metallic and distorted through his helmet. "SBP your name?" he demands, his optics glowing with a menacing light. Venom's head tilts, a rasping, guttural sound escaping his throat. "Who?" he asks, the question more a challenge than a real inquiry. The beetle's patience is thin. "Yao duanant," he growls, his armored hand tightening around his weapon as he prepares for the inevitable clash. In a sudden, blinding flash of speed, Venom's claws extend, slicing through the air with a deadly intent. Slice! The sound of metal on metal echoes through the ruins. Venom's jaw unhinges, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth as he unleashes a primal roar. "Hurag!" the creature screams, his tongue flicking out in a display of pure animalistic rage. The beetle takes a step back, the sheer intensity of Venom's attack forcing him into a defensive posture. The room is a blur of red, silver, and black as the two monsters face off. Hurag! With a powerful surge, Venom leaps forward, a streak of black ichor against the backdrop of the burning lab. FSSHHU, the sound of his movement is like a rushing wind. Venom's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated fury as he lunges for the beetle. "What a Riaha he demands, his voice a terrifying blend of eddies and something much darker. Venom slams into the beetle, the force of the impact sending both of them tumbling through the air. "Hooer!" the monster roars, his claws tearing at the beetle's armored shell. The beetle struggles to regain his footing as Venom's weight bears down on him. Og! The sound of tearing metal and Venom's primal roar fill the air. Crash! Venom stands over the beetle, his form casting a long, terrifying shadow. Silver Sable lies nearby, unconscious and vulnerable as the battle rages around her. Venom reaches down, his massive claw closing around a fallen figure. The creature's hunger is palpable, his form rippling as he prepares to claim his prize. The monster's jaw opens wide, his tongue flicking out as he prepares to feed. The raw, animalistic hunger in his eyes is terrifying to behold. Suddenly, Venom turns and leaps out of the massive hole in the building, disappearing into the night sky over Manhattan. His form is a dark silhouette against the stars. Back in the lab, Silver Sable begins to stir, her face set in a grimace of pain and frustration. $%, she curses, her eyes darting around the ruins of the chamber. Venom swings through the city, his form a blur of motion as he pursues the beetle across the rooftops. The city lights stretch out below them, a sea of flickering neon. FSSHHU. The beetle flies low over the streets, his engines roaring as he tries to evade his pursuer. Venom is right behind him, his claws reaching out to snatch him from the air. Hag, thump. The chase leads them back to the crowded streets of Manhattan. Beetle crashes through a building, sending glass and debris raining down on the terrified civilians below. Crash, smash. Holy, someone cries out. Venom lands on top of a car, his form looming over the beetle. Air, he snarls, his claws digging into the metal as he prepares to finish the job. The beetle attempts to blast Venom with a burst of energy, but the creature is too fast, dodging the attack with a fluid, terrifying ease. Debris from the surrounding buildings fills the air. FSSHHU. Suddenly, a mounted police officer rides into the fray, his weapon drawn. Freeze! Right there! He shouts, his horse rearing up in terror as it faces the monster. Venom turns his attention to the newcomer, his form rippling as he lets out a low, menacing growl. Huiwag! The officer's horse whinnies in fear, its eyes wide with terror. The officer pulls on the reins, his face set in a mask of grim determination even as his horse panics. At $% this, he yells, firing his weapon. Bam, bam, bam. Venom lunges for the officer, his claws reaching out to pull him from the saddle. What the hell are you? The officer screams, firing his weapon point-blank at the monster's face. Bam, bam. Venom's massive jaws open wide as he attacks the horse, the officer thrown from the saddle as the creature's hunger takes over. Help me! Help me! Someone in the crowd screams as the chaos intensifies. Nyareg. Venom stands over the fallen horse and officer, his form looming over the terrified crowd. Huarg! He roars, his presence a dark stain on the city streets. The beetle hovers high above the street, his wings humming as he prepares another attack. He watches the chaos below with a cold, analytical gaze. FSSHHU. Venom reaches up, his arm extending into a long, black tendril as he tries to snatch the beetle from the sky. The creature's hunger is driving him to ever greater displays of power. The beetle unleashes a powerful blast of green energy, the sound of the discharge echoing through the street. Grun grun, Venom's form ripples as he absorbs the impact. The street is a chaos of explosions and gunfire as the two monsters clash once again. Green energy beams cut through the smoke, and civilians scatter in every direction. FSHU, FSHU. Suddenly, a red and blue figure streaks through the air, his foot connecting with Venom's head in a powerful kick. Thwack! Hey, Eddie, insert funny line here, Spider-Man quips, his presence bringing a brief moment of hope to the scene. The force of the kick sends Venom flying backward, smashing through a taxi and into a parked car. Grog, he growls as he hits the ground. Crash. Venom pulls himself up, his eyes fixed on the wall crawler. Paacure, he snarls, his voice a terrifying mix of recognition and hatred. Spider-Man doesn't wait for a response, firing a thick web at Venom's face. Spack! The web covers the creature's features, temporarily blinding him. Spidey swings through the air, another web line extending to pull a piece of debris away from the monster. Hey, shush with the P word, buddy, he says. Thwack! Venom's form ripples as he struggles against the webbing. Spider-Man lands on a nearby car, his eyes fixed on the monster. I mean, geez, you can't trust dog, he cries out as Venom's form suddenly lurches forward. Venom lunges for Spider-Man, the force of the impact sending both of them crashing through the roof of a nearby car. Yeog! Spidey yells as the metal groans and shatters. Crash! Venom's suit begins to ripple and flow onto Spider-Man, the black ichor reaching out like living tendrils. What's going on? What? Eddie's voice asks, disoriented as the parasite begins to shift hosts. Spider-Man struggles against the black slime, his hands trying to push it away. Eddie, stop it. Stop he cries out as the darkness begins to overwhelm his own costume. Eddie Brock looks on in horror as the suit begins to consume Peter. I'm not doing anything. Eddie, he screams, his own features briefly visible through the rippling darkness. The transition is explosive, a burst of dark energy radiating from the two figures as the suit finds its new home. Ag! A voice screams as the transformation reaches its peak. Eddie Brock is left behind, his hand reaching out for the monster that was once his. Please, please don't leave me, he begs, his voice cracking with desperation. The new form of Venom looms over the street, his body a sleek, terrifying reflection of Spider-Man's own costume. Nuwu, he roars, the sound echoing through the city like a death knell. The monster stands triumphant in the middle of the wreckage, its form black and shimmering against the smoke and sirens. Nearby, Eddie Brock is left naked and broken in the street. Oh no, please God no, Spidey's thoughts echo as Eddie cries out hungry. And oh God, Beetle watches from the shadows of a crashed cab. No, not Iron Man, I love Iron Man. Suddenly, a group of mercenaries from Silver Sable's Wild Pack open fire on the monster. No, don't kill him. Feed, Eddie screams from the pavement. Stop, don't eat him. Hungry. Spider-Man's thoughts are a chaos of fear as he feels the suit's hunger. Venom Spidey leaps into the air, a streak of darkness against the moonlit sky. Nuo, hungry, the creature screams, its claws reaching for the heavens as it swings from a nearby building. The monster swings over the fleeing crowd, its presence a dark shadow that sends everyone into a panic. Hungry, it roars. No, please, help me, please, the terrified citizens scream, running for their lives. Eddie Brock crawls through the street, his voice a frantic plea to the monster that abandoned him. Please, please, it's mine. Take me back, don't do this to me. Eddie Brock, he shouts, his hands clawing at the pavement. High above, a helicopter from SHIELD hovers over the scene. Sable, I have visual, a voice reports. I got a shot. Sable's voice comes back through the comms. Wildpack, positions, take it if you got it. Confirmed, Tomb. A series of high-energy blasts erupts from the helicopter, striking the monster as it lands among the parked cars. Og, it roars as the street is engulfed in fire and sparks. Esh-shoo, esh-shoo. Silver Sable steps out from behind a car, her rifle aimed at the creature. Get away! In position, Wildpack, she commands, her silver hair flowing behind her as she takes control of the situation. The mercenaries move in, their weapons trained on the monster. Don't hurt it, it'll kill you, Eddie warns from his place on the street. Shut it, a mercenary snaps. On count, Peter's thoughts are a blur of pain. Please, I don't know how to stop this. A massive explosion engulfs the street as the mercenaries open fire. Don't, Spidey thinks, but it's too late. New, fire, the sound of the blast drowning out his pleas. Eschew. Venom Spidey is sent flying across the street, his form smoking and rippling from the impact. Tell them, your name, tell them who, you are. Peter's thoughts are a desperate plea to the monster that's bonded with him. Venom Spidey lunges for Silver Sable, his claws outstretched as she continues to fire. They're going to kill you, he thinks. Huarg, Aunt May. The monster's roar is a sound of pure, unadulterated rage. Silver Sable is knocked back as the monster slams into her position. Fall back, she shouts to her team. Battlestar, take position and act accordingly. The street is a graveyard of twisted metal and broken glass. The helicopter continues its barrage, the sound of the machine guns a rhythmic backdrop to the chaos. Got it, the pilot shouts as more rounds strike the creature. Butta butta butta. Venom Spidey is sent tumbling through the air, his form a dark streak against the orange glow of the fires. Who are these people? Army, bounty hunters? Special ARG, Yaarg, Eshu. The monster crashes into the window of a toy store, sending stuffed animals and glass everywhere. Scratch! The sound of the impact is followed by the terrified screams of those nearby. Silver Sable regroup her team, her eyes fixed on the toy store. At $% ing civilians, Wildpack surround the building, she yells. Eddie Brock continues his plea. No, leave him alone. Sable turns on him. Put a cork in it, Brock. Inside the store, Venom Spidey looks around, his form a dark shadow among the toys. Not going to let them take me, not going to die here, he thinks. Outside, Sable's voice rings out. Wildpack posit woe. A massive figure crashes through the roof of the store, the impact sending debris and smoke everywhere. Holy, Peter thinks. Mary Jane. A massive explosion rocks the street as a helicopter is brought down, crashing into a parked car and creating a fireball that illuminates the night sky. Boom. Silver Sable's mercenaries scramble for cover as the debris from the crash rains down on them. You all right? One yells. No, another replies, his face set in a grimace of pain and fear. Venom Spidey stands atop the wreckage of the helicopter, his form silhouetted against the roaring flames. Run away from this, run away, Spidey's thoughts scream. Hungry, ag, the monster roars. Silver Sable watches the monster, her face illuminated by the fire. Holy Wildpack, pull back, full retreat, she commands, her voice urgent. What? Why? Her men ask, disoriented by the sudden shift in tactics. Suddenly, a group of powerful figures descends from the sky. Captain America, Thor, and Iron Man arrive on the scene, their presence a beacon of hope in the chaos. The big boys are here, Spidey thinks. Okay, kids, time to earn your paychecks, Cap shouts. Alpha Team hit the ground running. This ended 2 minutes ago. Paychecks? For what we get paid, that's hardly a motivating little speech you got there, Fury. Iron Man unleashes a powerful repulsor blast that strikes the monster full in the chest. This is Tony, he reports. Getting some insane readings off this guy. Let me hit it with a little repulsor ray action, see if we can't. Oh no, Peter thinks. No, feed, the creature roars. No, not Iron Man. I love Iron Man, a citizen cries. Sham. The wasp flies low over the monster, a small blast of energy striking its head. Please stop, Spidey thinks. Man, I felt that and it wasn't even whoops, she says as she narrowly avoids a retaliatory strike. ZZZTT. Captain America leaps from the top of a car, his shield raised and ready for action. Cap, take him, a voice orders. Got him, Steve replies, his movements a masterclass in tactical efficiency. Cap lunges for the monster, but the creature is too fast, dodging the strike with a terrifying, fluid motion. Son of A, Cap grunts. Wasp, Hawkeye, back off the goo monster and round up the ancillary undesirables. Venom Spidey roars as a barrage of arrows from Hawkeye strikes his form. Well, that's doing nothing, Peter thinks. Well, at least now he's got himself a brand new shield, Spidey's thoughts add as Venom Spidey grabs Cap's shield. Oh my God, people in the street scream. ZZZTT. The monster slams the shield against Iron Man's blast, the sound of the impact a deafening ZZZat. Hare, it roars. Captain America? Someone shouts. Heads up! Are you kidding me? Another cries as the battle intensifies. Venom Spidey lunges for Captain America, his jaws opening wide. I can't eat Captain America, Peter thinks desperately. Feed! I can't be known as the guy who accidentally ate Captain America. Please. Punk, I'll smash every tooth in that face, Cap yells back, his fist clenched. Iron Man and the Wasp regroup, their focus on the surrounding area. Okay, wait, Iron Man starts. I'm falling back, Wasp says. No, you take the Silver Lady and her motley crew, Tony orders. Oh, gotcha, she replies. Thor, Tony shouts, looking for the god of thunder. Thor descends from the sky, his hammer raised high. Come on, ya punk, stand down, he bellows. Feed, the monster screams back. Nuo. Peter's thoughts are a frantic blur of fear and desperation. Venom Spidey lunges for Thor, his mouth open wide. Feed! The creature roars, its hunger driving it to confront even the most powerful of foes. Thor swings Mjolnir, the force of the impact sending the monster flying backward. Sorry, Spidey's thoughts whisper as he watches the creature crash into a nearby building. Battlestar watches the battle from a distance, his face set in a grim mask. Thor, he says, his voice a low warning as he prepares to join the fray. Thor and Venom Spidey clash in a blinding explosion of energy and light. Crackum! The street is illuminated by the raw power of the god of Thunder's strike, the sound echoing through the city. Thor's voice is full of righteous fury. Thou will not touch my holy visage, vile monster, he bellows. Nuo, the creature screams. I can't believe this is happening to me. Peter thinks, his consciousness still fighting against the suit's control. Iron Man coordinates the final push. Janet, get out of there and follow orders. Hawkeye, back her up. Thor, there's only one way to end it. Everyone fall back and let him do his thing. Eddie Brock watches from the sidelines, his voice full of hate. This is what you get, Parker. This is what you get. The Wasp flies low over Silver Sable, a small blast of energy catching her off guard. Not so fast, very bad hair job, Janet quips. We're on your side, Sable shouts back. Oh, well then, Og, Janet replies as she narrowly avoids another blast. Bet we're not even going to get paid now. ZZZat. Iron Man and Thor prepare for the final attack, their forms silhouetted against the flames. Did you say, Parker? Tony asks, his voice full of surprise and concern as he looks at the monster. Battlestar watches the creature, his face illuminated by the orange glow of the fires. The reflection of the flames in his visor gives him a menacing, otherworldly appearance. Hawkeye leans back against a taxi, several arrows from a mysterious source embedded in his armor. Well, that's great, he says, his voice full of dry sarcasm. Chuck. Captain America lunges for the monster once more, his shield raised high. Ha, he yells. Feed! the creature roars back. Peter's thoughts are a low moan of pain. They're gonna kill me. Battlestar gives the final order. Cap, fall back, he shouts. Thor, hit IM with some god stuff. Peter's thoughts are a final, quiet apology. Sorry, kid. Thor ascends high into the night sky, his hammer raised toward the heavens. He calls upon the raw power of the storm, his form a beacon of light against the darkness. A massive bolt of lightning descends from the sky, striking the monster with the full force of a god's wrath. The street is engulfed in a blinding white light, the sound of the strike a deafening roar. The aftermath of the lightning strike leaves the monster kneeling on the ground, his form smoking and rippling as the suit begins to separate from Peter's body. Cap, Iron Man, and Wasp look on in awe. Venom Spidey unleashes one final, primal roar. Huyag! The suit is being torn away, its influence shattered by the raw power of the lightning. Eddie Brock watches from the sidelines, tears streaming down his face as he realizes his connection to the suit is gone. Nearby, a group of survivors hugs each other, their faces filled with relief and terror. The monster's jaw unhinges one last time, a desperate cry escaping its throat. Help me! It screams, but the sound is muffled by the smoke and the fading echoes of the battle. Then there is only darkness. Peter Parker wakes up in his bedroom, the morning light streaming through the window. His room is a mess, with clothes and school supplies scattered everywhere. He's lying on his bed, his face set in a look of profound confusion. Peter looks at his alarm clock, the numbers blinking 11:44. He rubs his eyes, the memory of the night's events beginning to surface like a bad dream. Peter sits up, his voice a low whisper. I'm home, I'm okay. He asks the empty room, his mind racing as he tries to piece together what happened. Peter looks down at his hands, almost expecting the black slime to reappear. I'm normal. I'm in my pajamas. Please tell me I didn't just dream all of that. Because as big a relief as it would be that I didn't turn into a big black slimy monster that fought all those big-time superheroes and got my butt handed to me by Thor. Peter's expression becomes grim as he continues his thought. Imagining that I turned into a big black slimy monster that fought all those big-time superheroes and got my butt handed to me by Thor is actually much scarier in many, many ways. Suddenly, the door to his room swings open, and Aunt May stands there, her arms crossed and a stern look on her face. She's wearing a Led Zeppelin t-shirt and yellow cleaning gloves. Mr. Parker, what do you have to say for yourself? She asks. Peter looks up at her, his voice a sheepish stammer. Good morning, Aunt May, he says, his mind still half buried in the memory of the battle. Aunt May stares at him, her expression softening only slightly. And, she prompts, her eyes scanning his room. Peter offers a weak smile. You look very nice, he says, gesturing toward her Led Zeppelin shirt. Aunt May sighs, her hands going to her hips. It's almost noon. You've slept till noon. I give up. What time did I get in last night? What time did you get in last night? We have a trust, me and you. I can't have you running around the city all night. You come home from work on time, and if you're going to go to MJ's, you call. Aunt May walks over to the window and pulls the curtains open, letting in more light. I fall asleep in front of the TV, wake up, see an honest-to-goodness monster was running up and down Fifth Avenue, and I have to worry about you all day. Aunt May leans over him, her face full of genuine concern. I ask so little. Just don't make me crazy, she says softly. Peter looks down, his voice a low whisper. Sorry, he says, the weight of his secret life pressing down on him once again. Aunt May stands up and turns toward the door. Sorry, go make something of your day, sleeping till noon on a Saturday, she mutters as she leaves the room. Peter watches her go, his hand going to the back of his neck as he reflects on his situation. The sunlight from the window highlights the uncertainty in his eyes. Later, Peter is back in his basement, looking around at the cluttered room with a mixture of confusion and dread. Okay, so I'm now proportionally as crazy as a spider. Did none of that happen? He asks himself. Peter reaches into an old trunk, his hands trembling slightly. Okay, let's piece it together. Costumes gone, so? Aha. Peter turns to his computer, his face set in a look of grim determination. Let's see the monster that was in Midtown, see if it was. He stares at the screen, the light from the monitor casting a cold glow over his face as he searches for news reports of the night's events. Suddenly, a message appears on the screen in large, capital letters. "Come over when you wake up." Peter reaches into another box, his hand closing around a familiar fabric. Okay, time to pull out the spare costume. And by spare, I mean the one with the badly patched hole in the butt from the Doc Ock thing. Spider-Man swings through the city, his form a red and blue streak against the blue sky. And my web shooters are missing, he thinks. I only had one spare. No web shooters and a hole in my butt. Iron Man does not have these problems. No. Spidey continues his inner monologue as he swings low over the city streets. Note to self: spare costumes and more web shooters. Oh, and check yourself into a loony bin. And start practicing rubbing your fingers up and down on your lips and making crazy person noises. Spider-Man arrives at a massive, futuristic building on an island. The Triskelion. How real superheroes live, he thinks, the sunlight reflecting off the glass and steel structure. Spidey lands on the building's landing pad, where Nick Fury, Captain America, and Iron Man are waiting for him. "Hey kid, how you feelin'?" Fury asks. "How did you know I was coming?" Spidey counters. "You have your powers, I have mine. Are you spying on me?" "Only a little, you're welcome." Iron Man, his helmet open, steps forward. "Hey kid, Tony Stark, Iron Man, we've met before." Spidey looks at him, disoriented. "What ha? You getting any dizzy spells?" Or, Tony continues. "No, did you ever have a parasitic experience like that before last?" Tony finishes. Spider-Man looks from one hero to the other, his confusion growing by the second. "What happened?" he finally demands, his voice rising in frustration. Fury steps forward, his eye patch adding to his menacing presence. "You got yourself into a jam and I got you out. You're welcome," he says. "Thor knocked the goo out of you and you were unconscious. We did a bioscan and you were normal, or as normal as you get. I, for one, was actually relieved. How about that?" Fury and Stark exchange a glance. "How did you get your powers?" Fury asks. "And I figured, hey, you took one for the team last night. I say I'll get you home and take care of things. You got smacked around pretty good." Spider-Man crosses his arms, a look of suspicion on his face. Who put me in my pajamas?" he asks. Fury offers a thin, mirthless smile. "Well, you can't sleep in your ratty costume," Spidey scoffs. "You drugged my aunt and put me in my bed?" "Little bit, you're welcome," Fury replies. "Where's Eddie, Eddie?" Spidey asks, his tone becoming more urgent. Fury looks down, his expression hardening. "Eddie Brock, he had the suit." "The suit?" Spidey asks. "The goo, the black goo parasitic thing," Fury clarifies. Yeah, the other guy, him we lost in the crowd." Spidey's eyes widen. "You lost him?" "It was chaotic, but we have the goo, we have the silver sable too." Spidey's voice is full of confusion. "Who?" Fury gestures toward the building. "Silver-haired girl who was firing weapons and dropping helicopters on you." Spidey nods slowly. "Who is she?" "Bounty hunter. She'll cooperate or she's never going to see the light of day," Fury answers grimly. Spidey looks from one hero to the next. "You have the suit," he repeats. "Suit?" Iron Man asks. "The black goo," Spidey yells. "Why are you calling it the suit?" Tony asks, his brow furrowed. The four heroes stand together on the landing pad. "We have it," Cap says simply. Fury nods. "It is fascinating. It's a true genetic abomination." Tony turns to Fury. "Tony, how're his vitals now?" Iron Man shrugs. "He's okay. I'd like to get my hands on some of his blood and urine, though." Spidey looks from one to the other. "The suit, the black goo," Fury nods. "I have it, you have it, it's safe." Spidey shakes his head. "It's my father's." Fury's eye narrows. "Your father." Spider-Man gestures toward the building. "Not anymore, it's a threat to world security. It's mine now, it's in the vault," Fury says. "Destroy it," Spidey demands. "Can't say I will." "Please?" "No." "Why? Who's his father?" Tony asks, his curiosity piqued. Fury leans in, his voice low and warning. "Because there's something there. Your father was on to something. It's a new thing. It's a bioweapon. It has to be poked and prodded. It has to be tested." Spider-Man shakes his head, his voice full of anger. "He was trying to cure cancer with it. Not make that, he stammers, unable to find the right words for the horror he's seen. Fury looks at Spidey, his expression unreadable. Kid, countries are already fighting over it. Huge corporations are hiring soldiers and fighting over it. We got assassins and bounty hunters and God knows what looking for it. Truth be told, kid, and I hate to tell it to you like this. The final panel focus on Spider-Man's eyes, the reflection of Cap, Iron Man, and Fury visible in the lenses. Your father may have started the next damn world war, Fury says, his words hanging in the air like a death sentence. The city stretches out behind them, unaware of the storm that's brewing. A young woman stands alone in the dark, her silhouette framed by a cold, digital glow as the weight of the world rests on her shoulders. Rikers Island, maximum security prison, 3 weeks ago. In the crowded cafeteria, the air is thick with the smell of stale food and the desperate boasts of inmates. Dr. Doom's gonna get me out? One convict yells, while another scoffs, dude, the guards are going to come over here and throw you in the hole. Amidst the chaos, a man with a badly bruised face picks at his tray in silence. A voice cuts through the din. Kurt Connors, Dr. Kurt Connors. Connors looks up, his expression weary as he sees a man in a suit flanked by guards. Yeah, I am. Why? He asks, confused by the sudden attention. The man in the suit crosses his arms, looking down at the disgraced doctor with a smirk. Because some famous people want to talk to you, and famous people get to do whatever they want. Connors stares at his own reflection in a spoon, the distortion mimicking the broken state of his life. Where am I going? He whispers. The Triskelion, SHIELD headquarters, 2 weeks ago. The massive glass tower stands tall over the harbor, a beacon of global security hiding a labyrinth of secrets. Inside a sterile interrogation room, a blonde girl sits before a bare table. Your name, please, for the record, a voice commands. She sighs, my name? Gwen Stacy. Gwen Maxine Stacy. If you need the whole thing. When asked her age, she simply replies, 16. The interrogator pushes further, asking if she knows where she is. Not exactly. In a hospital, Gwen guesses, wrapping her arms around herself. Because something's wrong with me. She lists her parents' names like a rehearsed script, her voice flat. My dad is a cop. Was a cop. He's dead. John Stacy. Captain John Stacy. And my mother, who abandoned me and my father years ago, is named Madeline. She adds with a bitter edge, if you see her, please do tell her I said $@$% %. The voice from the speaker asks if she knows what is wrong with her. No, do you? Gwen retorts. The voice calmly responds, we're trying to work that out. Gwen's face remains in shadow, her blue eyes piercing. Well, I'm no doctor, but I bet it has something to do with this red blobbly monster that killed me. Behind the two-way glass, high-ranking officials watch the girl through a wall of monitors. Do you remember how you got here? They ask. Gwen shakes her head. No, I was out cold when you brought me here, right? An agent asks how she feels in this moment. Gwen looks at the glass, sensing the eyes on her. I don't know the technical term, but freaked out. In the control room, Nick Fury turns to the man beside him. So, what do you think, Dr. Connors? Connors stammers. We're to believe that inside that girl is a parasitic monster. Fury nods solemnly. Pure carnage if it chooses to be. Check the files. Carnage. Yes. Connors leans in, his scientific curiosity battling his fear. Can I, Mr. Stark, can I see it? Tony Stark steps forward, his face illuminated by the crimson glow of the room's displays. Gwen darling, hi, you mentioned the gooey red monster inside you. Do you think we could see it? Gwen looks down, the request making her skin crawl. See it? Can you turn yourself into it? Stark asks. Can I turn into it, you mean, by like wishing or? Gwen asks, incredulous. Connors watches intently as Stark confirms, yes. Gwen mutters, I don't know. Stark presses, would you like to try? Gwen's response is immediate, not really. But Stark won't take no for an answer. If you could, it would be a great help to us. We're trying to help you. Gwen grits her teeth, the pressure building inside her chest. She closes her eyes, trying to reach for something she doesn't even want to find. Okay, well. The observers lean in, the silence in the room deafening as they wait for a nightmare to manifest. Gwen focuses, her brow furrowed in concentration, but nothing happens. The monster stays buried. Stark and Connors share a look of disappointment, but the tension doesn't fade, it shifts. Suddenly, the silence is shattered as a massive plume of fire, and black smoke erupts from the base of the Triskelion. A massive blast waves through the corridors, throwing SHIELD agents through the air as fire consumes everything in its path. Inside the observation deck, Tony Stark is thrown to the floor. The alarm should have, "Oh man, the girl, where's the girl?" He shouts through the ringing in his ears. Connors scrambles to his feet as secondary explosions rock the complex. "Oh man, did she do that?" Stark shakes his head. "That wasn't her, it was on the other side of the complex." Connors looks at the billionaire in disbelief. "Aren't you? I thought you were Iron Man. I thought you were a superhero." Stark grunts in pain. "Yeah, funny thing about that, it only works if I'm actually wearing the armor." Another explosion tears through the docks outside, sending debris flying into the harbor. Through the smoke, Stark watches as more structures collapse. "Son of a," he mutters, realization dawning that this isn't just an accident. Gwen Stacy is thrown from her chair, screaming as the ceiling above her begins to give way. The interrogation room is now a tomb of twisted metal and shattered glass. Stark looks out from the broken window. That's all kinds of no good. Coughing through the thick dust, a guard radios for backup. "This is Sub-Basement 9, we have a situation with Norman Osborn. Somebody get down here with." Out of the darkness, a hulking, green monstrosity emerges. Norman Osborn, the Green Goblin, has broken free, and he is looking for blood. The guards level their weapons, their hands shaking. "Stand down, Osborn, don't you move or I'll." The goblin doesn't hesitate. He lunges, a roar of fire and fury as bullets fly, and the sub-basement becomes a slaughterhouse. Through the chaos and the smoke, Gwen Stacy wanders through the ruins of the Triskelion, her eyes glazed with shock. She passes the Green Goblin as he tears through another reinforced door, but the monster doesn't even notice the small girl in his path. Gwen keeps walking, her bare feet stepping over rubble as the facility burns behind her. She reaches the outer perimeter, crawling through a jagged hole in the wall, the cool night air finally hitting her face. She looks across the water at the New York City skyline, the distant lights of Manhattan offering a hope of normalcy that feels a world away. Gwen's expression hardens. She is alive, she is out, and she has nowhere to go but forward. Beneath the shadow of a rotting pier, the water laps against the wooden pillars in a rhythmic, deceptive calm. A thick, red tendril shoots up from the water, wrapping itself around a support beam with a sickening sound. Gwen pulls herself out of the river, her body dripping wet as she scrambles onto the wooden planks. She collapses on the dock, her lungs burning as she heaves for air. "Gah!" she gasps, her body trembling with exhaustion. She hacks and coughs, spitting out the salt water and the metallic taste of the monster that hides beneath her skin. A group of dock workers approaches, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. "You okay?" one asks. "Where'd you come from?" Gwen looks up at them, her eyes wide and haunting. "Dunno," she whispers, the mystery of her own existence becoming a weight she can no longer carry. Today, Midtown High parking lot. The sun begins to set, casting long shadows over the end of another school day. Peter Parker and Mary Jane Watson share a quiet, intimate moment, their silhouettes framed by the golden hour. MJ pulls back slightly, a soft smile on her face. "Whoa, Tiger." Peter looks at her, dazed. "Huh." The moment is broken. "Sorry, Peter, MJ starts, but Peter interrupts. "MJ, what I do?" She sighs. "Nothing. It was time to stop. Sorry." Peter offers a weak smile. "It's okay." He looks at her, sensing the distance between them. "I'm sorry." MJ looks down. "It's okay. Really." Peter tries to find the words, but his spider sense suddenly flares. "It's just, I don't want to go too," MJ begins, then stops when she sees Peter's face. "What?" They both turn as a shadow falls over them. Peter's eyes go wide. "What are you doing here?" Standing across from them is a man who looks like a ghost from Peter's past. "Life's good, I see," he says, his voice dripping with resentment. Peter steps forward, shielding MJ. "What are you doing here, Eddie?" "Eddie Brock, old friend of your boyfriend. Is this your girlfriend?" "Life's good, huh?" Eddie asks, his eyes burning with a dark intensity. Peter and MJ exchange a look of pure confusion and dread. What? They both ask at the same time. Eddie leans in close, his voice a low growl. The thing, you know, I need to get it back. Peter clenches his fist, his anger boiling over. Help you with what? Eddie stares him down, cold and unwavering. Here's the deal, I'll put it as simply as possible. You're going to help me. Peter and MJ begin to walk away, trying to put distance between themselves and the madman. Hey, I don't know where to find you, Eddie calls out. Eddie stops and watches them, his threat hanging in the air like a guillotine. I know where to find you though, don't I? Peter stops and turns back, his voice low and dangerous. You disappear for months, then you show up here and you threaten me. Eddie, no offense, but you may be crazy. Eddie just smirks. Yeah, how so? Peter tries to reason with him. The parasite, it's gone, you're free. It was a horrible thing that happened to you, and now it's over. How about you, I don't know, start your life over? Be a normal person. You know, the kind that doesn't hang around high school parking lots threatening teenagers. Eddie doesn't listen. Listen to me, Peter. You're going to get it back for me, or I ruin your life, I go to the press. I go to your boss at the Daily Bugle. He puts out the headlines. He raises his hands, a twisted grin on his face. Spider-Boy. Peter watches him walk away, the reality of the situation sinking in. Well, now the bad guys actually show up here after school? He mutters. MJ looks at him, terrified. There's something new, so that was Eddie Brock. What are you going to do? Peter stares after him, his jaw set. Yeah. Night falls over the city, and the rain begins to pour. High above the streets, Spider-Man swings through the deluge, his thoughts racing as fast as his webs. I don't know what to do. I'm being stalked by a lunatic. You'd think I'd be used to it by now, but they keep finding new angles to torture me with. Okay. So I'll go to the only people in the world who I can trust with this. The only people that can actually do anything to help me. The Fantastic Four. They've got a big pile of brains over there, they have connections, they even like me, and no one likes me. They can tell me what to do, oh, but of course, they are not home. He swings past the Baxter building, the rain-slicked glass mocking him. They're off having a grand adventure and I'm out here getting whooping pneumonia. If I'm lucky. And I can't even leave a post-it note saying I was here because if I touch this building, attack robots will attack me. This is the Baxter building. You don't touch the Baxter building. Oh man, I can't go to the police. Oh hi, yeah, I know I'm in a soaking wet body stocking, and I refuse to take off my mask. But I was wondering if you could help me with this problem I'm having. Gee, this ex-monster I used to fight came by my school, and asked me to help him monster up again. Yeah, I know, crazy, well welcome to my life. Oh, I have the right to remain silent. Yeah, kinda figured that. Areg, and I can't go to Nick Fury because Fury's gone bye-bye. Now I miss Nick Fury. What kind of a life is this if I miss Nick Fury? Can't go to SHIELD, can't trust them. Oh, I know. Oh, okay, I know where to go. The Ultimates, the real superheroes. Iron Man, Captain America, those guys, they'll help me. They'll know what to do and who to do it to. I can trust them. Spider-Man watches a jet take off from the distance, its engines glowing in the rain. They're leaving? Hey, no, come on. Hey, oh come on, you can't see me. You can't see a guy in a red and blue costume swinging around on a web. He lands on a ledge, frustrated and soaked to the bone. Come on, nerds, oh man, now what? He looks up at the sky, screaming into the storm. Aeg, okay, you know what, I'll tell you now what. Now I do this myself, now I grow the hell up. I have resources, I have things I can do. The next day, Peter Parker sits in the archives of the Daily Bugle, surrounded by mountains of paper and digital screens. I work at a major metropolitan newspaper. I have access to information, things you can't find online. I have the archives. I'll dig in and find out who has what. I should have done this a month ago. I should have done this the day after I had the last run-in with Eddie Brock. I should do this every time I have any crazy run-in. He rubs his tired eyes, the weight of his research settling in. But thing is, everything is always so crazy. There's always another maniac or drama right around the corner. I don't even get a chance to breathe, let alone actually follow up on any of this. I almost died because of this Eddie nonsense. You'd think I'd be a brain enough to try and figure out what happened. My blood was infected, for Thor's sake. I almost died, and I still have no idea what it was about or anything. I'd like to find out exactly what went down. All that with that beetle guy, that silver sable, Roxanne, Trask Industries. SHIELD all of a sudden there's a lot of people trying to steal my dad's work. A lot of weasels out there. Roxanne, Trask, it's like these two Digantor companies having this quiet war over all this. First one has the oh look, here it is. Peter reads the headline on the screen, Symbiotic Genetic Engineering, a Wave of the Future. There's a whole article on it right here. When did this run? It never ran. It was filed but never published. That's weird. Trask Industries wants to pave the way to the next century with what they believe could be a breakthrough in genetic technologies. Peter's heart skips a beat as he continues reading. The symbiote effect, as Bolivar Trask calls it, would use the human body's own designs to heal and cure itself of diseases and what? That's my dad's entire philosophy. That's why he accidentally created the suit to begin with. He was trying to cure cancer. This exact ARG, that is annoying, they stole it. Just then Ben Urich walks by. Peter, are you working tonight? Peter jumps, startled. Oh no, Mr. Robertson, I was just stopping in to check on something. Is that okay? Ben nods, no problem. Peter exhales, thanks. He turns back to the monitor. Okay. Bolivar Trask scoffed at the rumors of military applications for the symbiote effect and the rumors of a super soldier enhancement being discovered by further experimentation. Bolivar, what we have here is a threat to the billion-dollar pharmaceutical companies like Roxanne and the others. What we have here is the concept that may end the need for pharmaceuticals altogether. If we can help the body heal itself, the bloated drug culture would feel an instantaneous seismic shift. This could be the beginning of the end for the drug companies, and they are scared, and they should be. Money, that's all this is ever about. One person wants another person's money, makes me want to scream. Money. And there's this guy and another guy trying to steal my dad's work to screw each other out of money. Oh wait, it's not all about money. There's also this insane person who wants to have my dad's suit so he can eat people. So there's that too, and I'm supposed to help. And I type in Eddie Brock and nothing. Not one mention of him anywhere in this. In fact, not one mention of the suit or my father or Eddie's father. Like it's all been deleted from the world. My dad had papers published. He was of some merit. Where is it? Where is he? He's been erased. Peter slams his hand on the desk. Arig, now I'm more mad than when I started, and I was pretty mad then. He stands up, grabbing his bag. Hey, Pete. Someone calls out, but he doesn't hear them. Hey, Mr. Urich. Peter ignores them, his mind focused on one thing, Roxanne, Trask. He walks out of the office, the weight of the conspiracy pulling at him. You know what would be nice? For all of this to go away. Later that night, Spider-Man is back in costume, leaping through the rain. Ugh, hate swinging around after it rains. Everything is wet. I'm gonna slip and kill myself. Shouldn't be plopping directly onto my house this early at night anyhow. Someone might see, but I'm tired and hungry and so mad. Gotta move fast. He crawls through his attic window, peeling off his mask. The good news about the Spidey powers is that if Eddie is following me around, he sure as Atishdaller can't keep up. You know what I should do? I should call Eddie's bluff. Go ahead, Eddie, tell the world I'm Spider-Man. I save people. I've saved people from you. You tell them about me, they're going to find out about you too. Thing is, all I want to do is help the guy. I do. I feel bad, I feel guilty. He shouldn't have his whole life ruined. I'll help him. Why does he have to turn it into me against him? What did I do to him? Nothing. If he shows up here again, I'll just grab him and take him too. Peter, a voice calls out from the shadows of the attic. Peter freezes, his heart pounding. Standing in the darkness is a girl he thought he would never see again. I'm sorry, Peter. I swear I wasn't going to bother you anymore. The girl steps into the moonlight, her face a mask of tragedy. I wasn't going to just come here like this, but I'm having a bit of trouble here, and I don't exactly know what to do. Peter can barely breathe. How could this be? He gasps, staring at Gwen Stacy. Gwen looks at him, her eyes pleading. It's me, it's Gwen Stacy, I promise. Peter steps back, shaking his head. No, you're not her, it's not, you're dead. Gwen's voice is soft, haunted. I know, but it's me, it is, I know it is. Peter is still in his Spider-Man suit, the realization hitting him like a physical blow. I would never have come here like this, but I had nowhere else to go. It's either this or I jump off a bridge. Gwen collapses on the floor, weeping. Peter, you're like my brother. You and Aunt May, you're my only family. Please, please help me. Peter leans down, his heart breaking for her. Oh my God, where were you this whole time? Gwen shakes her head. Well, the hell if I know. Let me see if I can concentrate. It comes and goes. Sometimes I can and sometimes I. It took me forever to find the place. Peter asks, in that triangle place, Gwen clarifies, triangle, out at sea. Peter's eyes go wide. The Triskelion, SHILD had you, Gwen nods, and they were poking and probing me, and then there was an explosion. An explosion? Peter asks. So I just left. Peter rubs his face. Oh man, maybe I shouldn't have, maybe I should go back, should I go back? Gwen looks up at him, if they saw you come in here. I snuck in, she assures him. Peter looks toward the door. I couldn't remember the house, it was dark last time I was here. Is that any better? I can't tell, Gwen adds. Peter's spider sense begins to tingle again. If they're looking for you, they're definitely watching my house. They're probably watching this place anyhow. Suddenly, the doorbell rings. Ding dong. Gwen and Peter both freeze. Peter looks at Gwen, his face pale. See, oh man, we have to get you out of here. Downstairs, Aunt May walks to the front door, wrapped in her bathrobe. Who is it? She calls out. A voice from the other side responds, It's Eddie Brock, ma'am, I'm a friend of Peter's. Aunt May answers, Peter isn't here. Eddie doesn't move. Actually, I think he is. Can I come in? Aunt May keeps the chain on the door. Yes, ma'am. May looks through the gap. Eddie, you're Eddie Brock, Jr.? Eddie's smile is predatory. Do you have special powers or something, Eddie? Eddie's tone shifts. What? No, ma'am. Do you have a gun? What? No, ma'am. Aunt May interrupts him, her voice cold. Hold on. Aunt May reaches into a nearby cabinet, her hand closing around something heavy and metallic. She pulls out a revolver and levels it at the door. Then you should leave and never come back. Eddie's eyes go wide as he sees the barrel of the gun. Hey, ho, that's not. Aunt May doesn't flinch. You think I'm at $% ing with you, kid? I lost my Ben to an idiot just like you, right in my own house. You leave my Peter alone. You leave him alone or I'll kill you. Eddie tries to grab the door, his frustration boiling over. Yeah, og. Aunt May slams the door shut, but Eddie kicks it open. Old lady, you got some set of... Don't, May shouts, holding her ground. Now you go tell little Peter I'm here. Suddenly, a web line shoots from the shadows above, slamming into Eddie's face. Thwap. Spider-Man swings down from the ceiling, his fist connecting with Eddie's jaw in a thunderous crash. Peter pins Eddie to the ground in the middle of the street. Why are you doing this? Why won't you leave me alone? You don't come here, you don't point a gun at my family. Eddie gasps for air, his face twisted in rage. I'll. Aunt May watches from the doorway, her hand over her heart. Peter. Spider-Man looms over Eddie, his patience finally gone. Why are you like this? Eddie yells back, his voice full of hate. Because you got everything, you, and I got nothing. And then it chose you over me. It was mine and it went to you. Peter looks at him with pity. You're sick, Eddie, and I'm getting you help. On the memory of our parents, I am going to help you. Gwen Stacy emerges from the shadows of the house, watching the fight from the sidewalk. Whoa, who is he now? She asks, terrified. Peter turns to her, his voice full of resolve. You see this girl behind me? I'm going to tell you something about her. I'm going to show you something. I'm going to show you exactly what you think you want. I'm going to show you how truly screwed up in the head you are. He looks back at Eddie. Gwen, show him what's inside you, show him what is so. Gwen closes her eyes, and suddenly her skin begins to ripple. Red, symbiotic tendrils erupt from her flesh, weaving together to form a monstrous visage. Within seconds, Gwen is gone, replaced by the towering, skeletal nightmare known as Carnage. It roars, a sound like grinding metal and screaming souls. Eddie Brock can only stare in horror as the monster looms over him. What are you? Carnage lunges at Eddie, its claws extended. Ag! Eddie screams as he is thrown back into the darkness of an alleyway. Peter tries to intervene. Stop, just stop, you've got what you. But Carnage is relentless. It slams its fist into Eddie, a sickening smack echoing through the night. Eddie's body begins to change too. Black ooze pours from his mouth and skin, forming the hulking shape of venom. Peter, he bellows. The two monsters clash in a flurry of black and red, their bodies merging and tearing as they fight for dominance. Nuo! Peter yells, but he can't stop the inevitable. Venom grabs Carnage by the throat, slamming it into a brick wall with a massive foom. The black symbiote begins to flow over Carnage, absorbing the red mass into itself. Carnage screeches in pain as it is consumed. Eddie Brock screams as the power of two symbiotes surges through him. G-Gareg. The red mass is pulled into Venom's body, leaving nothing behind but a cloud of smoke and the smell of ozone. Slump. Gwen Stacy is thrown from the mass, her human form collapsing onto the pavement. Agi, she cries out. Venom stands tall, his muscles bulging with new power. Grog. Eddie Brock looks down at his hands, the black and red symbiotes swirling beneath his skin. It was in me. It just needed more, thank you. Peter Parker stands over Gwen, his mask off, his face full of grief. Oh no, oh no, no, no. High above, a familiar blue glow cuts through the night sky. Iron Man and a squadron of SHIELD agents descend on the scene. Venom looks up at the approaching heroes. No fight. Peter looks at him, bewildered. Eddie, come on, man, no fight. Eddie Brock's voice is hollow, inhuman. I have what I want. Before Iron Man can land, Venom turns and leaps into the shadows, disappearing into the city's sewer system. Peter tries to follow, but Venom is gone. No, no, no. The Triskelion, SHIELD headquarters. Later, Gwen sits in a sterile room once more, her head in her hands. She's clean, an agent reports. Tony Stark stands with Carol Danvers and Dr. Connors. She's on every level a regular 16-year-old girl, no symbiote in her. No, none, no nothing. On every level a regular 16-year-old girl. Connors is baffled. You sure? How? I mean she died. The symbiote originally killed her. It destroyed her host form. Stark nods. Yeah, but Mr. Stark. And hold on, and in doing so we would surmise it absorbed her essence. Her DNA, her genetic code sequences. It then, in turn, abandoned those essences and codes for another, leaving the body. And she's clean. Carol Danvers crosses her arms. So she's a clone. Stark corrects her. She's a molecular copy, but an exact one. There's no difference, on any definable genetic level. Peter steps forward, looking at Gwen through the glass. So the question is, if she is biologically Gwen Stacy and mentally Gwen Stacy, who are we to say she's not Gwen Stacy? She's alive. Peter looks at Gwen with a protective gaze. No, she's kinda like my sister. Stark sighs, that's. Carol Danvers shakes her head. Well, sorry to say, but she stays here. Peter snaps back. She's healthier than me. Carol retorts, hey, ho, so what? Is she your girlfriend? Tony Stark steps in, trying to bridge the gap. Director Danvers, she needs to have a life. He can do it, Danvers. Carol looks at Peter, then back at Stark. He who, him, the kid. Stark points at Peter. Kid's done a lot for you and this country. She knows things. What does she know? There are too many leaks and loose ends. No. Stark doesn't back down. Kid's had a rough time of it, they all have. Let her go home, let her get back to a life. The Parkers will keep an eye on her. Anything wonky, you'll come running, right? Peter nods instantly. Yes, yeah. Stark looks at Carol. See? She sighs, of course. Peter approaches Gwen as she prepares to leave. But what about Eddie Brock? What about Roxanne and Trask? What about my father's work and the girl with the silver hair and that other guy in the suit with the... Carol Danvers stops him. Well, kid, if you see anything, you'll call. Peter looks at her, his voice full of concern. Eddie, he's still out there. Carol leans in, her expression serious. And we have people looking for him, in all departments. He's a threat to national security and a health risk to the state of New York. Aunt May takes Gwen's hand, her face full of worry. We're going to have to move again. I can't afford to move. Stark places a hand on Peter's shoulder. Guys like this? He's not going to bother you anymore. He got what he wanted. He doesn't want to get caught. He'll stay the hell away from you. If he's got half a brain, he's in Mexico. Carol watches as the agents lead the way out. We'll find him. Peter watches them go, his arms crossed, his eyes full of a lingering doubt. You'll find him. Back in the interrogation room, Gwen sits alone, the weight of her return finally settling in. Hello. The camera pans out as Gwen Stacy, the girl who died and came back, waits for her life to begin again. Present, a man sits alone on a park bench, his face hidden in the shadows of the trees. You're saying you actually fought Spider-Man? You're saying you're some sort of what exactly? A passerby asks. The man looks up, his eyes weary but resolved. My name is Eddie Brock. It is a nice day, ain't it? Eddie asks, his voice barely a whisper. He looks off into the distance, his mind filled with the echoes of two monsters. I have these thoughts in my head that aren't my own, and I'm hungry, I'm always hungry, and it's all my fault. Eddie watches as the sun sets over the park, the shadows growing longer with every passing second. He sits in silence, a man who has lost everything and gained a power he never wanted. Suddenly, a figure in a high-tech suit of armor lands silently behind him. Rag! A monstrous voice roars from within Eddie's mind. Eddie doesn't turn around. He doesn't have to. Please tell my lord that I am in receipt of the package, the armored figure says into his comms. Eddie Brock closes his eyes as a massive black claw reaches out from the shadows, dragging him into the unknown. I am on my way to the home country. The lords bless Latveria. The park is empty once more. The only sign of the struggle, a single black smudge on the park bench. High above the city, the beetle soars through the clouds, carrying Eddie Brock to a fate far worse than anything he could imagine. The sun disappears below the horizon, and New York City is left in the dark, unaware of the storm that is about to break. The beetle activates his thrusters, disappearing into the night as the words, next issue, ultimatum, flare on the screen. The golden hour settles over Soho, Manhattan, where the pigeons flutter past the high-rise windows and the city's elite gather for dinner at Barry's. It looks like a normal evening, but the air is thick with the kind of tension that only precedes a storm. Inside the outdoor patio, the atmosphere is sophisticated, yet Johnny Storm looks like he'd rather be anywhere else. I was really surprised to hear from you again, Johnny, says Brittany Fox, leaning in as her blonde hair catches the light. I got the feeling from our last tete-a-tete that your aura was in conflict with my aura. Johnny stares at her, his eyes glazed over as she continues her monologue about public perception. You're rating with, you know what a Q is. You're Johnny Storm. You're the Human Torch, she exclaims, her voice rising with a frantic sort of energy. She tosses her hair back, completely oblivious to his boredom. Only because my agent did a Q test on us. Your Q, Mr. Human Torch of the Fantastic Four, is very high, she explains. Johnny blinks, leaning his head on his hand as he repeats, my Q. He can't take it another second. Under the table, his thumb finds his smartphone, and with a soft boop, he initiates his escape plan. He looks up, trying to maintain the facade of a polite date, but the sheer absurdity of the conversation is starting to give him a headache. Brittany stands up, clutching her purse as she prepares for a tactical retreat to the restroom. Hey, I'm going to go to the ladies, she chirps with a wink. You order me whatever you want. I don't eat. Soon as she's out of earshot, Johnny's shoulders slump. You know what I was hoping for? He mutters to the empty chair. I was hoping that you and I could just, I don't know, try to relate to each other like. Miles away, in the quiet suburbs of Forest Hills, Peter Parker is having a much better night, locked in a passionate kiss with Mary Jane Watson. The ringing of his cell phone on the coffee table is the only thing breaking the silence of the Parker living room. Peter finally pulls away and answers the phone, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Hall of Justice, how may I help you? On the other end, Johnny's voice is desperate. Wait, didn't you go out with her before and you hated her more than life itself? Peter asks. Johnny sighs heavily. Yeah, Peter grins. Then why are you on another date with her? Because she's smoking hot, Johnny admits. MJ overhears the conversation and starts mocking the drama. Tell him she's a skank, she whispers loudly. Tell him she's disgusting. She makes my skin crawl. Johnny ignores the background noise and presses on. "What's a Q?" he asks. Peter scoffs. "The letter between P and R, come on." Johnny groans. "What's the prob, Bob? I'm on a date with Brittany Amber Fox." MJ leans in, a playful smirk on her face. "Hey, it's Johnny Storm, of the world-famous Fantastic Four?" she teases. Peter nods. "Same one, he needs help." Johnny isn't playing around anymore. "Help me, Peter Parker, you're my only hope," he begs, sounding like a character out of a movie he probably didn't even watch. He checks his watch, looking back toward the restaurant. "In 5 minutes I want you to call my cell phone," he instructs. "And say what?" Peter asks. "Anything. 5 minutes," Johnny replies. The frustration boils over as Johnny tries to explain his living situation. "I live in a skyscraper with my sister and a guy made out of rock. You go to a school with 1,000 girls. Find me a girl," Peter counters. "The problem is you need to go to a normal kind of." Peter laughs, looking over at MJ. "Me? I could barely find me one," he jokes, while MJ watches him with an amused, knowing look. Johnny stares at his reflection in the phone screen. "You need to find me a nice girl," he demands, his voice cracking slightly from the social exhaustion. Peter puts a hand on MJ's head, grinning down at her. "I'm taken," he tells Johnny, clearly enjoying the role reversal for once. Peter sits back on the couch, the pizza boxes and textbooks forgotten for a moment. "I have to call him back in 5 minutes, he tells MJ. "Why?" she asks. "So he can bail on his date from hell." MJ shrugs. "That's mean." "Yeah, well, you're supposed to be superheroes, you two." MJ finally relents. She is a skank. "Okay, I approve." MJ stretches her arms over her head, her stomach growling. "I'm hungry," she says. "Me too," Peter agrees. "Where's Aunt May?" MJ asks. "Meeting with the vice principal," Peter answers. "Of our school? Did you do something wrong?" Peter's expression turns serious. "She's getting Gwen back into class," he explains. MJ's face drops. "From the dead," she whispers. Peter nods slowly. "She's not dead anymore, so." MJ stares into the middle distance, the weight of their complicated lives hitting her all at once. "That should be interesting," she says softly. Across town, at Midtown High in Queens, the school sits quiet under the darkening sky, but inside the administrative wing, the lights are still burning bright. In the hallway outside the vice principal's office, Gwen Stacy sits alone, her head in her hands. She's a girl who was buried, mourned, and somehow returned. Now she just wants to go back to being a student. Inside the office, the vice principal sits behind a desk buried in paperwork, staring down at a document that seems to defy everything he knows about reality. Aunt May sits across from him, her posture perfect and her gaze unwavering. "So, this is actually a letter from a doctor who works for SHIELD, the man says, rubbing his eyes. "Yes," May answers firmly. He looks up from the paper, his face pale. "The World Peacekeeping Task Force, saying that Gwen Stacy, who we were told had died, is now not dead and under your foster care." "Yes," May repeats, her patience wearing thin. Through the door, Gwen looks up, hearing the muffled voices of her future being decided by people who barely understand what happened to her. The vice principal leans forward, the letter trembling slightly in his hand. "Oh, we're happy to inform you someone is not dead letter," he says, incredulous. "A first." May sighs. "Yes, I know, it's—" "Exactly," he interrupts. He taps another sheet of paper. "And this is a letter from none other than Tony Stark confirming this letter, and offering me his personal recommendation of you." May watches him, her blue eyes piercing. "Yes, I know that's," she starts, but the man is already on a different train of thought. He looks around the office as if searching for a prank camera. "Tony Stark, the billionaire Tony Stark, the Iron Man," May simply nods. "I suppose," she replies, her voice dry. He leans in, his shadow stretching across the desk. "And how is it that a woman such as yourself, no offense, would even know a Tony Stark?" May looks down, her voice dropping to a whisper. I don't know him. He was involved with Gwen's predicament." The vice principal scoffs. "Whatever that was, yes, well, obviously I know as much as you do about such things. Do you?" May asks. "Yes, I understand this is beyond odd." May leans forward, her voice becoming urgent. "Let her back into class, back into her studies. Let her have a chance at some sort of normal life. The man explodes in frustration. Normal life? This school, there's nothing normal about it. Mutants, Spider-Man, the Osborn family. Normal? They're voting to shut the entire school down. May's face goes slack. She wasn't prepared for this. What? She whispers, her hand drifting to her throat. The vice principal collapses back into his chair, the weight of the school's failure crushing him. The school board wants to close our doors, and I think they're going to. They have budget cuts to make, and this school, thanks to this damn Spider-Man, is a disaster. No one feels safe here. No one feels, and here you come with a girl back from the dead and a note from Iron Man. May is stunned into silence. Obviously, I had no idea, she admits, her world tilting once again. He waves the letter in the air like a white flag of surrender. How am I supposed to explain this to the other parents? A girl who's come back from the dead. May tries to offer a rationalization, however flimsy it may be. Shesh wasn't dead, it was a mistake. Thaithy said it was all a mistake, so. He just stares at her, the names of the heroes echoing in his head like a curse. Iron Man, Spider-Man. May looks away, her heart aching for Gwen and for the boy she's raising who causes all this chaos without even meaning to. The name hangs in the air, thick with resentment. Spider-Man, he repeats, the word tasting like ash. May gathers her courage one last time. I don't know anything about Spider-Man. All I know is Gwen's such a good girl. Her father was a policeman, he died. She deserves every chance she can get. The man sits in the shadows of his own office, the blinds casting bars of light across his face. Sure, he says, though there is no conviction in his voice. Meanwhile, back in Soho, the dinner rush is in full swing. Brittany is back from the ladies' room and is mid-sentence, talking about her own body autonomy with a level of narcissism that is truly impressive. Johnny is barely listening, waiting for the signal. Suddenly, his phone starts blaring a rhythmic ringtone. Didadu. He fakes a look of intense concern. Oops, hold on. Hello. On the other side, Peter is sitting in his kitchen making a sandwich, MJ watching him with a frown. So, hey, tomorrow, how about I gather the gang up and we come over to your part of the city? Peter says, trying to sound casual. Johnny stands up so fast he nearly knocks over his chair. Oh my God, Dr. Doom is back. Where? He screams into the phone, turning heads across the entire patio. Peter rolls his eyes, holding the phone away from his ear. I'm thinkin', Kitty Pryde me, MJ, and maybe a couple of the others. Sound good? MJ just glares at him, clearly not happy with the gang invitation. Johnny looks at Brittany, his finger already on the end call button. Small flames lick at his fingertips. I'm sorry, I've got to go, he says with a grin that's half apology, half victory. What is it? She asks, but he's already moving. In a sudden burst of brilliant orange, Johnny Storm erupts into the sky over Manhattan, leaving a trail of smoke and fire behind him as he streaks toward the city's skyline. Brittany watches him go, her face a mask of mild annoyance. That would have made page 6 for sure, she thinks, already wondering if she can spin this into a career move. He flies, Johnny's conscience starts to catch up with him. Okay, I feel bad, that was lame, be a man, tell her she's a nightmare, and she is a nightmare. With cute little dimples, arg, stop it. He rockets upward, a human comet against the blue sky, leaving the diners below staring in awe. And the sad thing is now she'll never stop calling. Why me? Why is she so focused on me? I mean, I know I'm something else, but... Monologue is cut short by a massive explosion in the distance. A plume of black smoke rises from a skyscraper. Kaboom! Johnny asks, his hero instincts finally kicking in. A green blur streaks past him with a deafening whoosh, moving at speeds that even catch the torch off guard. Whoa! He shouts, tumbling in the slipstream. He stabilizes and pushes his flames to the limit, gaining on the intruder. Yo, guy, he bellows, his face set in a determined scowl. It's the Vulture, clutching a massive duffel bag overflowing with cash and documents. He looks back at Johnny with a sneer. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Johnny calls out, ready for a fight he didn't expect to have tonight. Vulture doesn't hesitate. With a sharp shing, he extends his razor-sharp wings and dives toward the Human Torch, determined to end this chase before it truly begins. The old villain is fast. weaving through the urban canyons of New York with the bag tucked under his arm, his eyes locked on his escape route. Johnny flies parallel to him, mocking the criminal's audacity. "Dude, you're gonna fight me? I'll burn your nose off." He lets loose a foosh of flame, trying to singe the vulture's wings, but the villain barrel rolls out of the way with practiced ease. "Yikes, dude!" Johnny exclaims. Vulture suddenly changes course, diving toward the street below. "Now you're running away? Seriously, are we fighting or chasing? Hello, baldness," Johnny taunts, trailing him closely. Vulture reaches into his suit, pulling out a small, metallic sphere. "Can't believe I have to deal with this," he grumbles, his voice raspy and cold. He tosses the sphere backward. Johnny's eyes go wide. "Those are like grenades, aren't they?" he shouts, his voice rising in panic. He tries to blast them out of the sky with a focused beam of heat, but there are too many, and they're moving too fast. A massive boom rocks the side of a nearby office building, sending a shockwave through the air and shattering windows for blocks around. Inside the building, a board meeting is violently interrupted as a fireball streaks past the broken glass. "Holy!" one executive shouts. "What?" asks another, diving for cover. Johnny flies through the smoke, his face grim. "Seriously, I am not getting my butt kicked by a guy like this," he vows, turning on the heat. He catches up to the vulture, hovering above him as they drift over a busy intersection. "Last warning, Picard. I do not want to melt your little costume with you in it, but I will if you don't give up on the count of." Vulture looks up unimpressed. "You're still here," Johnny shouts. "Yep, I'm starting to count. I'm serious." Johnny takes a deep breath, his body glowing with white-hot energy. "1," he bellows, the heat beginning to warp the air around him. Vulture just keeps flying, a look of bored irritation on his face. "Oh, come on," he shouts. "You come on, too," Johnny counters. Vulture starts to say something. "You don't have the," but he's cut off by a sudden movement from the shadows of a rooftop. With a thunderous carac, Spider-Woman slams into the vulture from above, her knee connecting with his jaw in a devastating strike. The bag of money flies free as the villain is sent spiraling. "Og," he groans. "Hey, I'm swingin' here," Spider-Woman shouts, her voice full of attitude. Vulture crashes into a massive billboard with a sickening scroosh, a tangled mess of broken wings and bruised ego. "Watch your head," Spider-Woman calls out. "Or don't." Johnny floats there, completely stunned by the sudden intervention. He stammers, his flames flickering in surprise. Spider-Woman drops down, snatching the duffel bag out of the air as she falls. "Can't fly without this," she quips. "I bet," she says to the unconscious vulture. She lands on a lamppost, looking up at the flaming hero. Hi," Johnny says, finally finding his voice. "Hey, Johnny," she replies, as if they're old friends meeting for coffee. Johnny descends, his curiosity piqued. "Have we met?" Kinda. Where?" She ignores the question, pointing toward the street. "Yo, cops on horses, bad guy drop-off." She leaps away, her long hair trailing behind her. "Don't worry about it," she calls back. Johnny follows. "No, seriously, where, and what are you like, Spider-Girl?" "Don't worry about it," she repeats. She fires a web line into the sky, swinging through the narrow alleys between the skyscrapers, leaving Johnny staring after her in the middle of Times Square. Johnny flies alongside her, refusing to let it go. "Hey, how do we know each other?" "Crap," she thinks. Mutual friends," she answers, trying to stay vague. Johnny slows down, the gears turning in his head. "Mutual friends?" he asks, his voice trailing off into the wind. He loops around her as she swings. "Are you friends with, you know who? Who? You know, you got the same powers as him." "Oh my God," she sighs. "Are you related to him? I gotta go." Johnny keeps pace, a playful grin forming. "I'm serious, come on. Are you Spider-Man's cousin or something?" She glances at him over her shoulder. Kinda." She zips away into the distance, disappearing behind a tall glass tower. "Well, that's cool. Where are you going?" Johnny shouts, but the only answer is the whistling of the wind. The sun sets over the city. Johnny watches her go, a look of genuine admiration on his face. "Now that's girlfriend material," he says with a smile, finally forgetting all about Brittany Fox. The next day, outside Peter Parker's house in Forest Hills, the atmosphere is light. Kitty Pryde and Kong walk up the path as Peter and Gwen wait on the porch. "Hey, hey," Peter calls out. "Hey, Kitty, Kong." Kong looks around, impressed. "We're actually going out for a night on the town like real people with lives and stuff? How about that?" Peter steps down to meet them. "Oh, hey, Kitty, this is Gwen Stacy. Kong, you remember Gwen?" There's an awkward silence. Yeah, Kong stammers. "You, look great." "Yeah, you too, you lost weight." Gwen smiles. "You remember me?" "Well, yeah, I thought. I don't know what I thought," Kong finishes, looking sheepish. The group gathers together on the sidewalk. A group of friends just trying to have a normal Saturday, completely unaware of the storm that is brewing on the horizon. Aunt May comes to the door, checking her purse. "Hey, do you have money?" "Here's some money," she says, handing a few bills to Peter. "I have money," he tries to protest. "I'll take it," Kitty quips. May looks up at the sky. "Is it going to rain? Looks like it's gonna rain." She waves them off as they head toward the street. "Call if there's trouble. We will. Be home at a reasonable hour. We will. If it rains, take shelter immediately." Peter groans. "Seriously." Okay, have a good time," May calls out one last time. May watches them walk away, a faint, hopeful smile on her face. For a moment, things feel like they might actually be okay. That hope is shattered as a police cruiser pulls up to the curb. Its lights off, but its presence unmistakable. May's expression hardens as she sees the silhouette of the detective through the porch railing. She stands frozen in the doorway, her heart sinking as she realizes that the normal life she was fighting for just ended. The detectives walk up the lawn, their expressions grim. "May Parker?" the woman asks. "Yes, I'm Detective Mary Lambo. This is my partner, Detective Rodriguez." May's voice trembles slightly. Is something wrong?" Rodriguez holds up his badge. "Are you the custodial guardian of Peter Parker?" Yes, I am." "Is he at home right now?" No, no one is." Lambo steps closer, her voice low and commanding. "Do you know where he is right now?" "No, he's out with friends." "I'm going to ask you to come back to the station house with me for questioning." "About what?" May asks, her fear turning into defiance. Lambo's gaze is cold and unwavering. "About his and your relationship to Spider-Man." May is led out of her house, past the manicured gardens of Forest Hills, and toward the waiting police car. Her hands are clasped behind her back, a scene of quiet tragedy under the eyes of her neighbors. The detectives sandwich her as they walk, the weight of the investigation pressing down on her. She looks small, fragile, and utterly alone. A light drizzle begins to fall, mirroring the gloom that has settled over the Parker household. May stares ahead, her mind racing through 1,000 scenarios, none of them good. The car door closes, her eyes fill with tears. She knows the secret is out, and she knows that things will never, ever be the same again. To be continued. Inside the 103rd Police Precinct in Queens, the air is thick with the smell of cheap coffee and institutional stress. The room is a beehive of activity, officers shouting over one another about stolen lunches and missing staplers, while suspects sit in rows, waiting for their fate. In the middle of the chaos, two officers are locked in a heated argument. "I'm serious, it was a roasted turkey sandwich," one grumbles. "Where's Captain Frank? I need Captain Frank." Another shouts, "Line 13. A female officer at a desk snaps, "Will you shut up about the sandwich?" "Hey man, it's not about a sandwich, it's about respect," the other replies. Lambo leads May through the crowd, ignoring the petty squabbles. "What do you got?" an officer asks. "The Parker thing." "Oh yeah, wow, that was fast." Rodriguez nods. "She was home." "Good, I'll be with you guys in a minute," the officer says, moving on to the next crisis. May walks through the sea of uniforms, her eyes wide with terror. She sees a single tear track down her cheek as the reality of her situation sinks in. Around her, the world of law and order feels like a foreign, hostile country. She is led into a stark interrogation room, the walls made of cold, uneven brick. A single light hangs from the ceiling, casting a harsh glow on the metal table. May sits in a folding chair, her reflection in the one-way mirror looking back at her with hollow eyes. She waits in the silence, the distant sounds of the precinct muffled by the heavy door. Her posture is stiff, her hands folded in her lap, trying to maintain some shred of dignity. She looks at her reflection again, wondering if Peter is safe, wondering if he even knows she's here. "Hello," she whispers to the empty room. The door swings open and Lambo walks in, clutching a file. "Sorry for the wait, Mrs. Parker." May looks up, her voice trembling. "Why am I here? I thought we were clear on that. We have some questions," the detective replies coolly. Lambo sits down, leaning into the light. "About what?" May asks. "How do you know Spider-Man?" the detective asks, her eyes narrowing. May doesn't flinch. "I don't know Spider-Man," she says, her voice steadying as she settles into the role she has to play to protect her nephew. Lambo starts writing in her notebook, her movements methodical and slow. "And Peter Parker is," she prompts, waiting for May to fill in the blanks. May answers without hesitation. "My nephew, and you said before you're his legal guardian." "I am. His parents are dead." "Yes. And your husband?" "Yes, he's dead too. So it's just you and the boy in the house," the detective notes, the pen scratching against the paper. May looks at the camera in the corner of the room. "I think I'd like to call my lawyer," she says firmly. Rodriguez, who has been standing in the shadows, finally speaks. "Why?" he asks, his voice like gravel. May looks from one to the other, the pressure mounting. "I don't know what's going on here. I'd like to call a lawyer," she repeats. Rodriguez steps into the light, a smug smile on his face. "You're not under arrest," he says, leaning over the table. May's eyes flash with anger. "Then why am I here?" Rodriguez's smile disappears. "How about 25 years for aiding and abetting a fugitive from justice?" he roars, slamming his hand on the table. He looms over her, his face inches from hers. "What? Spider-Man, your nephew, you know, the kid who goes on vigilante rampages through the city, wearing a mask, property damage up the wazoo. Because of him I got cases thrown out of court. Good cases because he butted in. What is he, a mutant? Are you a mutant, Miss Parker?" May shrinks back, her hands shaking. I want a lawyer." He keeps going, his voice a tidal wave of accusations. "The kids on the front lawn of your house in costume? We got all kinds of complaints from your neighbors. The kids running around the halls of Midtown High School in costume. And then we get a visit from the vice principal who says you showed up in his office with a note from Tony Stark." May looks at him, her face a mask of feigned ignorance. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Oh, really?" he sneers. "Are you arresting me? You've been arrested before," he reminds her, leaning even closer. May scoffs, her old fire returning. "Are you kidding me? That was 30 years ago." "Flag burning on the steps of the UN," Lambo adds from her seat. Rodriguez chuckles. "Got ourselves an old-school hippie right here. A hippie with a costumed vigilante in her house." May puts her head in her hand, the stress finally breaking through. "I can't believe this is happening," she mutters, her voice barely audible. Rodriguez is about to scream again. "Don't give me the innocent old," when a massive "Ruumblili" shakes the entire building. Papers fly off the desk, and a light fixture explodes with a sharp spop. "What the?" he gasps. "What's happening?" May cries out. "Jesus!" Rodriguez bellows. The lights go out, plunging the room into darkness. Rodriguez pulls out a flashlight, the beam cutting through the dust. "Stay here, I'll see what that was." "Stay in your seat, ma'am," Lambo orders, her hand already on her holster. May sits in the dark, a single shaft of blue light from the hallway illuminating her terrified face. The silence that follows the rumble is even more terrifying than the noise itself. She stands up, moving toward the door. "Hello," she calls out, her voice lost in the echoing halls of the precinct. She cracks the door open, looking into the darkness. "This thighs is too much. Hello?" she whispers, her heart hammering against her ribs. The hallway is a tomb, the only light coming from the flickering emergency signs. She steps out, her hands trembling as she searches for a way out of this nightmare. She walks into the main precinct room, and her breath catches. It's empty. The desks are overturned, the computers are dark, and the dozens of officers who were just there have vanished as if they were never there at all. She moves past the forensic lab, her footsteps echoing on the linoleum. "Hello? Oh God," she mutters, her eyes darting toward every shadow. In the corner, she finds a young woman huddled on the floor, sobbing. "Are you all right? What's going on?" May asks, kneeling beside her. "It's gone. It's all gone," the woman wails. "What's all gone? What?" May looks toward the front doors, her face bathed in a strange, sickly light. She senses something coming, something vast and unstoppable. She pushes open the heavy wooden doors of the 103rd Precinct and steps out onto the sidewalk, her eyes widening at the sight before her. A massive orange ferry boat has been tossed onto the street like a child's toy, crushing cars and buildings in its wake. The ground is torn apart, water gushing from broken mains, and the air is filled with the screams of the injured and the roar of a rising tide. The world as they knew it is gone. Across the river in Manhattan, a wall of water hundreds of feet high surges through the city, swallowing skyscrapers whole. It's an apocalypse made of brine and steel, a cleansing wave that leaves nothing but destruction in its path. High above the flooded streets, Spider-Man clings to a web line, his eyes wide behind his mask as he watches the water surge through the canyons of Manhattan. "Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God!" he screams into the wind. "What should I do? What can I do?" He looks down at the churning brown water below. Thousands of people must have died. They must have, right? They must maybe 1 million. How many people are in New York? How did this happen? How were we not warned? He swings through the wreckage, his mind reeling from the scale of the disaster. Maybe we were warned, who knows? I haven't been online since lunch. I feel sick. I feel like I'm going to throw up. He comes to a stop on the side of a half-submerged building, his hands shaking. I don't know what I'm supposed to do," he whispers, the weight of 1 million lives pressing down on him. Suddenly, a familiar, calm voice echoes in his mind, cutting through the panic with a sharp H-whoosh. "Hold on, this is Charles Xavier." Peter freezes. "What?" Peter looks around at the ruins of a grand library, the water rushing through its broken windows. "What was that? What should I do now?" he asks the voice. "I don't know," Xavier's mental voice replies, sounding uncharacteristically weary. Spider-Man swings back into the storm, the rain lashing against his suit. "Og!" he shouts as a wave of psychic energy hits him. "I know what has transpired," Xavier's voice intones solemnly. Peter looks down at a taxicab submerged in the street. "Xavier from the X-Men? Are you in my head? Hello, hello." He shoots a web at a half-submerged lamp post with a frantic thwap. "Even more terrible, I know how and why, and he will not stop until it is worse. Far worse," Xavier warns. Peter swings over the crest of a massive wave, his voice crackling with disbelief. He did this. Someone did this?" On the street below, a man lets out a desperate H-wag as he's swept away. Peter webs up a taxi to a building to save its passengers. "We need to band together. Put any differences aside for the battle to come," Xavier's voice commands. "What battle? Where?" Peter asks. "I'm sending you my X-Men. What's left of them?" Spider-Man pauses, the rain dripping from his mask. "They will have the coordinates, but here is a mental image of where you must go," Xavier says, his voice fading like a distant radio signal. A vision flashes in Peter's mind. A massive, floating fortress shaped like an asteroid hovering high above the clouds. "This is where you will find him. He does not fear your arrival." Peter swings toward the submerged taxi, the driver screaming in terror. "The driver's bleeding, I gotta get out of here." "Lady, stop, let me out," Peter shouts over the roar of the water. In the back of his mind, Xavier's voice continues. "What he's done, this course of action. He's told me in the past. A kind of doomsday plan, but it was purely theoretical." A woman lets out a piercing "agie" as she's sucked into a whirlpool. Peter dives down, reaching for her with everything he has. He swims through the debris, the voice of the telepath guiding him through the darkness. We never thought he'd act on it. Peter resurfaces, gasping for air as he watches more people swept away. Murder 6 billion people. The realization hits him like a physical blow. Every man, woman, and child on the planet. High above the destruction, sitting on a throne of stone and steel, Magneto surveys his new kingdom. He looks down at the hammer of Thor, Mjolnir, lying at his feet like a trophy. "You have to stop him. You have to stop Magneto," Xavier's voice echoes one last time. Back in the flooded streets, a web line shoots out with a desperate thwap, latching onto a building as the water continues to rise. Spider-Man pulls a woman from the water, carrying her over his shoulder as he swings to safety. "What am I supposed to do? Hello?" Xavier? Xavier? He screams, but the connection is gone. He lands on a rooftop where a group of survivors is huddled. Whoa, one of them shouts. Hey, do any of you know CPR? Peter asks, frantic. I do, a man replies, stepping forward. Xavier, please, okay, I'll help, I'll do anything, Peter mutters under his breath. He drops the woman on the roof. Then help her. What's happening? What's going on? Another man asks. I don't know, Peter shouts as he turns back to the water. The woman lets out a retching HOO-eg as she coughs up water. Peter looks around at the devastation, his world crumbling. Xavier, hello? Where'd he go? My luck, I probably imagined it in a massive halluci. He spots someone else in the water. Come on, buddy, sorry about that. I can get you two. He falls to his knees, burying his face in his hands. The scale of the death is too much for even him to bear, and the rain washes away his tears before they can even fall. At Battery Park, inside a trapped L train, the water is already starting to seep through the doors. People are huddled together, their faces masks of pure terror. Okay, here's what we're going to do, a voice calls out. Kitty Pryde phases through the ceiling, her body glowing with a soft light. I'm going to get you out of this train, and you are all going to head away from the city. The passengers stare at her in shock. How did you do that? Walking through the ceiling thing? Who are you? I'm Kitty Pryde, Holly, you are one of those mutants. You're one of them. I saw you on the Discovery Channel, one man shouts, pointing an accusing finger. Kitty doesn't have time for a lecture. Yes, let me get you all. It was probably a mutant who did this. Another passenger screams, the fear turning into hatred. A young woman steps forward, her face set in a scowl. Hey, the girl just offered to save your fat hash. How about you put a sock in your racist crap for 2 seconds? Kong, standing behind her, adds a weary, seriously. Another man interrupts the argument. Lady, trust me, think what you want of me and mine. No mutant did this, okay? Let's just get out of here and we can point fingers later, okay? It's the end of the world. Kitty reaches out her hand, her expression firm and determined. Who's first? She asks. The passengers hesitate, looking at her as if she were a ghost. I can't believe I actually have to say this, Kitty thinks, her eyes scanning their faces. She leans forward, her voice echoing through the cramped car. Take my hand if you want to live. A small hand reaches out and grasps hers, a desperate anchor in the rising flood. It's the first step in a long journey toward survival. In the devastated streets of Queens, Spider-Woman is working tirelessly, pulling people from the wreckage of their homes. There you go. Hey, do you know where your mommy is? She asks a young boy she just pulled from the mud. Suddenly, a woman comes running over the debris, her voice a mix of relief and terror. Oh my baby, Mom, oh my God, I'm all right, the boy cries out, reaching for her. The woman clutches her son to her chest, looking up at Spider-Woman with tears in her eyes. Oh my God, thank you. Not a problem, Spider-Woman replies, already looking for the next person to save. Oh my God, I don't understand. What's happening? The woman asks. Her question is answered by a massive boom as a nearby transformer explodes, sending a pillar of white-hot electrical energy into the sky, lighting up the ruins like a nightmare come to life. People scramble for cover as the debris continues to fall. Aunt May is among them, crawling through the mud and broken concrete, her eyes wide with shock and exhaustion. She spots Detective Rodriguez lying nearby, his leg pinned under a massive slab of brick. Ow! He groans, his voice weak and full of pain. May crawls over to him, her hands find purchase on the rough stone. Are you okay, Detective? Can you breathe? My leg. Hold on, sorry about this, she says, starting to pull at the wreckage with surprising strength. She looks up, her voice a desperate plea in the darkness. A little help here. Anyone? Ow! She shouts as a piece of debris grazes her arm. High above them, an electrical pole is leaning precariously, the wires hissing with a deadly crackle and snap as they swing in the wind. May looks up, her eyes widening as she sees the pole start to tip toward them. The end is coming, and there's nowhere left to hide. The wood groans and splinters as the massive pole begins its final descent, a falling spear of electricity aimed straight at May and the detective. But the impact never comes. Spider-Woman drops from the sky, her hands catching the falling pole and holding it steady with impossible strength. Sparks fly from her fingertips as she holds back the death. "Have no fear, Underdant May?" she asks, her voice full of surprise. May looks up at the masked hero, her breath coming in ragged gasps. The detective looks up, too, his eyes glazed with pain. "Is this another one of yours?" he asks May, his voice a whisper of pure disbelief. Back at Battery Park, the survivors gather under the shadow of a broken elevated track. "Is that everyone?" "Yeah, why won't the phones work? Let's head to Jersey." "Does anyone have a car?" they shout, the panic still raw and unfiltered. Kong pulls Kitty close, her head leaning on his shoulder as she tries to recover from the strain of phasing dozens of people. "You're welcome," Kong shouts at the retreating crowd. "It's okay. Let him go," Kitty whispers. "Are you okay? Just give me a second. That was a lot of heavy lifting." A trio of high-tech vehicles streaks past them with a deafening Voshhuam, their lights cutting through the rain. "Geez!" MJ shouts, clutching Gwen's arm as they watch the strange craft disappear into the storm. Gwen collapses into MJ's arms, her face buried in her friend's shoulder. "Oh, we almost died. Where were we? Were heading into the city. We were heading into it." MJ strokes her hair, her own voice trembling. "We're okay, Gwen. We're okay." Gwen pulls back, her face streaked with tears and dirt. Sorry, I just don't want to die again if at all possible." MJ looks away, her heart breaking for her friend. "Yeah, sure." Gwen looks toward the city. "Peter went into it." MJ stares into the darkness, the rain washing over her face as she watches the smoke rise over Manhattan. "He'll make it," she says, though she's trying to convince herself more than anyone else. In the heart of the wreckage, Spider-Man is working side by side with a literal giant. The Hulk looms over him, lifting a multi-ton truck with one hand to free a group of trapped civilians. Amidst the fire and the flood, the heroes are all that stands between humanity and the abyss. "Come on, Peter, stay safe." The world seems to whisper as the battle for survival truly begins. To be continued. The newsroom of the Daily Bugle, usually a hive of frantic energy and clacking keyboards, sits abandoned under a heavy blue shadow. Computers remain flickering, displaying stories that no one will ever read as the city outside faces its darkest hour. In an emergency workspace in Dover, New Jersey, Ben Urich grips a telephone like a lifeline, his voice trembling as he speaks into the receiver. "Hello? Hello? Listen, I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if you're getting this," he pleads into the voicemail of a woman named Darla. He stands in a room filled with other displaced reporters, all of them soaked and shivering. "I almost died today, and all I could think of is, I'm in love with this woman and I never told her." "I love you, and I never told you," Ben confesses, the weight of the day finally breaking his professional facade. He hangs up the phone, staring into the middle distance with eyes that have seen far too much death in a single afternoon. Nearby, Robbie Robertson tries to provide a voice of reason to a shell-shocked J. Jonah Jameson. "Everyone we know is dead," Robbie says bluntly, though Jonah stares back with a hollow, haunted expression. "We don't know that," Jonah whispers back, clinging to a hope that feels more like a fantasy. Jonah looks up at his old friend, his hair matted and his suit ruined by the floodwaters. "I was so wrong, and you were 100% right," he admits, his voice cracking as he finally faces a truth he spent years running from. He sinks his head into his hand, the memories of his headlines flashing before his eyes like a shameful reel. "For months now, since the day he arrived, all I've done is poke at him, call him names, blame him for anything," Jonah laments, the realization of his mistakes crushing him. In his mind's eye, Jonah sees the truth of what happened when the wave hit. He saw a hero dive into the abyss while everyone else ran for their lives. "I saw this man, this hero, jumping in," he reflects, watching the mental image of Spider-Man swimming through the submerged streets to save the drowning. He sees the wall crawlers struggling against the current, pulling bodies from the wreckage of cars as the city of New York becomes an underwater graveyard. He jumped in and tried to save anyone he could. "And I am completely ashamed of myself," Jonah concludes, his internal monologue reaching a fever pitch of regret. Back in the temporary newsroom, the silence is heavy as Jonah questions the very core of his identity. "Why did I do this? Why did I mock him? Because he wore a costume? That gives me the right?" he asks, his hands shaking as Robbie watches him with quiet concern. He grabs Robbie by the shoulder, a new, frantic fire lighting up his eyes. Whatever has happened, I'm going to tell the world what I know. This Spider-Man, I'm going to tell the world what I know is true, he declares with the fervor of a man seeking redemption. Robbie tries to guide him back to his seat, but Jonah is beyond simple comfort. He is everything I'm not, and I'm going to tell the world. Get me a keyboard, he demands, his voice rising in volume. Jonah settles into a chair, staring at the glowing monitor as if it were the only thing that could save his soul. I need to write, he says firmly, his fingers hovering over the keys. The cursor blinks steadily on the blank white screen, waiting for the first words of the most important story Jonah Jameson will ever tell. Suddenly, the rhythmic tapping of keys begins, a frantic staccato that cuts through the quiet of the emergency newsroom. With every strike of the keyboard, Jonah begins to dismantle the lies he helped build, determined to give the city a hero to believe in amidst the ruins. Meanwhile, in the devastated remains of Queens, Aunt May stands amidst the rubble, looking up in confusion at the figure who just saved her life. Hovering above on a strand of webbing is a woman in a red and black suit, her long hair flowing in the wind. You called me Aunt May, May says, her voice trembling. Not May, Aunt May. Spider-Woman swoops down and grabs May, pulling her into the air as more debris begins to shift and collapse below them. Aunt May screams in terror as they soar through the smoke-filled sky. Put me down, put me down, put me down, she shrieks, her mind unable to process the chaos. The hero lands gracefully on a rooftop, setting the elderly woman down gently. Sorry, listen, higher ground is better, Spider-Woman explains, though she sounds just as stressed as the woman she rescued. May backs away, her eyes wide with suspicion and grief. You called me Aunt May, you're dressed like him? Who are you? She demands, referencing the costume that mirrors her nephew's. Spider-Woman can't find the words to explain her existence, only looking away with a pained expression. I just try to stay safe. Something really bad is, she starts, but the sound of more destruction cuts her off. They look out over the city, where the Queensboro Bridge stands like a fractured skeleton over a sea of rising, churning water. May clutches her face, the realization of the scale of the disaster finally hitting her. You know my Peter, she whispers, her voice barely audible over the wind. Spider-Woman remains silent, her mask hiding the conflict within, but her posture slumps under the weight of the question. Tears stream down May's face as she stares at the hero. You know him, she repeats, the statement carrying the weight of a desperate plea for news. The hero finally nods, a simple, heartbreaking confirmation. Yes, she softly replies. May points a finger, her voice regaining a sudden, fierce strength. I don't care how, I don't, but you find him, and you bring him back to me, she orders. Spider-Woman tries to calm her, reaching out a hand. Please calm down, she says, but there is no calming a woman whose only family is lost in a flooded hellscape. May grips her arms, her eyes burning with a demand that cannot be ignored. You find him and you bring him back. He's all I have left. The young hero stands tall, accepting the mission with a grim determination. Yes, ma'am, she promises. With a leap, Spider-Woman dives off the roof, swinging back into the heart of the storm as she thinks to herself. And I thought today was about as bad could get. Across the city, Spider-Man stands in the middle of a literal war zone, looking up at a massive, gray figure that towers over him, the Hulk. Peter's thoughts race as he stares at the matted, wet behemoth, wondering if he's about to be the next thing the monster smashes. Nearby, a group of survivors watches from the shadows of a ruined building as the two titans stand face to face. Hulk wet, the giant mumbles, his voice like grinding stones. Peter tries to keep his voice steady as he looks around at the smashed cars and broken bodies. How did Hulk get wet? He asks, trying to find a way to engage the beast without provoking it. The Hulk stares down at the small red and blue figure, his expression unreadable and primal. Water, he responds simply. Spider-Man gestures to the flooded streets around them. Listen, Hulk, we're all wet. Everyone is wet, and people are hurt, and some people died. The water killed them, he explains, hoping the gravity of the situation sinks in. The Hulk looks up at the sky, the rain washing over his gray skin as he repeats the word that seems to be the only thing on his mind. Water. Peter points toward the burning buildings and trapped civilians. I need to help them. I need to help the people. Can I go do that? Will you let me go do that? He asks, treating the Hulk like a volatile gatekeeper. The Hulk continues to stare, his massive form silhouetted against the fire and smoke. The water fell down, he growls, his simple mind struggling with the scale of the cataclysm. Spider-Man realizes he needs to simplify things even further. Hulk, help me, he says, his internal monologue begging the monster not to just chase him up and down the street. The gray giant tilts his head, a spark of recognition flashing in his dull eyes. Help you, he repeats. Peter leans in, trying to forge a connection with the most dangerous creature on Earth. Hulk, my friend, he says gently. The Hulk's face softens slightly at the word. Hulk friend? He asks. Yes, help me friend, help me save the people. People are hurt. Hulk help little friend, Peter encourages him. With the Hulk seemingly pacified for the moment, Spider-Man begins to lead the way through the wreckage. Okay. Follow me, he says, praying that the giant doesn't decide to start smashing everything in sight. They arrive at a high-rise building that has been partially shattered, with survivors clinging to the windows high above the ground. Peter swings upward, hoping his new sidekick can just stay put for 5 minutes. Peter perches on a window ledge, addressing the terrified office workers inside. Listen, I'm going to shoot a web line down to the street. I need you to get on the web and crawl down, he instructs, ignoring their frantic questions about the bodies in the water below. Down on the street, the Hulk stands ready, catching the civilians Peter lowers down with surprising gentleness for a monster of his size. Hulk catch, he says as he cradles a woman in his massive hands. The survivors scream in terror as they slide down the web lines, their world having turned into a nightmare of heights and monsters. More people begin to emerge from the windows, clinging to the sticky webbing as they make their way down the side of the burning building. Can it hold us? Someone cries out as the heat intensifies behind them. Peter lands back on the street, checking on a young boy who looks completely dazed. You okay? That's an awfully nasty boo-boo, he says, trying to maintain some level of normalcy for the child. He looks back at the group of survivors the Hulk has successfully gathered. Everything has gone to hell, but we're still here. We're okay. So let's focus on that and, he starts, though he's interrupted by more cries of confusion. The Hulk looks away from the crowd, his attention drawn to a building engulfed in massive, roaring flames. With a grunt of effort, the Hulk brings his massive hands together in a thunderous clap, creating a sonic shockwave that ripples through the air. The sheer force of the air pressure snuffs out the fire instantly, leaving only smoke and charred ruins behind. Spider-Man watches from a rooftop, impressed despite himself. Nice trick, so he's not stupid. So odd, he thinks, realizing the Hulk is more capable than he let on. Peter then notices something even more bizarre. A subway car has been thrown onto a roof, and people are trapped inside. Spider-Man kneels on the rooftop, his head in his hands as the absurdity of the day begins to break his spirit. Why is there a frickin' subway car on a roof? That is not how how can that even be? He asks the universe. The Hulk leaps onto the roof beside him, the impact of his massive body shaking the entire structure. Geez, Peter shouts, jumping back in surprise. The Hulk approaches the wreckage of the subway car, his massive frame dwarfing the metal transit vehicle. With a groan of effort, the Hulk lifts the entire car above his head, determined to move it so Peter can reach the people trapped inside. He holds the massive weight aloft. The Hulk looks down at the ground below him. Hulk hungry, he mumbles, his biological needs finally catching up with his rage. Peter looks up at him with a mix of dread and exhaustion. No, oh no, he sighs, knowing a hungry Hulk is a dangerous Hulk. But as Peter walks further into the wreckage on the roof, his blood runs cold. Oh man, he whispers, seeing a red costume amidst the gray debris. He falls to his knees beside the lifeless body of Daredevil. I never thought I really admired him. I admired his ability to just do what he needed to do, Peter says, his voice choked with grief for the fallen vigilante. Peter reaches out and pulls back the red mask, revealing the face of a man he barely knew outside of the suit. Don't even know his real name. He's just a guy in a costume. His name is Matt Murdock, Peter thinks, mourning the human behind the hero. Suddenly, a frail, shaking man stands behind him, Bruce Banner, returned to human form and completely bewildered. "Dr. Banner, you're a kid. What the hell happened here? Is this New York?" he asks, his voice trembling with horror. Banner looks out over the burning skyline, the realization of what he did while transformed finally setting in. "Oh my God, it is. What did I do?" he screams, the guilt threatening to shatter his mind. He collapses to his knees, clutching his head in agony. I want to die," Banner sobs, while Peter tries to hold him back. "Calm down, or you're going to Hulk out again," Spider-Man warns. Banner looks at Peter with eyes filled with pure, unadulterated self-loathing. "I want you to kill me," he pleads, unable to live with the monster inside him any longer. Peter looks at him with pity, knowing the burden the doctor carries. "You didn't do this. Please don't." He tries to comfort him, but the words feel empty in the face of such destruction. Banner pushes him away, scrambling toward the edge of the roof. "Oh man," Peter sighs, realizing he's losing control of the situation as Banner's heart rate begins to climb once more. The transformation is instantaneous and violent, Bruce Banner's body tearing apart to make room for the gray monster once more. The Hulk bellows a roar of pure pain into the dark sky. Spider-Man throws his hands up in a desperate attempt to talk the giant down. "Hulk, friend," he shouts, hoping the fragile bond they formed remains. But the Hulk is gone, replaced by an engine of pure destruction that doesn't recognize friends. "Smash!" he bellows, raising his massive fists above his head. The rooftop explodes as the Hulk brings his weight down, the entire building collapsing under his feet. Peter is thrown into the air, screaming as the ground disappears beneath him. Peter swings away from the collapsing building, the Hulk's roars echoing behind him in the distance. "Okay, it's officially the bestest day ever," he snarks, his humor the only thing keeping him from a nervous breakdown. He looks back to see the Hulk crashing into another structure below. "Hulk, sit!" he yells, as if he were trying to train an unruly, mountain-sized dog. Spider-Man swings through the smoke, his body screaming for rest. "God, I'm so tired and I'm so out of my mind. I mean, come on," he thinks, the weight of the day's losses pressing in on him. He spots a familiar Gothic structure in the distance, the Sanctum Sanctorum. "Hey, Doctor Strange's, Doc Strange, master of the mystic arts. Somewhere to get my wits about me," he thinks, desperate for a safe haven. But as he gets closer, he sees something that makes his heart sink. A yellow cab is embedded in the roof of the sanctum, and a strange, pink light is leaking from the puncture. That cab, that can't be good, Peter worries. The roof of the Sanctum Sanctorum suddenly erupts into a kaleidoscope of nightmare energy as the seal is broken. Demons and monsters of every shape and size pour out from the rift, flooding the streets of New York with supernatural horror. Spider-Man can only watch in stunned silence as the mystical barrier fails, releasing a fresh wave of terror upon the city he's trying so hard to save. Ultimatum, Ultimate Spider-Man Issue 132. The cover shows Kitty Pryde and Spider-Woman locked in a desperate struggle on a floating piece of rubble, the city burning behind them. Brooklyn, now. A massive, swirling vortex of purple energy towers over the city, dwarfing the skyscrapers and illuminating the flooded streets below in a ghastly, alien glow. It's a scene of pure, unadulterated apocalypse. On a rooftop overlooking the chaos, a flash of energy sends a young woman reeling backward, her glasses flying off her face as she's knocked to the ground. Mary Jane Watson stands over her, her face contorted with a mix of fury and despair. "What the hell, MJ? Why did you send him in there?" Kitty Pryde yells, while MJ can only stammer back, "I didn't." Kong grabs MJ, trying to hold her back as she screams at the top of her lungs. "Whoa, stop," he shouts, trying to bring some sanity to the rooftop. Kitty and MJ grapple with each other, their shared grief for Peter turning into a violent, undirected anger that neither of them can control. "RRRGGH," MJ snarls as she tries to push past her friend. They collapse into each other, sobbing and screaming as they finally admit the depth of their love for the boy who is lost in the fire. "You'll never understand how much I love him," MJ shrieks. The boys watch in silence, unable to intervene as the two girls they care about most break down in front of them. MJ looks up, her eyes red and her face streaked with tears. "I didn't send him. He went in. He went to do what he could, just like us. I would go in too if I could fly," she says with a chillingly calm certainty. Gwen Stacy and Kitty Pryde huddle together, looking out at the purple vortex that seems to be consuming the entire world. This is something else," Kitty whispers. Gwen tries to comfort MJ, but the girl is beyond comfort, her mind only on the boy who walked into that glowing nightmare. Kitty stands up, looking at MJ with a hollow, haunted expression. "What do you want me to do?" she asks, her voice devoid of its usual spirit. MJ looks her dead in the eye, her voice dropping to a whisper that carries the weight of a command. "Get him back, help him." Kitty looks at the swirling portal, the fear visible in her eyes even as she nods her head. "You're right," she says, preparing herself for the impossible. Without another word, Kitty Pryde leaps off the rooftop, phasing through the air as she heads toward the center of the mystical explosion. The survivors left on the roof watch her go, a small, courageous figure fading into the smoke of a dying city. 2 months ago, the Sanctum Sanctorum is a place of wonder and ancient relics, far removed from the horror of the present day. Peter Parker stands inside, looking around in awe at the magical artifacts. "Oh man, I thought you were friends with Daredevil," he says to Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange holds a glowing mystical artifact as he talks to Peter. "I didn't. My dad did. The original Doctor Strange. I inherited it," he explains, revealing the legacy he carries. They walk toward a massive, glowing pink orb that hums with an otherworldly power. "Wow, what is this?" Peter asks. "This is the orb of Ikmentata, and it's like a doorway to the dark dimension," Strange warns. Strange looks at the orb with a mix of reverence and caution. "Anything that doesn't belong here on Earth or can't be here, because it's like a mystic threat to our, reality. It's in there," he explains to the wide-eyed teenager. Peter looks around at the countless artifacts stored in the room. "But really, this stuff is all safe in here, right in the middle of New York City?" he asks, his voice filled with a premonition of danger. Wong, Strange's assistant, points to a large, ornate window. "The seal of the Ancient One protects this house from any attack," he says firmly. "What if someone, broke it?" Peter asks. Strange looks at a book floating in the air, surrounded by mystical flames. "This house is protected by spells carried on both mine and the Master's bodies. The seal is secure," Wong reassures him, though his words feel hollow in hindsight. Doctor Strange turns back to Peter with a confident smirk. "Hey, don't worry about it. It would take, I don't know, an act of God or something to break into this place," he says, unaware of how right he truly is. Present day, the act of God has arrived in the form of Magneto's wave, and the Sanctum Sanctorum has been breached. The air is filled with flying demons and serpentine monsters that have escaped the dark dimension to prey upon the ruins of New York. Spider-Man perches on a piece of wreckage, his skin crawling as the magical energy from the rift washes over him. "All of a sudden I feel off. Feverish. My skin's crawling out of my costume," he thinks, his senses overwhelmed by the alien sensations. The Hulk is beside himself with rage, lashing out at the glowing pink energy as if he could punch the magic away. "Hulk smash lights," he bellows, his gray skin illuminated by the eerie glow. With a massive fist, the Hulk strikes the side of a nearby building, the bricks shattering like glass under his superhuman strength. "Hulk, say stop it," he roars at the swirling energy. Peter tries to calm him, though his own strength is failing. "Hulk, cut it out. It's a building, not a," he starts, before he sees something emerging from the light that freezes his blood. A figure steps out from the heart of the vortex, silhouetted against the blinding pink energy. It's not Doctor Strange, but something far more ancient and malicious. The figure fully emerges. It is Nightmare, the ruler of the dream dimension, and he has taken possession of Doctor Strange's form. Why is this familiar?" he asks, his voice a chilling echo of the sorcerer's. Peter gestures frantically to the Hulk. Hulk, hit that, he says, though the giant isn't taking orders today. Don't tell Hulk what to do, the beast growls back. Nightmare leans in close to Peter, his eyes glowing with an unholy light. I've met you before. You were a gorgeous vessel for me, he whispers, his breath smelling of decay and old dreams. Suddenly, the world around them shifts. Nightmare projects an illusion of 100 screaming souls, the victims of the day's disaster. You killed us, all of us. Why? They moan, their ghostly voices filling Peter's head. The Hulk bellows in terror as the illusions begin to swarm him, his massive hands swatting at shadows. Hulk, just go away, run away, Peter screams, trying to save the giant from the psychological assault. Nightmare smiles, a cruel, jagged thing that stretches across Strange's face. I have a special one for you, Mr. Parker, he says, his hands glowing with a sinister purple light. Around Spider-Man, the wreckage of New York transforms into a gallery of his greatest enemies. The Green Goblin, Sandman, Kraven, and Doc Ock all loom over him, their eyes burning with hatred. Peter tries to fight through the hallucinations, his fists clenched. You know what, Slappy? This isn't real. This is magic-y goofy at $% and the world's coming to an end and I'm not going to even, he shouts, his mind cracking under the strain. Suddenly, a mechanical tentacle wraps around his throat, lifting him into the air with a violent jerk. Peter gasps, his hands clawing at the metal grip as the world begins to fade to black. A massive beam of pink energy erupts from the sanctum, smashing through buildings and incinerating anything in its path as Nightmare's power begins to truly manifest. Nightmare stands triumphant amidst the ruin, looking down at the unconscious boy. Sleep, Peter Parker. It's much more powerful, he gloats, as he begins to pull Peter's deepest fears to the surface. The Hulk is completely overwhelmed, buried beneath a literal mountain of the dead. Ghostly figures of children and civilians cling to his limbs, their eyes accusing him of a crime he didn't commit. You ruined the world. You're a monster, they shriek, their voices a physical weight that even the Hulk can't lift. With a roar of pure, animalistic agony, the Hulk explodes outward, his shockwaves scattering the illusions like dry leaves in a storm. Nuo, he bellows, the sound shaking the foundations of the city. The giant's eyes burn with a green fire as he glares at the retreating shadows. You don't touch Hulk, you don't touch Hulk, he snarls, his mind a whirlwind of confusion and rage. But the illusions keep coming, a sea of gray, reaching hands that refuse to stay down. You killed all of us. Why did you kill us? They moan, surrounding the giant once more. The Hulk is lost in the nightmare, his massive form silhouetted against the blood-red sky as the ghosts of New York pull him down into a sea of regret. Inside Peter's mind, a far more insidious dream is unfolding. He wakes up in a soft bed, the sunlight streaming through a window. You're not foolin' me, Petey, a familiar voice calls out. Uncle Ben stands over him, a warm smile on his face and a hand on Peter's shoulder. I know you're awake and it's time for school, he says, looking just as healthy as the day he died. They walk into the kitchen where Aunt May is waiting with a stack of breakfast. I cooked your favorite breakfast, Petey, wheat cakes, she says brightly. Don't fatten him up too much, dear. Ben laughs as he playfully wrestles with Peter. Peter clutches his head, the reality of the dream clashing with his memories of the flood and the death. What is this? Eat up, Petey, May says, but Peter can only whisper, You're dead. Suddenly, Uncle Ben's face rots and twists, a massive wound opening up on his forehead. You sure saw to that, didn't ya, kiddo? The corpse rasps, its eyes hollow and accusing. Peter falls back in horror, his parents' ghostly silhouettes framing the room as he screams in terror. No, this is not real. This is that guy with it, he stammers, trying to regain his grip on reality. The zombie of Uncle Ben leans in close, his voice a dry hiss in Peter's ear. Why don't you do the right thing and kill yourself? You stupid, selfish piece of, he snarls, as the dream turns into a hellscape. Peter wakes up with a jolt, finding himself pinned under a pile of wreckage back in the real world. Ugh, geez, ow, wet, he groans, the cold reality of the flooded street actually feeling like a relief after the dream. He looks around at the bodies and the fire, his spirit reaching a breaking point. I really don't know how much more of this I can take. I really don't, he whispers to the empty air. Nightmare, still in the form of Dr. Strange, looms over him once more. You remember me, don't you, Peter? You and we've shared an experience, he purrs. Listen, you, I know what you are, Peter spits back. Peter glares at the demon, his fear turning into a cold, hard anger. You're the god of nightmares. Well, hate to break it to you, but look around you. There's nothing in my head that's worse than what is actually happening, he declares. Nightmare laughs, the sound echoing through the ruined street. Your nightmares are powerful, unique, so beautiful, and you are giving me the power to be free in this world. With every second, with every horrible thought, he gloats. Peter points a finger at the demon, his voice shaking with a final, desperate resolve. You listen to me. I won't let you, he starts, but Nightmare isn't finished with his assault. Suddenly, a flaming fist belonging to the Green Goblin slams into Peter's face, the impact sending him flying backward through a brick wall. Peter crashes through a pizza shop window, the glass shattering around him as his mind begins to fracture under the repeated attacks. How is this real? Why can I feel this? He asks, as he sees carnage looming over him in the rubble. Nightmare stands in the broken doorway, his form flickering with a malevolent purple light as he watches Peter struggle against the shadows. Spider-Man is caught in the grip of a giant-sized Sandman, the sand filling his lungs and weighing him down. Doesn't matter, really. This is my life. This is all it amounted to, Peter thinks, his hope finally beginning to flicker out. Electro blasts him with a massive surge of electricity, his screams lost in the roar of the magical vortex. Boxed around by a bunch of crazies. Everywhere I turn, another one, Peter laments. Nightmare leans in, his face inches from Peter's as he delivers the final psychological blow. I tried so hard to make a difference. All it took was one crazy to destroy the world, he sneers. The illusion of a demonic daredevil strikes Peter with a baton, the crack of bone echoing through the shop. What good did any of it do? What difference did it make? Peter asks himself, his spirit finally broken. A glowing white figure looms over him, its hand reaching out as if to take his very soul. I was really kidding myself if I thought otherwise, Peter thinks. Thank you, Peter, Nightmare whispers in triumph. Outside, Spider-Woman swings through the skyline, her thoughts consumed by the promise she made to Aunt May. I can't leave this horror of a city without Peter Parker. Aunt May asked me for one thing, she thinks, her eyes scanning the devastation below. She spots the massive purple explosion in the distance, a lighthouse of magical energy in a sea of shadow. Purple explosions in the middle of a watery hell. Sounds like somewhere he would be, she realizes, turning her webs toward the rift. Inside the nightmare, Peter is being torn apart by the images of his greatest failures. Venom and Rhino pull at his limbs, their voices a constant hiss of mockery. It's okay, Peter. It's okay to be afraid, the monster rasps. Nightmare sheds his disguise, revealing his true, spindly form, his eyes glowing with an unholy light. It's the right emotion. It's how you should feel, he says, savoring the taste of Peter's terror. Beneath them, the people of New York run in terror, their lives being consumed by the very demon's nightmare released from the sanctum. The demon pulls Peter into the air, his long claws digging into the boy's chest. Your world is gone, he snarls, preparing to deliver the killing blow. Nightmare stands over the broken body of Spider-Man, his power at its peak. It's over, he declares, but he's forgotten about the gray giant he left in the street. Suddenly, a massive gray hand wraps around Nightmare's neck, the Hulk letting out a scream of pure, unadulterated fury. Nyarog, the giant bellows, his rage finally overriding the illusions. With a sickening sound of tearing energy, the Hulk begins to rip the demon apart, the magical essence of Nightmare spilling out in a blinding flash of white light. Peter watches from the ground, his vision swimming as he sees the Hulk finally win the fight for both of them. Whoa, he whispers, his mind finally clearing from the nightmare. The Hulk roars at the retreating spirit of the demon, his fists clenched and his eyes burning with green fire. You come here, run, he bellows at the light. The demon tries to retreat into the glowing orb, but the Hulk is already in pursuit, his massive strides shattering the pavement below him. "Hulk, kill you!" the giant screams. With a jump that shakes the city, the Hulk leaps into the air, bringing his massive fists down onto the magical orb with the force of a falling mountain. "Hulk, smash your $% ing face in," he bellows. The impact creates a shockwave of pink and white energy that levels the surrounding buildings, the orb shattering under the Hulk's pure, unrefined rage. "Hulk, kill you dead," he screams. The giant continues to strike the ground where the orb once was, his rage a physical force that threatens to consume everything left in New York. "Smash you! Kill you!" he bellows. Spider-Man watches from a distance, the scale of the destruction finally making sense in the most terrifying way possible. "Hulk, I think. You," he starts, but the words are lost in the roaring energy. The Hulk delivers one final, world-shaking blow, his eyes filled with a primal hatred for the creature that dared to touch his mind. The result is a catastrophic, magical explosion that consumes the entire city block, a pillar of white fire and purple energy rising into the dark sky, visible from every corner of the 5 boroughs. Spider-Woman swings through the aftermath of the blast, her eyes wide with terror as she looks at the crater where the sanctum once stood. "Oh my God," she cries out, fearing the worst for her friend. Back on the rooftop, MJ and Kong can only stare at the horizon in stunned silence, the reality of the disaster finally becoming absolute. There are no words left for the horror they've witnessed. Aunt May stands by the wreckage of a car, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated grief as she watches the smoke rise from the heart of the city, wondering if she'll ever see her Peter again. The city is screaming. A massive explosion erupts from the heart of Manhattan, painting the sky in violent shades of crimson and violet. From the center of the smoke, Jessica Drew, Spider-Woman, leaps into the air, her long hair trailing behind her like a banner of defiance. She fires a strand of webbing, desperately trying to find an anchor point in a world that's falling apart around her. She hits the ground hard, the electrical crackle of the explosion still humming in the air as she looks up at the swirling vortex above. Standing amidst the ruin, she gazes at the pillar of light and fire where a city block used to be. On top of a nearby school building, she crouches, her silhouette a lone sentry against the encroaching chaos. Looking down into the street, she sees plumes of pink energy pulsing from the craters below. She grips the ledge, her mask reflecting the devastation as her breath hitches. Something is down there. Suddenly, the ground ruptures. The Rhino Ultimate version, a massive gray titan of muscle and machine, erupts from the earth, roaring in fury. Jessica pulls her mask tighter, her eyes narrowing as she realizes the scale of the threat she's facing. The monster stands tall, bathed in the red glow of his own destructive power, dwarfing everything around him. Eyes glow with a feral, mindless hate. He isn't just a criminal, he's a force of nature. Spider-Woman doesn't hesitate, charging down the side of the building toward the beast. She flips through the air, narrowly avoiding a massive, crushing blow from the Rhino's fist. The impact of his strike shatters the pavement, sending chunks of concrete flying like shrapnel. Jessica is caught in the shockwave, tossed backward as if she were nothing more than a ragdoll. She slams into the side of a brick building, the force of the hit threatening to rattle her teeth loose. The Rhino doesn't stop, following up with a charge that levels anything left standing in his path. Buried under a pile of debris, Jessica struggles to find her footing, her suit torn and her body bruised. She looks up through the dust, her vision swimming as the gray giant looms over her. The Rhino reaches for her, his massive hands ready to finish what the explosion started. Up close, the monster's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated rage, his breath hot and smelling of ozone. With a burst of speed, Jessica leaps out from the rubble, firing webbing to clear her path as she escapes the killing blow. She lands in a low crouch, her hair whipped by the wind of the Rhino's passing. The Rhino turns, his armor plating glowing red as he prepares for another devastating lunge. Jessica uses the momentum of his own charge against him, planting a foot in his face as she vaults over his head. The beast crashes into an abandoned bus, the metal crumpling like paper under his immense weight. He shakes his head, snarling as he rips a piece of the vehicle off, looking for something to crush. Above the noise of the fight, a new sound emerges, the rhythmic thrum of heavy-duty rotors. Inside one of the SHIELD choppers, the pilots lock onto their target, their screens filled with data and heat signatures. Rhino looks up, sensing the change in the air, his roar lost in the sound of approaching engines. The helicopters open fire, unleashing a barrage of suppression fire that lights up the night sky. A missile streaks from the lead chopper, leaving a trail of white smoke as it zeroes in on the gray Titan. The explosion is blinding. The Rhino is engulfed in fire, his silhouette briefly visible through the flames. Jessica shields her eyes from the blast, hiding behind a crumbling wall as the shockwave washes over her. In a final, desperate act of defiance, the Rhino heaves a car into the air, throwing it toward the attackers. But the vehicle falls short, crashing back into the earth as the monster's strength finally begins to fail. A second missile hits home, turning the street into a furnace and ending the fight with finality. The smoke begins to clear, revealing the broken remains of the city block and the defeated Titan. Jessica stands at the edge of the crater, her chest heaving as she surveys the aftermath of the battle. She looks weary, the weight of her responsibilities etched into every line of her posture. High above, the SHIELD choppers circle like vultures, their searchlights cutting through the haze. One by one, the lights fade as the helicopters move off to investigate other sectors of the ruins. Jessica is left alone in the silence, a solitary figure in a graveyard of concrete and steel. She ducks into a nearby alley, pulling off her mask to breathe the soot-choked air. She looks up at a lone bird flying over the ruins, a tiny spark of life in a world of death. The moon hangs low in the sky, a pale eye watching over the wreckage of Manhattan. Jessica closes her eyes, tears streaking through the dust on her face. She survived, but at what cost? She grips her mask, her knuckles white. She's Peter Parker's clone, but today she has to be her own person. Searchlights return, illuminating a nearby rooftop where survivors are starting to gather. Jessica moves quickly, scaling a wall with the grace of the spider she was engineered to be. She pulls her mask back on, the hero persona sliding into place once more. She leaps from building to building, a shadow moving through the ghosts of a city. She stops on a ledge, her suit catching the dim light of the fires still burning below. Searching through the rubble, she spots something, someone trapped beneath a heavy beam. With effort that strains her enhanced muscles, she heaves the debris aside, the metal groaning in protest. She looks out over the horizon, where more smoke rises. The nightmare isn't over yet. Jessica drops to her knees, the sheer scale of the tragedy finally starting to sink in. She looks toward the light, her eyes determined. There are still people to save. A girl in a blue dress emerges from the shadows, her face a mask of shock and grief. Jessica turns toward her, her own mask removed, offering the only comfort she can, her presence. The two stand in the ruins, two lives brought together by an unimaginable catastrophe. The girl looks at Jessica, seeing not a hero, but another person who has lost everything. Jessica looks away, the burden of her origin story weighing heavy on her soul. The girl reaches out, her hand trembling as she touches Jessica's arm. In that moment, they cling to each other, a shared hug in the middle of a war zone. Jessica bows her head, the weight of the girl's grief mirroring her own internal struggle. Suddenly, a noise. Other survivors are calling out from the nearby buildings. A man and a woman wave white sheets from a window, their faces desperate and tear-streaked. Looking up at the towering skyscrapers, Jessica realizes that the rescue mission has only just begun. She takes to the air again, swinging the girl to safety as SHIELD tactical teams move in below. She drops the girl off on a secure rooftop, where medics are already waiting to treat the injured. One by one, she pulls people from the wreckage, her movements efficient and tireless. The survivors gather near an overturned truck, watching as the mysterious woman in red and white saves their lives. Jessica pulls another man to safety, his eyes wide with fear as he clings to his wife. She swings back into the darkness, her silhouette dancing against the smoke-filled sky. On a high ledge, she pauses to catch her breath, looking down at the people she's managed to save. Below, a group of survivors holds up a sign that simply says, "Help us." Jessica fires a web line, ready to descend and continue her work as the first light of dawn breaks. She carries a small child to safety, the boy's parents reaching out for him with tears of joy. The rooftop is crowded now, a small island of life in a sea of gray ash and broken stone. Jessica stands with them, looking out at the city she's sworn to protect, even if she isn't quite sure who she is yet. The SHIELD helicopters return, their lights blinding as they hover over the rescue site. The pilots watch as the spider-themed hero finishes her work, their mission changed from combat to recovery. Jessica stands at the edge of the roof, the wind whipping her hair as she prepares to depart before the authorities can move in. The survivors watch her go, their faces filled with a mixture of awe and gratitude. She shares a final moment with an older woman, a silent acknowledgement of the strength it takes to keep going. She swings away into the moonlight, the two silhouettes of the helicopters following her progress from a distance. Landing on another roof, she looks back, her mask tilted as if she's listening to the heartbeat of the city. She continues her trek across the skyline, moving toward the outskirts where the damage is less severe. She stops to look at a mural on a wall, a reminder of the city that was before the fire came. She wipes a smudge of soot from her suit, her movements slow and heavy with exhaustion. Looking out at the stars, she wonders if Peter would have done anything differently. She lets out a scream of frustration, the sound echoing through the empty streets below. Then she turns and vanishes into the night, her path uncertain but her spirit unbroken. The scene shifts to a different part of the city, where the aftermath of a flood has turned the streets into rivers. Jessica is there too, swimming through the dark water to reach those trapped in their homes. She finds a woman clinging to a lamppost, the water rising rapidly around her ankles. She helps the woman to higher ground, her web lines acting as a bridge over the surging currents. The debris in the water tells a story of lost homes and shattered lives, furniture and memories floating away. Jessica looks at the devastation, her face hardening. She has a purpose now, and she won't stop until the job is done. She finds a child's toy floating in a puddle, a small red doll that looks like a caricature of herself. She picks it up, her eyes softening for a moment before she continues her search for survivors. She pulls a man from a flooded basement, his face pale and his breath shallow. She leaves him with a group of emergency responders, her work in this sector finally finished. She looks back at the flooded street, the water reflecting the stars above like a mirror of broken glass. The morning sun rises over a quiet suburban street, the light casting long shadows across the neat lawns. A group of people walks slowly toward a house, their faces filled with a mixture of dread and hope. A woman comes to the door, her eyes widening as she recognizes the visitors on her porch. She embraces one of the girls, the two of them weeping as the reality of their situation takes hold. The others stand by, their expressions somber as they watch the reunion unfold. In the corner of the yard, a shredded piece of a Spider-Man mask lies forgotten in the grass. Jessica stands in the middle of the street, her blue dress torn and her hair a mess, clutching the remains of her mask. She looks at the woman on the porch, her heart breaking for the life she can never truly have. The woman turns toward her, a look of recognition and sorrow in her eyes. Jessica bows her head, unable to face the truth of what she has become, a reminder of a hero who is gone. She turns away, her silhouette a lonely figure in the bright morning light. She looks at the mask one last time, the red fabric stained with blood and dirt, and lets it fall into the gutter. Finn. But wait, the story isn't over. Welcome to Ultimate Spider-Man issue 150, a celebration of the legacy of Peter Parker. The cover shows Peter in his prime, swinging high above the city, surrounded by the heroes and villains who shaped his world. It's a massive tribute, a reminder that while one story ends, the legend of the spider lives on in those he inspired. In a flashback to a simpler time, Peter Parker, the original Spider-Man, finds himself in a bizarre confrontation on a Manhattan street. A minor villain, the Ringer, is attempting to rob the Diamond Exchange using high-tech hula hoops. "Hey man, I was just passing by. You're the one making a spectacle of yourself," Peter quips as he dodges a gold ring. "I'm the Ringer, the Ringer," the villain screams, firing another projectile. "You're gonna remember the name, man. Respect you, You dress like that and you, og. Peter is cut off as a ring catches his ankle, nearly tripping him. The ringer continues his assault, the street filling with whirring gold hoops that smash through car windows. Smash! Screams the panel as glass rains down. Okay, I don't know how you do this ring-a-ding-ding thing you do, but I think it's time we called it a... Peter begins, readying a counterattack. Suddenly, a bottle of holy water smashed near him, and the crowd begins to jeer. You suck, one bystander yells. Loser, calls another. Peter realized the public perception isn't exactly in his favor today. The ringer stands amidst a swirl of his rings, looking smug. Well, isn't that great? Here I am going out of my way to make the world a better place and safe from shmejigis like you, and look at the thanks I get. Good, the ringer snarls, his hand glowing as he prepares to fire a concentrated energy ring. Peter flips through the air, silhouetted against the bright Manhattan sky. Geez, yeah, okay, time to wrap this up, he mutters to himself. He dives toward the villain, his hands reaching for the central ring on the ringer's chest. A flash of light erupts as Spider-Man connects, the ringer's technology short-circuiting under the pressure. Peter lands a solid punch, sending the ringer flying backward through a flurry of his own hoops. Standing victoriously, Peter looks into the camera lens of a nearby bystander. Woof, okay, all you amateur superheroes out there, today you got some schoolin'. But the victory is hollow. The street is a mess of burning cars and shattered glass. That is how you beat up the bad guy, Peter tells himself, though the crowd's silence tells a different story. Meanwhile, in a secure office at the Triskelion, Carol Danvers, director of SHIELD, is having a late lunch. When I agreed to take over SHIELD from that one-eyed bastard Nick Fury, I knew I was going to inherit a couple of hundred problems. And one of the things I inherited was the Spider-Man situation. She sighs, rubbing her temples. Fury was happy to let this kid run around and play superhero, and for a while, sure, it was a good call. That's the way Fury worked, loose and improvisational. But lately, the Spider-Man situation, this kid, it's turned into a real situation. And with him getting bad headline after bad headline, the people I answer to, the people who you answer to are asking questions. Carol stares out the window at the setting sun. Do I arrest him? Do I have him taken out? Do I ground him? What do you do with something like this? She looks across the table, her expression grave. She's speaking to Tony Stark, Thor, and Captain America. Tony recounts a story from one of 3 typical Tony Stark days. He was donating old armor to a science exhibit in Queens. Tony's eyes narrow as he remembers the incident. Tony, since the invention of this armor, you and it have been the targets of numerous physical and political attacks, a reporter had asked him. Hold on, Tony interrupts his own memory. He was explaining how the armor was meant to inspire, not just defend. One of these kids out here, one of them, is going to look at this armor and it will inspire an idea, a flash of genius, a technological revolution. Tony smirks at the memory of his own ego. Suddenly, a mysterious figure in a brown hood appears in the crowd, electrical energy crackling around his eyes. Oh, come on, Tony mutters. The intruder wasn't there for the science, he was there for the metal. The crowd panics as the hooded figure unleashes a wave of electricity, the air humming with lethal power. Get down, Mr. Stark, his security detail shouts. Hold on, Tony tries to activate his repulsor watch, but his security team is already moving to shield him. Procedure, they scream. A blast of energy sends the security team flying. Tony is caught in the middle, his suit not yet fully functional. Ho! Screams a bystander as they're knocked aside. Tony looks back at the camera, his face grim. If you're asking me what my impression of Spider-Man is, it started right here. Spider-Man swings through the shattered glass of the exhibit, kicking the hooded assailant square in the chest. Presenting, my foot, he shouts. The villain, a man named Zandu, snarls through the energy. You will die in blood. Spider-Man lands nearby, his suit sparking. Okay, so that wasn't the best entrance one-liner. Tony's security detail tries to wrestle control back, shouting at Stark to get away. Please, Mr. Stark, give me that, let us do our job. Stark just scowls. Sure. Zandu fires another blast. sending the armored display cases shattering across the floor. "Mr. Stark," the guards cry out, but Tony is busy watching the kid in the spandex. Stark raises his hand, ready to fire a repulsor blast. "I heard you, shush." Tony's eyes are locked on the fight, analyzing Spider-Man's movements. The kid is messy, but he's effective. "It's my fault for, leaving the house," Spider-Man groans as he's tossed into a pile of Iron Man scrap metal. Xandu raises his hands, the electrical energy coiling around his arms like serpents. He's ready to end this. Tony watches as the guards draw their weapons, but he knows they're outclassed. "Uh-oh," he says under his breath. Xandu fires, a lethal arc of lightning leaping toward Tony's car as Stark dives for cover. Tony leaps onto the hood of his limo, firing a repulsor beam from his palm. "FS Shamam," the blast screams through the air. "Grog," Xandu screams, the blast reflecting off a magical shield he's managed to conjure. "Well, buddy, if you tell me what the problem is, maybe we can come to some sort of..." Tony tries to negotiate, but Xandu isn't listening. "Having no problem." "Can't help but notice an accent. Mind telling me where you're from? Mind telling me who sent you?" Tony asks, his billionaire arrogance still intact even in a firefight. Xandu's eyes glow brighter, the power of his stolen artifact pulsing through his veins. "God," Xandu whispers, his voice distorted by the raw energy he's wielding. A massive explosion of blue energy erupts as Spider-Man and Iron Man join forces to suppress the threat. "SCRRR," the armor groans under the stress. "Og," Xandu is thrown back by the combined force. "Am I on fire?" he gasps. Tony walks toward him. "Well done, you're not on fire, I think I'm on fire." "How did you know to do that?" Tony asks Peter, who is currently wearing an oversized Iron Man helmet he found in the rubble. "Oh, I know your Mark 9 armor has a built-in 54Z Glatt StarkTech energy fluctuation shield." "You read my papers?" Tony asks, genuinely surprised. Peter nods, the helmet wobbling on his head. I'm a big fan. Your papers are awesome." "Well done," Tony says, looking at the fallen villain. Peter collapses onto the floor. "I think I need to lie down." "You lie down," Tony agrees. Back in the present, Tony takes a sip of whiskey. "So you ask me what I think. I think that day I met the real Spider-Man, and what I got from him was a big pile of intelligence and bravery." "It's something you invented?" Carol asks, her arms crossed as she listens to the story. "No, you don't, and you are top cop of the world. You're in charge of our defense systems, but I'm not the tech wizard of the universe," Tony retorts. "Carol, I'm saying, no one knows what it is. And one of them is a 15-year-old boy in a Long John spider costume that very much looks like he sewed himself." Tony gestures to Steve and Thor. "And not only did he know what it was and understand what it was, but he knew how to use it." Captain America remains silent, his hand on his chin. "I'm not sure I see him the same way you see him," he finally says, his voice heavy with skepticism. The scene shifts to a SHIELD mission in the city. High-tech hoverbikes streak through the canyons of Manhattan at sunset. The bikes are pursued by a SHIELD attack helicopter, the city's skyline a blur of orange and purple behind them. One of the bikers, a man in an orange and black tactical suit and a gas mask, looks back at his pursuer. The helicopter closes the gap, its weapons systems locking on. The biker doesn't look worried, he looks prepared. Inside the chopper, Captain America stands at the open door, his shield ready and his face set in a grim mask of duty. The hoverbikes weave through the traffic below, blue energy beams trailing behind them like lethal ribbons. From a distance, the chase looks like a video game come to life, but the stakes are very, very real. The lead biker draws a high-tech pistol, aiming it directly back at the SHIELD pilot's cockpit. A massive burst of electrical energy hits the helicopter's rotors, the aircraft instantly becoming a flaming death trap. Inside, the pilot panics as the controls melt and the glass shatters. Steve Rogers grabs the pilot, ready to bail out before the whole thing explodes. The helicopter begins its final, spinning descent toward the crowded streets below. Captain America leaps from the doomed chopper, clutching two men in his arms as they plummet toward the asphalt. From the ground, people look up in horror as the multi-ton aircraft screams toward the buildings. Steve activates his jetpack, the thrusters firing a column of flame to slow their terminal velocity. The pilot and co-pilot scream as they see the ground approaching at a terrifying speed through the cracked windshield. Cap's face is a mask of strain. He's strong, but even he can't stop gravity forever. Suddenly, a shadow sweeps across the cockpit. Something has caught them. A massive, intricate web net is stretched between the skyscrapers, catching the helicopter and the falling soldiers like a giant safety net. Captain America lands on a ledge, looking up at the bizarre sight of a military chopper hanging from gossamer threads. The hoverbikers try to escape through the web, but they find themselves trapped in the sticky substance, their engines whining in frustration. The net is massive, a feat of engineering and raw power that covers the entire street below. The criminals are helpless, hanging in the air like flies in a spider's lair. One of the bikers points upward as a red and blue figure swings into view. Cap's eyes narrow. Spider-Man perches on the webbing, looking down at the carnage. He gives a casual salute. Big fan. The lead criminal tries to raise his weapon, but Captain America is already there, his shield reflecting the morning light. Idiot, he grunts. Spider-Man's spider sense tingles, a rhythmic pulsing of danger in the back of his mind. He leaps toward the biker just as the man tries to detonate a concussion grenade. I know, Peter quips back at Cap. The blast ripples through the webbing, glowing with a fierce yellow energy that threatens to tear the whole structure down. The criminals are tossed from the net, falling toward the rooftops below as the helicopters descend to mop up the remaining resistance. Captain America lands hard, his shield clanging against the rooftop. He looks toward the kid who just saved his team's lives. Spider-Man is lying face down on the roof of a bus, his suit smoking and his breath coming in ragged gasps. The villains are down, their high-tech weapons scattered across the street. SHIELD agents close in on them. Captain America shields a group of nearby students as a final secondary explosion rocks the area. A beam of light pierces the smoke, highlighting the stark reality of the civilian lives caught in the crossfire. Cap charges forward, tackling one of the last standing gunmen before he can fire into the crowd. He moves with a blur of motion, a living symbol of war and justice, his shield a constant blur of red, white, and blue. Spider-Man pulls himself up, looking over the ledge. He fires another web, his aim still true despite the exhaustion. He hits Cap square in the eyes with a web shot. Cap is blinded, stumbling back in surprise. Peter realizes his mistake immediately, his hands flying to his head in panic. This is not going to look good in the report. Cap struggles to clear his vision, a biker lunges at him with a blade. Peter kicks the weapon away just in time. Spider-Man swings away, his mind racing. He was trying to help, but he just blinded a national icon. Captain America finally rips the webbing off his face, his expression thunderous. He looks around, but the Spider Kid is already gone. An explosion blooms behind him, silhouetting the super soldier as he turns to address the remaining threats. High above the chaos, Peter swings through the air, his silhouette a lonely one against the setting sun. He looks back at the street he just trashed, the SHIELD choppers moving in to secure the perimeter. In another memory, Peter and Cap share a tense moment. Big fan, Peter says. Idiot, Cap responds. I know, Peter sighs. Back in the SHIELD briefing room, Steve Rogers concludes his report. So, no, I don't think he's ready. There is a reason they don't let children in the military, because they are children and they could get themselves killed. Steve Rogers gestures emphatically. I'm not saying the boy doesn't have the best intentions, and I'm not saying he's not brave, but in my opinion, there's a fine line between bravery and just plain stupid. Cap leans in, his face hard. And by the grace of God, no one was hurt and no one died that day. Tony Stark sighs, leaning back. Not for nothing, but that story sounds like it was more your fault than his fault. How on earth was that my fault, Tony? Steve snaps back. These AIM agents, these scientist-terrorists break into the Triskelion, steal some plans off the server, break out, make a getaway, you're chasing them, the chase goes badly, they get the upper hand, helicopter is about to go Black Hawk down in the middle of New York City and he catches it. Tony shrugs. If he wasn't there. Carol Danvers looks toward the silent figure in the corner. Thor, you mighty god of thunder, you don't happen to have an opinion on this. Thor remains quiet for a long moment, his hand on his chin. To my surprise, I do. It was a day like any other. The story shifts to the New York Hall of Science. An exhibit titled Norse Mythology Exists is drawing huge crowds. People walk past ancient artifacts, golden helmets and enchanted weapons that once belonged to the gods of Asgard. A man with a long white beard and a heavy coat stands among the crowd, his eyes fixed on a specific display case. This is Xandu, seeking power that doesn't belong to him. In this case, as I would find, there was a lost soul, a mortal sorcerer named Xandu. Through his studies, he discovered what only a handful of people in the entire 9 realms know is a lost item of transference and power. Xandu reaches into the display case, the glass shattering as his hand closes around a glowing green orb. He came seeking the lost Eye of Avalon. A nearby woman screams, the air in the exhibit hall suddenly thick with ancient, forbidden magic. Xandu holds the orb aloft, his face twisted in a manic grin as the artifact begins to glow. And he found what he was looking for. Power, a torrent of green energy erupts from the eye, a power that has no place in the hands of a mortal, or even on this plane of existence. The artifact summons the Mangog, a creature born of the hatred of a billion souls. It's a beast of pure destruction, a golden-armored nightmare that towers over the panicking crowd. Civilians flee for their lives as the Mangog begins to tear the museum apart. Peter Parker is there, in the middle of the crowd, frantically trying to find a place to change. Are you okay, Gwen? What the hell was that, Peter? Gwen screams as they run toward the exit. Are you okay? Forget me, go, Peter shouts, pushing his friends toward safety while he ducks into a nearby maintenance room. Come on, he mutters, frantically pulling his Spider-Man costume from his backpack. He pulls on his boots, the sounds of the Mangog's rampage echoing through the walls. He doesn't have time for a clean entrance. Come on, he screams at himself, pulling his mask over his face as he prepares to face a literal god-killer. The Mangog smashes through the wall, his massive hands reaching for anything he can crush. Spider-Man leaps out, silhouetted against the light. The Mangog roars, a sound that vibrates the very air. Spider-Man flips over his head. Everybody run, and if you are running, run faster. Hey, you got something in your eye, Peter shouts, firing a stream of webbing into the beast's face. Thwap thwap. The beast snarls, the webbing sizzling against his golden skin. ZZZZSSSSS, GGGGGSSS. Peter delivers a kick to the beast's chin. Webbing doesn't just grow on trees, you know. Smack. The Mangog swats him aside like a fly. Scrug, the monster grunts. Peter groans as he hits the floor. This is going to hurt. The beast throws Peter through the side of a yellow school bus parked outside the museum. Glass and metal fly everywhere. Peter crawls out of the wreckage, his suit shredded and his body aching. Oi, he gasps, looking at the approaching Titan. Hey, not nice. Let's wrap this up before you hurt yourself and, more importantly, me. Peter tries to stand, but his legs are shaking. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning strikes the beast from above. Peter looks up, his eyes wide. Oh, thank God, literally. Thor, the mighty god of thunder, descends from the heavens, Mjolnir held high as lightning dances around his form. The sound of the thunder is deafening as Thor strikes the Mangog with the full force of the storm. Thor stands over the fallen beast, the artifact glowing faintly in his hand. Well, there you go, Peter says, standing nearby. What is that? It is the Mangog. Mangog, yes. I just wanted to make sure I heard you right. Where do you find a Mangog exactly? Peter asks, still trying to process what he just saw. It is something that does not belong here. It belongs in a museum. It belongs nowhere on this mortal plane. How did it get here? Peter asks, gesturing toward the orb. I will find this out, I swear it to you, Thor says gravely. No need to swear to me directly, but man, that was crazy. He smelled so bad. Yes, I imagine so. You are just a child, Thor says, looking down at Peter. Well, I don't like to label, a funny child and brave. Oh, you, god of thunder. Peter quips, his snort of laughter barely audible over the crackle of the lingering electricity. Snort. You see, my friends, Thor concludes his story. I come from a world where there are two kinds of men, warriors and others. In Asgard, our children are brought into the hunt at a young age, to test their mettle, to steel their heart for battle. Thor explains to the Shield leadership. Exactly, Tony nods. Thor continues, and those who pass begin blessed lives of the guardian warrior, and those who do not do otherwise. It is a glorious time-tested rite of passage, and by any standard, this Spider-Man child has passed the test. All he needs now is guidance. This isn't Asgard, Captain America argues. Man is man, a warrior is a warrior. They did, Thor retorts. He's too young, you said that already. Thank God no one told you were too frail to be a soldier. Well then, good that you listened, Tony says to Steve. I see what you're trying to do. I'm making sense. He needs training. He needs to be grounded. He needs to be rewarded. The trio stares out at the city. Back in Queens, Peter is walking home from school with his friends. Dude, the bald one? I never saw her. Johnny, she's the only smoking hot bald chick in our entire school. Shaved head. What do you want from me? I want you to stay away from her so I can ask her out. She's a bald chick. She's the hottest chick in school. Peter just shakes his head. Guys. They stop as they see several black Shield vans parked outside Peter's house. What's going on? I think someone is here. You're right. Why are they parked outside my house? Peter asks. It's Shield, how do you know? I'm Johnny effing Storm. I used to be in the Fantastic Four. My dad was a scientist for covert operations in Army intelligence. I know a thing or two. The tension rises as they approach the house. We should get out of here. You think they figured out we live here with Peter? We should run. I can't. Yes, you can. No, I can't. I can't leave my Aunt May to deal with whatever this is. You guys go. I'll call you as soon as I figure out what this is. Peter opens the door and hears a familiar voice. Peter. Inside, the living room is full of suits. Aunt May is sitting on the couch with Carol Danvers. What's going on, Aunt May? Why don't you sit down and join us? Come sit down, Peter. What did I do? Sit down. This is for your own good, Peter, May says. Peter looks around at the stone-faced Shield agents. Oh, those are the words I love to hear. I had doubts coming in here, but she certainly has made me feel better about it. Carol says, gesturing to May. About what? Peter asks. We've been discussing your career as a superhero. You are a very ambitious young man with an incredible gift, but if I had to grade your performance right now... Carol pauses, her tone growing colder. With all that has happened with the chameleon twins, the public perception of you, and all of the other madness that you've been involved in over the last few weeks, I'm sorry to say that grade would not be very good. But nobody's grading me, right? Peter asks, trying to remain calm. Let her talk, May says firmly. The choices for me were either to take you into custody and hold you responsible for all of it, or I legally demand that you stop doing what you're doing, or I help you. Carol leans forward. I've decided, your aunt and I have both decided. To help you. Now, what does that mean, you ask? From now, until I say you're done, you will be required to cooperate with after-school training, Carol states. What kind of after-school superhero training? What? After school, you will what? Peter's world is shifting again. This is not a request. This is me telling you how it is going to be. Carol says, this is a very good idea, Peter, May adds. It's the best idea I've had in 5 years. She's going to help you, not me exactly. But there will be a handful of volunteers from the superhero community who are going to be coming around and picking you up and taking you on assignment. They are going to teach you what they know that you don't. Yes, this is a very good idea. And you, young man, are going to listen and you are going to learn. And when all this is done, you will grow up to be the man you are supposed to be and not the little spider-powered ferret you've been acting like. I like this very much. Congratulations, Spider-Man, you're going to superhero school. Peter can only stare in disbelief. Later that night, Peter recounts his training to MJ. So, here's what happened. He was swinging through the dark alleys of the city, keeping an eye out for trouble. Tap, 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 tap. The sound of running feet echoes through the streets. Nothing out of the ordinary. just a guy running like a maniac through a side street of Manhattan. Believe it or not, I see it every day. But then there's the other guy with the guns chasing him. Bam, 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 gunfire shatters the silence. Again, sadly, nothing out of the ordinary. Really. I swear, after midnight, New York turns into a bad Joel Silver movie. Peter says, firing a web line. Who? Don't worry about it. And you know, I guess that's why I put on my colorful pajamas and drag my touches out there to begin with. Peter drops down on the gunman. Whoops, sorry about that, smack oof. Please, don't mind me. Go on back to your whole shooting guns in public in the middle of the street thing. Peter stands over the fallen man, webbing his guns to the pavement. Thwip, thwip, spack, spack. The man Peter was saving turns around, and his eyes are glowing a hellish orange. Something is very wrong. The gunman Peter just tackled stands up, and it's Blade, the daywalker. Here, let me get those for you, whoopsaw man. I done gone and gooed 'em up. The victim snarls, his face shifting into a monstrous, vampiric visage. Blade rips his sword from his back, looking at Peter with pure disgust. Giara, you idiot, didn't you hear the bell? It's crazy person nappy time. HRRRGGRHH, the vampire screams through the webbing. The vampire breaks free, fleeing down the street. Hew, hew, hew. So, hey, wait up, what was all that about exactly? Peter yells, chasing after him. Peter catches up to the runner, reaching out to grab his shoulder. Hew, hew, hew. Suddenly, the man spins around, his face a nightmare of fangs and sunken eyes. Hew-og, oof, slayapsh. Peter is knocked back as the creature lunges. Dude, you okay? Did you get shot? Do you need to go to a hospital? Peter asks, his spider sense screaming a warning he's too slow to head. The vampire roars, its mouth a cavern of sharp teeth and black rot. Before Peter can react, the creature slams him against the wall. Oh my god, slay him oof. The vampire's breath is foul, and its grip is like iron. Hi-yes. Peter struggles to break free, but the creature is surprisingly strong. The vampire leans in, its fangs mere inches from Peter's neck. Peter stares into the darkness of the monster's throat, realization finally dawning on him. This isn't just a guy with a problem. A wooden stake whistles through the air, piercing the vampire's back. Blade has arrived. Hi-ye. The vampire is pinned to the wall, its body beginning to smolder as Blade twists the stake. Blade draws his sword, ready to deliver the final blow. Peter can only watch from the ground, stunned. Blade strikes, his blade a flash of silver against the dark bricks. Peter is covered in ash as the vampire disintegrates. The final scream of the monster fades as it turns to dust in the wind. Blade holsters his weapon and adjusts his shades. He looks at Peter like he's something he stepped in. What is going on exactly? Peter asks, his voice shaking. Blade grabs him by the collar, pulling him close. Kid, you ever touch me again, ah? Og, you ever look at me again? Og, Blade's words are a promise of violence. Peter can only nod, the reality of the street-level war sinking in. Blade's eyes are cold, and his face is covered in scars from a lifetime of hunting monsters. And I will eat your heart for breakfast, you hear me? GKK, Peter can barely breathe. Blade turns and walks away into the night, leaving Peter alone in the alley. And you know, as I'm telling you this, Peter's voiceover continues. I know I have words that I use to describe it, but I'm not doing it justice. Ga-gee-gaw, cough, Peter coughs as the dust settles. Geez, he mutters, pulling himself up. His suit is torn, and his pride is even worse. This is the life I live out here. He looks at the discarded weapon on the ground, a reminder of the lethal stakes. Peter clutches his head. He scared the living crap out of me. Back in Peter's bedroom, MJ listens with a look of pure horror. Wow, Peter, seriously. Yeah, I know. Are you okay? No, to be honest, MJ, I'm still completely and absolutely freaked out. This really happened. Just last night, Peter says, staring at the wooden stake he brought home as a souvenir. Great vampires. Well, I'm never going to sleep again, thank you very much. MJ sighs, leaning back against the pillows. I really wish you wouldn't have told me this, MJ says softly. What? Peter asks. No, I mean, I'm glad you told me. I really wish I didn't know. MJ buries her face in her hands. Does that make sense? She asks, Peter looks down at his mask. Yeah, it does. Sorry, hey, I didn't mean. I know. You're the only person I can tell this stuff to. I know. You're the only one that knows I'm really Spider-Man, and I know. It's just I shouldn't have been there. There's no reason anyone should be in a whacked-out situation like that. And to be honest, I'm still not entirely sure what I saw. Peter tosses his costume aside. I'm entirely creeped out and feeling more and more that Peter stops, his eyes closing. That what? MJ asks. That I'm not supposed to be doing this. TSSK really? MJ looks at him, concerned. Because this isn't even the only thing like this that's happened this week. Peter stands up, pacing the room. Oh no, please don't tell me Frankenstein attacked you. Stop. Sorry. No, this was an entirely different kind of weird, bad thing. Peter says, his face a mask of exhaustion. The scene shifts to a bright day in Manhattan. A red-clad figure, Elektra, runs across the rooftops, her movements fluid and deadly. She stops at the edge of a roof, looking down at a window with a predatory focus. Her eyes are narrowed, her face a mask of cold professionalism. She has a target. She reaches into her gear bag, pulling out something heavy and metallic. She assembles a sniper rifle with the ease of someone who has done it 1,000 times before. She adjusts the scope, the click of the dial the only sound on the rooftop. She settles into position, the rifle held steady as she waits for her moment. The view shifts to her perspective through the scope. She sees a group of men in suits, her target in the center. Elektra Nachios, occupation, assassin for hire. She centers the crosshairs on the man's chest, her breathing steady as she prepares to pull the trigger. The world slows down. Every heartbeat, every breath, every movement is calculated. She places her finger on the trigger, her focus unwavering. She takes one final breath, her eye locked on the target through the high-powered lens. The target is clear. A single shot will change everything. But suddenly, a shadow passes through the frame, a blur of red and blue that shouldn't be there. Elektra's eyes widen in surprise as her target is suddenly pulled from her line of sight. She looks up from the scope, her face a mask of irritation. Someone just ruined her perfect shot. Spider-Man is crouching on the ledge right next to her, holding the rifle barrel down with 2 fingers. Are red sashes actually coming back in style? Do you know where I can get some? Elektra doesn't answer. She drops the rifle and draws a pair of 3-pronged daggers, size. She lunges at him with blinding speed. Peter flips away, narrowly avoiding a lethal strike. Hey, come on, can't we talk for a second? Ow. He manages to disarm her with a well-placed web shot, the sai flying off the roof. The weapon clatters down into the alleyway below, lost in the shadows of the skyscrapers. Now listen, lady, I don't want to fight you. Well, I wouldn't mind a little light wrestling, but that's, for something else entirely. Elektra doesn't care about his jokes. She charges him again, her fists and feet a whirlwind of martial arts expertise. Yawa, I'm sensing intimacy issues, Peter shouts as he dodges another kick. Elektra manages to land a hit, her hand striking a pressure point on Peter's arm. Ow! She follows up with a series of rapid-fire strikes that keep the young hero on the defensive. Peter is forced to use his agility to the fullest, flipping over her and landing hard on the rooftop. Oof! F-hump. He clutches his head, the pressure points strike leaving his arm numb and his vision blurry. NNG-Gua, oh no. Elektra looms over him, a sai in each hand, ready to deliver a final blow. Ah! She hesitates for a split second, her eyes meeting Peter's through his mask. She sees the youth, the fear. Peter raises his hands, helpless against the veteran assassin. He's outmatched and outclassed. The tension is thick enough to cut with a blade as Elektra stares him down, sweat beaded on her brow. Blood drips from Peter's mask as he looks at the point of her blade, mere inches from his throat. She suddenly turns and leaps from the roof, her red sash trailing behind her as she vanishes into the city. Ow! Peter groans. He watches her go, the feeling slowly returning to his arm. He saved the man, but he has no idea why he was a target. Oh man, he mutters, leaning against a chimney as the morning sun begins to rise. He looks down at the street below, the traffic starting to pick up as the city wakes up. He stands alone on the rooftop, the wind whistling through the canyons of Manhattan. What was that? Later, Peter and MJ are in their secret lab, researching the encounter on a computer. I know I just said this a second ago, but wow. Okay, so check this then, Peter says, tapping a key to bring up a new page. The screen fills with a file on Electra Nachios. Occupation, assassin for hire. The image is cold and professional. What is this? That's her. What website is this? MJ asks, her eyes wide. It's one of those cheesy websites about serial killers and assassins. How did you find this? MJ asks. I searched the web. I can never find anything on the web. You just need that extra bit of the obsessive-compulsive like me. I guess, Electra. MJ whispers, staring at the screen. Peter looks grim. This is my life, people like this. Look at her, she's nutter butter. MJ says, trying to lighten the mood. But who cares what was going on, like you stopped her from shooting someone, right? Check this, Peter says, his tone serious as he scrolls down the page. He brings up a news headline. Assassination attempt, abandoned gun found near Latvian General Tappert visit. I don't get it, MJ says. The guy who what? This is the guy that this Electra girl was trying to pop when I stopped her. Yeah. And look at this. You do a search on his name and... Peter taps more keys, his brow furrowed in concentration. A second headline appears. Genocide, General Tappert's reign of terror on neighboring country. Oh, MJ says, the weight of the revelation finally hitting her. Peter's face is a mask of inner turmoil. What are you saying? MJ asks softly. What am I saying? I'm saying I don't know if I did the right thing. What? I don't know if stopping her was the right thing. A guy like this guy for sure, is 100% card-carrying scum of the earth. Total. Peter covers his face with his hands. And I don't know anything about this woman. I've done this before. I've jumped the gun. I've thrown myself into the mix without knowing what the deal was and. Peter's voice trails off into silence. But Peter, you've listened. Clearly a woman trying to kill someone on a roof like that clearly. That's MJ tries to find the words to comfort him. But it isn't that clear, Peter says, sliding down to sit on the floor of the lab, his head in his hands. So, I'm asking if you knew who he was at the time. If you knew, you're saying you would have let her do it, MJ asks, her voice barely a whisper. I don't know, Peter says, looking at the floor. His morality, once so simple, is beginning to crumble under the weight of a complex world. No, you wouldn't have, MJ says firmly, kneeling beside him. What? You would have sat up on the ledge and just watched? Just let her kill someone? Huh, of course not. But the thing is that I never know when it's going to get this difficult. A guy steals a purse, I'm on it. A guy with metal arms goes nuts. Hey, I got that too. But this is over my head. I don't know what I am supposed to do when it gets this difficult. Peter lies back on the floor, staring up at the ceiling. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this yet. Peter sighs. Come on, MJ says, leaning over him. I hate when you say stuff like that. MJ says, her voice tender. I'm not saying it to be interesting. Peter responds, his eyes fixed on hers. What I think maybe you need to talk to someone with a little more experience, MJ says, a small smile playing on her lips. The scene shifts to Nelson and Murdoch, attorneys at law, Hell's Kitchen. Matt Murdoch is at his desk, working through a pile of papers. What is it, Karen? Matt asks without looking up. There he goes again. Karen Page is looking out the window toward the skyline. There who goes where again? Matt asks, his heightened senses already aware of the disturbance outside. You know that guy who dresses up in the spider tights? Spiderman? Yeah, what about him? Spiderman is swinging back and forth past their window, his red suit a bright blur against the buildings. He keeps swinging back and forth past our window. It's kind of hypnotic, Karen says, watching the repetitive motion. Matt's reflection in his glasses shows the hero swinging through the city air. 3 hours later, the scene shifts to a darkened rooftop. Daredevil stands in the shadows, watching as Spider-Man continues his swinging. What are you doing? Peter drops down to a landing, his posture weary. Oh, finally, I was looking for you. Daredevil crosses his arms, his blind eyes fixed on the younger hero. For me. Yeah, I read all about you. You don't leave Hell's Kitchen. So I wanted to talk to you for a minute and I figured, if I swung around enough you'd come out. You know, this part of the city really smells bad, Peter says, looking around at the grimy rooftops of the kitchen. What do you want? Daredevil asks, his voice low and dangerous. A shower, Peter quips, but his tone quickly turns serious. What did you come down here for? Well, I know I seem to annoy you for some reason. But the thing is I've been having some troubles lately in this costumed Second Life thing that we do. And I don't have anyone else to talk to about any of this stuff and I was wondering if you know you. What kind of trouble? Daredevil interrupts. I feel overwhelmed and over my head. Peter admits, his shoulders slumping. Sometimes how old are you? Daredevil asks, his blind gaze seemingly piercing right through Peter's mask. 26, Peter lies instantly. Daredevil doesn't even blink. How old are you really? There's a long silence on the rooftop as Peter realizes he can't lie to the man who can hear his heartbeat. 16. Daredevil shakes his head, a look of grim disappointment on his face. Well, the thing is, kid, you are in over your head, Daredevil says, his voice echoing in the quiet night. No, what I meant is Peter tries to backtrack, but the blind vigilante is already moving. You're 16? Of course you're in over your head. What do you think you're doing? What? Peter gasps, taken aback by the harshness of the older hero's tone. You have no business doing any of this. You have no concept of the responsibilities you have now, when you stick your nose into other people's lives. Daredevil leans in, his face mere inches from Peter's mask. No wonder the press has a field day with you, they can sense the immaturity. Peter can only stare, his eyes wide through his lenses. Hey, this isn't what Are you prepared for the worst? Are you prepared for that moment when some bipolar maniac, whose mother didn't love him enough, makes you choose between a gun in your loved one's head or saving the life of a total stranger? Just because he gets some sexual charge out of making you suffer? Daredevil's voice is a whip, each word stinging Peter more than any punch ever could. I don't care what you answer, the answer is no. The answer is that you are too young and too silly to live this life. Go back to school. Go back to your mommy and talk to me in 5 years, 10 years even. Peter stands in silence, the harsh words of the blind man ringing in his ears. He feels smaller than he ever has before. You're lucky I don't rip that stupid mask off of you and give you over to the police right now. Daredevil snarls, his shadow looming over the young hero. Without another word, Daredevil turns and vanishes into the darkness of the kitchen, leaving Peter alone on the rooftop. Peter takes to the air, his movements sluggish and heavy with doubt. He swings past the gargoyles of Manhattan, a tiny speck against the vastness of the city. Daredevil watches him go from the shadows, his face a mask of conflict. He's being harsh, but he knows the darkness Peter is about to face. The scene shifts to Peter's classroom. A teacher stands at the blackboard, writing in large letters. In 1 week you will come in here and you will be a superhero. Man plus mutant Genther. Peter is sitting at his desk, staring blankly at his notebook. He looks like any other teenager, but his mind is miles away, lost in the shadows of the city. This an oral presentation, an oral report. Each and every one of you will come up in front of the class in character. You will describe who you are and what you do. You can make up a character, or you can use one of the real ones that seem to be popping up all over Madison Avenue. You can be one of the good guys or the bad guys. Your call, but you have to tell me something about yourself. The students look at each other, some excited and some bored. You have to tell me why you are the way you are and what your powers mean to you. You can even be a mutant if you want to. The class goes silent at the mention of the M word. Right? The M word, don't sweat it class, it's just a word. If you need help, you can come to me to discuss your project anytime. If you have a question, ask. The teacher smiles encouragingly. Do we have to, come in costume? Kenny Kong asks, raising his hand. No, you don't have to, but you can if you want to. It's a presentation, creativity is a plus. You can bring anything you want. Yo, can Flash come in a dress? Because he's been wanting to ask. Kenny jokes, pointing at Flash Thompson. Shut up, Flash snaps back. Enough, you two. You can bring anything you want, but you better bring your brain for this one. You can't afford another grade like the one you got on last week's quiz. Busted, Flash snickers, pointing at a grumpy-looking Kenny. Well, that was supportive. Kenny mutters. All right, let's open your books to page 507, the teacher says, turning back to the board. Peter remains lost in thought, his chin in his hand. The school bell rings, and the hallway fills with the usual chaos of teenagers on the move. Peter walks through the crowd, a ghost among his peers. He looks tired, his eyes dark with the weight of his double life. He's surrounded by people, but he's never been more alone. He walks past the lockers, his backpack heavy on his shoulders. He catches a glimpse of his own reflection in a window, and for a second, he doesn't recognize the boy staring back. He ducks into the stairwell, looking for a moment of peace before his next class. The world is so big, and he is so small. He stops at the window, looking out at the city skyline. Somewhere out there, the heroes and villains are waiting for him. He leans against the wall, his eyes closed. "You can do it!" A nearby banner screams, a cruel joke in a world where doing it means risking everything. A TV screen in a nearby shop window shows Captain America standing tall. There he is making his first public appearance in decades. It's Captain America. The broadcast continues. We are broadcasting live from the inaugural ball for America's first ever paramilitary super team. It is an all-star gala as the biggest names in world politics and all forms of entertainment have come together in admiration of this new breed of hero. Peter watches from the street, his silhouette small against the bright screens. You can actually feel the excitement in the air, David. This is truly a fantastic day for New York City and a great day for America. Spiderman watches from the roof of a nearby building, his eyes narrowed. The camera shifts to Tony Stark. We're going to see if we can't get a few words from industrialist Tony Stark. The crowd is ecstatic. Captain America, I can't freaking believe it. Think it's really the same guy from the war? Said on the internet. Oh, well then, don't ruin my moment. Here he is, Tony Stark, looking fantastic. The scene shifts again to a bright penthouse apartment. I am the ruler of all I survey. You will bow down before my supremeness. It's Johnny Storm, the Human Torch, playing a video game. It's a **ing video game. Calm down, hotshot. Ben Grimm, the Thing, says from the couch. Just a video game? Whatever. I am the ruler of your dumb e-hash. Big deal, my thumbs don't even fit on the. You will bow down before me? Yeah, okay, Ben mutters. I ain't playing with you anymore. Ow, no, Johnny whines. And if you don't put a sock in it, you know what time it's going to be. Is it going to be you stink at every video game ever made time? Ben stands up, looking down at the smaller hero. All right, that's it, Johnny screams, leaping off the couch as Ben prepares to give him a playful beating. Suddenly, an alarm sounds. Security breach section Alpha. The team goes on high alert instantly. Security breach section Alpha. Security breach section Alpha. Johnny and Ben exchange a look of concern. A robotic voice, Herbie, speaks over the intercom. Herbie, what is this? What's happened here? This specimen was scaling the outside of the Baxter building. The security system engaged successfully. Reed Richards, Mr. Fantastic, adjusts his goggles. Scaling the outside of the building? Affirmative, sir. Was there any attempt to breach? Negative, sir. Scan him and pull up any appropriate files, Herbie, Reed says. One moment, please. He has a SHIELD file? Look at that, he's just a kid. Is that right? He's only 16. Yes, ma'am, Sue Richards says, her eyes wide. With a SHIELD file. You want me to toss him out the way he came in? Ben asks, looking at the screen. Look at that, look who his father was, Sue says. Hey, I know that name, Johnny adds. Spider-Man is shown trapped in a stasis field, glowing blue energy keeping him suspended in midair. Herbie, take him out of stasis, Reed commands. One moment, please. Peter hits the floor, gasping for air. Oh man, I feel like I'm going to heave up my. He looks up, his eyes wide as he realizes where he is and who is standing over him. Og, he screams as he sees the thing looming over him. Wait, I know you. Hey, Peter fires a stream of webbing into Ben's face. Thwip. The thing just growls, ripping the webbing off. Steady? Geez, hold on. Sorry. Peter is currently doing a series of frantic backflips away from the giant rock man. What happened? You tripped our security system. I imagine you didn't mean to. No, I didn't. You'll be okay in a few minutes, Peter, Sue says, stepping forward with a warm smile. Peter stops mid-flip. What did you call me? Sorry about that, we had to pull your file, no choice, Reed says calmly. Oh great. Don't worry, I didn't know I had a file, don't worry about it, we all have files. So, were you just passing by or? No, I need to talk to you, I need help. Reed looks at him with genuine concern. Is something wrong? What? No life-threatening emergency or anything like that. Oh, okay. Peter shrugs, looking embarrassed. Well, this is embarrassing now. Maybe I should just, you know what? Forget it. No, what is it? Sue asks, her voice soft and encouraging. Oh man, okaya uchum. Peter clears his throat. Are you hiring? Johnny Storm just smirks at him, clearly finding the situation amusing. Sue and Reed exchange a confused look. They weren't exactly looking for an intern. Are we what? Reed asks, as if he didn't hear correctly. Ben just snorts, looking at the webbing still on his face. I was wondering if you might have a position open for me. Peter looks around at the high-tech lab. Ben, you want to work here? We don't. No, I wanted to know if there was room on the team. Maybe, Peter pauses, his voice gaining confidence. I haven't been doing that well on my own. I'm sure you know. You read the papers. I get smacked around in the press all day long. I can't catch a break. Peter gestures to his costume. And you guys in the teams with the headquarters, you're like royalty in this city. And I was thinking, I have experience, field experience, and I'm good at science. Really good. So I thought, maybe I'm just not a solo act, maybe I should be part of a team, like you guys. I was thinking that maybe I wouldn't have to wear the mask anymore. And maybe I could set up my aunt with some kind of. Peter's voice trails off as he looks at their faces. Peter, we're not really a team. We're a family, you see. We're not really looking to expand. Reed says, his voice filled with regret. Peter's shoulders slump. Man, okay, sorry to screw up your afternoon like this. This was really stupid of me. Hey, are you okay? Sue reaches out to him. I see you all getting by with such ease, and everything for me is such an uphill battle. I just really wanted to find some kind of way to make this all less difficult. Peter says, looking out the floor-to-ceiling windows at the city below. I just want to help people and not have to worry about all the stupid stuff. And if I screw up, it's not just me, it's. So you think we have it easy? Johnny asks, his arms crossed. Peter looks around at the incredible technology and the bright, clean lab. Well, look at all this. Tony and the rest of the team share a knowing look. Peter, and I'm not just saying this to make you feel better, but we're nearly broke. Johnny says bluntly. I'm running out of patents to sell to finance our endeavors. And even if we wanted to hire you, we couldn't afford to pay you. If anything, we'd have to chip in, and unless you're the 16-year-old CEO of a Fortune 500 company in your spare time. Reed trails off. I'm so sorry I bothered you. I'm pretty embarrassed. Do these windows open or? Peter asks, ready to make a quick exit. Herbie, Reed commands. One moment, sir. Peter, I was a very big admirer of your father's. Peter stops, his hand on the window ledge. He was 10 years ahead of the game. I didn't know him, but I read a lot of his work. I imagine he would have been amazed by you. Reed says, his voice soft with genuine admiration. Peter looks back, a small smile touching his lips beneath the mask. For the first time, he feels like he's part of something bigger than himself. He leaps from the ledge, his red and blue suit a vibrant spark against the city. Hey hotshot, yo, wait up. Normal, really? Johnny yells as he flames on and follows him. Listen, hey, I just wanted to tell you it's normal, Johnny says, flying alongside Peter. What is? Peter asks. This stuff you're going through, it's normal, Johnny says, his fire-clad form illuminating the rooftop they land on. Really? Huh, Peter says, looking skeptical. Because I stick to the wall, tell stories until a floating engulfed in flames. What I mean is, this thing we get to do this, it's normal to be a little freaked out about it. Johnny gestures to the city. See, Reed wouldn't admit this, but we're all in therapy, Johnny says, landing on the rooftop next to Peter. Really? Peter asks, his eyes wide. Are you kidding? Individual counseling, family counseling, marriage counseling, group counseling. Ben and I go PSSS on a regular week, 4 times a week. But the one thing my doctor told me that really put it all in perspective, the one thing that's really helped is, you choose, Johnny says, his fire-clad face inches from Peter's. Think about it, you choose to see this all as a blessing, or you don't. You choose to accept the responsibilities, or you don't. You get your powers by accident? Yeah, me too. And what did we do? We chose to do something worthwhile with them. We chose that. Johnny's voice is firm now, the arrogance gone. And some of these colossal idiots we come up against, they choose to use whatever they have as some kind of excuse to be vindictive or just plain mean. They didn't have to do that, they chose to. I'm just saying, it looks like you chose right. Right? Johnny asks, his flame beginning to dim. You chose? Well, the costume was an odd choice, but the rest of it you're doing good. People need you. You're young, you'll screw up sometimes. But don't kick yourself all day because bottom line, you chose right. You gonna be all right? Johnny asks, reaching out to pat Peter on the shoulder. Yeah, I'm just, my head's swimming. Yeah, listen, I gotta get back, but you ever want to go to a ball game or something? Swing by, Johnny says, flaming on once more. To be honest, I have absolutely no friends anymore. Peter watches him go. Back at school, Kenny Kong is giving his presentation. He's holding a plastic gun in the air. Because if anybody got up in my stuff and messed with my family, I wouldn't need no superpowers. I would just get all up in their business. And that's why I think that Frank Castle, the Punisher, is the biggest, baddest. Sit down, Kenny. The teacher interrupts, rubbing her forehead. Does anybody have an opinion on Kenny's presentation? Wasn't exactly finished, Kenny mutters, still holding his toy gun. Yeah, I thought it was. What's the word I am looking for? Oh yeah, retarded. Another student calls out. Well, then it must have been right up your alley, freak show. Kenny retorts. Shut up. The assignment was supposed to be about heroes, not a chance for you to get up in front of the class and totally live out your homicidal fantasies. Gwen Stacy shouts from her desk. Hey, I ain't gay, Kenny shouts back. Miss Stacy, settle down, but she's right. What you did was not the assignment. Frank Castle is not a hero. He is a disturbed man who, hopefully, is rotting in jail. Well, I just don't know how she gets away with calling me gay. Kenny mutters as he sits down, his face a bright red. Okay, let's move on. Who's next? Parker, the teacher says, checking her list. Peter, you're up. Peter looks at MJ, who gives him a supportive nod as he slowly stands up from his desk. Peter, are you ready with your presentation? The teacher asks. Peter stands at the front of the room, looking at the floor. Yeah, I'm ready, he says, his voice quiet but steady. He looks at the class, his face a mask of hidden secrets. He opens his notebook. My father, he begins, his voice gaining strength with every word. MJ watches him with a look of intense pride, her own eyes moistening as she listens to his words. I don't remember ever seeing his face, but because of my Uncle Ben, I will always remember his words. That with great power, there must also come great responsibility. Peter closes his eyes, the words echoing in the quiet classroom. The world of heroes is vast and varied, from the warriors of Asgard to the scientists of the Baxter Building. The way I see it, heroes, when most people think of heroes, they think of larger-than-life patriots. Men and women who have dedicated both their personal and professional lives to represent a sense of hope to those whose life might seem hopeless, a colorful embodiment of selflessness. Doctor Strange is shown weaving a complex magical spell. But of course, that's not the only form a hero can take, and there are so many places that our heroes can come from, so many worlds within our world, worlds of technology. Tony Stark is shown in his lab, surrounded by his creations. Worlds of intrigue. Nick Fury and Black Widow are shown, shadows moving in the background of a global game of chess. SHIELD. A world where a family of adventurers can bond together in the fight for the underdog. The Fantastic Four are shown in their headquarters, a team and a family. And when speaking of the underdogs of our society, one can't help but think of mutants, people whose entire existence is defined by their unique genetic birthright. The X-Men are shown, fighters for a world that fears and hates them. And like every civil rights embattled minority before them, some mutants have come together using their celebrity and powers to help fight for their cause. A mutant child walks through a crowd, his skin made of ice. The child looks sad, his eyes fixed on the pavement as he feels the weight of the world's prejudice. A mother pulls her child close as the mutant walks by, her face a mask of fear and distrust. The mutant boy is alone, a solitary figure in a city that doesn't understand him. While others wade through life's persecutions and misunderstandings by attempting to live their everyday lives with nobility and grace. The mutant boy looks into the camera, his face a silent plea for acceptance. But a noble soul can, whether they want to or not, find himself on a warrior's path. Sometimes I wonder if being persecuted and embattled because of who they are makes the choice of becoming a warrior predetermined, predestined. Because we do not live in a black and white world. Cliché, but true, we live in a world where around any corner an act of violence is waiting that can change your life forever. Blade and Daredevil are shown in the shadows, guardians of the city's darker corners. And whether we want to admit it or not, it is at those times when we need someone who is willing to cross the line of what is technically, or morally, right and wrong. Elektra is shown, her silhouette a lethal dance in a room filled with blood-red energy. But with that comes the risk that the world can become so dark and so compromised that there can be no escape, no chance for happiness. Peter Parker is shown swinging through the city, a red and blue streak against the steel and glass. So in my search for the hero I most admire, in my search for the definition of what a hero is, the one thing I realized is that I will eventually have to make certain choices that will define me and my life. Or maybe I already have and don't even recognize them yet. But I guess I don't have to worry about it too much because of all the people in our everyday lives, in the newsin, sportsin, law enforcement, teachers, musicians, and, yes, larger-than-life superheroes. All the people who stand for something bigger than ourselves. I know they are the words that define a hero. That with great power, there must also come great responsibility. Peter Parker swings into the distance, his legend just beginning. My father, Peter says, finishing his report. He stands in front of the classroom, a simple student with a secret that could change the world. Gwen, MJ, and even Kenny Kong are silent, moved by the sincerity of Peter's words. Peter walks back to his desk, the weight of the room finally starting to lift. He did it. He spoke his truth. Very nice job, Peter. Any opinions? Or do we just want to let it sit for a minute? The teacher asks, the classroom falling into a thoughtful silence as the story of the ultimate Spider-Man comes to a close. The end. Rain-slicked iron and shadow provide the perfect cover for Felicia Hardy, the world-renowned Black Cat, as she prepares for a job that could change everything. Leaning against a crumbling brick wall, she checks the battery on her experimental energy rifle, ensuring the kill shot is ready. She presses her eye against the scope, the blue tint of her lenses matching the cold determination in her gaze. Felicia blinks, focusing on the target through the high-tech optics, her heartbeat steadying for the moment of impact. Across the street, inside a glass-walled office, the kingpin of crime stands vulnerable for the first time in years. Now that's some decent luck, Felicia whispers to herself. Wilson Fisk stands motionless, unaware that a thief is about to become an assassin. Felicia's eye narrows, centering the crosshairs on the man who has ruled New York's underworld with an iron fist. Her gloved finger slowly squeezes the trigger, the mechanisms of the rifle whining as they prime for release. Fisk appears framed perfectly in the red-tinted HUD of the scope, a dead man walking who just doesn't know it yet. A small, dangerous smile plays across Felicia's lips as she commits to the shot. Suddenly, a blinding beam of blue energy erupts from the rifle, smashing into the glass and engulfing the kingpin in a static discharge. Through the scope, Felicia watches as the energy tears through Fisk, the tyrant's body glowing white as he screams in silent agony. The force of the blast shatters the high-rise windows, and the kingpin is hurled backward into the night air amidst a rain of glass shards. Felicia gasps, her mouth falling open as she realizes the sheer power of the weapon she just discharged. A massive detonation rocks the building, a thunderous sound that echoes through the city blocks and sends Felicia's hair whipping around her face. But as the smoke clears from the office, a new figure rises from the debris. A man with a head of ethereal blue flame and glowing white eyes. Felicia drops her rifle, her eyes widening behind her goggles as she stares at the impossible entity appearing in the blast zone. Through her optics, the figure stares back, his flaming visage locked onto her position with haunting precision. She pulls her goggles up, needing to see this nightmare with her own eyes as her luck begins to sour. The creature's flaming face contorts into a hideous, triumphant grin, knowing he's just witnessed a murder. Before she can react, the rooftop is empty, the only sound left being the distant sirens and the wind whistling through the city. Meanwhile, the mood is much more mundane at Midtown High School, where the lunchroom hums with the usual teenage drama. Peter Parker stares miserably at his cell phone, the screen showing no new messages. "Come on, Gwen," he mutters under his breath. Bobby Drake leans in, clapping a hand on Peter's shoulder. "'S up, Petey, you bumming out?" he asks, trying to break the tension. "Don't call me that, Bobby," Peter sighs. Bobby ignores the brush off. "Is it the after-school superhero training you have to do now?" Johnny Storm, wearing a hat to hide his face, adds. "What is that going to be like anyhow?" Peter simply answers, "No." Johnny takes a bite of his sandwich. "Do we have to do it too?" Bobby asks. "No one said. Did she call back?" Johnny looks up, confused. "Who?" Peter snaps, his patience frayed. "Gwen, the girl we've been living with who ran away from home, Bobby. Who else would we be talking about?" Peter looks down at his hands. "I feel I should be swinging around the city looking for her." Bobby shakes his head. "That won't work, Peter." "I know," Peter says, but Johnny chimes in. "First of all, she's the toughest chick I've ever met in my life. I'm not totally worried about her safety." Johnny leans back with a smug grin. "Second of all, you can't force her to come back. She'll come back if she wants to come back. If she wants to call you, she'll call you." Bobby gives Johnny a skeptical look. "Who are you all of a sudden?" Johnny scoffs. "I wish the Gwen Stacy problem was all that simple." Peter asks, "What do you mean?" Johnny gestures to himself dramatically. "Part of the problem is she had to live with me too." Peter blinks in disbelief. "What?" "You don't understand how hard that is for a girl," Johnny continues, completely serious. "She's just a girl, dude, you don't even realize how famous I am." Bobby and Peter both stare at him, saying in unison, "What?" "Hey, I know I'm all in disguise here," Johnny argues, "but she knows that I'm the Human Torch of the Fantastic Four. Hello, that's like me being in the Beatles. We were the Beatles of superheroes." Peter can only offer a flat, "Uh-huh." Johnny is on a roll now. "And I'm living in the same house with you guys. And I'm her age, looking how I look, dressing how I dress. That's a lot of pressure on a girl." He finishes his monologue with a shrug. "I'm not saying it's why she left, but I know it was part of it. I'm not bragging. It's my curse. I have to suddenly," he's interrupted by a female voice. "Can I sit here?" Lana Baumgartner stands over them, her arms crossed over her pink and red striped shirt. "Or is this one of those He-Man woman-hating clubs?" she asks with a smirk. The three boys stare up at her, their jaws dropping in synchronized shock. "No, sit," Peter stammers. "Lana, this is Bobby and Johnny." They both manage a weak, "Hey." Lana sits down and immediately starts tearing into a burger. The boys remain frozen, staring at the former supervillain as if she's a ghost. She looks up, seeing their shocked expressions. You told them about me," she says, her eyes narrowing as she looks at Peter. The boys look between each other. Bobby tries to cover. "No," Peter tries the opposite. Yes. Johnny just looks confused. "Which part?" Lana sighs, looking around the room. "Don't tell anybody else about my powers or my criminal past thing. Please, I just want to go to $% school and stay out of $% trouble." Peter looks at her with genuine pity. "Nobody is looking to hurt you, Lana." Lana puts her head in her hand, muttering, @$@$. Bobby leans forward, trying to be smooth. "Don't worry about it. Hey, I promise you, nobody else will know." Peter adds, "Please don't cry." Lana looks up, eyes dead. Did you just ask me out?" Bobby's face goes red as Johnny and Peter look on in disbelief. Maybe," Bobby stammers. Johnny can only whisper, "Dude." Lana just glares at him, unimpressed. 2 weeks ago, the city was still reeling from the power vacuum left by the kingpin. Felicia Hardy, clad in her sleek black suit, prepares to exploit it. Standing atop a high-rise, she aims a grapple gun at the skyscraper across the street, the cable hissing through the air with a metallic fizz. She checks her grip, her claws extending slightly to bite into the cable as she prepares to swing into a hornet's nest. Felicia dives into the void, a black streak against the sunset, gravity her only companion for the next few seconds. She descends with predatory grace, her eyes locked on the shattered window of Fisk's former sanctum. With a thunderous crash, she smashes through the remaining glass, rolling across the floor of the crime scene. She moves through the yellow police tape, scanning the room for the real prize. She spots a massive painting on the wall and smirks, safe behind the painting, so old school. She grips the edges of the heavy frame and tosses it aside with effortless strength, revealing the heavy steel safe hidden beneath. Felicia pulls a specialized breathing apparatus over her face, the sound of her own breath echoing in the metal mask. She taps a device on her wrist, and a green laser emitter pops up, ready to slice through the kingpin's final defenses. The laser makes short work of the titanium alloy, the metal hissing and melting away as she carves a perfect circle into the door. With a sharp kick, the heavy metal slab falls inward, creating a cloud of dust and debris. N, Felicia grunts with the effort. She reaches into her belt, pulling out a small explosive charge and tossing it into the opening. Har! She yells as she dives for cover. The explosion is contained within the vault, a muffled thud that sends a puff of smoke back through the hole she cut. She coughing, waving the fumes away from her mask. Cough, she sputters, her eyes searching the interior for the loot. But before she can reach in, a familiar, ethereal blue glow fills the room. Felicia spins around, her claws ready. You're not taking things that don't belong to you, are you? Mysterio stands in the center of the room, his flaming head illuminating the shadows. Felicia narrows her eyes. Mysterio. Mysterio spreads his arms wide. Hey, you know me, cool, that's really flattering, thank you. Felicia doesn't lower her guard. Thank you for killing Wilson Fisk for me. Mysterio tilts his head. Well, I didn't do it for you so much as I did it for me, but hey, no problem. Mysterio pulls a massive silver revolver from his holster. You're the Black Cat, right? Burglar. Well, obviously. You tortured the kingpin once in a while. He steps closer, the flames of his head licking at the ceiling. You had a real thing for him. You really went at him there for a while. Felicia glares at him through her lenses. Can I assume your problem with him is whatever is in that safe? Mysterio asks. Felicia snaps back. It damn well has nothing to do with you. Mysterio's voice drops to a cold, mocking tone. Don't get snitty, kitty. Felicia shifts into a combat stance. Let me have my score, and I'm out of your hair. Mysterio levels the gun at her chest. I can think of dozens of reasons. I'm not going to let that happen. Felicia doesn't flinch. If you were going to kill me, you would have shot me in the back. Mysterio chuckles. I can't be everywhere. I hear you have, what? Good luck powers. What is that? How does that work? Felicia sees an opening, a job offer. She starts, hoping to distract him. Mysterio pauses. Sure, Mysterio, who are you? I thought we covered that. Felicia asks, and you're going to build a criminal empire in place of the kingpins. Mysterio waves a hand dismissively. Well, criminal is a strong word. I do plan on organizing certain aspects of his fallen empire and turning a profit from it, yes. He looks back at the safe. Really? Let you have the safe. Felicia tenses, her muscles coiled like a spring. Mysterio's flaming eyes glow brighter. You think a woman has never lied to me before. He pulls the hammer back on his revolver. Screw it. The gun roars, but the bullet never finds its mark. The revolver misfires, exploding in Mysterio's hand with a shower of sparks and a scream of pain. Og. Felicia watches the smoke rise from the ruined weapon. That's how good luck powers work, she says with a confident smirk. She doesn't wait for him to recover, spinning around and delivering a high-impact kick to his chest. Hi. Mysterio is sent reeling, his flaming head sputtering as he crashes into the furniture behind him. Felicia presses the advantage, her strikes landing with a hollow, metallic thud against his chest. Oh, she cries out as she realizes she's hitting solid armor. Mysterio recovers instantly, his hand grabbing her throat. You %%, he snarls as blue lightning begins to crackle around them. Ah yeah, Felicia screams. He tosses her across the room like a ragdoll. Yarig, she bellows as she flies through the air. She smashes through a glass partition, the shards tearing at her suit as another bolt of blue energy follows her. Og. Felicia picks herself up, blood trickling from her lip. Son of A, she mutters, seeing Mysterio standing over the open safe. Knowing she's outmatched, she fires her grapple at the hole in the ceiling and pulls herself up just as a final blast levels the room. She disappears into the night, leaving the burning building behind as the sirens get louder. Below, the shadowed figure of Mysterio watches her go, his hand clenching into a fist. Son of A. He screams in frustration, another surge of blue energy erupting from his body and scorching the crime scene tape. Ag. He looks back at the empty safe, his voice echoing in the hollow room. Come on. He stares up at the hole Felicia made in the ceiling. Bad luck, kitty, he whispers, his voice low and dangerous. Felicia watches from a distant rooftop, crouching low as she processes the encounter. She knows she's made a powerful enemy tonight. Back in the office, Mysterio walks toward the debris. Let's see what the % was so important that. He stops, staring down at the floor with a look of pure shock on his flaming face. The camera pulls back, showing the silhouette of the man who just killed the kingpin staring out at the city he intends to rule. Flaming eyes glow with a new intensity. Oh my. Back at the Parker home today, the suburban peace is a sharp contrast to the chaos of the underworld. I'm sorry I keep calling, but I'm just worried sick, Aunt May's voice says over a voicemail. Outside, children play in the street, oblivious to the drama unfolding in the white sedan parked at the curb. Please come home, Gwen. Please, May pleads into the phone. Inside the car, May stares at the device in her hands. I just paid your cell phone bill, so I know that your cell phone is working. Her voice breaks as she continues. I want you to come home because I love you, kid. I want to help you. I want to help take care of you. She wipes a tear from her cheek. And I know you came to our home because you were Peter's friend, but I think you and I have really found something we both needed. We both lost a lot this year, and I think we were helping each other. I think the world of you, kid. I don't want you out there alone, she says, her face a mask of grief. I want to be there for you. I want to watch you become the woman I know you will become. I know this house is crazy, crazier than crazy, but we can figure that out when you get home. She closes her eyes, clutching the phone to her chest. Please, Gwen, for me, come home. A loud bleep signals the end of the recording. A sudden tap-tap on the glass makes May jump, her heart nearly leaping out of her chest. Og. She looks up to see Gwen Stacy leaning against the car door, looking exhausted but alive. Dude, what are you doing? Gwen asks with a small smile. May can only gasp, Gwen. May practically flies out of the car, pulling the girl into a crushing hug. Oh, thank God. Gwen can only manage a surprised, whoa. They stay like that for a long moment, the fear finally draining out of May as she holds onto the girl she's come to see as a daughter. But the relief is short-lived. May pulls back, her face hardening into a look of stern authority. You never, never, do that again. Gwen looks down, looking genuinely sorry. I know, sorry, I freaked out. May points a finger at her. Never. Gwen sighs. I know I freaked out. This is a crazy house. Right? It's super crazy. May nods. I know. Gwen looks away, her voice quiet. I went to find my mom. May's expression softens instantly. Fine, but you can't run away. Gwen looks back at May, her eyes shining with unshed tears. I thought maybe this was all, like, a sign I should try to fix things with my mom. She continues, her voice trembling. Except my mom, there's nothing there to fix. Long and the short of it is she started a new family. She found a guy with a couple of kids. May can only whisper, oh, baby. I kind of thought she was ignoring me because she wasn't over my dad's death, and I was just a reminder of it, but, boy, she really doesn't give a $8 about me. May pulls Gwen back into a hug. Come here, she cares about you. Gwen pulls away, her face hardening. She actually told me that she doesn't really. May looks her in the eye. Well then, she's a bitch. Gwen laughs despite herself. Yeah, and if I had a place to go, I should maybe go there. May smiles warmly. And you do have a place to go, the craziest place on the planet. We'll figure all that out. Gwen smiles back. I'm sorry I ran away. I'm sorry I called you 74 times. May looks confused. I left my phone here, it's upstairs. Gwen blinks. Okay, well, never mind then. May takes Gwen's hand. But you and Peter should have a talk. Gwen nods. Yeah, May adds, and I'll do my best to keep the crazy level of the house down to just odd for a while. Gwen smiles. Please. But as they turn to walk toward the house, a sudden gust of wind and the hum of powerful engines make them both look up. Because we've all had enough. Crazy. Descending from the bright blue sky like a modern-day god, Iron Man hovers just above the lawn. Hi, I'm here for Peter Parker's after-school training, he says over his external speakers. 2 weeks ago, Felicia Hardy sat in the wreckage of the Kingpin's empire, her voiceover narrating the end of an era. No more Wilson Fisk, no more Kingpin of crime. You don't have to thank me. You could thank me, but you don't have to, she says to no one in particular as she walks through the ruins of Hell's Kitchen. Also, you have no idea who I am or where I am, so sending me a gift basket would probably be more difficult a task than it's probably worth, she continues, crouching on a ledge. See, I used to be a lot like him, not even that long ago. I wanted a little piece of the pie, my piece. She looks down at the street below. I wanted to boss around a couple of people dumb enough to let a guy like me boss them around, she reflects, her tone tinged with a newfound bitterness. She pulls a pair of high-tech binoculars from her belt. But after all we've been through, after we've seen the world literally rip itself in half, I realized I don't want a piece of it anymore. She adjusts the focus, her vision replaced by a golden-hued HUD. I want all of it, and I'm going to take it. And the best part, you'll never know who I am or how I did it, she finishes with a cold, predatory smile. She watches as Spider-Man swings across the city skyline in the distance, a dark figure against the setting sun. Back at the Parker house today, May is frozen in place, her hand over her mouth. What the hell is he doing here? She whispers. Felicia puts her binoculars back to her eyes, focusing on the scene unfolding across the city at Fisk's former headquarters. Through the golden HUD, she sees Spider-Man crashing through a window, glass shards, flying everywhere as he engages a group of thugs. She looks down at the street where police cars are parked, their red and blue lights flashing in the twilight. She sees Spidey web up a crook, but her focus is on something else, her eyes scanning the shadows for her true prize. Through her binoculars, she watches as Spider-Man struggles with the flaming head of Mysterio, a desperate fight for survival. Felicia pulls the binoculars away, a look of grim realization on her face. A massive explosion rocks the distant building, a fireball erupting into the night sky as she watches the destruction she helped set in motion. Her eyes go wide behind her mask. Whoa. Down on the street, police officers are ushering civilians away from the burning high-rise. Everyone out, now, they shout over the roar of the flames. Felicia watches the chaos, her mind already calculating her next move as the city she loves and hates burns around her. Back in the present, Iron Man looms over Aunt May and Gwen. This is Peter Parker's house, right? Tony Stark's voice booms from the armor. May is in shock. Oh no, oh my God, you can't be here. May waves her hands frantically. You know who I am though, right? Tony asks. Gwen adds, dude, you're Iron Man, who doesn't know? May cuts her off. You have to go, no man. May is practically hyperventilating. You can't be here, you are ruining our lives. Tony just sounds confused. Wow. Tony's helmet tilts as he processes the situation. I'm confused. I was told to come here. Carol Danvers sent me. I was told that the kid needed some. May yells over him. Not like this. Neighbors are starting to gather at the fence, their eyes wide as they watch the Avenger hovering in their neighborhood. People don't know who he is. You're blowing his cover. You're ruining our lives. May points toward the sky. This isn't what we agreed to. You have to go. Tony gives a mock salute as he starts to ascend. Thank you for the directions, kind citizen. You were a huge help. A beam of blue light erupts from his feet as he blasts off into the sky, leaving a trail of smoke and a group of stunned suburbanites behind. The crowd of neighbors stares after him, their faces a mix of awe and suspicion. May and Gwen are left standing in the yard, the peace of their afternoon shattered. "Oh Lord, we're going to have to move." Again, May groans. Gwen pulls May toward the house. "Get in the house, Gwen, inside." May mutters, "How did I ever want to leave here?" Gwen asks, "What was that?" 1 week ago, reporter Betty Brant was outside the ruins of Mysterio's hideout, her voice sharp with professional frustration. "Jonah, there's nothing, it's Betty Brant. I'm outside the Mysterio place." I'm telling you there's something going on here. Hello? This isn't the story anymore. The cops aren't talking. No one is talking. We're just standing hello. Inside the blackened shell of the building, a shadow moves through the wreckage. Felicia Hardy is back, searching for what she missed. She crouches by a ruined computer terminal, pulling out her high-tech scanner to sift through the digital remains. The screen flickers to life, showing a wireframe image of a small, ornate box buried deep within the floorboards. 6-inch thick titanium black Azcotech. "Mr. Fancy," Felicia mutters. She moves to the spot, clearing away the ash and debris until she finds the hidden compartment. She reaches into her pack, pulling out her laser cutter and focusing its green beam on the floorboards. The metal hisses and glows white-hot as she carves a hole into the compartment, the smell of ozone filling the air. She pulls the slab of titanium away, her eyes widening as she sees the contents. "Wrong," a voice rasps from the darkness. Inside the safe lies a strange collection of artifacts, an ornate golden watch, a set of beads, and a peculiar metal disc. Felicia reaches for a golden ankh, its surface glowing with a strange, internal light. She lifts it into the light, her eyes reflecting the golden sheen of the artifact. A small, dangerous smile returns to her lips. She holds the zodiac key high, the ancient symbol shining like a miniature sun in the ruined building. "Huh, I guess I should be impressed you aren't dead." Mysterio's flaming head appears in the shadows behind her, his voice dripping with malice. "I hoped, but..." Felicia turns to face him, the key held firmly in her hand. "I guess I should be impressed." Mysterio steps forward, his hand reaching out for the artifact. "Give me the key." Felicia smirks. "You don't even know what it is." "Yes, I do. It's the Zodiac key," Mysterio snaps. "It's the secret talisman that kept the Kingpin in power over all his men. Only 3 in the world knew he had it and where he got it, and they are all dead. But who you are and how you know, that's a whole nother thing, but you don't know how it works," he continues, his voice growing desperate. "Neither do you." Felicia's eyes flash with amusement. "Wrong." She looks directly at the camera, the key glowing with an intense, otherworldly light. The game has just begun. Back outside, the reporters are still clamoring for information. Hold on," Betty Brant shouts into her phone. Police officers are running into the building, their guns drawn. "Hands in the..." one of them yells, his voice echoing in the hollow structure. Inside, 2 officers stand over a smoldering pile of debris. "Well, that's weird. Maybe it was a fuse," one says. "A fuse? I don't know," the other asks. "Call it in." "Call it what?" Betty is being pushed back by an officer. "Why can't we see? Just tell us who this building belonged to." The officer only shouts, "Come on, lady. This is a crime scene. Back up." Betty looks up at the roof, her eyes catching a flash of movement. "Everyone back up or I start writing down," she shouts as another reporter mutters, "Waste of my..." Against the backdrop of a full moon, a silhouette in a black suit with a long white tail leaps across the rooftops, carrying the treasure of the Kingpin. Betty watches the shadow disappear into the night, her reporter's instinct screaming that she's just missed the real story. She looks back at her microphone, her face a mask of frustration as the police continue to lock down the area. Today in Queens, the fallout from Iron Man's visit is being felt by everyone on the block. "I don't get your point, Bobby," Peter says as they walk down the sidewalk. Bobby Drake is waving his hands around as he talks. "I'm saying I think both of us would be having a lot more luck with girls if they knew who we really were. I mean, if I could come up to a girl and say, 'Hey, look, I'm Iceman,' and put like ice cubes in their drink." Johnny Storm just stares at him. I mean, I know it's an icebreaker," Peter groans. You didn't just say that joke. Bobby insists. I wasn't saying it to be funny. Johnny sighs. Really, Bob, you're right about that. Peter gestures to Johnny. You know what I mean. Why don't you come up to a girl and say, "Ice to see you"? Bobby turns to Johnny. Johnny, I've seen you use that line. Is it hot in here or is it just you? Johnny's eyes widen. Tell me you didn't. Peter can't help but laugh. He came right up to this girl on the Ultimates and he said, "Is it hot in here or is it just me?" And then he lit himself on fire. Johnny crosses his arms. It's all in the delivery. My point is, it's not fair that I don't get to use all my awesomeness, and I would be getting so much. Bobby's thought is interrupted as they reach the house. Hold on, what do you think you're doing? Peter shouts. A neighbor is throwing suitcases into the back of her car, her husband standing by looking panicked. I am out of here. I told you if I saw one more superhero, if I saw one more thing fly the hell over my head, I was moving out of the city. The woman ignores her husband. So you're leaving me? He cries out. She turns on him, her face full of fury. You are more than welcome to come with me, but if you want to live with me, you can't live here. The husband tries to reason with her. We own the house. She just screams back, we'll sell the house. The husband points a finger. It's not my fault Iron Man flew down here and asked for directions. The woman doesn't stop. I'm not blaming you, but I am leaving. The boys watch the scene with a mix of guilt and amazement. Iron Man, he just said Iron Man was here, Peter whispers. Bobby can only manage an oh my god. Johnny looks at the house. It doesn't mean he came to your front door. Peter snaps back. Does he know where you live? Let's get inside. They walk into the hallway, Johnny still oblivious. He could have come here looking for me. Peter asks, why would he be looking for you? Johnny scoffs. You do understand they consider me one of the Beatles of superheroes. Peter turns on him, his voice low and dangerous. The fact that you don't get embarrassed when you say that embarrasses me twice as much for hearing it. He stops as they enter the living room. Whoa. Gwen Stacy stands in the center of the room, looking at them with a mixture of nervousness and relief. Ta-da, she says weakly. Aunt May is in the background, her face red as she screams into the phone. Those SHIELD people are really thick. Thick, 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 thick. Peter rushes forward, but Gwen holds up a hand. I'm okay. Really, please, I'm okay. Peter asks the obvious question. What happened? May turns her fury on the boys. What happened was your friend Iron Man showed up here in his armor. Bobby whispers to Johnny, oh no. He just floated on down from the sky looking for you, May continues, her voice rising to a fever pitch. Peter can only manage a no. Gwen adds a quiet yes. May finishes with an emphatic oh yes. Peter's face is a mask of pure horror. He came here, looking for me, for Spider-Man, May nods. Did he say why? For your after-school superhero training, May says, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Peter can't believe it. Iron Man is my teacher? Johnny mutters. I thought he was all smart. Bobby adds, he came here. Why would he do that? May turns back to her phone. Clearly there was a break in communication. This is not what I agreed to, not at all. She shouts into the receiver, idiots. SHIELD is a bunch of thick-necked doofuses. I can't get that Danvers woman on the phone, May continues. Peter ignores her, his focus locked on Gwen. You're back. Gwen answers softly, I am. For good, Peter asks, his voice trembling. Gwen looks him in the eye. I'm back, I called you, I was worried sick. Peter says, let's talk upstairs. They walk up the stairs in silence, the weight of everything that's happened hanging between them like a physical barrier. They enter Peter's room and stand by the door. So, Peter starts. Gwen finishes, yeah. Peter takes a deep breath, the words pouring out of him. It killed me that you left. It killed me. I was trying to find the right words to say to you. I was trying to find the courage to talk to you, and I just didn't know how or why or what to say to you about any of the stuff that's gone on. I was so scared you left for good. I mean, I know you're mad at me. You have all the right in the world to be mad at me, but you leaving here, that was the worst. Gwen holds up a hand. Stop. Peter stops, looking like a wounded puppy. And Gwen repeats herself, stop. Gwen looks away, her voice steady but full of pain. I'm not mad at you. I love you too, but we're broken up. Peter looks at her as if she's just hit him. I love you, I do, and I love it here. I love living here. I'm going to live here and we're going to be BFFs forever. And I promise that's true because I would rather be leeched than say BFF out loud, she adds with a small, sad smile. But that's what we are, so I will say it proudly. But we can't be dating. She looks back at him. I'm pretty sure that I forced you into dating me in the first place. Peter steps forward. You didn't force me into dating you. I did. Hold on, just hold on. Gwen sighs, her face a mask of weary resolve. I want to be in your life, and I want everything to go back to the way it was. I want things to go back the way they were. Just for right now. Let me adjust, but I need you to do me a favor. For now, when you start dating Mary Jane again, try not to do it in front of me. Peter's face goes pale. Then I will be able to handle it, but right now just do me a favor and keep it out of my nose. When I start dating someone else, you can do whatever you want. Peter stammers. Wait, what? Peter's voice rises. I'm ready to concede everything else, but I want you to hear me about this. I dated you because I like you. You're insanely cool and you're hot and you're awesome. That's why we dated. Gwen can only whisper, Peter. You're just going to have to live with that, Peter says, his face full of a strange, desperate passion. You're hot, but you're not that hot that I can't, think for myself. Gwen stares at him for a long moment, the silence thick enough to cut. That's the first time you've ever called me hot, Peter shrugs. I just assumed you knew that. Gwen looks down, her hair falling over her face. Peter asks, what? She looks up, her eyes bright with a new light. Now I want to be dating you again. Peter is completely lost. What? Gwen shakes her head. No, let's stay this way. We have to live together. It's better this way. Peter tries to interrupt. But you just. It's just the house. It's so exciting around here with you being Spider-Man and all that and the guys. I'm not sure, honestly. I'm not sure what kind of love I have for you. It's so exciting and I care so much about you. I can't tell if I love you or just love you. Peter asks the billion-dollar question. So, are we broken up or not? Gwen sighs, her face showing the full weight of her uncertainty. I think we have to be. Peter looks at her, then steps forward and pulls her into a tight, reassuring hug. Okay, listen, I'm just so glad you're back. I am so relieved you're okay that I'm not even annoyed about the presumptuousness of this conversation. Gwen hugs him back. That's what I was hoping. They stay like that for a long time, the only sound in the room being their breathing and the distant shouting from downstairs. Suddenly, a series of sharp, diepu-dipu sounds erupt from Peter's pocket. He pulls out his phone, looking at the screen with surprise. He flips it open. Hello, a voice on the other end answers. Hi, this is Tony Stark. Peter is stunned into silence as he pulls his shirt back on. Hi, Tony asks. You believe it's me? Peter answers, I do. Tony's voice is full of his usual confidence. I would think it's a prank call. Well, you showed up at my house today, so. Yeah, could you meet me at Stark International Headquarters, the rooftop? You can see us from the Chrysler Building. I know where it is, Peter says, already planning his route. Tony continues, could you please apologize to your grandmother? She's not my grandmother, but she's mad. I'll buy her a car. She won't take it. Sure she will. How about a muffin basket? She won't. Crumbs cupcakes. Done. How long will it take you to get here? Peter looks at his Spider-Man costume on the bed. I'm on my way. Good. May I ask what this is in regards to? Tony's final words are a challenge. I have to teach you how to be a superhero. A few minutes later, Spider-Man is soaring through the Queen's night, his webs catching the moonlight as he swings toward Manhattan. Teach me? Who's going to teach you? He asks himself, a new sense of purpose driving him forward. The adventure is only just beginning. In the shadow of a looming destiny, the ultimate Spider-Man stands surrounded by his greatest nightmares as the prelude to his end begins. The sun dips low over the sands of Egypt, casting long, ancient shadows across the Great Pyramids and the sprawling city of Cairo. In the dusty streets below, life moves with a frantic energy as children play, and the heat of the day refuses to break. An olive-drab jeep pulls into a secluded courtyard, kicking up a cloud of grit as it comes to a sudden, heavy halt. A mountain of a man steps out, adjusting his hat as his driver watches with a wary eye. Are you sure this is the place? the driver asks, to which Wilson Fisk replies simply, "Yes, Mr. Fisk." Fisk stands at the entrance of a dark hovel, his presence filling the frame like a wall of sheer force. "I'm not coming in there, Yasif. You're going to have to come out here," he commands with chilling calm. From the darkness, a man named Yasif emerges, leveling a revolver at the giant before him. "Tell your men to put those guns down, Fisk. Put those guns away or the deal is off," he screams in desperation. Fisk doesn't flinch, his eyes locked on the wrapped bundle in the man's hands. "Where did you find it? How did you get it?" he asks, ignoring the threats as he demands to see the prize. Yasif's hands tremble as he holds the artifact, his eyes darting toward the briefcase of cash. "Give him his money," Fisk orders his guard, adding with a smirk, "I think that technically makes you king of Cairo." The trade is made, the heavy briefcase for a relic wrapped in ancient linen. "How does it work?" Fisk asks, his curiosity piqued by the legends. "The scroll said it honors the request of its holder," Yasif whispers. Yasif looks at the money, but there is no joy in his expression, only a profound, haunting fear. "Why didn't you use it then?" Fisk probes. "Because everything has a price," the man answers. Fisk unwraps the cloth, revealing a golden ring etched with strange, celestial symbols. The zodiac key *** glints in the dying light, beautiful and terrible all at once. He gazes into the center of the ring, his mind already spinning with the possibilities of such absolute power. Suddenly, the flashback fractures into a nightmare of fire and dust as a massive shockwave levels the surrounding area. Fisk's face is frozen in a mask of pure, unadulterated horror as he witnesses the raw destruction he has unleashed. He looks down to see the skeletal remains of those who were just standing beside him, turn to ash in a heartbeat. The zodiac key falls to the scorched earth, its glow fading, but its lethality forever etched into Fisk's memory. He stares at the devastation, his voice a mere rasp in the silence. "Dear God," he mutters, realization dawning too late. Fisk drops to his knees, the weight of his own hubris crushing him as he reaches for the artifact. He holds the golden ring, his hands shaking as he makes a silent vow. "No one can ever have this," he whispers to the dead. He turns and runs from the ruin he created, leaving behind the ghosts of Cairo as he flees toward a dark future. Years later, high above the neon-lit skyline of New York City, a different kind of legend soars through the air. Tony Stark stands atop a skyscraper, his Mark 7 armor gleaming under the city lights. "Hit me as hard as you can," he says, testing the young hero before him. Spiderman pauses mid-swing, his head tilting in confusion. "Excuse me?" he asks, wondering if he heard the billionaire correctly. Stark remains motionless, a literal tank in human form. "Try to take me out. This is a training mission," he explains, though Peter points out that hitting nuclear-proof armor with bone and flesh seems like a poor life choice. The silence hangs in the cold night air as Tony realizes he hasn't actually thought this through. "Not really. No," he admits when asked if he has a plan. Spider-Man throws his hands up in exasperation. "You're one of the smartest men in the world. You really can't think of anything." Tony retracts his faceplate, looking tired as he explains that his girlfriend, Carol Danvers, was the one who actually insisted on this arrangement. Peter's eyes widen under his mask. "You're dating Carol Danvers. I'm 16 and even I know that's a bad idea," he quips. Stark bristles slightly at the romantic advice from a teenager. "I believe I invented the idea of putting it much nicer than that," Tony retorts after Peter mentions not pooping where you eat. They walk toward the hangar, Peter's tone turns serious. "So you really don't have anything profound to lay on me about being a hero?" he asks, only to find out there was a vote on his competence. Tony looks away, the truth coming out in awkward bursts. "There was a discussion, and you were outvoted." The weight of the reveal hits Peter hard. "So there are other superheroes who think I am such a bad hero that you guys need to train me?" he asks, his heart sinking. Tony tries to soften the blow, mentioning that Captain America actually wanted him thrown in jail instead. "So this is," Peter starts, before Tony cuts him off with a blunt, "better." Meanwhile, in a luxury penthouse filled with eclectic decor and a zebra print rug, the atmosphere is thick with a different kind of tension. Felicia Hardy, the black cat, moves through the room, her clawed fingers reaching for a silk-wrapped object on the coffee table. She pulls her wig off, revealing her short dark hair as she reclines on the sofa, savoring her latest victory. She unwraps the stolen prize, revealing the golden glow of the zodiac key sitting innocently on the fabric. Felicia gazes at the artifact, unaware of the ancient power she has just brought into her home. A voice echoes through the room, cold and hollow. "How much do you want for it, Felicia?" it asks, causing her to freeze. She turns to see a figure made of blue smoke and technology sitting in her beanbag chair. "Mysterio, you followed me. How creepy," she spits back. Mysterio gestures with ghostly hands, claiming he took out the kingpin to give her closure and relief. "He died like a big fat pig," the villain boasts. Felicia isn't buying the altruism. "Get to the point," she demands as they sit in the wreckage of Hammerhead's old penthouse. Mysterio leans forward, his flaming skull head flickering with intensity. He tells her she has no need for the key. She only wants it because it belonged to the man who killed her father. He reaches out, his eyes glowing within the smoke. "That key no longer belongs to Wilson Fisk, so that said, I would like it. What do you want in return?" Felicia smirks, unimpressed by the spectral display. "How'd you do that with your head?" she asks, completely ignoring his offer. The villain repeats his question, his patience clearly wearing thin as the blue light intensifies. Felicia leans in, her eyes cold. "I want you to go away," she tells him, her voice dripping with venom. Mysterio's face contorts within the smoke. "No, Felicia, you just can't," he begins to warn her. A blinding white light suddenly fills the room, drowning out the argument in a flash of pure energy. The television sits blank in the aftermath, the penthouse suddenly quiet and empty of its occupants. Felicia is thrown back, the zodiac key reacting to her touch as if it were a living, breathing thing. Mysterio scrambles back, his avatar flickering. "You just can't activate the key like that. You don't understand what kind of power you are holding," he screams. Felicia gasps, clutching her head as the power of the key floods her senses. "I know, clear. I need to keep my mind clear," she repeats to herself like a mantra. She looks through the golden ring, her eyes filled with a terrifying new understanding. "What is this?" she whispers. Mysterio begins to explain the key's origins, a tale of pharaohs and aliens from outer space who brought gifts to the rulers of the world. Felicia scoffs, but the terror in the villain's voice suggests there is truth in the myth. Felicia regains her composure, staring down the smoke-headed specter. "Mysterio, I did my research too. You know you made the FBI's most wanted list, right?" Mysterio brushes off the comment, his focus solely on the golden ring. "Let's keep the conversation brief. How much for the key?" Felicia's eyes narrow. "What are you going to do with it?" she asks, testing the depth of his ambition. The ghost's skull flickers. "Rearrange things," he answers vaguely. Felicia pushes him, her curiosity turning into a dark suspicion. "Rearrange them how?" Mysterio's voice takes on a messianic tone. "I'm going to make them better." Felicia doesn't blink. "For who?" she challenges. Mysterio spreads his arms wide. "For everyone, so how can I make the world better for you?" She looks at the key in her hand, the power hummed against her palm. "But if I have the key, why not make the world better for me myself?" Mysterio warns her that the price is more than someone like her is willing to spend, but the greed in Felicia's eyes is already taking root. Felicia stares at the key, a haunting voice from the past echoes in her mind. "Are your eyes closed? You have to keep your eyes closed." Meanwhile, back in Stark's massive armor hall, Peter's jaw drops as Tony opens the bays, revealing dozens of Iron Man suits standing like silent sentinels of justice. Tony watches the kid's reaction with a smug smile. "There's not that many people who appreciate it, so my pleasure," he says as Peter calls it the coolest thing he's ever seen. The awe fades as Peter returns to the nagging question that brought him here. "Why do the other superheroes hate me?" Tony sighs, looking Peter in the eye. "They don't hate you, they just think you're a spaz," he admits bluntly. Peter mimics a flailing motion. "Captain America thinks I'm a spaz. I try really hard, you know," he says, his teenage insecurities bubbling up. Tony puts a heavy hand on Peter's shoulder. "I do, but guys like us, we have to take responsibility for our actions. Peter looks away, repeating the motto he's lived by since the death of his uncle. With great power comes great responsibility. Tony nods, calling it a good motto to live by. The moment is shattered by a red alert. "Mr. Stark, I believe we have a code white," Jarvis's voice echoes through the lab. Holographic displays bloom into existence, showing a massive energy surge in the Soho district. "Record it," Stark orders, his playful demeanor gone in an instant. Peter watches the data stream by, his spider sense already beginning to tingle. "We should go down there and check it out. What if it's a terrorist?" he asks urgently. Tony dismisses the idea of a terrorist having an uncatalogued energy source. "Shush, chipmunk, I'm reading," he mutters, though his eyes narrow at the strange readings. Suddenly, the holographic map shows a massive white-hot bloom consuming a city block, the sheer scale of it forcing both heroes to recoil. The data confirms it was a live event, an alpha-level energy surge. Peter is already moving, his adrenaline spiking as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Tony's faceplate slams shut, the cold steel of the Iron Man persona taking over. "Let's go, kid," he says as the thrusters roar to life. They arrive in Soho to find a scene of utter devastation. A square block of New York City has been reduced to smoldering rubble and ash, looking like a war zone in the middle of a peaceful night. In the center of the crater, Felicia Hardy stands amidst the ruins of her life, her eyes wide with shock. "What did you do?" she whispers to the empty air. Mysterio's avatar looms behind her, his smoke-filled head pulsing with a sinister blue light. "I only meant for you, to get rid of you," Felicia stammers, tears beginning to track through the dust on her face. She realizes the magnitude of the horror she has caused, the realization breaking her spirit as she looks at the skeletons buried in the debris. Mysterio reaches out, his voice a commanding roar. "Give it to me, you are going to kill us all," he screams, pointing at the golden key in her lap. Felicia looks up at him, her eyes vacant and filled with a profound, soul-deep sorrow. She begins, unable to finish the thought. She begins to offer the key to the villain, her will broken by the destruction she has wrought with a single thought. But as she reaches out, a voice booms across the crater. "Don't do it." Spider-Man and Iron Man descend from the sky, a red and gold blur racing to stop the transaction before more lives are lost. Mysterio's hand closes around the golden ring, his avatar's eyes flashing with triumph. "Too late," he hisses as the heroes land among the wreckage. A beam of pure, blinding light erupts from the key, piercing the night sky like a lance of divine wrath as the power of the Zodiac is unleashed once more. Spider-Man lunges forward into the storm of energy, caught in a desperate three-way battle for the ultimate weapon. The dust settles, we remember the burden Peter Parker carries. A teenager balancing high school and heroics, now facing a power that could erase New York from the map. Spider-Man crouches on a rooftop, his mask hiding the exhaustion as he prepares to face the consequences of the Kingpin's secret weapon. Meanwhile, in the quiet streets of Queens, Mary Jane Watson walks home, the weight of the city's chaos far from her mind for a brief, fleeting moment. She is startled as Gwen Stacy calls out her name from the porch of the Parker home. "Oh, Mary Jane," Gwen exclaims. The two girls meet on the sidewalk, the tension between them palpable. "You're back," MJ asks, stunned. I'm all back," Gwen replies with a shaky smile. They share an awkward moment before MJ asks the question that's been on her mind. Did you and Peter, make up?" Gwen's face softens. "Yeah, we're all cool now," she says, causing MJ to let out a breath she didn't know she was holding. That's great. Wow." The conversation shifts to Peter's whereabouts, and Gwen points upward toward the skyline. "No, he's up there, being you-know-who." Gwen explains the training session, much to MJ's shock. "Tony Stark was here, in the fancy armor, he came here," she asks, incredulous. Gwen nods, explaining that the heroes decided Peter needed training so he doesn't spaz out and make giant messes anymore. MJ admits, that's not a bad idea actually. But the girls are interrupted by a sudden, violent change in the atmosphere. "Whoa," Gwen gasps, looking toward the horizon. A massive beam of orange light pierces the clouds over the city, the shockwave rattling the windows of the suburban homes. "Oh my God!" MJ screams. The girls huddle together, staring in terror at the impossible display of power. "What was that? Lightning doesn't go up," Gwen yells over the wind. In their panic, they find themselves clutching each other for support. Why are we hugging?" MJ asks, the absurdity of the moment breaking through the fear. They pull apart, the tension between them returning as the sky glows an ominous orange. "Well, this is awkward," MJ mutters, their shared worry for Peter the only thing holding them together. Back in the Soho crater, Mysterio unleashes a torrent of energy from the Zodiac Key, blasting Iron Man point-blank as the armor struggles to compensate. Tony is thrown back, his systems screaming in protest. "That was all the juice I had," he gasps, his armor smoking and dented. He looks at the energy readings in disbelief. The armor automatically uses whatever it takes to stop an attack. That attack was more than I have ever faced before. "Go, kid, get out of here," he commands. Mysterio laughs, the key glowing brilliantly as he prepares another blast. But a sudden smack echoes through the ruin as a foot connects with his head. Spider-Man comes flying in with a double kick that sends the villain tumbling. "Oh my God, somebody just kicked you. Twice," Peter yells, trying to keep the mood light while his heart hammers in his chest. Peter lands between the Black Cat and the villain. "Okay, so the Black Cat and Mysterio are fighting over a glowing key. Anything else I need to know before I web everybody to the..." But Mysterio isn't done. He fires a concentrated beam of white-hot energy, the raw power turning the ground to glass beneath him. The explosion, a massive Shaboom asterisk, throws everyone back as the crater is widened by the sheer force of the artifact. Tony Stark is caught in the blast, his armor disintegrating as the energy tears through the high-tech alloys like they were paper. "Areg!" he screams in agony. The golden armor plate of his helmet hits the ground with a heavy asterisk phalump, the billionaire genius thrown through the air like a ragdoll. Spider-Man pulls himself up, his eyes widening behind his mask as he sees his mentor fall. "Oh no," he whispers, the reality of the threat finally hitting home. With a flick of his wrist and a sharp thwap asterisk, Spider-Man fires a line of webbing, snagging the Zodiac Key just as Mysterio reaches for it. The villain's hand grasps at thin air as the artifact is yanked away. "No!" he bellows in fury. Peter catches the ring, looking at it with a mix of wonder and dread. What is this?" he asks, while Felicia screams for him to put it down. Mysterio looms over them, his smoke head pulsing. "I think I'm going to hold on to it," Peter says defiantly, even as Felicia points out that the key just erased an entire block of people. The Black Cat is in a state of pure panic. "You have to put the key down or we will die. Everyone in the city might die," she shrieks. Mysterio levels a high-tech pistol at Peter's head. "I hate to say it, but the kid's got a point," he says coldly. The three of them stand in a tense standoff amidst the bones and the rubble. "The slightest thought brings destruction," Mysterio warns. "What if I think about the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man?" Peter quips, trying to hide his fear. Mysterio leans in, his glowing eyes inches from Peter's mask. "Give me the key," he roars, his patience finally at an end. The silence is broken by a flurry of motion as Spider-Man and Black Cat attack simultaneously, their kicks connecting with a heavy pack and thack. Mysterio is thrown back, clutching his chest as he gasps for air. "Og." Felicia comes in with a high kick to the villain's neck. "Listen to me," she screams, her desperation turning into rage. Peter webs Felicia across the face with an asterisk thack, catching her off guard. "Sorry, that wasn't very gentlemanly," he mutters as he keeps the key away from both of them. He lands a powerful kick on Mysterio, the impact echoing through the ruins. "But you guys are freaking me out." Peter stands in the center of the destruction, his breathing heavy. "Okay, now everybody calm down," he commands, sounding more like a leader than a spaz for the first time tonight. He points a finger at the villain. "You will now and forever be called the Headless Doofus. Mysterio is your name now." He looks at the golden ring in his hand, feeling its unnatural warmth. "But what are you two doing tearing up the village and my personal hero Iron Man with this whatever it is?" Felicia can only weep as she watches him hold the device. "I told you, I warned you," she cries, waiting for the end to come. The sky begins to swirl into a dark vortex as the Zodiac key reacts to Peter's proximity, the power beginning to spiral out of control once again. Peter stares at the ring as it begins to hum and glow with a terrifying intensity. "Oh no, 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 no," he whispers as the air around him begins to crackle. The debris begins to float, gravity failing as the key bends the laws of physics to its will. Through his mask, Peter's eyes are wide with the reflection of the golden light. "Please stop," he begs the ancient thing in his hands. A final, silent pulse of energy ripples through the crater, and then, silence. Peter stands alone with the artifact, the immediate threat of annihilation seemingly past. Spider-Man stands tall, the Zodiac key gripped firmly in his gloved hand as he looks at the devastation around him. He looks down at the artifact, the golden metal looking dull and inert after the massive display of power. Felicia crawls toward him, her voice a whisper. What is that? The Zodiac key? What does it do?" she asks, her ambition returning even in the face of death. Peter's spider sense flares. "Get away from it, get away," he screams, pulling the artifact back. Mysterio levels his gun again. "I'll kill you if you come near it. I'll melt your head," he threatens, but Peter notes that if the weapon worked, the villain would have fired it by now. Mysterio begins a count. "Count of 3, you have till the count of 3, 1. Before he can reach 2, Peter's hand flashes out with a sharp asterisk whap, knocking the gun from the villain's hand. The key falls to the ground with a soft asterisk clump as Peter prepares for the final showdown. He lands a powerful punch on Mysterio's avatar, the impact vibrating through the ruins with a heavy asterisk smack. Mysterio stumbles, his smoke-filled head bobbing as Peter follows up with another strike. Tack! Felicia's eyes flash with a predatory hunger as she sees the key lying unguarded on the concrete. Mysterio strikes Felicia across the face with a spark-filled backhand. "Aya!" she screams as she hits the ground. Peter kicks Mysterio with a thunderous asterisk thump, sending the villain skidding into a pile of twisted rebar. The key sits in the center of the battlefield, a golden prize waiting for a master. Felicia lunges for it, her fingers inches away from the cold gold metal. Mysterio drops onto her back with a heavy asterisk phalump, pinning the cat to the ground before she can reach her prize. She lets out a scream of frustration as the villain towers over her. "Hiya!" The key remains untouched, a silent witness to the carnage surrounding it. Felicia's clawed hand reaches out one last time, her desperation clear in her every movement. But a webline hits her hand with a thwap asterisk, pinning her to the ground and pulling her away from the artifact. Spider-Man lands a heavy kick on the villain's back. "Come on," he yells, his patience exhausted. He grabs the collar of Mysterio's suit, the high-tech circuitry crackling under his grip. Peter pulls with all his superhuman strength, determined to see what's under the smoke. The fabric tears, revealing the truth beneath the illusion. Sparks fly and wires hiss as Peter rips the high-tech projection unit apart. The mask of the Spider-Man suit is torn during the struggle, revealing Peter's bloodied face and one clear, determined eye. He slams the remains of the avatar into the ground, the mechanical puppet finally going still. The Zodiac key sits quiet, its era of destruction in this block finally over. Mysterio's projection flickers one last time, a digital ghost mocking the hero's victory. Peter stands over the ruins, his breathing ragged and his body bruised. He collapses to his knees, the weight of the night finally catching up to him. Suddenly, Tony Stark appears from behind him, his armor gone but his spirit intact. "What are you?" he asks as he sees Peter grappling with the remains of the robot. Peter lets out a primal scream as he tears the robot's head off with his bare hands. "SSD-TA." The machine dies with a final asterisk scap up and a long asterisk PSSSSSS, its light fading as the signal is finally cut. Peter looks at the pile of junk in his hands. "What the what?" he gasps. Tony stands over the wreckage, his face grim. "I knew it. I knew that guy was using a piece of Solandiri tech." Tony explains the situation as Peter wipes blood from his forehead. "I don't know if you noticed, but the guy was walking around with a head made of smoke. It's tech, but it's still tech. Peter realizes that Mysterio was never there. He was just a puppet being controlled from afar. "Can you track the signal?" he asks, as Felicia starts to pull the webbing off her face. Tony Stark turns toward Felicia. "Lady, I have 7 doctorates. I picked up on the no touching the mystery alien object thing. And who are you?" Peter introduces her. "She's the Black Cat." Tony nods. "Of course she is. Good guy or bad guy?" Peter admits he really couldn't tell him. Felicia tries to defend her actions. "I know you'll never believe me, but I was trying to keep that out of Mysterio's hands. I was trying to reverse the course of the world when Wilson Fisk was in charge." Tony looks at the key lying on the ground. "Well, great job. Put it somewhere safe. I have a lot of research to do." Tony encases the key in a containment field and begins to fly away. "I'm going to have SHIELD send a relief effort ASAP. Kid, seriously, I want you working for me. Come find me when you're ready." Peter and Felicia are left alone in the ruins. "I'm really sorry. You're really a pain in my touch-eyes," Peter says, to which Felicia simply replies, "Stop talking." Felicia turns to walk away, her figure a dark silhouette against the wreckage. "Where are you going?" Peter asks. Felicia looks over her shoulder at the survivors crawling from the rubble. The cost of her ambition is laid bare in the weeping families and broken homes. Peter's mask is torn, revealing the face of a boy who has seen too much. "You going to help or not?" he asks his former enemy. The Black Cat doesn't answer. She simply disappears into the shadows as SHIELD helicarriers begin to swarm the skyline above Soho. Later that night, the adrenaline has faded, leaving only a cold, hollow ache. Peter Parker sits in the quiet of his own room, the weight of the city still on his shoulders. He looks in the mirror, seeing the boy under the mask, bruised and bloodied but still standing. He stares out the window at the quiet suburb of Queens, a sharp contrast to the fire and ash of Soho. The silhouette of a friend appears in the window across the way, a beacon of normalcy in his chaotic life. Mary Jane sticks her head out the window, her voice soft in the night air. "Peter?" she asks, finding him sitting on the roof with his mask in his lap. Peter looks up, his expression one of pure exhaustion. "Sorry, MJ," he says, his voice breaking. "Yeah, it's been a night." MJ's heart breaks for him as she asks what happened. I was tonight was bad. You've been in bad places before." "This was worse," Peter admits, his eyes filling with tears. She reaches out a hand, her concern overriding any past grievances. "Hey," she whispers. Peter looks at her, the mask forgotten. "Come on in," he says, inviting her into his space, into his grief. A hand reaches out through the darkness. A simple gesture of human connection in a world filled with alien artifacts and billionaire heroes. Peter looks at her hand, the blood on his face a stark reminder of the cost of his responsibility. He reaches out, his fingers trembling as he accepts the comfort she offers. Their hands meet, a silent promise of support that transcends the suit and the powers. The two of them stand together at the window, silhouettes against the blue night as they prepare for the next chapter. And a birthday that will change everything. A face contorted with pure, unadulterated rage fills the frame, the manager's veins nearly popping from his neck. "You're done, Peter Parker," he screams into the boy's face. "Done." In the middle of a crowded mall food court, Peter Parker stands frozen as his world crumbles over a shift at a burger joint. "You don't show up to work and you don't call. You're fired the second hour of the first day," the manager barks, ignoring Peter's attempts to explain. Peter looks down, the weight of the rejection hitting him harder than any supervillain's punch. It's the face of a kid who tried to do everything right and still ended up wrong. The manager waves a dismissive hand, turning his back on the teenager as if he were nothing more than a bad memory. "If you'll just," Peter begins, only to be cut off with a final, cold, "We're done. You're done." Walking through the sea of indifferent strangers, Peter stares at a green frog hat in his hands, his mind racing with what he wants to say. He could tell them he was saving the world as Spider-Man, or that he teamed up with Iron Man, but reality doesn't care about his secret identity. The internal monologue of a hero is often darker than the battles he fights. But the fact of the matter is that I wanted this job and I blew it, Peter thinks bitterly. He calls it a loser job, but concludes that if he couldn't handle it, then he is the loser. Panic starts to set in as he wonders how he'll pay for college or even survive, but the train of thought is interrupted by the shrill bleeping of his phone. He pulls the device out, his eyes widening at the screen. "Blocked call?" he mutters. "Who is this?" He puts the phone to his ear, his expression shifting from confusion to wary annoyance. "Hello?" he asks. The voice on the other end is unmistakable, authoritative, and sharp. "Mr. Parker, this is J. Jonah Jameson." Peter's eyes go wide, his heart skipping a beat as the most powerful man in New York media delivers a chilling command. "You and I should have a talk," Jameson says, leaving no room for negotiation. Spiderman swings through the concrete canyons of New York, the setting sun casting long shadows over the city he protects. He knows this isn't going to be fun, realizing he spent too long hoping his problems with Jameson would just vanish by clicking his heels together. The hero plummets toward the pavement before snapping a new line, his mind reeling from the fact that Jameson knows his secret and hasn't outed him. Instead, the Daily Bugle has turned into a pro-Spider-Man cheerleader, which is the exact opposite of the nightmare Peter expected. He maneuvers through the air with practiced ease, reflecting on the irony of his situation. He used to pray for Jameson to realize he wasn't the devil, but now that it's happened, the silence from the media mogul is just plain creepy. Spider-Man perches against the side of a building, the backpack on his shoulders a reminder of his dual life as a student. And now he just calls me out of the blue, tells me to come see him, he thinks. What am I walking into? He swings upside down, the world reflecting in his white lenses. Peter struggles with a pessimistic realization. One half of him thinks it can't get any worse, while the other half knows that thought is always followed by something fantastically more terrible. Looking down at the Flatiron Building, the home of the Bugle, Peter makes a grim joke to himself. If he could sell his ability to turn bad situations into worse ones, he'd never have to worry about college tuition again. Inside the offices of the Daily Bugle, the energy is electric, a chaotic symphony of ringing phones and frantic typing. Peter sits on a bench, a small figure in a giant machine, realizing now more than ever how much he actually loved working in this environment. A familiar face approaches as Ben Urich walks by, clutching a folder and offering a warm smile. "Hey kid, you look good. You get a haircut?" Ben asks, his eyes twinkling with the kind of recognition only a veteran reporter possesses. Peter stands up, trying to explain that his ex-girlfriend was the one who did it, but Ben is already moving, offering a friendly wave. "Good seeing you," he calls out, leaving Peter standing there with half a story. Peter watches him go, a small, hopeful smile playing on his lips. For a moment, the stress of the secret identity and the firing fades away into the simple comfort of being back home at the Bugle. Through the glass partitions of the executive offices, Peter sees the silhouette of a man who could destroy him with a single headline. J. Jonah Jameson stands there, leaning over his desk, the architect of Peter's current uncertainty. Peter raises a hand in a hesitant wave, his expression a mix of politeness and absolute dread. He's standing on the threshold of a conversation that will change his life, and he knows there's no turning back now. Jameson catches his eye and beckons him forward with a sharp, commanding gesture of his hand. It's a summons from a king to a subject, delivered with the absolute confidence of a man who holds all the cards. Peter takes a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the office door as he prepares for the worst. Well, whatever this is, he thinks, his jaw set with a hero's resolve. This is it. Inside the dim office, the air is thick with the scent of old paper and power. Jameson leans against his desk, looking at Peter with a strange, contemplative intensity. "So you're probably wondering why I called you here," he states, rather than asks. Peter sits on the edge of his chair, clutching his backpack like a shield. I think I might be able to whittle it down to the top 50 guesses," he replies, his voice steady despite the nerves. Jameson crosses his arms, the sunset behind him casting his face into shadow. "I was just curious about the kind of person you think I am," he says. Peter offers the only honest answer he has. "I guess my answer is you are a very complicated person." Jameson looks down at the boy, his voice softening into something resembling genuine respect. "I called you here because you and I have, for lack of a better word, shared a life experience together," he explains. The man reaches up and removes his hat, revealing a side of himself that the public never sees, the side that is human and vulnerable. "I should be dead," he whispers, his eyes clouded with memory. Peter leans in, his own expression shifting to one of shock. He's seeing the man behind the myth, and the vulnerability is more jarring than any outburst of temper. Jameson pulls back his hair, showing a jagged, angry scar running across his scalp. "The doctor said 3 centimeters to the left. I would absolutely be dead," he says, the physical evidence of his mortality on full display. Peter can only stare, his hand coming up to his own face in a sympathetic gesture. "Wow," he breathes, the magnitude of Jameson's near-death experience finally sinking in. Jameson puts his hat back on, his voice returning to its steady, professional tone. He tells Peter that he's met everyone from drug dealers to kings in this city, but he has never met anyone like him. The weight of that statement hangs in the air, heavy and silent. Then the hammer falls. Jameson leans in, his gaze piercing through Peter's carefully maintained facade. You're Spider-Man," he says, the secret finally out in the open between them. Peter pulls his backpack tight against his chest, his eyes wide as he realizes the world has just fundamentally shifted. The secret he has carried for so long is no longer his alone. Jameson doesn't blink, his arms still crossed over his chest. "I think you realize that if I was going to out you, I would have by now," he says. I'm not going to out you." Peter closes his eyes for a second, a long, shaky breath escaping his lungs. "I was hoping," he mutters, the relief washing over him like a tidal wave. Jameson admits he thought about it, knowing that outing Spider-Man would sell more papers and bring more business to his website than any other story on Earth. "But it seems, after a little soul-searching, I discovered that I would cut off my own hand before I would do that to you." Peter looks up, a genuine, humble smile touching his face. "Thank you," he says, the words simple but filled with a depth of gratitude he can't fully express. But Jameson isn't done. He looks at Peter with a troubled expression, his eyes fixed on the teenager who carries the weight of a city. "And yet, I feel that it's not enough," he confesses. The silhouettes of the two men are framed against the office light, a strange bond forming between the media titan and the boy hero. Jameson declares that today he is Peter's genie in a bottle and asks what he can do for him. Jameson leans in closer, his mustache twitching with a mixture of determination and something that looks a lot like paternal concern. "You're not listening to me, I do," he insists. Peter looks away, his mind jumping to the most immediate, mundane problem in his life. Can I have my job back?" he asks, almost sheepishly. Jameson looks incredulous, his hand gesturing emphatically as he questions the request. "Your job working on my website for $2 an hour?" he asks, unable to believe this is the request of a hero. Peter nods enthusiastically, explaining that he's trying to save for college and it's hard to find work that accommodates his other activities. He's just a kid trying to build a future. Jameson tilts his head, his skepticism unabated. "Why are you going to college?" he asks, the question catching Peter off guard. Peter looks at him, the answer so simple it feels profound. "Because I want to," he says, his gaze steady and clear. Jameson points a finger, pressing the point home. He asks what Peter needs college for with all the power he possesses, challenging the boy's desire for a normal life. Peter explains that his powers won't pay his bills, and even if they could, that isn't the point of why he does what he does. He's seeking a life of meaning, not just utility. Jameson sighs, the fight leaving him as he accepts Peter's decision. "Fine, college it is," he says. "I'll pay for your college." Peter's mouth drops open in the middle of the busy office, his disbelief echoing off the walls. "What? No, I wasn't even hinting at that, not even a little," he stammers, while Jameson insists he's a rich man and wouldn't even notice the cost. Peter places a hand on his chest, his pride rising to meet the offer. "I would," he says firmly. "I want to pay my own way." Jameson rubs his chin, the irony of the situation not lost on him. You want to pay your own way, but you won't use your powers to do it, he notes, marveling at Peter's moral compass. Peter offers a small, defiant smile. Yeah, he confirms, standing by his principles even when a shortcut is staring him in the face. Jameson looks at him, a genuine sense of wonder in his eyes. I know I just said this 2 minutes ago, he says, but I have never ever met anyone like you before in my entire life. Peter leans in, his voice dropping to a whisper as he admits how uncomfortable talking about this out loud makes him feel. He's a hero in the shadows, not the spotlight. Jameson ignores the discomfort and lays out the terms. Peter has his job back, with a bump in pay, and Jameson will be funding a scholarship for him regardless of his objections. The way I see it, if you're still alive by the time you hit college, you have earned it. Peter scratches the back of his neck, the magnitude of the favor still feeling wrong to him. I just need a job, he repeats, trying to hold onto his independence. Jameson leans back on his desk, his expression serious. I told you I need to be part of this, he says. It's not enough. Peter finally relents, but on his own terms. He explains that he needs a job where, if he can't make it in because he gets caught up doing something else, he doesn't get fired. He needs a partner in his secret life. Jameson stands in front of the window, his silhouette dark against the city skyline. He's silent for a long moment, weighing the responsibility he's just accepted. The tension breaks with a final agreement. That I can do, Jameson says, holding up a hand to stop Peter's further protests. The deal is struck. Jameson turns back to his desk, his authority returning as he outlines the future. He'll give Peter the freedom to be Spider-Man, and in return, Peter will give him the stories. It's done, you don't have to sell it. Peter looks stunned, his hand going to his hair as he processes the new arrangement. I give you the story, he repeats, trying to imagine how that would even work. Jameson's face lights up with the excitement of a true newsman. You save the world, you tell me about it, he says with a grin. Spider-Man exclusive. I will quote you warmly and accurately. The old Jameson is back, full of bluster and energy. See, now you are talking like your old self, Peter says with a smile. I like this I like. Jameson bellows, his joy infectious. In the silhouette of the office, Jameson reaches out and claps a hand on Peter's shoulder. He tells the boy he's doing him a favor by allowing him to be a part of something great. I'm doing you a favor, you're doing me a favor. Jameson offers a final, welcoming smile as the sun sets over New York. I think we understand each other. It took a long while, but I think we really do understand each other. Welcome back to the Daily Bugle. Peter reaches out, his hand hesitating for just a second before meeting Jameson's. It's a handshake that seals more than just an employment contract. It's a pact of trust between two men who were once enemies. The hands meet in a firm, solid grip, the physical manifestation of a new era for both the hero and the journalist. But the sentimentality is short-lived. Jameson pulls back with a grin, pointing toward the door. Now get the hell out of my office. I'm trying to run a paper. Peter smiles, his heart lighter than it's been in months. I mean it. Out. Jameson barks one last time, though the sting is gone. Peter leaves, a hero with a home once again. The scene shifts violently as an explosion rips through the facade of a city bank, smoke and debris billowing into the street. A group of tech-enhanced thieves on rollerblades streaks out of the fire, their leader shouting, "Let's go!" like we practiced. The lead thief, armored in yellow and red, laughs as he zips past terrified pedestrians. Booyah! He screams, while victims scramble out of the way, the sound of their panic filling the air. The rollerblading gang weaves through traffic with lethal precision, heading straight for a figure cloaked in a dark red robe. They seem unstoppable, a blur of motion and malice in the urban landscape. From within the shadows of a red hood, a voice sneers with absolute contempt. You idiots, the figure mutters, unmoved by the approaching chaos. The red-robed figure explodes into action, spinning with a grace that defies physics and sending the armored thieves flying. Gah! One of them screams as they are slammed into the pavement by a force they never saw coming. A civilian watches in horror as one of the thieves crashes nearby, papers scattering like autumn leaves. Oh, man! A bystander yells, while another's scream of "ah-yee" cuts through the air. A young woman in a skirt and goggles levels a high-tech weapon at the robed figure, a crackle of energy lighting up the street. She fires, a blast of blue light screaming through the air, but the figure just stands there, waiting. The energy blast connects with the ground, shattering concrete and sending sparks flying, but the robed figure remains untouched. "Nice try," a mocking voice calls from the smoke, the danger only intensifying. Suddenly, a blur of red and blue swings into the frame, a powerful kick connecting with the side of one thief's head. "Hey, is this the line for, 'I want to be a loser who gets punched in the face'?" Spider-Man quips, his arrival perfectly timed. Spider-Man flips through the air, his webs crisscrossing the alley as he traps the remaining thieves in a sticky, unbreakable net. "Well, it is now. Badump-dump," he jokes, the sound of his web shooters punctuating the air. The hero lands in a crouch, his eyes fixed on the mysterious figure in the red robe. "Kitty," he says, the name a soft command that carries more weight than any punch he's thrown today. The robed figure turns, the hood falling back to reveal the face of Kitty Pryde, her expression one of cold, simmering anger. Peter reaches out a hand, his voice pleading. "Kitty, come on, please, come on." Spider-Man steps closer, trying to bridge the gap between them. "We're friends, Kitty. We're friends," he says, his voice filled with the pain of a friendship that's been pushed to the breaking point. Kitty stares at him from behind the shadows of her hood, her eyes narrowed and filled with a bitterness that Peter can't seem to reach. The silence between them is louder than the explosion at the bank. Peter looks back, his white lenses reflecting the girl who was once his closest ally. "Kitty?" he asks again, but the answer he's looking for isn't there. The scene shifts to the quiet streets of Queens, where Peter and Kitty walk side by side, the suburban piece a stark contrast to the violence they just left. "I freaked out," Kitty admits, her head down. "No kidding," Peter replies softly, while Kitty snaps back, "Don't make fun, this is hard." She looks away, the word "I'm not" hanging in the air like a heavy sigh. She's a girl lost in a world that doesn't want her, and the weight of that reality is crushing her. Peter tries to lighten the mood, commenting on her new goth look. "I like it," he says, while Kitty scoffs, "I know, I'm such a goth cliché." For a moment, they are just two teenagers talking about fashion, not heroes on the run. Kitty looks up with a small, sad smile as Peter reminds her that they kicked those guys' touches. "You're getting stronger," he notes, while Kitty adds that there's always someone looking for a beating when you're mad at the world. Peter stops her, his voice serious as he addresses her dark path. "I'm so glad you haven't gone bad." Kitty looks at him sharply. "Bad, evil, you know, I'm mad, I'm not crazy, and I have a right to be mad." Peter looks at her with a profound sadness. "Yeah, but not at me asterisk," he says, "not at your friends." Kitty looks down, the truth of his words hitting home. "I know," she whispers, while Peter asks where her boyfriend Kong has gone. Kitty looks off into the distance, her voice hollow. She tells Peter that Kong ran back to his mom and they moved to Wisconsin. "Wisconsin?" Peter asks in disbelief. "Yeah, it seems it's a real place after all," she replies with a trace of her old wit. Peter looks at her, truly sorry for what she's been through. "I thought you guys were going to be the Bonnie and Clyde of I don't know." Kitty just shakes her head. He belied, completely. They reach the front of Aunt May's house, the warm lights glowing through the windows. Peter invites her in for dinner, saying everyone will be happy to see her. Kitty looks at the door with dread. This is going to be painful. But beneath the bravado, Kitty offers a small, fleeting smile. She's found her way back to the only family she has left, even if she's too proud to admit it yet. Peter puts his hand on the doorknob, offering her one last reassuring look. "No, it's really not," he says, promising a comfort that he knows she desperately needs. They step inside. Kitty asks Peter what's going on with him asterisk. "Long story," he replies. "How long?" she asks. "You got 10 years, Peter jokes, the door closing on the world outside. The house explodes with light and sound as a group of friends jumps out from the shadows. "Surprise!" they scream, a happy 16th birthday banner hanging over the living room. Peter stands there, completely floored by the ambush of love. Aunt May reaches out and touches Peter's face, her eyes beaming with pride. "You actually didn't know it was your birthday today," she says, while the rest of the group, Gwen, Bobby, and Johnny swarm around Kitty in a flurry of "Where have you been?" and Kitty. Peter is pulled into a group hug, his friends' laughter filling the room. It's a moment of pure, uncomplicated joy, a rare gift in the life of a hero who spends his nights in the shadows. In the corner of the room, Mary Jane Watson stands quietly, her arms crossed and a gentle smile on her face. She watches Peter, her gaze filled with an affection that transcends the chaos of their lives. Later, as the party winds down, MJ approaches Peter in the hallway. She mentions Kitty showing up, but quickly pivots to telling Peter how happy she is for him. "MJ," Peter begins, his voice soft with uncertainty. She hands him a small, wrapped gift. "Hold that thought. This is for you," she says. Peter looks at it, touched. "From you?" he asks, but she shakes her head. "No, actually, it's from Tony Stark." Peter looks at the box in disbelief as MJ explains that Aunt May actually had the temerity to call the billionaire industrialist and invite him to the party. "She knows you worship the guy so," MJ says, while Peter mutters, "That's so embarrassing." Peter peels back the wrapping, his breath hitching as the contents are revealed. Resting in the box is a piece of technology that looks far beyond anything he's ever seen. "Oh my, what is it?" MJ asks, her own eyes wide with curiosity. Peter pulls out the device, a sleek metallic wristband that hums with hidden power. He redesigned my web shooters," he breathes, his voice filled with awe. "I can't believe it." MJ looks on, equally stunned. "That's crazy nice." Peter stares at the StarkTech, the light reflecting off the chrome. It's more than just a gift, it's an endorsement from one hero to another, a sign that he's part of a larger, more incredible world. MJ looks at Peter, the tech forgotten as the conversation turns to something much more personal. "So, about the other night," she says, her gaze fixed on him. Peter looks back, his voice unwavering. "I love you." The air in the room seems to still as MJ processes the words. She looks at him, her expression a mix of surprise and a deep, soul-stirring recognition. The secrets and the danger don't matter in this moment. Peter steps closer, his voice low and intimate. He tells her that all the crazy they've been through doesn't matter and that he's going to earn her back. "Are you listening to me?" he asks. "Yes," she whispers. MJ offers a playful, knowing smile. "You got me back," she says simply. Peter looks at her, his heart pounding. "Really?" he asks, to which she replies, "I mean, yeah, duh." They lean in, their faces inches apart. Peter apologizes for his crazy life, but MJ just laughs softly. "I like to just randomly apologize for things," she mocks gently. "You do. It's cute. What are we going to do now?" The answer is delivered without words as they close the distance and kiss. It's a moment of absolute connection, a reclamation of the love that has been the anchor of Peter's life since the very beginning. They pull apart, grinning like fools. "Happy birthday, Tiger," MJ says. Peter laughs, his spirit soaring. "What's with the tiger?" he asks. "I like saying tiger," she replies, her eyes dancing with mischief. They embrace again, the world outside forgotten as they lose themselves in each other's presence. For one night, Peter Parker isn't a hero, a student, or a target. He's just a boy in love. But the piece is an illusion. A final image of Spider-Man's mask, with crosses over the eyes, serves as a chilling reminder of the future. The caption is a death knell. Next issue, the death of Spider-Man. The frame goes black, the words, Marvel Comics proudly presents appearing in a stark, clinical font. It's a signal that the time for celebration is over and the time for consequences has begun. Voices murmur in the darkness, a series of questions and answers about a captive's status. "Does he still have his powers?" one voice asks. "There is absolutely no evidence that he is anything but a normal physical specimen of his age," another replies. "Wake him up." The title card appears, a grim pronouncement that hangs over the story like a guillotine. The death of Spider-Man. The endgame has finally started. Light floods into the scene as a man wakes up in a sterile, high-tech environment. "He is up," a voice notes. "Okay, then." A blonde woman in a black suit, her face set in a mask of professional coldness, points a weapon at the captive. "For acts of treason against your government, for acts of terrorism against your fellow man." She begins, the list of crimes long and dark. She leans in, her teeth bared in a mirthless smile. As director of SHIELD, I am hereby tasked to inform you, legally, that you are under arrest. There will be no trial. You are in SHIELD custody for the duration of your days. The scene reveals Norman Osborn, naked and glowing with a strange golden light, held within a containment field. Carol Danvers stands before him, flanked by heavily armed SHIELD soldiers in a high-security facility. Norman Osborn, can you confirm that you understand the words you just heard? Norman looks down, the light reflecting off his muscles. I thought I died, he says, his voice a low, gravelly rasp that carries a hidden threat. Carol doesn't flinch, her gaze fixed on the monster she's finally captured. And that little brain teaser is first on our things to figure out about you list, she replies, her hand still tight on her weapon. Norman looks up, his eyes narrowing as a familiar, predatory intensity returns to his gaze. He's a caged beast, but he's far from broken. Carol raises her gun, her finger hovering over the trigger. Try it, Osborn, I'd like nothing more, she challenges, her own resolve a match for his madness. Norman's expression shifts into a snarl, the glow within him intensifying. He looks like a god trapped in a mortal form, his rage threatening to consume everything around him. Carol looks him dead in the eye, her expression one of pure, unyielding strength. She's seen monsters before, and she isn't afraid of this one. Norman closes his eyes for a second, the snarl fading into a cold, calculating mask. He's biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Carol offers one last, dismissive smile. That's what I thought, she says, turning away as if the conversation and Norman Osborn are no longer worth her time. A recap page provides the context for the coming storm. Peter Parker's life is at an all-time high, he's back with MJ, he's received a gift from Stark, and he's finally finding a balance between his lives. But the shadow of SHIELD and the training they've mandated looms over everything. Back at a classic New York diner, Peter and MJ sit in a booth, the mundane surroundings a comfort after the heroics. Peter explains the situation with Jameson, and MJ is skeptical. Do you trust him? She asks, to which Peter replies, here's the thing, I kind of have to. Peter looks out the window, his expression thoughtful. He knows that if Jameson wanted to out him, he would have done it with a Stop the Presses headline. The fact that he hasn't is the only proof of trust Peter has. MJ offers a beautiful smile, her hand reaching out to Peter's. I'm just very happy, she says. Peter echoes the sentiment, adding that he can't think of a single reason why they should have broken up in the first place. The romantic moment is interrupted by a series of high-pitched bleeps from Peter's phone. The device vibrates against the table, a sudden intrusion of the outside world into their sanctuary. The two of them look down at the phone, the screen glowing in the dim light of the booth. Who is it? MJ asks, her voice tinged with a sudden, sharp apprehension. Peter looks at the screen, his expression shifting to one of mild annoyance. It says 212-0000. It's a telemarketer. I'm not picking up, he says, while MJ notes that if he does, they have to legally stop calling. MJ urges him to pick it up and tell them what's what, laughing at his refusal. Look at you, always fighting for truth and justice, she teases, but Peter just shakes his head, determined to ignore the call. The phone keeps ringing, the sound cutting through their conversation like a knife. Come on, pick it up. MJ laughs, trying to grab the device, but Peter keeps it out of her reach. No, maybe it's important. Give it. No. Suddenly, the phone stops ringing as a figure appears at the diner window behind them. A man in a leather jacket stands there, looking in with an expression of grim determination. MJ laughs, tell them you're Johnny Storm. The man outside holds his own phone to his ear, his gaze fixed on Peter. You're on the air, Peter jokes as he finally answers, but the man's voice is cold and serious. Look out the window. The man outside is Steve Rogers, Captain America himself, and he doesn't look like he's there to celebrate. Put on your uniform, soldier. It's time for boot camp. Meet me at 1st Cavalry Forest Hills Cemetery in 15 minutes. MJ looks on in shock. Oh my God, who is that? Cap starts to walk away, heading for his motorcycle parked at the curb. Peter looks at MJ with a resigned expression. If you think it's Captain America without his costume on Come to Give Me a Hard Time, then yes, that is who you think it is. Peter stands up, the reality of his training finally setting in. Wow, what is that all about? MJ asks, while Peter admits he might have forgotten to tell her about the mandatory training. Gwen told me, she notes with a smirk. Peter pauses, the guilt visible on his face. He knows he's about to bail on a perfectly good dinner for more heroics, and the irony isn't lost on him. He looks at MJ, his expression one of genuine regret. I gotta go, he says. MJ just smiles, her love stronger than her disappointment. I feel bad. Yes, you do. That's your default feeling. I'm okay. They share one final, quick kiss across the table. I love you. I love you too. It's a goodbye for now, but both of them know that in their world, for now is never guaranteed. Deep within the bowels of the Triskelion, SHIELD's ultimate fortress, the atmosphere is one of sterile, high-security dread. A psychiatrist's voice echoes through a communication system. Norman, would you like to talk about your brush with death? Inside a reinforced containment cell, a man sits alone on a cot, his face cast in shadow. Who are you? He asks. Dr. Leonard Sampson, you can call me Leo, the voice replies. Norman's eyes narrowing as he questions if the man is a psychiatrist. Dr. Sampson admits he has a specialty and notes that this must be an odd position for a former captain of industry like Osborn. He begins to hypothesize about Norman's mental state, but the captive isn't interested in therapy. Norman looks directly into the camera, his voice dripping with malice. Tell the blonde that if she wants my soul as well as my body, it is going to cost her. I want privileges. I want considerations. In the control room, Carol Danvers watches the monitors with a look of pure disgust. Go to hell, Norman, she mutters, while Sampson admits he's had his shot. Other agents report they have Osborn's blood, urine, and DNA, but Carol just wants the silence back. Norman sits in the cell, his hands clasped and a strange, unearthly light beginning to glow from within him. Ever, he whispers, the word a promise of a nightmare that's just beginning to unfold. The glow intensifies, the golden light turning into a burning emerald fire that leaks from his eyes and mouth. You have no idea what is inside me, he bellows, his voice shifting into something monstrous. No idea. The emerald fire explodes out of Norman Osborn, a torrent of raw, untamed energy that consumes the cell and everything in it. The psychiatrist's voice cracks with sudden, terrified realization. Son of A. In the control room, the monitors glitch and fail as the power surges. I thought you said he doesn't have powers anymore, Carol screams, while an agent frantically tries to explain that there was absolutely no indication of this happening. Shut up, Carol roars. Carol Danvers acts with the precision of a field commander. All hands, all stations, code red alert. She bellows into her headset, her eyes fixed on the chaos unfolding on the remaining screens. The fire takes form, a hulking, terrifying beast of muscle and flame rising from the ashes of the containment cell. The Green Goblin hasn't just returned, he's evolved, and the Triskelion's walls are no longer enough to hold him. The monstrosity that was once Norman Osborn roars with a sound that shakes the very foundations of the facility. He's a demon of green and gold, his eyes burning with a fire that is both ancient and terrifyingly new. Lock down, the alarms scream in vain. The goblin lunges forward, his hands crackling with fire as he addresses his captors. You have no idea how close to God I have journeyed to do this, he growls, his voice a chorus of nightmare and madness. A group of SHIELD soldiers is incinerated in a split second, their screams silenced by a wall of emerald fire. Oh, no. One of them manages to whisper before the end. The Triskelion, once the safest place on Earth, has become a slaughterhouse. A series of massive explosions rips through the heart of the facility, the sound of the destruction echoing for miles. The goblin is a force of nature, tearing through the reinforced steel and concrete as if it were nothing more than wet paper. Through the smoke and the wreckage, the goblin emerges into the higher levels of the prison, his presence a dark omen for everyone trapped within. He's not just escaping, he's taking over. He pauses, his eyes glowing with a sinister, triumphant light as he looks toward the other high-security cells. "Come out, men of God," he calls out, the mockery in his voice chilling to the bone. The frame goes black, the words, Marvel Comics proudly presents appearing in a stark, clinical font. It's a signal that the time for celebration is over and the time for consequences has begun. Voices murmur in the darkness, a series of questions and answers about a captive's status. "Does he still have his powers?" one voice asks. "There is absolutely no evidence that he is anything but a normal physical specimen of his age," another replies. "Wake him up." The title card appears, a grim pronouncement that hangs over the story like a guillotine. The death of Spider-Man. The endgame has finally started. Light floods into the scene as a man wakes up in a sterile, high-tech environment. "He is up," a voice notes. "Okay, then." A blonde woman in a black suit, her face set in a mask of professional coldness, points a weapon at the captive. "For acts of treason against your government, for acts of terrorism against your fellow man." She begins, the list of crimes long and dark. She leans in, her teeth bared in a mirthless smile. "As director of SHIELD, I am hereby tasked to inform you, legally, that you are under arrest. There will be no trial. You are in SHIELD custody for the duration of your days." The scene reveals Norman Osborn, naked and glowing with a strange golden light, held within a containment field. Carol Danvers stands before him, flanked by heavily armed SHIELD soldiers in a high-security facility. "Norman Osborn, can you confirm that you understand the words you just heard?" Norman looks down, the light reflecting off his muscles. "I thought I died," he says, his voice a low, gravelly rasp that carries a hidden threat. Carol doesn't flinch, her gaze fixed on the monster she's finally captured. "And that little brain teaser is first on our things to figure out about you list," she replies, her hand still tight on her weapon. Norman looks up, his eyes narrowing as a familiar, predatory intensity returns to his gaze. He's a caged beast, but he's far from broken. Carol raises her gun, her finger hovering over the trigger. "Try it, Osborn, I'd like nothing more," she challenges, her own resolve a match for his madness. Norman's expression shifts into a snarl, the glow within him intensifying. He looks like a god trapped in a mortal form, his rage threatening to consume everything around him. Carol looks him dead in the eye, her expression one of pure, unyielding strength. She's seen monsters before, and she isn't afraid of this one. Norman closes his eyes for a second, the snarl fading into a cold, calculating mask. He's biding his time, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Carol offers one last, dismissive smile. "That's what I thought," she says, turning away as if the conversation and Norman Osborn are no longer worth her time. A recap page provides the context for the coming storm. Peter Parker's life is at an all-time high, he's back with MJ, he's received a gift from Stark, and he's finally finding a balance between his lives. But the shadow of SHIELD and the training they've mandated looms over everything. Back at a classic New York diner, Peter and MJ sit in a booth, the mundane surroundings a comfort after the heroics. Peter explains the situation with Jameson, and MJ is skeptical. "Do you trust him?" she asks, to which Peter replies, "Here's the thing, I kind of have to." Peter looks out the window, his expression thoughtful. He knows that if Jameson wanted to out him, he would have done it with a "Stop the Presses" headline. The fact that he hasn't is the only proof of trust Peter has. MJ offers a beautiful smile, her hand reaching out to Peter's. "I'm just very happy," she says. Peter echoes the sentiment, adding that he can't think of a single reason why they should have broken up in the first place. The romantic moment is interrupted by a series of high-pitched bleeps from Peter's phone. The device vibrates against the table, a sudden intrusion of the outside world into their sanctuary. The two of them look down at the phone, the screen glowing in the dim light of the booth. "Who is it?" MJ asks, her voice tinged with a sudden, sharp apprehension. Peter looks at the screen, his expression shifting to one of mild annoyance. "It says 212-0000. It's a telemarketer. I'm not picking up," he says, while MJ notes that if he does, they have to legally stop calling. MJ urges him to pick it up and tell them what's what, laughing at his refusal. Look at you, always fighting for truth and justice, she teases, but Peter just shakes his head, determined to ignore the call. The phone keeps ringing, the sound cutting through their conversation like a knife. Come on, pick it up. MJ laughs, trying to grab the device, but Peter keeps it out of her reach. No, maybe it's important. Give it. No. Suddenly, the phone stops ringing as a figure appears at the diner window behind them. A man in a leather jacket stands there, looking in with an expression of grim determination. MJ laughs, "Tell them you're Johnny Storm." The man outside holds his own phone to his ear, his gaze fixed on Peter. "You're on the air," Peter jokes as he finally answers, but the man's voice is cold and serious. "Look out the window." The man outside is Steve Rogers, Captain America himself, and he doesn't look like he's there to celebrate. "Put on your uniform, soldier. It's time for boot camp. Meet me at 1st Cavalry Forest Hills Cemetery in 15 minutes. MJ looks on in shock. Oh my God, who is that? Cap starts to walk away, heading for his motorcycle parked at the curb. Peter looks at MJ with a resigned expression. If you think it's Captain America without his costume on Come to Give Me a Hard Time, then yes, that is who you think it is. Peter stands up, the reality of his training finally setting in. Wow, what is that all about? MJ asks, while Peter admits he might have forgotten to tell her about the mandatory training. Gwen told me, she notes with a smirk. Peter pauses, the guilt visible on his face. He knows he's about to bail on a perfectly good dinner for more heroics, and the irony isn't lost on him. He looks at MJ, his expression one of genuine regret. I gotta go, he says. MJ just smiles, her love stronger than her disappointment. I feel bad. Yes, you do. That's your default feeling. I'm okay. They share one final, quick kiss across the table. I love you. I love you too. It's a goodbye for now, but both of them know that in their world, for now is never guaranteed. Deep within the bowels of the Triskelion, Shild's ultimate fortress, the atmosphere is one of sterile, high-security dread. A psychiatrist's voice echoes through a communication system. Norman, would you like to talk about your brush with death? Inside a reinforced containment cell, a man sits alone on a cot, his face cast in shadow. Who are you? He asks. Dr. Leonard Sampson, you can call me Leo, the voice replies. Norman's eyes narrowing as he questions if the man is a psychiatrist. Dr. Sampson admits he has a specialty and notes that this must be an odd position for a former captain of industry like Osborn. He begins to hypothesize about Norman's mental state, but the captive isn't interested in therapy. Norman looks directly into the camera, his voice dripping with malice. Tell the blonde that if she wants my soul as well as my body, it is going to cost her. I want privileges. I want considerations. In the control room, Carol Danvers watches the monitors with a look of pure disgust. Go to hell, Norman, she mutters, while Sampson admits he's had his shot. Other agents report they have Osborn's blood, urine, and DNA, but Carol just wants the silence back. Norman sits in the cell, his hands clasped and a strange, unearthly light beginning to glow from within him. Ever, he whispers, the word a promise of a nightmare that's just beginning to unfold. The glow intensifies, the golden light turning into a burning emerald fire that leaks from his eyes and mouth. You have no idea what is inside me, he bellows, his voice shifting into something monstrous. No idea. The emerald fire explodes out of Norman Osborn, a torrent of raw, untamed energy that consumes the cell and everything in it. The psychiatrist's voice cracks with sudden, terrified realization. Son of A. In the control room, the monitors glitch and fail as the power surges. I thought you said he doesn't have powers anymore, Carol screams, while an agent frantically tries to explain that there was absolutely no indication of this happening. Shut up, Carol roars. Carol Danvers acts with the precision of a field commander. All hands, all stations, code red alert. She bellows into her headset, her eyes fixed on the chaos unfolding on the remaining screens. The fire takes form, a hulking, terrifying beast of muscle and flame rising from the ashes of the containment cell. The Green Goblin hasn't just returned, he's evolved, and the Triskellion's walls are no longer enough to hold him. The monstrosity that was once Norman Osborn roars with a sound that shakes the very foundations of the facility. He's a demon of green and gold, his eyes burning with a fire that is both ancient and terrifyingly new. "Lock down! Lock down!" the alarms scream in vain. The goblin lunges forward, his hands crackling with fire as he addresses his captors. "You have no idea how close to God I have journeyed to do this," he growls, his voice a chorus of nightmare and madness. A group of SHIELD soldiers is incinerated in a split second, their screams silenced by a wall of emerald fire. "Oh, no," one of them manages to whisper before the end. The Triskelion, once the safest place on Earth, has become a slaughterhouse. A series of massive explosions rips through the heart of the facility, the sound of the destruction echoing for miles. The goblin is a force of nature, tearing through the reinforced steel and concrete as if it were nothing more than wet paper. Through the smoke and the wreckage, the goblin emerges into the higher levels of the prison, his presence a dark omen for everyone trapped within. He's not just escaping, he's taking over. He pauses, his eyes glowing with a sinister, triumphant light as he looks toward the other high-security cells. "Come out, men of God," he calls out, the mockery in his voice chilling to the bone. One by one, the cells open, and the city's most dangerous criminals emerge into the chaos. Electro, Kraven, Sandman, Dr. Octopus, and the Vulture all stand together, a nightmare team reunited by the goblin's madness. "Well, Osborn, you look the exact same," Kraven notes, while Ock just adds, "God has abandoned us long ago." The Sinister Six waste no time, taking to the sky and the streets as they leave the Triskelion in ruins behind them. The goblin leads the way, a herald of the destruction to come. "I concur," Ock says as they move as one. They streak across the harbor toward the city, a blur of fire and light that signals the end of New York's brief peace. The Triskelion burns in the distance, a monument to their victory and SHIELD's failure. The goblin lands on the airfield, his gaze fixed on a SHIELD helicopter. He doesn't just want to escape, he wants the tools to continue his war on the city and the boy who stands in his way. He looks back at his new allies, his voice a commanding growl. "Which of you fly one of these?" he asks, while the others, Electro, Sandman, Kraven, and Ock, gather behind him, ready for the next phase of his plan. A massive surge of electrical energy lighting up the night as the villains take control of the transport. The power of the Six is beyond anything SHIELD can handle, and the city is now completely vulnerable. Electro laughs, the sound echoing through the hangar as he releases a torrent of lightning. "Ha ha ha!" he screams, his joy a dark mirror to the terror he's about to unleash on the unsuspecting citizens above. Inside the helicopter, the villains settle into their seats, the atmosphere one of dark, expectant energy. "You can fly this?" someone asks. "I was Air Force. I didn't know that," another replies. "That's so strange considering all the personal alone time you and I have shared." The helicopter lifts off, its rotors cutting through the smoke as the Six begin their journey toward New York. "Let's go!" The command is given, and the hunt for Peter Parker has officially begun. The transport streaks away from the burning Triskelion, heading straight for the heart of the city. Behind them, the facility is a wreck, a symbol of a world that has just been irrevocably broken. Carol Danvers watches the helicopter disappear into the distance, her face cast in shadow. "Not again," she whispers, the weight of the coming catastrophe already settling on her shoulders. The scene shifts to a vast, silent cemetery at sunset, rows of tombstones stretching into the distance. Spiderman perches on a monument, while Captain America stands below, the two heroes framed against the dying light. "This is exactly why I don't date goth girls," Peter jokes, but Cap isn't laughing. "Stop talking and look." Cap walks among the graves, his voice a stern lecture on the reality of their work. He tells Peter that he doesn't think the boy has considered life and death in a real way, and if you have, I see no evidence of it. Peter snaps back, "You're going to say something more insulting." Cap explains that Carol Danvers asked the Ultimates what to do with Peter. Iron Man and Thor gave him the thumbs up, but Cap did not. "I said you should be benched." Peter looks at him, hurt and confused as Cap adds, "To teach you, to train you, Because there's 2 ways to run into a burning building. Cap turns to Peter, his expression grave. 2 ways to fight a maniac who won't lie down. 2 ways, one is smart and courageous, and one is immature and foolish. He gestures to the graves around them. Because we're all going to end up here eventually. Suddenly, a sharp, electronic bizbup sound cuts through the air. Cap reaches for his communicator, his lecture interrupted by the cold reality of the world. No matter what he begins, then stops. Hold on. Cap puts the device to his ear, his expression shifting to one of intense focus. "This is Rogers. What is it?" he asks. The voice on the other end is urgent. "There's a priority situation. We had a security break at the Triskelion. Fury's Black Ops team has gone rogue in the city." Peter looks on, his own senses on high alert. "You're kidding," he mutters. Cap confirms they are in the city and he's being sent coordinates. "The Alpha team will rendezvous there. I'm on my way." Cap speaks into his headset, the orders from above coming fast and cold. "Are you with the kid?" "Yes." "Order is to ditch him." "Yes, ma'am." Cap doesn't like it, but he knows he has to follow the directive. He starts toward his motorcycle, leaving Peter standing among the graves. "We'll have to do this another time," he says. Peter runs after him. "Why? What's going on?" "Level 1 emergency." "Can I come?" "Not this time." "Why not?" Cap stops and looks at him, his voice firm and final. "You're not ready." Peter is stunned. "Not ready, after all I've done." "There will be other chances," Cap replies, his jaw set. "There will always be other chances." The motorcycle roars to life, and Cap streaks away, leaving a trail of dust in the graveyard. Peter stands alone, a small figure in the vast silence, his sense of duty warring with the orders he's just been given. Peter watches the motorcycle disappear, his jaw set, and his eyes reflecting a new, dangerous resolve. He's spent too long being told what he can't do by people who don't understand the responsibility he carries. The hero springs into action, a webline snapping out toward the trees. "Well, you can't stop me from following you, can you?" he mutters, the thrill of the chase overcoming his doubt. The lesson in the cemetery is over, the real battle is just beginning. The city is a war zone. A Black Hawk helicopter lies wrecked and burning in Bryant Park, smoke billowing into the sky. SHIELD agents scramble over the scene, while an agent reports, "Not a single one. They trashed the entire neighborhood and got away. We're interviewing civilians, but it looks like they put up a wall of fire and sand and bylaid." Agent Johnson looks frantic as she tries to contain the situation. "I need more men. I need a full excavation and search party." "No can do." "What?" "We have a major situation on the Queensboro Bridge. We have an active firefight. Try to contain and keep the story out of the press." Through the chaos, a man with long hair and a video camera moves silently, capturing every moment of the disaster. He puts a phone to his ear, a triumphant grin on his face. "Jonah, it's Urich. How much do you love me today? How about if I am eyewitness to Norman Osborn's daring escape from prison? Oh, and I got it on video. Video proof that he is alive. No matter what SHIELD says, you love me now." Inside a luxury penthouse overlooking the city, the escapees gather, their monstrous forms reflecting in the glass. Electro, still glowing blue, asks, "We clean?" While the Goblin, now in human form, commands them all to power down. "Because they can track our energy signature via satellite, and no doubt they are." The villains stand together, their silhouettes dark and threatening. Norman Osborn stands in the center, his eyes still burning with that unholy fire. "Whose place is it?" Craven asks, while Norman just says, "No idea." One of them turns on the television, and the screen is filled with images of destruction on the Queensboro Bridge. "Guys, check it. Big superhero war going on right now," he notes, the light of the fire reflecting in his eyes. Norman looks at the screen, a slow, predatory smile spreading across his face. "This is very good for us." "Why?" Craven asks. "Because this means SHIELD is occupied. It gives us an extra head start." "Exactly," Ock agrees. Norman turns back to his team, his eyes cold and final. He tells them it's God's work, and that they must smite their enemies so they don't repeat their mistakes. He leans in, his voice a low, terrifying growl. "He wants us to kill Peter Parker." From a rooftop across the river, Spider-Man watches the carnage on the bridge, the massive structure engulfed in flames. Wow, he breathes, the magnitude of the disaster finally hitting home. It's far worse than anything he's ever seen. Phone begins to ring again, the same do-do-do sound cutting through the chaos. He answers, his voice tight with stress. "Og," he mutters as he nearly loses his grip on the brickwork. He looks at the screen, the name MJ flashing in the dim light. "Nuts," he whispers, knowing that this is the one call he can't ignore, even in the middle of a war zone. He puts the phone to his ear, trying to sound calm. "Can't talk, MJ, I'm in the middle of a hole, have you seen the news?" she screams, her voice cracking with terror. "I think I'm seeing it now," Peter replies, his gaze fixed on the burning bridge. MJ is sobbing now, the panic in her voice absolute. She tells him Norman Osborn escaped. They all did, Octopus, Electro, the Sand Guy, and they are coming for him. "They're going to come after you, Peter. They're going to kill you, wherever you are." Peter looks at the city, the fire reflecting in his lenses, the weight of the coming storm finally settling on him. He knows she's right, and he knows there's only one thing left to do. He has to save everyone he loves or die trying. To be continued. The final page is a grim teaser for the end. A lone tombstone with the name Parker sits in a graveyard, with Spider-Man's mask resting nearby. The world is waiting for the hero's final stand. A horrifying image of a skeletal Spider-Man, his suit tattered and his jaw open in a silent scream, hints at the dark path ahead. It's a vision of a nightmare that might soon become reality. The Ultimates, Iron Man, Thor, and Captain America, are shown charging into battle, their faces set in expressions of grim determination. They are the world's last line of defense, but will they be enough? A final image of Captain America's shield, covered in blood and resting against a rifle, serves as an ominous warning. The war has come to New York, and the cost will be measured in lives. Ultimate Comics Captain America 4 on sale now. Spider-Man crouches on a rooftop, silhouetted against the Manhattan skyline, grappling with an impossible choice while chaos erupts across the river. A man watches the flickering glow of a television screen, the headlines screaming about a battle rocking the city. "This is insane," he mutters, eyes fixed on the flames consuming the Queensboro Bridge. In a luxury penthouse overlooking the destruction, the escapees gather: Vulture, Sandman, Kraven, and Electro. "I say we take the opening and we get the hell out of this town," Sandman suggests, sensing the perfect opportunity to disappear. Norman Osborn turns his head slightly, his gaze cold and dismissive of the suggestion. "No," he says simply. The others look at him, confused by his refusal to run when the city is at its weakest. "No, to what part?" Otto Octavius asks, leaning forward with a cautious frown. Norman stands by the floor-to-ceiling window, a dark shadow against the city lights. "We stay here. What we need to do is here in New York," he declares, his obsession overriding their survival instincts. Otto steps forward, his hands raised in a gesture of peace and finality. "And I appreciate you getting me out of prison even though we've had our differences, but I'm out," he explains. Norman's face contorts into a mask of pure, simmering rage as he turns back to his former partner. "Out, Otto," he growls, the air in the room beginning to heat up. Otto tries to remain calm, appealing to the logic they once shared. "I'm a scientist, Osborn. I just want to be a scientist," he says, insisting he's not a bioterrorist or a common thug. Otto continues, his voice steady despite the tension. "I see things differently now. I know things I didn't know before," he admits, his conscience finally catching up to him. Otto looks Norman in the eye, offering a final warning. "And I am certainly not going to go after Peter Parker. And, neither should you," he cautions, sensing the doom that path brings. A shadow falls over Otto's face as he makes his final, most dangerous point. "End of the day, if you really think about it, Peter Parker is our greatest achievement. We birthed Spider-Man into the world. We should take insane pride in that and leave it alone." The room explodes into violence as Norman transforms into the monstrous Green Goblin, lashing out with a primal roar. He tosses the mechanical arms of Dr. Octopus through the glass in a shower of shards. On the street below, citizens scream and scatter as the glass and debris rain down. "Whoa, Aya!" a man shouts, diving for cover as a massive explosion rocks the sidewalk. From high above, we see the mechanical arms of Dr. Octopus flailing desperately as he is dragged down by the flaming beast. The goblin clings to the side of the building, wreathed in hellish fire, looking down at his prey with hungry eyes. Norman's eyes glow with a demonic light, his sanity completely evaporated in his quest to dominate those who once served him. Pedestrians scramble in terror as a massive mechanical arm slams into the pavement, creating a crater in the asphalt. Doc Ock stands in the middle of the wreckage, his shirt torn and his arms thrashing. "Norman!" he bellows, the sound echoing through the concrete canyon. The goblin leaps from the skyscraper, a living meteor of green muscle and hatred destined for a collision course. On the roof, the other villains watch the carnage unfold. "I thought we weren't supposed to use our powers because SHIELD will figure out where we are," Sandman mutters, while Craven replies grimly, "Tease a blood feud." Norman charges through the air, his fists glowing with kinetic energy, while Otto lashes out with his tentacles in a desperate defense. A metallic claw whips through the air, connecting with the goblin's chest with a sickening crack that sends sparks flying. The goblin is sent flying into a yellow taxi, crushing the frame instantly. "Maybe you just plain forgot this about me," Otto grunts, bracing for the next strike. Norman catches a mechanical arm mid-swing with a loud smack, the sound of metal grinding against bone filling the air. The goblin's face is inches from Otto's as he roars his defiance. "But just because I don't want this anymore doesn't mean I forgot how to do it." Somewhere else in the city, the night is quiet at the Parker residence. "Do you have any of the pink ones?" a voice asks from inside the house. Inside the living room, Gwen and Aunt May are relaxing, unaware of the impending storm. "Find out if they have medium," Gwen says, focusing on the mundane details of their evening. The door bursts open as Spider-Man rushes in, still in costume, his breathing heavy. "Guys, geez," he shouts, startling them both. Peter pulls off his mask, his face pale with urgency. "Aunt May, Gwen, grab whatever you need and get out of here. Norman Osborn is alive and he's coming for us." Aunt May stares in disbelief at her nephew. "I thought you said he was dead," she whispers, while Peter frantically points to the news. Peter's eyes are wide with terror as the realization of his situation fully lands. They know who I am, and they know where I live. Panic sets in as they rush to pack a few essentials. "Oh man, I told you this would happen," Gwen cries, her voice high with stress. Aunt May stops at the threshold, looking back at Peter with worry etched on her face. "What about Johnny and Bobby? Are they here?" Peter looks at her, the silence between them heavy with the things they can't say. He reaches out, a tender moment of connection amidst the frantic escape. Gwen stands by the door with a suitcase, her face set. "They're the Human Torch and the freakin' Iceman. They can handle themselves." "Exactly. Text them and see if they..." Aunt May pulls Peter into a desperate, crushing hug, burying her face in his shoulder. Peter pulls away gently, his voice firm. "Aunt May, I have to do this. When I know it's stopped, I'll come back." May looks at him, seeing the man he has become, and finally nods. "Go," she says softly. Gwen pulls him in for a quick embrace, a small smile playing on her lips. "Oop, don't be stupid. Kick his ass, nothing fancy." They drive away. Spider-Man leaps into the night sky, swinging toward the fires burning in Midtown. "I know," he whispers to himself. Back at the battle, the goblin unleashes a massive wave of fire that engulfs everything in its path. "Huareg," he roars. Otto is thrown back by the force of the blast, his mechanical limbs charred and smoking as he cries out in pain. He hits the ground with a sickening smash, his body skipping across the asphalt like a stone. The goblin stands over the wreckage of a truck, his voice a guttural growl. We created Spider-Man, and you think I'm out of my mind." Otto crawls through the debris, his voice weak. Stop it, Norman," but the goblin only looms larger. "All I've done for you, and you want to bail on me now." Norman's teeth are bared, his eyes filled with nothing but pure, unadulterated malice. "All I've done for you." With a brutal strike, the goblin tears a mechanical arm straight out of Otto's back with a shower of sparks. Otto looks up one last time, the realization of his end clear in his watering eyes. The fire in the goblin's eyes flares, a hellish sun burning in the night as he prepares the final blow. In a savage display of power, the goblin begins to tear his former partner to pieces. The mechanical limbs are shredded like wet paper under the goblin's claws. Shards of machinery and wiring rain down on the street as Otto Octavius's legacy falls apart. The goblin throws his flaming fists into the air, a monster claiming victory over the ashes of his friend. Spider-Man swings through the quiet suburbs, his phone pressed to his ear as he scans the horizon. Hello. Mary Jane is on the other end, watching the horror play out on her computer. Hey, it's MJ. I found him. He's in the middle of Midtown and he just killed Dr. Octopus, and he did it on TV. Peter looks up at the moon, the silence of the night feeling like a heavy shroud. Does it say exactly where? MJ groans in frustration, her eyes fixed on the screen. No, they just cut back to the other thing. This is crazy. Peter's grip on the phone tightens until it creaks. I gotta go. He launches himself forward, a red and blue streak against the darkening sky, moving toward the smoke. He arrives at the scene of the carnage, the street destroyed and smoking. Oh my God, he whispers, landing amidst the ruins. He stares at the spot where the fight happened, his mask reflecting the dying embers of the fire. Oh my God. Peter covers his mouth with his hand, the reality of Norman's brutality hitting home. He killed him. Osborn actually killed God. A police officer spots him and waves him back. Hey you can't be here, he shouts, as bystanders babble about a monster like the Hulk. Bystanders point toward the skyscrapers. Where did he go? Did anybody see where he came from? Peter ignores them, launching himself back into the air. Peter reaches a nearby rooftop, his mind racing with fury. Oh my God, Norman, you have to pay for this, you just have to. He swings through an open window, checking the perimeter. Hello, he calls out to the empty room. He sees the news on the TV, the bridge being torn apart by the Ultimates battle. Of course they left, they are cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs crazy, not stupid. He hears the heavy boots of police in the hallway. I can hear the police coming down the hall. I have to get out of here before they blame this on me. He leaps out the window, swinging back toward the heart of the city's chaos. On the Queensboro Bridge, a shadowed figure moves through the iron girders, a massive sniper rifle slung over his shoulder. The Punisher settles into position, his eye pressed to the high-powered scope. Spider-Man swings through the air, completely unaware of the crosshairs tracking his every move. Below, Captain America stands over a fallen man, his shield at the ready as the city burns behind them. Peter sees the sniper's glare in the distance. No, he gasps.